Welcome to this live stream challenge, guys. We're here. We're actually making it happen. I've got my chocolate oat milk, I believe it is. Hold up, I'm getting an echo. I left my own play. I have my own live stream playing, so I got an echo. But yeah, we've got some chocolate. I guess soy milk. I don't know, some chocolate plant milk. I've got my stuff set up. I got over the sickness, guys. I've been out of commission over the past week or so with a pretty brutal flu, but we're here now and we're going to make it happen. 7 days, 70 hours. Now, let me talk you through what is going to be happening exactly, because there is a lot to go over. There's a lot happening, and we've got all the time in the world. So I'm not planning on rushing at all. Like we're going for the slow game on this one. We're going for a real chill live stream challenge with just lots and lots of stuff to look forward to, some awesome guests, and we're just gonna have as much productive time, fun time. We're gonna learn some stuff. We're gonna try and meet some people. We're gonna try and do some cool stuff and enjoy some cool. This is gonna be a stream challenge that you can have on for the entire 7 days, because there's going to be just so much going on. No days are going to repeat. Nothing's going to repeat. It's going to be something new, something different every day. I'm pretty excited for it. I'm going to go over everything now, all my plans that I've got in place for the 7 days. But first of all, I noticed in the live chat that some of you have been gifted memberships. Who did that? That's amazing. I saw just like six people got gifted memberships, right? That's incredible. Whoever did that, thank you. Let me have a look. Does it tell me who did it? It should, shouldn't it? It should bloody tell me who did it. Who did it? Was it Vina? No, Vinamoinen? No. Yeah, it was Vinamoinen. Wow. Hey, that's amazing. Thank you so much. That's incredible. You've just made a few people's weeks, I'm sure. That's amazing. Thank you so much for doing that. Look at that. Everybody's got their little green Rams logos now. I hope you're all feeling really important, because you should, because that means a lot when you have that logo, you have that green text. That's huge. That means you are elevated to new levels when you get that. Incredible stuff. What a great start to the stream challenge, huh? That's amazing. Right now, so what are we going to do this week? Well, I've got my list here about all the things that we're going to do. I'm going to go through them for you. So first of all, I'm not going to tell you the guests for every day, because I'm going to tell you them at the beginning of each day. That's what we're going to do. So today, we're on day one. We're on Saturday. So our first guest for today, we're going to have guests all the week, by the way. Every single day has guests. The reason I'm not telling you who they're going to be is because I want you to come. I want you to come here on the day and not know what's coming, right? And it's exciting. So I'll give you today's guests. Today's guests, we've got Benjamin Pitkinen, okay, who is an activist from Finland from the group Viral Vegans. If you don't know, if his name rings a bell, it's probably because he's the guy that got arrested for being the first person to be queuing up at a brand new KFC, the first KFC in Finland. He queued up and camped outside and got in first, and then they gave him the chance to do a speech to say, well done, and congratulate him for being the one who queued up and camped out and everything. And then he got up on stage and made this whole speech about veganism and animal rights, and then they arrested him. They got him arrested for it. So that's Benjamin. He will be our first guest. He's coming in a couple of hours. And then we've got, it has to be, obviously, there's only, any stream that I do has to have this guy, all right? It's going to be Lawrence Anton. Lawrence will be coming a little bit later. He's going to be coming at, 2 p.m. my time. That'll be a couple of hours after Benjamin. And a big guest that we've got today, someone who's never been on the channel before, someone who's been very, very popular with you guys. You've been asking me to try and get him on the channel. Debug Your Brain's coming on. Jacob from Debug Your Brain. He's coming on quite a lot later in the day, 6 p.m. my time, which time I'm in Turkey time, right? So if you want to translate these times to another time, you just put it in Turkey time to whatever time you are, and it'll tell you. So 6 p.m. will be Debug Your Brain. And before we meet all of these people, we will be doing a little bit of a reaction to some of the stuff they've done find out a bit about who they are, and then when we actually talk to them, we'll be able to ask them questions about whatever we've reacted to, like whatever we're watching together, whatever videos we watch together. We'll be able to ask them like, hey, in this video you did this, you did that, blah blah blah, and it'll be pretty cool. So very exciting time. So that's today's guests. Over the rest of the week, we're gonna have Vegan Booty, Tash Peterson. We will be having Altab Hossain, who is an Indian activist and Muslim vegan, so that he's a very interesting character, a very interesting guy to chat about all the religious stuff as well and what he gets up to in India and activism there. We've got George Martin coming on, Carnism Debunked. We've got James Hattersley from We the Free, Cliff Grant, who you all know, I assume you all know, the Irish activist who recently got into these dairy farmers kicked off with him. We've got Chris Hines, who's currently making a documentary, a vegan documentary, a music vegan documentary. We've got Jordan Martin from the Vegan Campout, the co-owner, co-founder of the Vegan Campout. 40-year-old vegans coming on. We've got somebody from Veganuary coming on to tell us a bit more about Veganuary. We've got very vegan moms confirmed, vegan gays, and that's about it. We've got a few unconfirmed guests as well. Some people who may or may not come on. One of those is Dave LeDuc, who I feel some of you will know. He's a vegan world champion fighter. He may be coming on. And potentially, but I can't make any promises, but potentially Joey Carbstrong will be coming on too. And Tarian as well. Joey and Tarian. So that's potential as well, but unconfirmed right now. Trying to figure out if we can get a time that works for all of us. Aside from the guests we've got coming on, we're going to be doing some video reactions. We'll be reacting to stuff like from Earthling Ed and Joey and some stuff from Lift and Vegan Logic. From every guest we'll be reacting to as well, plus those guys. I've got a list of viral and also just videos. I've got a list of videos for us to check out. I'll be reacting to some comments, going through some comments section, doing some responses. We can look at some Reddit stuff and some Twitter stuff as well. So we'll be doing all of that. I will also, over the course of the week, be giving you guys some behind the scenes on the editing side of things. So how do I edit on Photoshop? How do I make thumbnails? How do I edit my shorts videos? How do I edit videos full stop? I use Final Cut Pro, how to do that. I use this other free app called CapCut, how to do that. I want to give you guys a bit of a run through on how all that works and hope that some of you would use those skills and use what I teach you to make your own videos too, because ultimately we just need as much vegan content as possible, guys. Good vegan content. We need as much of it as possible. So I hope that giving you some editing workshops, let's say, could help. Is that interesting? So far, guys, how's this all sounding? What do you think of the guests? Are they good guests? You excited to see the guests? What do you think about this bit? This editing walkthroughs, these editing kind of workshops. Is that also of interest to you? Or are you going to switch off at that point? Let me know. Because I think this is pretty cool. I'd love to give you guys some knowledge of this kind of stuff so you could go and do it yourself as well. We're going to do some AI stuff. We're going to be able to go on and chat with some AI chatbots, which I'm sure you've already seen. We'll do a bit of that. We'll also do some AI arts generation too, where we'll be able to input some stuff into it, see what it comes out as, see what we can get just for a bit of fun. We'll go out for a walk. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to go out for a walk. I'm going to take you guys to see my local dog pack. Going to say hello to those guys. Maybe a little workout in here as well, although I haven't really figured out the space. I don't know how we would do that, but we could totally do that as well. And maybe I'll play some guitar for you at some point, and also maybe a bit of gaming, bit of Switch gaming. Now, like the Switch gaming will come a little bit later, as yesterday. Unfortunately, my power plug for the Switch just stopped working. So I'm waiting for a new one of those to come. Ordered one, and we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to go live with the Switch gaming, which yeah, I like the game Rocket League. Be playing a bit of that live with you guys. Maybe a bit of Zelda, something like that. Mario Kart potentially. I don't know how it works with the music for the. For live streaming on YouTube, but I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out what happens. Oish. So someone says that's crazy that it's 10 a.m. where you live. Yeah, Animal Rebel. It is crazy. It is 10 a.m. right here. It is 10 a.m. right now. 10:12 to be exact. So it's quite early for me. Well, it's early to be, streaming. I usually like to stream at like 7 p.m. Right? It's a little bit nicer than streaming in the morning. Honestly, my mornings, I barely talk until, well, some days I don't talk at all. Just sit here editing, guys. And then, yeah, apart from talking to the camera for maybe 10, 20 minutes. Gigi says, can you sing and play 7 days on guitar? Can you sing and play 7 days on guitar? What do you mean, like sing and play every day for 7 days? I mean, I could possibly do that. I couldn't do 7 days straight, though. Oh, that reminds me, actually. So, and the 7 days, how are we doing the 7 days? Some people seem to think that I'm doing 7 days just straight, just continuously streaming for 7 days. Let me just be honest with you on this. And not be honest with you, tell you a fact. If I did that, I would die. I'm pretty sure if you go 3 days without sleep, you die. Isn't it 3 or 4 days? So 7 days, couldn't do it. couldn't actually do it. It's not like I don't want to. I'd love to do 7 days without sleeping and stream for you guys. It's just not possible, though. So what we'll be doing instead is 7 days. It's 10 hours per day. So today we're streaming for 10 hours, 10 solid hours. Then tomorrow we're streaming for 10 solid hours. Then the day after that, we're doing 10 hours. The day after that, we're doing 10 hours. The day after that, we're doing 10 hours. And I've lost count just now of which day we're up to. 7 days, 10 hours a day. That's what we're doing. It'll eventually be 70 hours in total, which is fun. So while we're doing this, I actually have a timer even. I forget that. Yeah, maybe we'll put it on. I don't know. Maybe we won't. Let's put a timer up. How long have we been going for already? We've been going for 14 minutes already. So it's a 69 hours and 45 minutes. All right. I'll put a timer up for you guys so you can see kind of, where we're up to and how much you're involved as well. You can track your own time. How many hours are you guys planning on hanging out with me here, by the way? It's a good question, isn't it? Like, oh, yeah, go on, start time. Yeah. Like, yeah, tell me that, guys. How many hours are you planning to be in here hanging out? Because some of you, the last time I did a long stream, like a when I did my 24-hour stream, some of you guys have stuck around for most of it, and some of you actually watched it, like all of it, which I was just blown away by. To be totally honest with you, that's pretty crazy, huh? There it is, smart countdown timer. Sweet, there you go. There you go, look at that, guys. We've got a timer in the top right there. I don't think I'm gonna have this on the whole time. I'll probably just turn it on occasionally, just when you guys wanna like get a time check. So yeah, we'll do that. And guys, what I'm gonna do here as well, as this stream idea, obviously it's a challenge, that's why I'm doing it. But of course, there is a goal, though. There is a goal to this. I have a few goals for this whole thing. Okay, one goal is, of course, to do as much vegan content as possible in this time. Make a difference, get people watching, get some cool vegan content put out there, make you guys feel good, support the community. That's the main kind of reason. There's two reasons I make any video. One is to try and make people go vegan, and two is to try and make you guys feel good and stay strong, basically. But of course, I do need to support myself. So we do have a donation goal as well. And this goal, which I'm going to pop up on the screen now, there we go. So I will reset this goal each day, but I'm going for the some could call optimistic target of $1,000 per day of this stream of donations raised, of tips raised, of work. And it says support my important work, because it is important. The work that we're doing right now is very, very, very important. The work we're doing behind the scenes, and also the work that you're seeing here on the channel as well. So I've put this up here, and every time you guys tip, it will go into this when you tip with Streamlabs. You could also use a super chat as well. guys, the YouTube super chat. If the Streamlabs, for whatever reason, the link that's in the pinned comment doesn't work for you, you can also use the super chat option as well. I think that's too big, actually. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, put it in the corner. Just like in the corner here, like that. There we go. So, yeah. So I definitely hope that some of you guys are going to consider this today. Because we have got a lot of important work. And to be totally honest with you guys, it's things are getting more expensive. And it's getting tricky. And the YouTube income is definitely... it's becoming worth less and less and less as time goes on. You know, the YouTube ads revenue, the money that we take from YouTube. So everything that you guys can afford to donate today, and any of you that are in the Patreon team already and the YouTube memberships team, thank you. It all means a hell of a lot. But yeah, right now it's definitely getting tricky to be working and living in the world that I work and live in. You know, the YouTube vegan activism space, the vegan activist space. It's tricky right now, guys. So really hope that some of you are gonna, you know, jump in and support and help us out. All right then. So what should we kick off with today? What are you guys feeling like? Should I show you my playlist? Yeah, I'll show you my playlist of stuff I've got to react to. First, I'll just pop this in here. There we go. So the stuff I've got to react to is right there. Like there's a list here. This is my 70 hours reactions. So there's a few shorts going from the top, like one with 35 million views, 16 million views, 4 million views. I mean, there's some pretty big ones. I've ordered them in order of popularity. There's one with about vegan teacher, but I've not really kept up to date with what she's been doing, which is why I included it. It seemed like it's a pretty big video from whoever that is. There's I made a vegan steak for meat experts, and this happened. Non-vegetarians try vegan food for 24 hours. And also, guys, of course, as we're going through today, you guys can keep on recommending more and more stuff for me to react to. You can just type the name and the channel of whatever video you want me to look at into the live chat. I don't think I've got links enabled, so don't try and post links in there. It probably won't work. You could always drop me a DM on Instagram, or you could DM me on Facebook, or you could just email me as well if you have a link. So somebody said to go from the least popular. So the least popular one I saved is I don't know if you can see it there. Oh no, you can't. It's not really. So it's like, hold up, I'll just switch the screen so you can see this better. There we go. So the least popular one is this, is there space for fat vegans? And it's 55 minutes long. It's a podcast. I just thought that was interesting because I wasn't sure if this was going to be people complaining about something about veganism or what, but it's by a vegan. And I just saw it, and it was in my I don't even know how it came up. I think I was just searching through YouTube for vegan related stuff. That's the least, but it's too long, I think. There's Piers Morgan on veganism, but I think we've had a bit of enough of Piers Morgan for the time being. I don't know. Do you guys want to watch a bit of this? Is there space for fat vegans video? I saw somebody said they wanted to watch that. Do you want to check that out? I mean, guys, it's almost an hour long. I mean, I guess look, we've got 10 hours to not to kill, but to enjoy. So if you guys want to watch that, all right, okay, yeah, you guys are up for that. No, we got a no. We have 2 yeses and a no. So far, votes are in for yes. So we'll take a look at it. It doesn't look interesting. It says Minecraft player. Just do it. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it. Sorry, Minecraft player. We're gonna watch this. So let me just switch up the screen again. Boom. There we go.
Hello and welcome to Sassy in the City. Happy New Year, everyone. Today we have Louisa Christie with me. We're going to be talking about Veganuary. It's a Veganuary special. We're going to be talking about veganism, the community, really how welcoming and inclusive it is as well. So it's actually going to be kind of a juicy one, I think. Yeah, you're not one to hold your tongue, so I feel like this will be kind of good.
Yeah, no, I won't hold my tongue, but I'm not mean.
You're not mean. No, I know. I'll
She's
see
like,
if
I'm
I can
ready for
make
the
you.
gossip.
Yeah. I've got Louisa Christie here. She is a plus-size vegan, LGBTQ as well. And she's also the founder of Vegal Gang.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Another vegan thing that I do.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no.
How exciting. I feel like we've talked about this for months.
Let's have a look
It's
at
so
the...
nice that it's like finally come to...
Okay. The cheese struggle. Vegans can be self-righteous brats. There's a whole section called about that. Vegan meat. Have you ever felt excluded from veganism? Is there space for fat vegans? Why influencers are important? Do eco brands care about fat customers? You can look hot, sexy, and fat. Health issues. London versus Brighton. All right, so there's some stuff here where we can just skip through. So let's have a look at this. Vegans can be self-righteous prats bit.
So you used to be a militant vegan, did you say?
I was never like heavy militant, but I definitely went through a phase of being like, it needs to be all or nothing, judging my mum a bit and being like, Mum, you can just get the other milk, you don't need that one. And she'd be like, well, I like the other one in my coffee. And I was like,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah.
So not in the way, I guess, the weed.
How is that militant? Hey, how is that militant? What is she? Are you kidding me right now? Telling your mum just drink the other milk. Don't drink the milk that's ripped away from baby cows, and with all the death and all the. You think that's militant? Okay.
Think of the militant vegans
Yeah.
now. Not to that extreme, but there's like conversation I remember having that I was definitely like just being a bit of a pain in the ass, and now I'm like, did I need to be like that? Probably not. But I think I had an element of self-righteousness initially because I was like, well, I never thought I could be vegan, and look at me doing the thing, so why can't everyone else?
It's not self-righteousness. It's just sharing your experiences.
Before I was kind of like, oh wait, I need to be an adult about this. That's not how life works.
Yes, it is exactly how life works. People say, "Oh, I never imagined that I could be a famous. I don't know. I never imagined I would be a YouTuber sat here live streaming to." At this point, I don't know how many people, but I never thought thousands of people would watch my videos. Millions of people now have watched my videos. I never thought that would happen. That's not me being self-righteous. That's saying I didn't know I was capable of doing something great, and I did something great. And that means, and I sit here and tell anybody who wants to be a YouTuber, you can do that. You can be you can do bigger than me. You can do better than me, actually. So why not do that for veganism too? Why not tell people, actually, yeah, I was the biggest meat eater ever, and then I went vegan, so anyone can do it. It's just you got to just stand up and go for it, do something great. There's nothing self-righteous about that. Come on.
Yeah.
And not everyone can, and it's not possible. You know, kind of be a bit like soft. It's not. Doesn't have to be like all or nothing.
Yeah, I was.
Spoken by a true plant-based dieter. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. Just be soft. Come on.
Definitely a brat of a vegan in my first year, but I think everyone is. It feels like the wall's been taken off from your eyes. What is that phrase?
Yeah, the wall.
Yeah,
Is it?
I know it doesn't
Blind?
feel very vegan. No wonder
No,
I
it
don't know the
doesn't.
phrase, the wall and all that. But
That's
yeah,
funny. I always, when I'm saying, like, oh, you're a good egg to people there. And I'm like, no, not an egg, a bean. You're a good bean. And they're like, all right. And I'm like, sorry, I'm vegan.
yeah, I remember just being a brat and like just talking to people and being like, you do realize that's an animal you're eating, and like no one needs to hear that. No one's gonna go vegan because you've been an
Right.
arsehole.
And the thing is as well, like, I don't care if I sit at a table with a group of people and some of them are eating meat. I don't mind. That's literally life. I can't, unless I go to a vegan or veggie restaurant, that's always going to happen. But I do hate it and find it annoying. People are like, oh, look at my burger. And I'm like, if I was flapping something in your face that you didn't like, you would not enjoy that. So like, why that's literally a dead animal. I have no interest in that.
Yeah.
And like, I have a cat, but I feed him meat and I don't enjoy it. But he's also a little creature that I can't explain. You need to eat vegan. Also, cats are obligate carnivores, so you've got to feed them meat.
That's not true. There's more and more research saying you can. Well, they've got vegan cat food alternatives that have the nutrition that cats need, and as long as you make sure that they're reacting well to it, as long as you make sure they are processing it, digesting it properly, then it'll be absolutely fine. The thing that cats need from the meat, as far as I'm aware, is taurine, which in traditional cat food that you buy from a shop, it has fake taurine anyway, so it's synthesized taurine. It's not actual. It's not real because the meat that they put in cat food has been processed so much that it actually doesn't have enough taurine in it anymore. So they have to put taurine into it. There's a whole thing about that. There are loads of Facebook groups where lots of vegans are doing this. There are like veterinarians, plant-based veterinarians, vegan veterinarians who vouch for this working, but it's not, and as far as I'm aware, it's not like an exact science at this point. You have to be really careful with cats because there's a chance they won't react well to it. It's not like your cat's just going to die, but you just got to keep an eye on them, and it is time consuming to do this because you got to keep on getting them, get their bloods tested, and it's got to be like a regular thing to make sure that you're not giving them something that they're not able to digest, that it's not working with them. So unfortunately, the solution really is just don't have cats. That's what I think the solution is. Just don't have cats. I mean, I know it sounds brutal, but for me, I'll never adopt any animal. I will never take any animal into my care that requires other animals to be killed for them. I just won't. I just personally, it's a place where I just won't do it. I just won't do it. There are plenty of people out there who will do it. It's not like I'm the only person in the world who can adopt a cat or a snake, right? There are loads of people out there who will do it and have no qualms with it. And so, yeah, I just leave it to them, and I will continue. Well, not continue, but I'm not in a position to adopt any animal. But when I am, it won't be any animal that has those complications. It will be another animal. And yeah, Stupid Vegan says it's tougher for people who already have cats. I understand that. I think until that cat passes on, you just have to do the best you can, right? And it's not like you just murdered the cat because you've turned vegan. It's not, no. But you do what you can, and then don't get another bloody cat, I guess. But these are my opinions, guys. It's if you can disagree. Anyway, let's get back to this. So the vegans can be self-righteous prats bit. I'm not completely sure that I agree. Well, yeah, vegans can be shitty, but the reasons they gave they're not shitty. They're actually vegans being good. The things they said, it's like, yeah, vegans telling people, hey, you can be vegan. That's not being a shitty vegan. That's you guys need to toughen up a little bit, in my opinion.
There's moments when I can't tell my cat I'm not going to give him wet food that he loves, but a human being I can be like, stop being a pain in the bum. You don't need to like flap your bap in my face.
Yeah, but that is it. I feel like some people can be so rude, and I think a lot of people who are doing Veganuary, maybe trying vegan for the first time, you are very aware of meat. Like, there's a reason we're not as militant about it as we get older or more into our vegan lives, is because you don't really see it as much, or you don't really clock it as much. You just kind of get used to it. Whereas for the first month or so, you're very aware every time someone's eating meat, and you're like, how are you not seeing what I'm seeing? And
I think maybe it was probably harder for people that went like from eating meat to not eating meat and to being vegan. And like, because I've literally never eaten meat. Like, people go, don't you miss bacon? I'm like, well, I've never had bacon, so how can I miss it?
Overrated as well. Someone who has had bacon.
They're like, oh, isn't the smell amazing? I'm like,
not
really? Like,
cool.
I don't smell it and go, oh, I want a bit of that.
Cool. So what about this? Let's move forward. Have you ever felt excluded from vegan? Let's get to the beyond meat of it. So we're looking, is there space for fat vegans? I just want to see like what exactly they're getting at with this bit. So this is, okay, so it's here from here. Have you ever felt excluded from veganism? And is there space for fat vegans? I just kind of want to understand what this question even means, really.
Veganism. Have there ever been points where you felt kind of like excluded from it?
Yes, absolutely.
Sad. I feel like I'm like, so to drop the tone.
Let's lower the tone and talk about trauma. No, no trauma. But no, absolutely. Like, I've always been like a curvy person. I mean, when I was younger and veggie, I actually wasn't as big as I thought I was. Not that would have been a bad thing if I was, but you look back and you're like, God, I was a tiny little thing. And family influences or friends kind of, and the things that you think, especially we grew up in like the 90s and 2000s, like with all of those people on the magazine covers. So no wonder, since I've become vegan, I've actually put on weight. Not because I have been gorging necessarily in that sense, but I think I just really enjoy food. Like, I like food. I like eating. Food is good. And there's so much amazing vegan food. I'm from Brighton, where the vegan scene's amazing. I live in London. I lived in Camden for 5 years, where there's amazing vegan food.
Oh, and that was the era where Camden was the
like
vegan
amazing,
spot.
like the 2 years before the pandemic. Like, and I lived there during the pandemic as well.
So why
I was
were you
still getting,
excluded then? Come on.
Pitta was down the road and could order that, and like so many, like Mildred's up there. Like, there was so sorry, I'm saying two of the easiest ones, but there was so much good vegan food around there that I just have allowed myself to enjoy it. And I think there's obviously so much difficulty for people with allowing themselves to enjoy food, with all the pressures from everywhere, society, and the celebs that do all this, that and the other. And I definitely have found that being a plus size vegan, I get that like, oh, so I thought veganism was a diet. Like, and when I tell people I'm vegan, they say, oh really? like, and they're obviously shocked. And
That's
not
brutal.
everyone says, "Oh, what? Because you're fat? That's weird." But you know, sometimes you can see the cogs turning, and they're thinking, "That's really odd. How can she be vegan?" But it's because there's that notion that vegans only eat
salad.
Like, seriously, what? Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love rocket, and I will eat out of the bag. Like, I love that stuff. So
Of course, you like the spicy salad.
yeah, there's of course. And I absolutely love a salad. Like, I regularly make a massive salad with, half a pack of that microwave rice in there, mixed in some balsamic. I love that. But then there's so many burgers, there's so many of these other things, and also love vegan mac and cheese. I mean, I'm still a cheese fiend, but just vegan now. But there was definitely a lot of interesting kind of responses and like, oh wow, really, you're vegan?
Yeah, it felt like this was going to be something like when you're excluded from a group, it's by the group. You can't. I mean, yes, people from outside of a group will chat shit about you or your group, but that's not you being excluded from that group, because they can't exclude you from a group they're not in. Can they? I don't know. I get the way that it was phrased. I figured that she was going to be getting shit from vegans. But yeah, I mean, yeah, non-vegans expect that vegans are all skinny and, slim a lot of the time, because historically that's how vegetarians were. And then vegans, but then vegan junk food came, and obviously a lot of people started gorging on it. She said she didn't gorge on vegan junk food, but she went on to talk about all the vegan junk food she's smashing. So I think she is gorging on vegan junk food. That's her choice, whatever. If you want to do that and you want to be that's kind of how you want to live, and whatever. It's got nothing to do with veganism. Veganism's an ethical position. It's like saying if you smash junk food, you can't be anti-racist or something. The two things aren't connected. You can eat as much as you bloody want. It's just that if whatever you're eating fits into the ethics that you claim to be, like you claim to be a vegan, so then your food needs to match that. You can eat as much of that food as you bloody want, but that food can't be coming from animal exploitation. That's the simpleness of it, right? And in regards to otherwise, some people try to extend veganism to being healthy and looking after yourself as well. Like I've seen some people try to extend that. Look, there are benefits to that. So, for example, if this individual, Louisa, her name is, if she's trying to be an activist, then yeah, potentially you could give her the advice. If she asked for advice, you could say it's not a good look to be plus size, or obese, let's say. I'll use the word obese because that's the problem, really. It's when you're unhealthy. Like, people are curvy. People are a bit chunky. It's not a problem. I've seen chunky people that can run marathons quicker than me. Like, being chunky is not necessarily unhealthy, but being obese is. Obesity is directly linked with a whole host of different diseases. Obesity is almost guaranteed to kill you at an earlier age. It comes with so many problems. It is not an opinion, and it's just fact that obesity is unhealthy, and that obesity is a negative thing. It is negative. It is a negative thing to be obese. And as much as people try and make it like body positive, blah, 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 there's nothing positive about obesity. So yeah, if this woman was asking me for advice as a vegan activist, that it would help to be healthier for sure, because people judge, and the message, they're gonna listen to your message. Before they listen to your message, they're gonna look you up and down and make a decision on whether what you're saying is worth listening to. And if you're telling them, hey, you can be perfectly healthy eating vegan, it's not like it's necessary, they're gonna look at you and be like, yeah, really? I should listen to you about health? And then the flip side of that too is, if you're skinny, it can be tricky. Like, I'm a slim guy, but I try to be a bit more bulky. I think I'm doing okay, better than I used to be. But the reason that I need to maintain this kind of a little bit thicker than usual is, yeah, people look at me. Even now, people say like, "Oh, you're skinny. Why should I listen to you?" And it's like, mate, this ain't skinny. Like, I am my BMI solid. I can run forever. Basically, I don't need to stop. Like, I can just run and run and run and run and run. I'm healthy. Like, I'm absolutely fine. But people have this warped view on what health is. But again, the obesity is a problem for sure, health-wise. And if you're trying to set a precedent about veganism being something that can be healthy, I mean, I suppose you could spin it. You could say like, "Oh, I'm not very healthy, by the way," but that's a choice I make. I eat vegan junk food. You could. It's not like the end of the world if you are an obese vegan, but it would help if you weren't. I think it would definitely help your message, and basically try and bring your size down to a more kind of down to chunky. Round and chunky, but obese is definitely a problem. I see Animal Rebels asking, how long can you run before getting tired and stopping? I don't need to stop, basically. I can just run forever. I'm not even joking. I just slow down. If I get tired, I just slow down and I can just keep going. The only thing that would stop me is if I ran too fast at the beginning, like I overdid it at the beginning, and then it would be a problem, basically, because then I would have done my muscles in the beginning of the run. But as long as I like take it really slow and chill and smooth, then I'll be fine. I don't need to stop. And I've never smoked in my life. Probably helps. So anyway, back to this video. The exclusion then was coming from non-vegans, so it's not like a vegan thing. What about, is there space for fat vegans? Let's get onto that bit then, see what she's got to say.
When I first told people that, especially before, I feel like maybe before the pandemic and before people, not that everyone is gentler now, but people feel like a lot more people are gentler on bodies. Like I think there's still a lot of fat phobia. I'm not saying that's gone, and obviously I experience it very differently to other people from different backgrounds or other people that are heavier than I am. It's very interesting, like so many of the influencers that I see that have big followings and content creators and chefs, none of them are big in any way, I think the only one is Zachary Bird. That guy in America, Australia.
Australia.
My bad.
That's okay.
Love him, and he's when I only found him maybe last year or the start of this year, and started following him.
I think he's a TikTok baby.
See, but Zachary Bird, who they're talking about here, is an example of what I said earlier. He's not obese because I don't think he's obese. He's a big guy. He's chunky, but he's extremely active, like physically very active. You see his videos. He's dancing around the place. He's crazy. I love him, by the way. I follow him. I think he's hilarious. If you don't know who I'm talking about, just go on Instagram and put in Zachary Bird. He's a friend of Stefania Ferrario, if you know who she is. They make videos together and stuff. His videos are hilarious. And she's quoting him as like, oh, yeah, he's the only kind of fat, I guess she's calling him fat, the only fat vegan kind of influencer she's seen or whatever. And I don't even think of him as fat because of how active he is. But he is definitely a bit chunky. But he's not obese. And she's not mentioned that actually there are obese vegan influencers. Well, there are people who are famous and are vegan. Like, what's her name? That singer. There's that singer from the States who Lizzo. I think Lizzo. She's apparently vegan. I don't know. I've not looked too much into her, but she's obviously, like, let's just say it as it is. She's morbidly obese. It's to a point where it's actually probably a danger to her health at this point. So there's her, and yeah, there aren't many, but I don't see that as a bad thing. It's not like inclusivity or something like that. It's these people are unhealthy, that they're hurting themselves. It's good that that's not famous or that not that famous, in my opinion. It's good that if there are vegans out there who are morbidly obese, I'm happy that they're not famous. I'm happy that they're not huge influencers, because that's not an influence I want anyone to have, but especially young people. I don't want young vegans to be influenced to become unhealthy, morbidly obese. Right? And are we straight in today with the with the controversy? Is this controversial what I'm saying right now, or? I don't think it is. I don't think it's controversial to say that I would hope that the biggest, most influential vegans on the planet are healthy and influencing other people to be healthy. I don't think that's controversial.
Yeah. And I love it because not only is he queer and like fabulous and very like unashamedly himself in his sexuality. He's also, listen, this is my body. Like, I'm going to like dance around and do my thing. And I absolutely love it. I literally, on the way here, I was thinking, are there any others that I can think of that are like above a size 12? Like if we're
Fat
speaking about
gay
women.
vegan used to be quite an icon.
Of
but
course, but he doesn't do it anymore. He's got all his lucrative other things going on. He doesn't need to. We was living in Mexico for a while. Like he was like the
he was
fat gay vegan.
Iconic.
Was, amazing. But I think when I started doing like vegan content, it was kind of as he was not going out, not that he's not at all in a negative way, but posting less and kind of clearly phasing out, like from a personal point of view. And I've met him very briefly a few times and always been like, I love what you do, thank you. And he was actually one of the first vegans I followed way back when.
Yeah, because I feel like when social media was starting, there were only like, I think he was one of the first social media vegans I knew of, and that was a good place to start.
Absolutely.
But I do agree with you, it's like so few and far between.
And then I also feel there's difficulty in terms of like a brand campaign way, because a lot of vegan brands, they want the vegan option to look like the healthy option as well, because they want that to encourage people to try the vegan option. You can kind of see it in the marketing and how they're making the food. It's not like it's the treat meals. It's like, oh, try this instead. It's actually less fat or less, like less of the bad things.
Yeah, it's like literally every range is called plant something. You know what I mean? They're throwing plant in there. They're not using vegan or anything. They're trying to just be like, oh, you don't have to eat like meat, which is high in cholesterol. You can eat a plant. And then it's like, well,
and I get it for the accessibility, but it's kind of like a double-edged sword. I'm like, yeah, that's great because it makes it seem less like, oh, vegan. Like, people go, let's try your vegan chips. It's like, they're normal chips, babes.
Yeah.
Let's try your vegan blah, blah. And it's like, they're a normal thing. And I understand saying plant-based instead of vegan because it takes away some of that, like, unnecessary vitriol. Is that the right word?
Oh, I don't know. But
yeah, the unnecessary, like sass and, like, the knee-jerk reaction. Because I used to be like that.
Yeah.
Like, when I was veggie, I was like, oh, vegans, God, it's such a pain in the ass. And here I am.
And that was you being a Brighton girly as well.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
And, but not in a picking a fight way, but vegans didn't eat honey.
Uh-huh.
And we were at her house having some wine, and I found it really funny. I was like,
they're so ridiculous.
Yeah, and I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. And then now look at me, people are like, oh, you're unwell. Like, here, have some lemon honey. I'm like, nope, no honey. They're like, put the beans
I'm gonna
like,
keep skipping through and like.
I mean, I don't eat honey, but I know sometimes
into
you
the
hear
side,
arguments and you're like, oh,
Mm.
if it were done well and ethically, and if I had the trust in our food systems, fine.
Well,
but
some people go, can I
don't.
be vegan apart from the fact I've got chickens in my garden?
Oh,
And I'm like, if you want to eat...
We're not talking about honey and stuff. I just want to know about the fat stuff. So they're still asking, is there space for fat vegans? For some reason, this thing's moving. Hey, don't do that to me. For some reason, the page keeps moving around.
They're like, put the beans like it. I'm like, no, they're...
Oi, why is there space? What's going on? Why is it made like space on here? There we go, fixed it. All right.
Factory, and there's all these horrible videos. I'll send you them. They're like,
I know sometimes you hear arguments and you're like, oh, if it were done well and ethically, and if I had,
do that,
Yeah.
but you're not vegan if you're eating eggs.
yeah,
So it's kind of like, it's that difficult thing.
yeah.
But oh God, sorry, I really go down rabbit holes, don't I?
No, it's cool. That's like the fun part about this.
But the other thing I was going to say in terms of feeling, you said about like feeling left out or not so
There we go.
welcome. And then I started talking about brand campaigns. I do find that tricky, and it's not in a you should book me way, but I wish that there was more diversity. Not only the slim, mostly women. Obviously, we've got all of that.
Hold up a minute. I see this comment by Vegangelism. It says, just by being fit, you are a more effective activist than a fat vegan who literally goes out and does open rescue, etc. That's a pretty dangerous message to put out. So who put that message out? Did somebody say that in the comments? I didn't say that, did I? I don't believe I said that. Because I don't agree with that. No, what I said is, if you are an obese or morbidly obese vegan activist, it would definitely benefit your work for you to try to get down to like chunky or fat. You know what I'm saying? It'd benefit you and your work to be a little bit healthier. That's what I said. Who said that? Did anybody say that? Or is that just kind of like paraphrasing? Somebody in the comments. Not in the comments. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that message at all. I was just a bit worried for a second. I was like, shit, did somebody say that? Did I say that? I was trying to remember. Did I? That's not what I didn't want to say that. That doesn't make sense at all. Good. I'm glad we're all good, guys. Glad we're all good. All right, let's get to this back to this then. A
group of vegan guys doing amazing stuff. The plant boys, although funnily enough, not vegan boys, plant boys. You know what I mean? It is that same thing you were just saying. Love them, by the way. That wasn't in a shady way. It's interesting and it's good that there are variations of people being included in campaigns, but I think there's still so much like ingrained fat phobia. And oh no, I don't want to book a vegan. And I've had conversations actually with with a few people like in the influence marketing industry, and they're like, yeah, they do vegan options, but I think because you're plus size, they don't want to be advertising their food and showing that because, you know, fat equals unhealthy. Not that it does, but that's what's is it so ingrained still?
Well, okay. I agree and disagree with that last point that fat equals unhealthy, and that's not true. If it, like I said earlier, the chunky people out there, chunky boys, chunky girls out there, and I've seen some dudes that are a bit chunky, that can physically do stuff that I can't do, right? So there's, you know, and also even cardio stuff. I'm talking, I knew one guy who had some chunk on him, and dude was like doing marathons, swimming, cycling, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, being a bit chunky, being a bit chubby definitely doesn't mean unhealthy, but I guess it still depends on how we're defining fat. If we're defining fat as obese, yes, it's unhealthy. Obesity equals unhealthy. That's not even contest. You can't argue it. So I guess it depends on how she's defining that.
And I know earlier I said that maybe there's a bit more softness around like self-image and body love, but obviously there is still tons and tons of fat phobia, so much so that I can't even, you know, I don't encounter so much of it because I think, although I'm clearly fat, I still, in a way, present, I don't know, people always like, you dress so well for your size. I wouldn't even know. And I'm like, it's kind of like a weird thing to say, but like, okay, you think I'm stylish? I'm gonna let you have that. I just wish there was more options of curvy, fat, plus size vegans to choose from, but the point is there's not. So then when I say that, like, oh, I wish you had someone that was like above a size 12, it's like, oh, well, who are they going to book? Like, who's that? Could you want to be on it? Well, yeah,
Can you name anyone else?
True.
Tell me more.
Yeah, and I mean, and actually, Yasmin Johar is probably the only other, like, and you know, she calls herself plus size, I think, but
no, she's mid-size.
She's mid-size, yeah, and obviously she's
there's plus size and mid-size. I didn't know that. I'm learning some new words today.
Bloody fabulous human. She's like one of my favorite people. But like apart from her and Zach, we're not on first name terms, but I'm gonna call him Zach. They're the only ones that I can think of that actively do the content and like work with brands. I just wish there was more of us to choose from.
That's part of the barrier, isn't it? Because to be able to, especially these days, to be able to put out the amount of content you need to be a successful influencer, the thing is that for influencers to be able to create content, often we rely on the brands. And if brands aren't funding people that are larger, then you're not going to get that many plus size influencers. And that's the shitty end of it.
Yeah, it's so tricky because I don't want to feel like I'm being a brat.
No, you're not.
By kind of calling out brands. And I've done it before, even like clothing brands when they've had events and they've literally invited like one plus size person. But
it's like, I part of me understands. I mean, it's like, if you have a brand, why would you want to use people who are obese to promote your product? It's obesity is like I said, it's seen by the vast majority of people as negative, and for good reason, because it's unhealthy. And obviously, we're not talking about people who are a bit chunky monkey, you know, little bit of love, more to be loved. That's not what I'm talking about here, right? It's obesity, and these people are what I feel like these people are talking about is that they want more of that representation. I think they're kind of hiding behind different words by saying plus size and stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure what they're getting at is obese. So why would a brand want to do that? Am I missing something? Am I being mean here? I don't have anything against people. If you choose to be obese, that's your call, right? But why would a brand pay you to come in and be part of their thing when most people are going to see that as negative, as a negative thing that you're hurting yourself? It's kind of like a brand picking somebody out who's a chain smoker and telling them, oh, we want you to stand and smoke a load of cigarettes for our advertisement. And then you'd be like, okay, like, but people are going to think that's really unhealthy. Yeah. Okay. It's the same thing. It's like you've done something to yourself that makes you really unhealthy, and now you want a brand to pay you to show everybody that. I don't know. I'm not really getting it.
They're best friends with the like skinny, really, really popular, high following girl, or like stuff like that. Like I've seen this, I can't even think of the individual person, but things like that over the years. And then I've had arguments with people that I didn't know worked in the influence marketing team that followed me, and they're like, I can't believe you said that, la la la, we actually invite people that didn't come. And I get that too, because I've worked from that side of influence marketing. And I've been called out before, like, wow, you did this meet up with an artist when I used to work in music. How come there was...
Cool, done with that video. It was interesting anyway, and I you know, this seems like a cool podcast. I was definitely interested to listen to something on the you know, that I've not heard before. I've never really heard this conversation before, but I find it to be just quite strange that somebody would be complaining about this. If you want more brand opportunities, this person admitted that the reason she's so big is because she just loves eating. So if you want more brand opportunities, you want to grow, don't eat as much, and then maybe you'll get the opportunities, because most brands don't want to be represented by people who are obese, and that's just, you know, that's it. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I don't know if I'm just crossing some lines or something here. I just feel like it's quite obvious to me. But anyway, the takeaway though is it's good that she wasn't being excluded by vegans or something like that. It wasn't going on in this. So that's good at least anyway. I saw someone in the comments wanted me to react to something by Joey. We are going to go for some Joey stuff. Don't worry, we'll get onto some Joey stuff. I got these videos here. I got a couple from the victim's perspective here as well. Ronnie George. Yeah, I got lots of stuff going down. And we've got our first interview of the day kicking off in about an hour, which will be with Benjamin Pickenen from Viral Vegans over in Finland. So that'll be fun. I actually wanted to see this video by Matt Walsh. This Matt Walsh tries vegan milk and cookies and likes it. I wonder what was going on here. Let's have a watch of this. It's from 2 weeks back. I think Vegan Gays might have reacted to it. I want to see what was going on. Matt Walsh is this, I guess you guys know who he is. He's a conservative commentator, and he's made some video kind of reacting to vegan milk and cookies. Let's have a see what's going on with this video.
What the People would eat this on purpose? If you
God.
leave this for Santa Claus, you're not getting any presents this year.
Jesus, okay.
Christmas time, and what is something you think about at Christmas time? You think about Santa Claus, and you think about Santa Claus, you think about milk and
anymore.
cookies that we all leave
Sorry,
out
guys.
for Santa Claus, and it's a wonderful, joyous thing. And of course, my producers, because they hate me, are always thinking of ways that we can take wonderful and joyous things and make them miserable and force me to suffer for the enjoyment of the audience. And so that's what we're doing today. Instead of doing a taste test of regular milk and regular cookies, I don't know if that would be good content, but I would enjoy it anyway. Instead, we have fake milk and fake cookies. Okay, this is like the vegan fake stuff. We've got different kinds. They call it milk, but it's actually not really milk. Milk, by definition, is a dairy product that is secreted by mammals.
Oh my God.
So milk is a mammal's secretions. It should say that on the damn carton. And if what you're drinking is not secreted from a mammal,
Stop saying that word!
then it's not milk.
Yeah, that totally applies as well for, coconut milk as well. Obviously, coconut cream. And there's also these milks that people put on their faces, and they call them like milk of this and milk of that. You also get your cream of tomato soup or cream of mushroom soup, which sometimes have dairy in, but don't need to have dairy in as well. It's all wrong, Matt Walsh. The dictionary says it's wrong. So yeah, we need to follow the dictionary word for word. We need to read it really carefully, and then we'll just dismiss anything that doesn't match the definition. Just dismiss anything, because there's no discussion to be had. There's no nuance. We can't have nuance. To be fair to him, though, I guess the guy's just spent the last however many months or years arguing with people about what a woman is. So I think he's pretty obsessed with definitions at this point, because maybe that's what he's just traumatized from that. So now he's seeing this. I'm trying to understand his mindset. I'm not excusing his nonsense here, because obviously it's stupid. But I'm thinking, maybe, why is he obsessed so much over definitions? That could be it. That could be it, to be fair.
It's cashew milk, coconut milk, walnut milk. That's like nut juice.
Oh my God.
There's a difference between nut juice and mammal secretions. I can understand why maybe they don't call it nut juice as I'm saying it out loud.
Yeah.
But still, it's what it really is.
Well, it's also, why don't they call it mammal secretions? It's not really a good marketing scheme, is it? Nut juice doesn't really work. Neither does mammal secretions. So how about you just give it up and let it be called vegan milk or plant milk, right? Otherwise, Matt Walsh, that means we have to start calling cow's milk mammal secretion. If that's how you want to go with this. But I'm pretty sure we can go vegan milk as just an easy thing that so people realize, okay, it's like milk, but it's vegan. We can work with that. We don't need to, change definitions. Like this happens quite a lot when you have a word in front of another thing and it makes it a thing. So, for example, if I was to take like a plank, right? A plank. Most people would understand the word plank as meaning plank of wood. But if I said metal plank, then you'd think I'm meaning something made of metal. See, I've changed the meaning of one word by adding a word in front of it. That's something in the English language that we can do. We do it quite a lot. The same as this, when you just put the word milk out there, most people are assuming we're talking about something that comes from mammals, right? So mammals growth fluid, right? For babies. But when you put the word vegan in front of it, oh, that changes it. Or plant in front of it. Well, okay, now we know that it's not from a mammal. We know it's not from an animal, right? It's not, I mean, for somebody who's supposed to be, I don't know, conservatives like to put themselves forward as people who are intelligent and reasonable and rational. You kind of, like, the little tangent didn't really match up with that, did it? Yeah. Well, okay. Let's watch him cringe. I think it's going to be like Piers Morgan level cringe here.
We got that, and then we've got different kinds of vegan cookies, and we'll, who knows? Maybe I'll try one of these and I'll say, being a vegan isn't so bad. All right. We'll start with cashew milk and keto chocolate chip. I don't even know what keto is. I mean, I've heard it,
Yes.
but is that so that's
funny.
like a non-dairy thing? Is that what it is? Okay, so this is a cookie without carbs. It's not even convincing. Like nothing. That's the other thing. And people that drink this stuff, they always say, "Oh, it tastes just like real milk." You ever had real milk? This is not. It tastes like. Yeah, it tastes like like if you had a bottle of water and you put a bunch of cashews in it and you left it like in your car for 3 days and then drank the water that's been stewing around with the cashews. That's what it tastes like. All right, next we have. And then as for the cookie, this is the keto carb-free cookie. This doesn't even look like a cookie. I don't know what this looks like. It's like got a yellowish almost
grim. Obviously, it's going to be
tint
disgusting.
to it. It's spongy.
Carb-free cookie.
Oh no, it's terrible. Okay.
Yeah.
It fools you for a second. Just for a moment, I'm trying it. I'm like, well, this isn't too bad. No, at the end, you feel it on the back end.
I mean, clearly.
I don't know what-
That's clearly going to be disgusting.
What this is made of, but it's not food. At the very end of it, kind of the aftertaste, you can tell that you're eating something that's not meant to be consumed by human beings. And at the end of the day, it tastes like it looks. It tastes like a sponge. It tastes like if you just grab a sponge, maybe put a little bit of chocolate syrup on it, and take a bite of that, and that's what this tastes like. Next, we have plant-based milk and gluten-free chocolate chip.
Why did they put in these shit cookies there?
It's not milk though, because is a plant a mammal? No, it's not. Do we know what plant this is coming from? Can I at least know that? So just any plant, is that what it says on the carton? There are millions of kind of plants out there. Who would ever, in what other context would you just, what if someone was there's like a salad and all it says is plants? You're at Olive Garden and you're looking at the salad menu and there's the plant salad. I want to know what kind of plant this is.
It's quite funny. I don't believe that this plant milk just doesn't even tell you. That's hilarious if it's true.
Whatever plant it is, it tastes like it's the plant is what it is. That's like a Pepto-Bismol. It's like, is this even milk? This tastes like something, it's got a chalky, like a Pepto thing going on. All right, now we have the gluten-free cookie.
Which is going to be disgusting because it's gluten-free.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's bad, don't get me wrong. But if you're talking about like the store-bought Chips Ahoy, which I would never eat that kind of cookie in the first place, but This is a step below that. It's definitely not good. I'm not just saying this to be funny. I have no idea what gluten is, but whatever it is, I love it. It's great because any food I've ever had that excludes it tastes like garbage.
Yeah.
So I don't know what gluten is, the magic fairy dust that makes food not taste like garbage, I guess.
Yeah.
If I have a gluten allergy, well, if I had a gluten allergy, I would just deal with it. I would deal with the consequences. You know, using the internet without ExpressVPN, it's like, but what is that? Don't let ExpressVPN. I don't know what flax is either. Can someone tell me what flax is?
Oh, it's a
You plant flax seed in the ground. What do you get?
flax milk.
So you just get more seeds? It makes seeds erupt out of the ground? Oh my God, that's terrible. That is really, really bad. There's no way anyone chooses to drink this. Why would you do that to yourself? Just don't drink the milk. Like, you don't need this in your life. Why would you ever need this in your life? That's what I don't understand. If you like milk, but you can't drink it because you're lactose intolerant or something like that, and this is the only option, you're just better, just don't have the milk. This is like, this is barnyard. This has it tastes like it was made out of hay.
It feels like they've gone out and just picked the most, I don't know, you know, there's types of plant milk that are clearly built for people who want to be super, super healthy. And it seems like they've picked those ones rather than picking the leading ones. Like Alpro makes this 1% like kind of like whole milk type stuff. And clearly they've not chosen anything like that because it doesn't make a good video, does it? If he's like, oh, it's actually pretty good. And his subscribers won't like it if he likes it. You got to remember that too. They want to see him angry.
It's like a bunch of hay that's been sitting around decomposing in a barn somewhere. That's bad. Okay. The vegan chocolate chip cookie. So that means it has no butter, no eggs, like all the best parts of the cookie is not in here. Wait a sec. It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm a little bit, I'm having all kinds of strange feelings now. I don't know what's happening to me.
How are you?
The vegan cookie is not terrible.
He's going-
I mean,
You can feel the vegan running through him.
well, I need to think more about that.
He's basically enjoyed it. He doesn't want to say he enjoyed it, so he's saying instead, oh, it's not nearly as terrible as I thought it was going to be. That translates to, this is a fucking good cookie. Like, I'm enjoying this cookie, but I can't say it for the video because all my subscribers are going to be like, oh, you're a vegan now, are you? Oh. And he has to keep the money rolling in.
I'm just telling you, it's not terrible. It's a C-, you know.
Come on, mate. Don't be like this.
All right, finally, walnut milk and flax chocolate chip cookies. So still don't even know what the hell flax is, but I'm gonna be consuming it again. I'm actually starting to feel sick. I have like whatever the opposite of lactose intolerant is. I have an intolerance for things that are supposed to be lactose and aren't. That's just pure walnuts. That just tastes like walnuts. That's liquefied walnuts. It's not even, you can see you can't see it in the camera, but it's a darker brown consistency. All right, finally, this is our flax chocolate chip cookie. And I have a feeling this is going to be truly terrible. That's not, what the f? That is so bad. People would eat this on purpose? I don't even know how to describe that. It definitely tastes like flaxseed, and I don't even know what it is. And it's even worse on the aftertaste.
I vibe this because honestly, guys, I mean, I don't think this is not as cringe as I thought it was going to be totally honest, because I've had so many vegan cookies where they seem to have put in a lot of effort to make them healthy. And I'm like, listen, why are you trying to make cookies healthy? Stop it. Take raisins out of cookies. Stop it. Take the flax seeds out of cookies. Stop that now. Because then when people go to the shop and they're like, oh, I want a vegan cookie, and they have to buy your shit rather than some other company that could have made some nice, you know, vegan chocolate, dirty, sugar, fat-packed cookie. That's what you want when you want cookies. You get this bullshit that he's eating with flax seeds in it and shit. People eat it and they're like, they say vegan cookies are shit. Vegan food is all health bullshit. Well, of course they're going to bloody think that. If you get a cookie, cookies are not supposed to be healthy. Stop trying to make cookies healthy. Just stop it. Stop reducing the sugar. And I say this as somebody who a while ago, I tried to reduce my sugar, and I tried some of these cookies, and some of them weren't that bad. But the thing is, if you're not, Matt Walsh is someone he doesn't want to reduce his sugar. Most people don't want to reduce sugar. They're not interested in healthy cookies. So if you're going to make healthy cookies, keep them in the health section of a supermarket, away from all the cookies. And then if you're going to make vegan cookies, they're just vegan, that's it, nothing to do with health, then make them fucking good and just pack them with all the sugar and all the shit. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Don't even call them cookies if they're healthy shit. If it's just health bullshit, don't even call them cookies. Call them health discs. Call them crunchy health discs. And just keep them away from cookies. Keep them away from the word cookie. Keep them away from Matt Walsh and his bloody, hundreds of thousands of people watching. 200,000 people watched this video. If you made those cookies, if you're the company that made those cookies, and those cookies ended up in a section where they were called cookies and they were compared to real cookies, it's your fault now that 200,000 people have just watched this and now are thinking vegan cookies are shit, apart from the one that he liked, actually. But the others with flax and stuff in them, what are you trying to do? Who goes and buys a cookie and goes, oh, I'm so happy these cookies have flax in them. I'm so happy that now I can get some of the benefits of flax from a cookie. No. Just mix it in a smoothie, put it on your cereal, or just get a spoon of it and just nail it. Cookies, no. Cookies are not the cookie is not a vessel for you to get healthy. All right. That is not what a cookie's purpose is. Don't put things that are healthy in cookies. That's not a vessel for that. It's not a transport system for healthy flax seeds to your body. Okay. That's not it. That's not what cookies are for, so stop. Just stop. All right? All right, then. Thank you.
It lingers with you. It doesn't let you, it clings on, doesn't let you escape. Okay. Well, good. So the lesson here is that if you leave this for Santa Claus, you're not getting any presents this year. Okay, Merry Christmas.
Wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Wasn't anywhere near as cringe as I thought it was going to be, because I vibe him. I know what he's going through. I've been there with these terrible cookies. Veganism's got a cookie problem, guys. Veganism has got a cookie problem. I can tell you that much. I saw this I Could Never Go Vegan official trailer. I wondered what it was. Has anybody ever heard of this? This I Could Never Go Vegan? I guess it's a documentary. Let's watch this.
I don't think many people grasp just how serious this is.
All we see is what the industries want us to see.
We're talking about effectively the collapse of Earth systems.
Hello? Hi, Mum. It's Tom. Just got a quick question for you. Why did you raise me not eating meat?
My name's Tom, and I've never eaten meat, but I can't seem to go a day without hearing from others about why they could never go vegan. Like vegans are malnourished. Climate change doesn't exist. Cheese, bacon, the food is bloody disgusting. B12, protein, animals are there for us to eat. Are these reasons justified? I need to know more.
I think there is this big misconception around you can't be vegan and strong.
What are you going to eat? You go gym, where are you going to get protein from?
I stood on the Olympic podium just 5 months shy of my 40th birthday.
I need to speak to the experts. Do you think the public have any idea what goes on in free-range farms?
In meat-eating cultures around the world, people learn to classify a small handful of animals as edible.
Issues
like
to do with the
good
use
quality
of other
documentary.
animals, the use of women's bodies.
Most people have this one-dimensional view of veganism as
people who eat salads all day, which is totally wrong.
Food has now overtaken other risk factors as being the biggest thing that drives chronic disease in the Western world.
Rather than getting healthier, we're actually getting sicker.
1 in 5 people die because of an unhealthy diet.
The dairy industry has convinced us that bone health is all about calcium and calcium is all about milk.
I can't even articulate some of the things that I've seen.
When I have nightmares now, it's the sound of those pig screams that I'm hearing.
The biggest cause of ecological destruction.
Humanity, technology and inventions have brought us into this situation. We can also reverse that.
Nearly 5 million deaths were caused and related to antimicrobial resistance.
This is the greatest catastrophe humanity has ever faced.
The worst experience of my life.
Cool. Seems interesting. Seems like an interesting, kind of combination. So there's like some Game Changers vibes and What the Health vibes, and potentially it looks like there's some of the ethical stuff as well, which is good. Good to mix that up and have everything in there. Oh, somebody tipped. I missed that earlier. Tipped $54. Hey, thank you so much to 50. You legend. That's awesome. What an incredible start. Amazing. Thank you so much. 50. Are you trying to hide your identity? Is that why you put in as 50? Could be, right? Because I haven't seen you in the live chat. Amazing. What an incredible start. Thank you so much. That's awesome. There's inspiration for everybody else. And remember, guys, when you do tip, when you do use the either Super Chat or Streamlabs tip link, you can ask a question too. So remember that. Hey, that's amazing. Wow. Blown away. That's a big number. Really appreciate it. And so this documentary. So yeah, it seems really cool. And actually, I think it's with these documentaries, I'm usually a little bit split because I think this looks really cool. My only thing that I would say that I have concerns about, or that kind of like bugs me a little bit, is I'd love to see this style of documentary. I understand why they talk about environment and health and stuff like that, because it's more appealing, I suppose, to a wider audience. But the reason that we are making the documentary we're making, where it's only focusing on animals, and the reason that, this project is going ahead, which I've just realized now, I haven't spoken about this in a very long time, is that I think there needs to be a documentary, or there needs to be more documentaries that do focus on animals specifically. And without the environmental stuff, without the health stuff, because there's so many other places where that exists. There are so many other people who focus on that. There's so many other documentary filmmakers that are making those things and will continue to make those things. But with the ones that specifically focus on animals, like, for example, Dominion or Land of Hope and Glory or Earthlings, with those documentaries, there's very few and far between, right? Ones that cover so much like that, and very unashamedly. So I'd like to see more of those being made, as well as documentaries like these, to be totally honest with you, because they're harder to make, they're harder to film, they're harder to edit, they're harder to watch, and that's why I think they're not as, they're not sexy, are they? They're not documentaries you can enjoy making when it's just focused on animals. Whereas these ones, like this guy's making, you can enjoy making that. So it's a lot more attractive for people to make, and I understand that, and I appreciate making it. But I do wish there were more of the other type of documentary, to be totally honest with you, as well. So yeah. All right, what else have we got then? Let's jump in. Oh, we've got our first interview coming up as well. That'll be in about 45 minutes, so that'll be cool. And before we interview Benjamin, we will watch the video that made him famous as well. So stick around for that. The video that got him on my radar and got him famous. Is there anything you guys... Oh, I saw somebody wanted me to react to something from Joey. Let's have a look at that video then, shall we? There was something from... new video from Joey. Which one was it you guys wanted? Something like... this anti-vegan troll. Was it the anti-vegan troll one you guys wanted to... Or was it the seriously worried one? Let's try that. They had me seriously worried vegan debate gets creepy. Should we take a look at that one? Yeah. Let's take a look at that one. That seems interesting.
I reckon we should eat hobos. People who don't pay tax should be punished and eaten. If I don't know them, I don't care really.
Dude, I'm getting real evil vibes from you, brother. Eh? Like I wanna like not, but you're giving me serial killer vibes, bro. Eh? Should we eat a koala?
Nah, mate.
Why not?
They're cute, mate.
They're cute?
Yeah, wouldn't eat one. I reckon they taste a bit eucalyptusy. You know what I mean?
So, what about kangaroos? Would you eat a kangaroo?
Yeah, 100%.
Why?
I reckon the meat would be tender.
So it's about the taste for you?
Yeah.
So it's not about the animal, really?
Yeah, no, not really.
What other animals do you eat?
Chicken, beef, bit of everything.
Beef is not an animal?
Oh, well, cows.
A cow?
Yeah.
Would you eat a dog?
Nah.
Here we go. Now we've hit the spot. So koala, maybe not because of the taste, but why not a dog?
I reckon they could be treated as a pet. Like
Honestly, like I mean, I don't want to judge people by their appearance, but this guy doesn't seem like he's the brightest in the bunch.
you can't really have a cow in your backyard.
Why would you give moral consideration to a dog? Like, why would you care about that being?
Because they have emotion.
Like emotion?
Yeah.
Okay. What other property do they have that you consider morally important?
They're like a companion, where like you can walk them, do the thing, kind of like a cat. Like I wouldn't eat a cat.
Do you believe they are conscious beings?
Yeah.
And they have their own experiences?
Yeah.
They want to avoid suffering and they like to be comfortable. So what about other animals? What about a cow?
If you ate a dog, I wouldn't consider it wrong. Like,
would you consider cutting their head off wrong? The dog? Because eating
for
is
eating
one thing.
Purpose.
Yeah,
for
of course.
Purpose,
Is it wrong to cut the dog's head off for eating purposes?
Yeah, if you wanted to feed, yeah.
If you just wanted to feed, it's okay to kill the dog.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think? You agree with him?
Well, for one, koalas are endangered, right? That's all it comes down to. Why you shouldn't
what
eat.
about if I farm them?
You farm them.
So they're no longer endangered.
I feel like for the children, it just wouldn't be an outlook that people want. Eating cuddly,
I'm asking for
cute things.
Just because they're cute, I mean, some people are less cute than others.
Yeah.
Does that mean we can kill the less cute people?
No.
Okay.
That's a really
I'm
good
asking
question.
for why we have a moral consideration for this animal. I mean, you're saying because they're an icon or they're fluffy and they're cute.
Okay, so
but what about intrinsically, like inside of them?
Right, so if they're not endangered, then I don't see a problem.
Cutting koalas' heads off is fine if we farm them.
If they are, yes, if they're not endangered, and we're using them in the same purpose of, say, cows or pigs or sheep.
Okay. Let me ask you this: what about humans? Can we do that to humans?
I would say no, because we all are a lot more. We're the top of the food chain, and it should stay that way. We have the power of mentality, we can.
With the dominant one.
Yeah, with the dominant one. We should not be.
Wow,
service,
wow.
yeah.
So that makes it. So have you ever heard might makes right?
No.
So if we're dominant, but not all humans are dominant, right?
No.
So we can actually target vulnerable people, enslave them, and kill them for meat, right?
Mm.
Because there are more dominant humans than others. Children are less dominant; they're vulnerable.
Yes.
So your argument kind of contradicts itself in the human race, doesn't it?
It comes in also as food there is for a reason, and if it came down to it, I'd eat a koala over a human.
One sec. Off topic. You're trying to avoid that topic. You said because we're dominant, we can't do it to other humans. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Now I said there are humans who are less dominant than other humans. Does that give us the right?
This guy,
I'm saying
I'm just. Are you guys realizing here? These guys are all absolutely baked out of their faces. Look at under this guy's eyes. Look at under this guy's eyes, and look at under this guy's eyes. And each of them has some nice little bag there, little bags under their eyes, because they're all baked. They're all high as balls. That's why they're talking funny. That's why it sounds funny, because they're all high as fuck.
You stopped at human there.
I feel like humans all together is one thing. I feel.
What do you mean?
I feel
what
like
gives us importance?
All around us.
All around us, bro. We build things, bro. Circle of life, bro. It's just the food, bro.
You didn't.
No, but
If you can't build a building, right?
Yes,
Kids
humans,
can't.
mate.
Kids
Yeah,
can't.
but they can grow up to build one.
No, but not all people have the capacity to.
We have the function of we work for tax, we work for the government, we
some
make the
people don't.
system. We make the system.
What if we didn't?
I reckon we should eat hobos.
So you should eat some humans.
Yes.
So we should eat vulnerable humans, like homeless people.
Yes, I reckon people who don't pay tax should be punished and eaten.
What if they don't? They're born in some situation where they can't.
Well, we give them a certain amount of time to pick themselves up.
Okay. So you're.
Do you know, I actually had a guy say something similar to me. He told me that he was, once we've been talking for a while, he was talking about, because animals don't give any, they can't give any input in society. They can't progress society. They're not part of society, right? Is what he was saying, which is whatever, we can argue against stuff, all that. I said, it doesn't really matter though, does it? It doesn't really matter. There's lots of people that don't contribute to society that, you know, for example, I said homeless people don't contribute anything to society. They actually leech off society. The government needs to pay them, needs to house them. They cost the world money and they can turn their lives around. But while they are not choosing to do that, while they're choosing to not do that, then yes, they are, you know, they are costing society. And he was like, yeah, I think we just kill them. I was like, okay. What about, for example, people that haven't chosen this, but have been born like people disabled or whatever, or, you know, different disabilities and things. They're also costing society. Some of those people can't give anything back. They just need to be helped, and cared for by society, by the community, by the government. What about those people? He was like, yeah, I think they should all just be killed. And he was dead serious, dead serious. He was like, yeah, kill them all. And I was just like, yeah, I'm done talking to you, bro. I didn't know what the hell to say, really, because that's just not the kind of person you want to waste any more time with, is it? And these guys are saying it as a joke, I'm sure. But this guy was legit. This guy was just, yeah, whatever. Yeah, totally. No problem at all. Weird guy.
Okay with eating koalas, one, and people.
Yep.
All right, and you? People and koalas?
Yeah, same.
Okay. Cannibals, so you're two Jeffrey Dahmers in the making?
Yeah.
And you?
100%.
Do what you feel. We're all gonna die anyway. What's it matter?
So just do whatever you feel.
But,
I don't care. Don't
have you
bother
heard
me.
Aleister Crowley? He was the founder of the Satanist movement.
No, hasn't
He said,
bothered my
"Do
life.
as
Has
thou
not changed
wilt."
my life.
Have you heard that phrase? Do as thou wilt. That's an Aleister Crowley phrase statement.
But
so Satanist, I'm saying.
So if
Yeah, I'm a Satanist.
That's a Satanist principle. It's like do as thou wilt.
So
doesn't bother me.
I know this is a vegan thing.
So
but,
even like abusing people, killing people, if it feels good to you, if you got some sick urge, do as thou
If
wilt.
I don't know them, I don't care really.
Okay.
Alright then.
Oh, man, these guys.
Cold.
Is this a
Cold. You're a gangster, brother. That is gangster. You don't care
It's
about
not family. I don't give.
What if it was your family, but you said do as thou wilt? If someone did that to your family,
Well, then yeah, it's a bit different.
why is it different? But
Because
you're
it's
saying
a
do as thou
family.
wilt to other families.
Oh well, yeah, then I will care. Oh, if it's to my family.
It matters only when it happens to us. That's
if,
all I'm saying.
If we didn't have,
Like we're the
We're
koala.
only living for ourselves.
if we didn't kill chickens for eating,
Not everyone, man.
if we didn't kill
I don't
chickens,
think like that,
if
man.
we didn't kill chickens for eating, well, where they going to live? Like
They're farmed. That's
yeah,
what I'm
but
saying.
chickens outnumber us.
It's human intervened
3 to 1.
It's human intervened breeding, is what I'm
Well,
saying.
mate, just pick chickens and cows over koalas anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They selectively bred these species over time to serve a purpose.
Mate, this is the world I was born in. I got to deal with it.
So
Yeah, but you don't have to follow everything in the world.
But,
This guy's on a downer. It's kicking in a bit hard right now. He's the weed. He's getting paranoid. He's getting a bit down. You know, he was feeling good before, but this conversation's harshing his vibe, bro. Now he's like, it's just the world we live in, bro. It's just like nothing. You know, I'm gonna die one day anyway. If you're not my family, who cares, bro? It's so funny.
Change anything.
You can. You can make differences. You can make differences in your own life.
I'm not wasting my life making a difference. I'm just going to die and it's not going to matter to me anyway.
Yeah, but for the people that are here and the animals that are here when you die, it's good to leave a good legacy behind. A positive one for them.
But
This is
Yeah, I
funny.
mean that's a self-centered sort of worldview.
but chickens outnumber us 3 to 1. And
You're a
if-
nihilist, brother. You know the word nihilist?
Nope, don't know anything.
So chickens
No,
outnumber
I
us
don't know anything. This guy is having the worst day of his life.
3 to
Who
1.
cares anyway? Well, that's not going to matter in the end. Yeah.
Chickens outnumber us 3 to 1.
Where'd you get that number from? It's actually 10 to 1.
10 to 1 chickens.
They murdered. I think they murder about between 60 and 80 billion chickens a year.
So 60 and 80, and if we didn't kill them, so what, we're going to breed them and then...
No, they're breeding them into existence to kill them. If you stop the breeding process, they stop becoming
so then
into
what,
existence.
We're just going to just get rid of chickens.
Well,
as you're saying.
Well,
like,
jungle fowl...
Here we go. Now here we go with the fake concern for chickens. All of a sudden he's like, I don't care, I gotta eat chickens. And now he's like, yeah, but what if there were no chickens? But the chickens are just, I love chickens though. I don't want there to be no chickens. Yeah, sure, mate. It's believable. Isn't it mad when people do that? They flip it. They go from being like, fuck chickens, I don't care about chickens, I'll eat 5 chickens because of you. And then the second he's like, yeah, we stopped breeding them. Da, 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 da. But then there'll be no chickens in the world. We need chickens in the world. I love chickens. Oh, you're a vegan, you're evil. You want to exterminate chickens. Fuck off.
In nature, leave them as they are. But I'm talking about, yes, mass breeding and exploiting animals is a moral abomination. Just like if I took your genes and your genes, started splicing humans together in some farm, and they're sentient, conscious beings, they don't want to die, they feel suffering, start growing food off of people, it's a moral issue then.
That's just evolution of the human culture.
What does
what's
that
going
mean?
to come to. Like, we're going to have to, like, futurize everything that we have, right? Eventually.
Yeah,
Or
just
I don't
like
wanna say the same.
futurize everything, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, but what are we going to evolve to? Veganism. Everyone in the world's going to evolve to veganism.
The ones who can, you can be vegan right now. Bang.
Got to keep balance in
Yeah,
the world.
just
I feel
balance,
like
bro.
what it all comes
Killing is about... Nah, I don't know about
It
that.
all comes down to the vote.
Just be all good.
It all, same with the equality. It comes down to the vote.
Dude, I'm getting real evil vibes from you, brother, eh? Like, I want to, like, not, but you're giving me serial killer vibes, bro, eh? Like, you're saying it can't be all good, like, we've got to have some mass killing.
How long have you
Do as thou wilt.
Have you been vegan your whole
You
life?
know,
Well, look, mass killings. Well, look, we had Port Arthur, and now there's no guns in Australia. So I don't know. Maybe it does do good. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah.
Oh my
Port Arthur
God.
happened, and now we don't have gun laws.
Animals
Not
killed-
saying it's good, but
I mean, I don't know if it's very
everything
good
in the
logic.
world happens.
But,
Nothing's a
have
good
you been
logic.
vegan your whole life?
Absolutely not.
Oh, you
No.
What made you change?
I didn't think it was morally justified. I felt like a hypocrite. I was saying, well, I care about dogs and whales and dolphins, the animals that society tells me to care about, but there's no morally significant difference between those animals and the animals that I eat and stab and kill, pay for people to stab and kill on my plate. I felt like it was wrong, and I come from a past of violence and gangs, and I didn't want to hurt people or animals anymore. I thought if I live consistent as I can in a horrible world that we live in, then I'm setting a good example for others.
But if we didn't kill them, like, they wouldn't serve as much of a purpose.
Who cares who serves? That's think about that argument.
What? Man, it's so crazy the shit people say when they're put on the spot, when they're pushed and pressured. If we didn't kill them, then they wouldn't serve a purpose. What are you on about? Like, how can you just create? We have these man-made things, and then we just want everything else to adhere to the man-made shit we make up. So we say, humans, every human needs a purpose. This is like who said this? Someone said this, some famous, I don't know, politician or some shit. I can't remember. Someone from history, I don't know. And he said, so every man needs a purpose or something like that. Or a man without a purpose is a man without, without happiness. Or there is purpose, happiness brings purpose brings happiness, whatever. This concept. And I agree with it. Every single person benefits from having a purpose. Without purpose, they're lost and they will suffer. All right? I agree. But then humans have this weird knack of, or even let's call it even Western humans, you could even say, have this weird knack of trying to push these ideals onto, first of all, other people, and then onto other animals. So, for example, if here in the West, we have this dominant idea that purpose creates happiness, right? And in some other place in the world, they have this other idea that actually it's not purpose that creates happiness. It's, I don't know, it's something else. And then people from the West will some people in the past have decided, well, no, you're going to listen to me. My idea is better. But they've tried to force their ideas on other people. This has happened a lot in the past. But nowadays, because we have just everyone's connected and the ideas are all flowing and it's not quite the same as just, getting a boat over and forcing stuff on people. Nowadays, it's like more like the battle of it's a lot. It's probably more fair nowadays because everybody has access to the same internet and they can debate and discuss. It's not just you being forced anymore. But on animals don't have that, right? Animals are vulnerable. But then he's just saying now, he's saying, without me killing them and eating them, they have no purpose, as if that should be taken seriously. Why should your idea of what a good life is be taken seriously for other animals? Why are you taking man-made stuff, man-made ideas and man-made theories about what makes a good life and forcing it onto an animal, like literally by forcing a knife across their throat? It's crazy. And I see people do it so often, and even vegans do it. Believe it or not, I've seen even vegans kind of, not like this is an anti-vegan way of doing it, but there are some vegans who also take ideas from kind of man-made society ideas and force them onto animals because they think that's a good way of doing it or whatever. It's a weird thing that's just people do it. And I see it more and more, and especially we see it when we have debates with non-vegans and they say stuff like that. I just can't. I'm trying to put myself in his shoes to get to the point where I would feel like in his shoes, I'm a non-vegan, right? Talking to Joey Carbstrong. For me to say to Joey Carbstrong, if I don't kill and eat that animal, they had no purpose. I truly have to believe that a purpose is what's important in life. And then I have to also believe that I'm doing the animal a favor by giving them a purpose. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. If he really believes it, it could just be a knee-jerk reaction, but it just blows my mind, this human, we see everything through our own eyes. We can't see anything through anyone else's eyes. I mean, that's just a condition of being you. But to do that, to go that far with it, wow. Just amazing, right?
In human context,
amazing.
Right? Yeah. You're only there for my purpose.
But let's say the purpose is wrong.
Of course it's wrong. It's horribly wrong, decapitating animals. If you're the animal, ask if it's wrong when you're the animal, because it's easy to look for our lens and humans' lens.
See how you say that, but the animal can't talk, you know what I mean?
Some humans can't. Can we kill them?
But if they're a pedophile, I'd kill them.
Why is he on about pedos?
Something wrong to children. But I'm saying the animals did nothing wrong. Chicken did nothing wrong.
But chickens, like what you said, outnumber us, and so they're just going to live in the wild, and we'll have chickens and cows.
Because we forcibly breed them into existence to outnumber us, and it doesn't matter if they outnumber us; they're not harming anyone.
But so what? We're just going to have chickens and cows.
We are the harmers.
We're going to have chicken and cows just walking around.
No, that's not how it's going to work. These animals we created.
But if we didn't have farms,
where do these animals come from?
Breeding on farms.
Selectively bred animals. They're not from nature, these animals. They're derived originally from nature, but they've been selectively bred to grow meat off their bones or milk.
What about milking?
Eggs.
What about milking and eggs? Like
those industries are riddled with violence, and they kill all those animals when they're done with them.
But say you had a couple of chickens in the backyard and they grew eggs.
Well, that's not what we're talking about, is it?
But if you did.
Well, that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about you. You won't even stop it. You would eat a koala. You would eat a human.
Yeah, if it came.
You want to do what you want.
I'm
getting scared of you.
I was at the abattoirs chopping their heads off.
Were you? Did you work on the kill floor?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't kill them.
Okay. What kind of abattoir?
A beef export.
Okay.
Killing cows.
And what did you think about working there? Like just
fucking loud in there, I'll tell you
that.
Did
you see any of the blood, any killing, smell any of the skins and entrails?
You don't really smell much. It's very air conditioned, but yeah, you watch them all hang by their things and all get sliced up down the chain, get dropped down, get sliced again, bagged up, and sold.
So you see them after they've been bulk gunned?
Yeah.
You ever see footage from them in the
No,
the knock
I
box?
was in the boning room, which is more
After
getting all the
they've
cuts,
carcasses.
not in the slaughterhouse. And that's only certain people are allowed to kill them. Like I forgot what it was, some hell.
It was a halal slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Anyways, watching the animal in the knockbox about to be bulk gunned, they actually are terrified. They don't know what's necessarily going to happen, but you know they don't want it to happen to them. And then you get to see they're conscious,
There's no proof they're conscious.
There's no proof you're conscious. Prove to me you're conscious.
There's no proof. I can't.
Exactly.
I can't. There's no proof.
But we infer it because you have a brain, eyes, and you react in a way, and you.
Oh my god.
So we can infer that from animals
There
too.
is, but that's where it comes from. Why most people don't still eat. Otherwise, everyone would be vegan if we all believed, or there's all proof that animals did feel pain like we did the humans, and that was
there is
like.
proof they do.
I feel like majority of people, if you went around and asked more people, they would say, oh, it's just a chicken.
Well, that's a lack of education, but the evidence exists.
But that's why people say they're only a small animal.
But what's the purpose of a cow? One sec. Let him finish his point, and then I want to hear your purpose of a cow.
They say that people point out as like a small chicken, right? Like it's just a little chicken. Like who cares if we eat it?
Who cares?
But
then again, we're saying that, yeah, that's a chicken, that's conscious chicken. Like, it feels the same pain as us and all that. So we should value that little chicken a lot more. But we don't. We don't, because that's what majority of people are just, uneducated people, I guess.
And I wasn't educated.
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
It took me a little while to wake up. I knew animal cruelty was wrong, but I didn't really understand why I knew that.
Exactly, yes.
Because there's a real deeper meaning. And if you look at it from the human context, like doing what we do to chickens to people, then you can't understand, well, wait a second, they've got personalities, they don't want to die, all these reasons that we should value.
Yes.
Because we don't want it done to ourselves.
Again, yeah. But it's like, then again, with like the other thing
Or
I
our
said
families,
before,
like I said, if it's my family, it would be on war. But chickens ain't hurting my family. They're not doing nothing wrong to us. We have no reason to do it to them. Well, we got reasons, but no justification.
Exactly. I see what you mean. So
Yeah, that's cool. That I agree. I see what you said. I see what you mean. It's getting somewhere.
So if we didn't kill cows at all for meat, and everyone on the earth was vegan.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Bon Cheat. I don't see the rest of your name. 1 minute. It's gonna pop up now on the big screen. Wait for it. It's coming on the big screen. Bit of a delay. Between YouTube and Streamlabs. It's coming. It's coming. Come on. I'll just extend it out 1 minute. Give me a second. I put it up myself. There you go. Bunchy Dude. Cool name. There you go. You're up on the screen right now. And you'll also have, once it updates, there'll be a big notification in the middle as well. Thank you so much. Absolute legend. Keep it coming, guys. Help me out. Every single one of your donations, every single one of your tips, Super Chat or Streamlabs. There it is, Bonchy Dude. There it is. Nice, big in the middle, so you can be acknowledged for the legend you are. But guys, every single one of these goes back into the channel and goes back into other private projects that are going on behind the scenes. One of which is going to really, really change the world, I hope, for a lot of animals and for a lot of people, going to make a lot of people go vegan. And it all comes towards that, guys. It's going to take years to get this right. It's probably going to be released like 2024 and possibly, well, optimistically 2024. So another 2 years or so. But this is what your money's going towards, guys. Really, really helps me out and helps us out, helps us to get these projects going forward. And very excited to reveal the full details and all the information about what's going on behind the scenes. Hopefully by the end of this year, we'll be able to reveal it to you, like fully reveal it to you. So, wow, Julie, thank you so much as well for the super chat. Really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. The super chats, by the way, they don't update on the, let's pop this on there now. There's 20 and 10. So super chats don't update on the donation goal, but I can add it myself, I'm pretty sure. Can I add it myself? Apparently I can't. Manual add? No. Interesting. Well, it's all good. The donation bar that you can see here, the tip bar, it works with the Streamlabs tips, but I can't add onto it. But it's okay. I can just keep you up to date on it. It's all good. So we're up to 84, I think, right now, which is cool. Let's continue with the Joey video, then see how this is about to finish this one. So let's see how it ends.
The cow's purpose is to what? Cut your grass.
What is your purpose, mate? So this is where you get into the oppressor mentality. If you don't serve a purpose for the oppressor, your life doesn't matter. And that's like underpinned in every single human atrocity you can think of. They don't matter, let's enslave them and get us to do their work and then we'll kill them. They don't matter, let's gas chamber them. They don't matter, let's do whatever we want to whoever we want. But that's not what human rights or animal rights are.
Because to serve a purpose us serving a purpose is not like a cow's purpose. Like, you cannot...
Who dictates what a cow's purpose is? The one who wants to cut them up and eat them?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty unfair.
But
you're motivated.
The whole word fair doesn't, like, a cow can't understand, like a cow...
So you're basically getting into a tricky territory because the babies can't understand what's fair, neither can dogs, and neither can people with severe handicap. We protect them because they're vulnerable.
Yeah.
And because they deserve to be protected because they're sentient.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if a cow doesn't understand what's fair.
Because a baby will grow up and develop into a human paying taxes and working jobs.
I can ask you this question.
Even if they couldn't,
a cow
though.
who's about to be shot in the head, thinks to themselves, oh, this is fair.
It's so strange that he thinks that people only look after other people because they're going to grow up and pay taxes. Now, some people don't grow up and pay taxes. Some people, unfortunately, are born with debilitating diseases, and the parents know that that's their life, and they're going to grow up, and they're most likely not going to be able to get a job, and they're most likely not going to be able to do anything. So it's not the case. The case is that oftentimes a lot of people around the world have a baby, and the baby's diagnosed as a baby, and they still look after them. It's not like the society's just like, nah, they're not going to be able to pay taxes, so let's just let them die and let's no one support them. That's not how it works, man.
A cow can't think that.
You don't think cows have intellectual thought?
No.
Okay.
Well, that intellectual thought goes pretty quick. That thought goes away pretty quick.
So you don't think a cow, but they might not think in the same language. What does a dog think when they want something, or when they want to go for a walk, or when they have something that's tasty, or when they want a snack? Does a dog do that?
Yeah, in a sense.
Oh, why does a dog do it and a cow doesn't? What's the difference?
A dog's more developed than it. It's like, cannot compare a dog to a chicken.
Do you have evidence for that? You're just making
just
claims
by,
without
just
evidence.
By plain sight. The reaction of like being able to train a dog. Being able to train a dog. A cow you cannot train.
How do you know that?
Because no one has a pet cow.
This is where we're talking about lack of education before. Remember how we were talking about lack of education, and you just said it about consciousness?
Yeah.
You're doing it now with intelligence.
Yeah.
But let's just say you're all right. Cows are stupid. You can't train them, right? But what matters is they're sentient. Do you know the difference between intelligence and consciousness? Yeah?
Yeah, still they're feeling...
Intelligence is like a computer. Yeah. Consciousness is your experience.
So I just want to talk about this comment here from Julie, who says, my son is autistic. He most likely won't be working. We're working on that too, but that's part of the reason I went vegan. And yeah, my youngest brother is also autistic, and he is now currently trying to get jobs, actually. I think he's going to either be working or working as a volunteer. And you know, he's not going to be able to give much back to society. He's not going to be able to give like a massive contribution, and he won't be paying many taxes. And but he will give something. But even if he couldn't give anything, what does that mean then? According to these guys, or this cornrows guy, then he's worthless. He has nothing to give. And what does that mean? Then he can be hung upside down in a slaughterhouse and cut up. I don't get the logic. These people, the logic falls to pieces very quickly when you apply it to like real world scenarios. It's just scrambling and looking for any reason to justify what they're doing. And it's really, it makes me sad to see that people are still doing this after all these years. And they must have seen vegan debate videos. They must have seen some outreach videos online. Why not just be honest and just say, I'm just selfish. I haven't thought about these things before. And I feel you're making me feel bad because you're making me feel like I'm a selfish person. But realistically, it's because I am a selfish person. And maybe I should change. But I am selfish and I don't want to change. And I'm actually feeling like I want to make a load of excuses right now because I don't want to change. Rather than coming out with all this nonsense, these crazy, ill thought out, these ideas that make no sense when you actually apply them to real situations.
You're a subject in their suffering and experiencing well-being. You don't have to be super intelligent, and we don't even have that moral metric for human beings, do we? We don't say, oh, they're smarter, leave them alive. They're actually mentally handicapped, let's kill them. Because that's what Hitler did. Yeah? Yeah. What, do you think that was wrong? Yeah. Hitler killing disabled people because he felt they were defective and not part of the superior race?
He did do that.
But, so you're comparing farmers to Hitler?
Oh my God, man. Oh, these guys. Now he's trying to take a... I'm losing the conversation. I'm losing this debate. So I'm going to try and pull out are you comparing this to this?
That's a cheap cop-out. That's not what I said.
Well done.
Similar
Very cheap
mentality
cop-out.
that Hitler had, where he used to justify killing disabled people in gas chambers, was they're not superior, is the same mentality that you're using to justify killing animals that you don't think are as superior as you in their intelligence. That's the same metric.
Yeah, but...
Now, I can compare any two things I want. I'm not saying that they're exactly the same thing, which is equating.
Yeah.
But I'm saying they're comparable in your mentality.
That's a good explanation of that. And I just want to quickly just mention, Annie, could you talk with Viner Moinen and try to understand what's going on there? But yeah, Vinemoinen, you could check on, you could try to use Super Chat, or if you're using Streamlabs, try using Super Chat. If you're using Super Chat, try using Streamlabs. I'm sure one of them will work. But definitely check that out and see, maybe Annie can help you in the comments as well.
I'm not saying chickens are the same as people either. I didn't say that.
Yeah, yeah.
The mentality's the same.
All right. I'm going to make a move. Cheers for that, brother.
Did you learn something?
Yeah.
No worries, brother. And you?
Yeah.
Hope you find a bit more positivity, my friend. I feel like you might be a little bit nihilistic and lost hope in the world.
Find a good steak now.
Oh God. God, please help us all.
What is the reason that you don't eat animals?
Are you saying?
Oh my God. Straight into the next, huh? It's a shame with those guys because it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like, it feels kind of like, I don't know. It feels like every conversation obviously adds something. It's true. But it feels a bit shit when they kind of just walk away and there's no action to be taken, right? There's nothing. What happens next? Well, they're just the guys, oh, I'm going to go eat steak now. So it's like, it seems like it was just almost an entertaining kind of time for them, like just something they were doing to pass the time. Which personally, and I know this annoys Joey as well, personally really annoys me. When I feel like I've just spent a load of time just shooting the shit, basically, like not really achieving anything, and I've just spent. It's like having a conversation with. It's like having a conversation with my friends about what my favorite game is, my favorite Switch game, or my favorite game of all time, and then you just kind of like walk away, and there's nothing really been had. There's nothing really been established, and nobody said to me, "Are you going to go and try this game now, David? Are you going to go and do that?" And I've said yes or no. You know, I feel like, I feel like it's you feel like maybe you not achieved anything from the conversation. I feel like Joey would probably feel annoyed by this as well, because it kind of feels like it just kind of fizzles out, and these guys didn't really give any commitments to anything. Oh, I'm going to go and try this, or I've listened to you, or anything like that, which is annoying. It's really annoying. So, yeah. But at least, I mean, I think the guy, to be fair, of the three, the guy over the left, not the middle guy, this one with the hat, he seemed to have something from it. Cornrows was being silly. This guy seemed to be a little bit more open, and the middle guy was just an idiot. Obviously, the nihilistic guy. Didn't like that guy. Gave some real bad vibes, didn't he? Definitely some bad vibes coming from that guy. All right, in 10 minutes, we have our first guest of the day. So let's take a look at what exactly who he is and what he's been up to. So he is part of the group, the Finnish group Viral Vegans. This is their YouTube. And the thing that got him famous, actually, and put him on my radar, was this video right here. Vegan activist arrested in front of KFC. So let's just go back to the beginning and see what happens. So, to give you the background to this is Benjamin, who's coming on. I think that's him. Wait, is him and his brother? They look very similar. I think. No, that's Benjamin there. Yeah, they're like twin brothers. It's crazy. So he's queued up outside the first KFC to ever launch in Finland. Ever, okay? And he's just got in and they're giving him a chance to speak. So this is what he said.
Mä teetin, tiedättekö tämän tilaisuuden kunniaksi itselleni teepainon, koska tää on niin historiallinen hetki.
See, and that's his brother, so now you understand why I was just double checking. They're like identical.
Mä oon jonottanut täällä en itseni takia, vaan miljardien kanojen ja muiden sorrettujen eläinten puolesta. Kanat, lehmät, muut tuotantoeläimet ovat kaikki aistivia yksilöitä, aivan niin kuin kissat ja koirat.
Now bear in mind, this is in the first ever KFC to open in Finland, the big opening day. He got the opportunity to stand up on the stage and talk because he was the first customer, whatever, the first one through the door. And look at what he did with it. This is just amazing, isn't it?
Se tuleeko kana suorastaan vai No niin. Sivuseikka. Koska eläinten turha hyväksikäyttö on aina väärin. On mahdotonta inhimillisesti teurastaa yksilöä, joka ei halua kuolla.
Jatketaan ulkona.
Se kuva onnellisesta tuotantoeläimistä, mikä meille myydään, on valhe. Äärimmilleen jalostetut eläimet kärsivät ja kuolevat, koska me syödään. Ja me voidaan lopettaa eläinten syöminen. Meidän ei tarvitse syödä.
So it went from, they invite him on stage, they give him a chance to do a speech, they don't like what he's saying, so he gets manhandled out of there by security, and then not just out of here, you'll see what happens next. It's not just, they don't just put him on the street.
Te voitte tehdä ihan samoin. Tässä ei ole mitään uutta. Kaikki me tiedetään, että meillä on vegaanisia ruokia saatavilla. Meidän ei tarvitse tappaa 60 miljardia eläintä. Me ollaan ihan normi-ihmisiä.
How crazy is this? They still got him, so now he's on public property. He's still on the street. Now they could let him go, but they don't. Look at this. And his brother as well. Look at that. See that? You can just see they slam him down there as well. Watch. Watch this here. Watch him go down. Look. They floor him when they get through the door. How mad is that? Absolutely crazy. So that's Benjamin, and this was about a year ago. This went super viral in Finland. It was viral for the reason, mainly the reason actually. Well, obviously what he said was great. That it actually got this, he got up there in the stage and was able to say what he said. But also a lot of the reason that it went viral was how the people handled him. I believe a lot of people were annoyed about how he got slammed and how he got dragged out like that. And that's just not, it's not how you're supposed to be. It was embarrassing. It's not how you're supposed to do this. It wasn't a professional way of doing it. There are ways to move people without doing what he did to that guy. Without what that guy did to him, sorry. And also, this is really bad press for KFC as well. So, yeah, this was about a year ago when this happened with Benjamin. Since then, they've done lots of videos, but I believe they're all in Finnish, so I wouldn't be able to show you. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's been on, like, TV and stuff, and he's had opportunities that came off the back of that. They've done more actions, and they're doing more actions as well. And he's going to be coming on in about 5 minutes or so. But actually, I need to pee right now. I should probably pee before Benjamin comes on so we can have a nice chill. And I'm not just sat here wondering when I can go get a pee. So what I'll do is I'll pop away for a pee. Then we'll do a little break just while I get Benjamin set up, and then we'll do the interview. So I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. And then we'll be back with Benjamin as well. Very exciting times, guys. We're back. We're back. How do you like the new little pause screen? It's a nice little thing I put together. Oy. It's nice to be able to just jump off and go for a pee anytime I want. And back in the day, it didn't work like this, did it? It was a little bit different back in the day. I have to get Annie over here to chat to you guys and you know, make conversation. I see Cliff's in the chat. Cliff Grant. Cliff's going to be coming on to the stream as a guest, not today. And I'm not going to tell you when, because you guys have just got to watch the whole 7 days to get ready for when Cliff comes. Which, you know, he's going to be coming at some point. We're going to keep you guessing as to when that's going to be. And we have our next guest coming up shortly as well. So that's cool. So I'll tell you what we'll do then. Oh, thank you for the tip. Kermit the Frog says, want to hear a joke about pee? You're in for a... Wow. Okay. Okay. Good one. We also had another tip from Vaina Moinen, who tipped $1. Oh, it's working. There you go. Who says, yo, it's working now. Great. Glad we fixed that. Also, Bonchy Dude sent through a super chat, which $2. Thank you so much. It says can't say the word, is not vegan, especially when not necessary. Speak. Yeah. For quite obvious reasons, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm sorry, I can't do it. It's not just about me not wanting to talk about it. It's also about what it could do to the stream. I'm not 100% certain on how strict things are around this stuff these days. I don't particularly want to risk it, to be honest with you. So yeah, I won't be talking about it in the stream or anything related to that topic in the stream, just to try and avoid any obvious issues. But thank you for the question. It is an important question, and I don't know what else I can tell you at this point. I don't want to get into it for the sake of keeping the stream live, like keeping it like able to, you know, they don't just shut it down or limit it or whatever, because it's still a pretty weird topic, I think. Right, I'm gonna go and set up our guest. All right, guys, I'll be right back, and then we'll have Benjamin from Viral Vegans ready to come on and have a chat and tell us a bit about what happened, a bit about what's going down. Yeah, let's do it. All right, we're here, and just gonna bring in Benjamin now. He is here already. Apparently, if it'll work. You can hear him, but you can't see him. Hey, come on. There he is. Sweet. Hey, we've got him here. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Okay, cool.
All right, dude. Welcome to the stream.
Now
Man.
I'm like, okay, cool.
No, you're here. Yeah, you're here with
you
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you moving? You are moving me.
I'm moving you around, exactly.
Okay.
I'm lining you up.
Nice.
How you doing, mate?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. We just watched your video of you, in the
okay,
KFC.
Cool, amazing. Yes.
The famous one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so famous that even when I was in the vegan camp out, some people were like, "Were you this KFC guy?"
Oh, really? Yeah.
It has even got international coverage.
Yeah,
thanks
man.
to you.
It was a big thing,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah, it was a big thing. I mean,
Yeah.
You see, so you queued up for like, I mean, how many days was it? You said that you queued up for trying to get this.
I was sleeping like 3 nights, and people who haven't been to Finland, it was like the first time that it was -degrees Celsius. So it was like literally I was freezing in the tent, and I had like maybe 3 layers of socks, but still my feet were like cold, and yeah. So it was tough.
Wait, so
it was tough.
to be clear for people who missed that, you camped out. You camped out for 3 nights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to be clear about that.
So
That's crazy.
Just to be the first one in the queue, and I was like camping out in the concrete, like there was no camping ground, so it was just like in front of the mall or in front of the restaurant. So
wow, man.
Yeah,
that's amazing, dude. It still stands as one of the most innovative, kind of creative actions that I've ever seen, and it put you on my radar, and that's when we became friends, basically, right? I got in contact with you, got you on for a stream, and then since then we've talked quite a bit, hung out, camp out and stuff, which was awesome. Yeah, so it's really cool that it all started there, dude. It all started.
Yeah. And maybe the coolest thing is that, like in the Finnish context, there hasn't been any animal rights group since the 90s popping out, like a real animal rights group that has a potential to like change the public opinion. And I gained so much press in Finland. Of course, people who are not from Finland don't know me so well, but Finnish people know, and people are like, "Are you the vegan guy? Let's take a selfie." So I don't know. I'm really happy about the press because and I'm doing TikTok, and our Viral Vegans, we are doing like a lot of social media content, and we are well known. So yeah, and of course many people have gone vegan. Maybe that's the most important thing.
Well, yeah,
like
absolutely.
Many people send me a message that I went vegan, and how can I become a vegan? And so like yeah,
it's awesome.
Of course, there is no if these actions were just actions, then I guess it wouldn't make any difference. But when you know that the way it impacts, then it's totally worth it.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And how's it going for you on TikTok? I've seen that you when we were hanging out, you put a lot of effort into the TikTok stuff, right? How's that going for you right now? So I hate it, by the way.
Yeah.
I fucking hate TikTok. So
Okay,
I'm glad that you're doing it.
Oh. So yeah, I think some videos go really viral. Like I just yesterday did a video like how many kilos do you think that I bench? What kind of gift should I give for the person who guesses right? And now it has like 50K views. So I don't know. So some videos go like this, and so yeah. And of course many people come and comment on my videos, but I think like the Viral Vegans TikTok is even better because I'm not so much concentrated on TikTok. So but yeah, of course I think that's a good thing. Also I try to put content there also.
Yeah, it's good. I think for younger people, I mean, how old are you, by the way? I can't remember.
25.
25, yeah. I think for younger people, I mean, I'm 34 this year, so, you're almost 10 years younger than me. And I think for your generation and younger, I think TikTok is definitely a good place to do this. I think for me, when I was on there, I kind of got the same treatment as vegan teacher. It's just kind of like, you're old, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got that.
Yeah, sometimes I get this comment also, yeah.
That's basic. Yeah, especially I mean, you're clean shaven, so I think you look younger too. But like with my beard and stuff, they're just like, "Why are you on here, Dad?" I'm like, "Yeah, fair play. I shouldn't be on here. I shouldn't be on TikTok."
But don't you always like what I do is basically I put TikTok videos and then I put them to YouTube Shorts, so I get if I do some content, I see it I see the most effective way to like just put it everywhere. Kind of, I put it to my Instagram, maybe even Twitter, and like if I do one content, it's best to use it. So
Totally, mate.
I guess if you so that's a good tactic, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
But you have some.
Go on.
Yeah, you have some really viral videos on TikTok, like few of them, I guess.
On TikTok, don't think so. No,
Yeah.
Do I? I haven't seen them. If that's
maybe like even with some 1 million views in India with some house.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. There was a couple. Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, there were a couple that I had that went viral in India, but then they just shadow banned the account. But I think my most viral short videos now are on YouTube. I've got a couple. I've got one that's one that just crossed 3 million, and then a couple that are like over a million. So it's pretty cool. I think YouTube Shorts is going really well, for sure. Yeah, I think I've seen that you don't do shorts, right? Or do you on YouTube?
I do. But they are just the TikTok shorts.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, basically. And maybe like I got banned from TikTok many times, but then I got my account back, so that has been yeah.
Okay.
Vegans have to fight their way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean TikTok has been banning vegans since forever, basically. It's I just man, I hate that app so much. I think I don't know.
I guess I have so much press that TikTok they have to give it back, because otherwise it looks really shitty for them, because I haven't broken any rules. So
yeah, no, makes sense. So and how's viral vegans in general then? What have you guys been up to? I know you're in the middle of winter right now, so I guess it's a bit trickier to get outside and do stuff. But tell me about what was your latest action with the viral vegans?
So last year I spoke in maybe around 30 different events, maybe 20 schools.
Nice, man.
Then we have a podcast, and a new thing is that we are the viral vegans people. They are playing Minecraft.
Okay.
So we try to break. They make fun, and the live has like 500 plus viewers.
Okay.
Like, almost all the time. So we kind of try to be fun. So, those vegans are seen as extreme. So many people come to the Minecraft live and they're like, okay, you're fun people. I actually like you. And we try to change the perception of veganism, because they want to just diss us and like spread misinformation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess this social media is big. Then what I've been doing is also like vegan advocacy. So last year, like 5 student unions came fully plant-based. So it's basically what Animal Rebellion is doing in the UK.
Yeah.
So I'm really pushing companies and organizations to like go fully plant-based, that they only serve vegan products in their events and things. And then just meeting a lot with Finnish politicians and influencers and just networking. So I view my job as like really holistically, like that.
Sounds like you got a lot going
like
on, man.
Exactly. And I think that's really important, that vegans also try to change the system and get into the system. So
it's good that you're doing that. That's a very tricky area. A lot of people would struggle to know where to start with that. I don't. It's not necessarily the best introduction to activism. You know what I mean? This is something that takes a lot of work, a lot of time, and you have to be very patient with the getting into these positions that you're going for. So it's awesome that you're doing it, that you're putting the work in to figure this out in Finland and insert yourself into these important places. Really good, man. How's it been for you so far? Like, are you seeing success?
Yeah. I think the public perception is changing, and I guess a good thing is that many times our organization, we send press releases. So like in Finland, like in everywhere, there's this Veganuary going on. So I've been talking on a radio show, and now there's becoming a big article about me in one big Finnish newspaper. So I think working with the conventional media is really important also.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like working in all fronts is like my tactic. And I think that vegans should, when you are in a workplace or when you are studying, you should try to somehow leverage the veganism and try to promote veganism and plant-based foods in wherever you are. So yeah.
It's a good idea, man.
And I guess on top of that, I do like almost every day I do vegan activism, like wherever I am. Like when I'm queuing in the, food in our universities, like cafeteria eating, I'm just like, yo, are you vegan? Why are you not vegan? And yeah, I'm always getting into conversations, and yeah, I really enjoy this kind of meeting with people, and yeah, so yeah, like I don't know, everything is activism for me.
I see that, man. I think it's funny. You are the perfect example of, when people say, oh, but vegans have no energy. You're the perfect example of why that isn't true. Like, I remember at the vegan camp out, I have never known anyone to be in so many places at the same time. You were everywhere. I don't get how you were doing it. Like, every time we go to watch somebody do a talk, and then like, they open the room for questions, and you're there, and it was like every place. And there was a time you got on stage at one point and asked a question. Oh my god, man! I've never seen so much energy from one person. You were. It felt like you were at every single speech, every single talk, you asked the question every single time. You were also I saw you in the streets or whatever there, just talking to random people. Man, it was. Yeah, they were a perfect example of vegans having energy.
Think about the meat eaters whose heart pace races when they see me coming. Like, oh no, he's coming. Now let's hide.
Yeah, man. No, you're totally.
But yeah, I guess
you're one of the most. Sorry, I would say one of the most energetic activists I think I've ever met. To be totally honest with you, you don't seem to have downtime. Do you ever relax? Can you relax? Do you know how to?
Yeah, I guess I relax, like going to the gym is good relaxation.
So that's
and yeah, maybe
that's another active thing. That's
for the animals going on it. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe it's like different because I really enjoy my work, and I wouldn't do anything else. So then, yeah, I guess then you don't get like, if this was a job that I hated, then of course I would be burnt out and like struggling. But when you are kind of breathing veganism and animal rights and having the energy, then it's easy.
Definitely, man. Let's ask some basic questions. Let's go. So for everybody watching, see, I'm going to give you my behind the scenes here. I've got a list of questions that I want to try and ask every single person, and it's the most basic stuff. But I think sometimes on YouTube, on vegan YouTube, I feel like we're like a million steps ahead with the vegan conversation, and we assume, unfortunately, that everybody else is right there with us, but there'll be some people watching this video who just went vegan. There'll be some people who've been vegan for a couple of weeks. There'll be some people who are thinking about it, or maybe even a day. And I feel like I make the mistake, and a lot of us make the mistake of talking right past them, just like we did. We just start talking about viral vegans, so let's rewind it then. Let's ask some super basic stuff, and let's give the information to people that maybe doesn't get transmitted on the vegan channels. So Benjamin, let's start with the number one question everybody wants to know. How long have you been vegan?
Yeah, so I've been vegan 6 years. I became vegan 2016 October. Yeah, I watched this Earthlings documentary, and yeah, that was it for me.
Wow,
yeah.
So Earthlings, cool. I got two answers in one there. So 6 years ago when Earthlings did it for you. So wait, you were 19 then, right, at the time?
19, yeah.
And before that, what
graduated from high school.
What kind of person were you before that then? Like, would you?
What kind of person?
Yeah, like I mean, so talk to me, because 19-year-old guy, there's lots of kinds of types of, were you somebody who's like, fuck everything and just all about myself, and then this changed you, or were you already quite a loving, compassionate guy, but you hadn't made what kind of guy were you back then?
Yeah, I guess I was compassionate and having empathy for people and having a kind heart, but then obviously I hadn't realized what was happening.
Yeah.
And I even remember in Finland we have this white hat. It's called ylioppilaslaki in Finnish. It's the hat that you put when you graduate from high school.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You have seen
They're like sailor hats. Yeah, it's a weird tradition in Finland.
For everything. So Finnish people put this sailor hat every time on when they graduate, and then 1st of May, this is a big party in Finland.
Yeah.
It's called Vappu, and people have this kind of sailor hat on.
Finland's such a weird place, man.
Weird place, yeah. But okay, I remember laughing, I went to this Kallion Lukio, like a high school that is like artsy high school where you can become an actor and you can act and like do theater and stuff. So kind of the most left and most progressive high school you could have in Finland.
Okay.
So I remember like people were like saying like, yeah, we should. Is who wants to buy this vegan this graduation hat? I was like laughing, like I was so much laughing this Facebook post in our like high school's Facebook, like the place, and I was showing it to all my relatives and friends, like, okay, look at this, like who would ever want to buy a vegan graduation hat? So I don't know, that's just a good, when I go and give talks, I'm saying that I don't have any like, you know, I'm not like morally somehow superior, and I wasn't born like innocent. I wasn't vegan for most of my life.
Yeah.
But then I don't know, my brother became vegan in the spring.
Okay.
And my big brother, and then he also watched Earthlings, and while he went vegan, he like went to his fridge and just threw all the stuff away from his fridge. So it was like, you know, from total meat eater to fully vegan.
Right.
So then he kind of influenced me, I believe so, because then he was saying that you need to watch this Earthling. So after my brother went vegan, I was like having this nagging feeling in my place that okay, I was somewhat vegetarian. But then once I watched it, I was like, okay, I have zero justification to continue eating animals. And
why were you somewhat vegetarian? You said why did you make that decision?
Or like, I don't know, maybe it was just, you know, I think many vegetarians might have this, you know, nagging feeling, you know, that okay, they kind of, you know, you can't be totally happy because you don't have the, you know, like you have this kind of feeling that okay, this is not enough what I'm doing, and you know, you don't have like any moral baseline. Why do you haven't made this connection that it's wrong or it's unnecessary suffering, that you are harming, you are kind of in between, you know, you are not.
What I mean is, sorry, why were you even, why vegetarian at all? I mean, if you hadn't seen Earthlings yet, why were you already vegetarian?
Yeah, I guess it just made me feel bad, at least the meat. Many vegetarians think that they are not causing any harm to animals because they are vegetarian.
Okay, so you're already vegetarian because you felt meat was bad before watching Earthlings. I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think I didn't call myself a vegetarian, but I was like trying to not eat meat.
Okay.
Or like, you know, like trying to avoid it and like be having this repulsive feeling about meat somehow.
Okay.
But not yet fully satisfied, because of course when you are a vegetarian, I think you are still your eyes haven't fully opened yet, kind of to the animal cruelty side.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And so you started to make these kind of connections early on then. So how long were you let's say like trying to be vegetarian for? Was this
also... so it was like half a year or something.
Okay, I understand.
And then so that then that was the moment that, and maybe that's interesting that many people watch Earthlings and then they're like, oh yeah, okay, I will continue my life, and then you're like, well,
yeah, man.
Like, or you watch Dominion and okay, I will go and eat the beef. Like you're like so.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, this is the absolute, like. Of course, I believe that if the whole society had to watch Earthlings, I think then, like,
it would definitely help. Yeah, people to like.
Would we have or when everybody would have the same consciousness about what's happening. And they couldn't close their eyes, I think a lot of things would change. And people would be okay.
Definitely.
Because then you would know that, okay, all the people know what's happening. So do we want to live in this fake illusion?
Yeah, man. Definitely.
I guess no.
I think the people like you, for sure. I mean, because you're you're right. You clearly were somebody who cared, and you were a nice person who thought about others and not just yourself, even at the age of 19, 18, 19.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people at that age, but especially guys at that age, a lot of guys are very it's the teen. You know what it's like when you're a teenager. There's a lot of that kind of male bravado stuff. There's a lot of this kind of we're fucking men, manly, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So you're the kind of person that you weren't into that. So of course, when you saw Earthlings, you were already primed. You weren't, you know what I mean? You weren't like, well, put meats, but you weren't down that vibe. So I think, yeah, if the whole world was forced to watch it, or I don't know, whatever, it was encouraged or whatever to watch Earthlings or Dominion, everybody who was already like you, and me as well, actually, would most likely become vegan. You're totally right. And that would be a lot of people. That would be a lot of people who would change. It wouldn't be everybody. There'd be a lot of people who would be that, like, yeah, but it's fucking manly. There'd be a lot of those people too. But I think that I'd say like a good 60-70% of people, especially more in the West. I'd say in the West it would be more. I think in a lot of the parts of the world, the idea of being compassionate towards animals is just it's so like minimal that it would be a lot harder to get those people. But in the West, I mean, these ideas have been batting around now for a long time in Western countries. Like we see animals. Well, okay, we claim to see animals in a good way. It's just that people are disconnected, right? Whereas in a lot of other countries, animals are a resource and there is no love. Some countries don't even have pets, or very few people have pets because they just don't see animals like that. So, but anyway, my point is there'd be a lot of people, millions and millions of people would definitely change, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and maybe, of course, it's good to kind of, I don't know, this is there are like a million myths related to veganism, but I don't see veganism as something Eurocentric or Western.
No.
Or if we go back to India and stuff, and to Jamaica and many places of the globe, there is a way more respect, or there has been historically way more respect to animals than in the West. So I think it's good to, or when you're vegan, all kind of arguments will be used against you and somehow that veganism is white and veganism is somehow forced from Europeans to other people. But having compassion and is normal, and it has existed in many cultures, non-European cultures, and of course the term veganism was coined in the UK, but the same ideas have been living beyond the UK. Maybe the best example is this, I guess these Jains who kind of go and sweep the ground and even have their mouth covered that they don't accidentally inhale or kill insects. So we are far away from them vegans in the where they put their life.
You're talking about Jain monks here, though. This is not your average Jain is not doing that. By the way, your average Jain consumes dairy, and also, by the way, the Jain monks also consume dairy. So it's yeah. But I know the point you're making. The point you're making is still absolutely, definitely accurate. That there are other communities around the world who historically, when the rest of the world didn't care about animals, they did care about animals. That's true. And in the current state of things, the best, I mean, I don't know where the best place would be to be an animal right now. Where would the best place in the world be to be? That's an interesting question, actually, because you could be tempted to say, a lot of people would say India, and I can tell you from experience that is not the best place to be if you are an animal. 100% certainty.
To be an animal rights activist?
No, to be an animal.
What do you mean?
To be a non-human animal, basically.
Okay.
Where is the best place in the world to be right now? And I was saying a lot of people would think India.
Okay, there's sanctuary.
Right, but I mean, country-wise, let's get into this. This is an interesting question. If you were born as an animal right now, and I'm not being specific, it could be any animal, just not a human. Where would you want to be born? Which country? As in, it's not a guarantee where you're going to be born. You could be born into a farm. You could be born into as a pet. You could be born into. There's lots of options, but where would be the safest country? Do you think? That's what I'm trying to get to now, and.
I don't know, some Vatican.
Some what?
Vatican. We all this like the Vatican.
But they probably kill you and eat you. It's still the same.
Yeah, but like they don't have any farms. I think they are non-existent because it's such a small place.
So you,
Or like,
that's
okay,
interesting.
There is, or like there are some Monaco. Do they have any farms? I guess not.
So
This
you'd
is just
pick
this is my hunch.
okay. So you'd pick a
But
country
okay, this
that
is not
has
a real country.
like you pick a country. Okay, that's smart. You pick a country that has like minimal farms. That's interesting. That's interesting.
They have only. Yeah. Maybe they could have a really hard legislation, because there are no farmers.
Yeah.
I guess like Singapore is pretty cool also because I understood that they don't really have. That's why they are so progressive in their
in the lab meat stuff.
Lab meat because they don't have this aggressive farmers lobby who is pushing all the everything against all kind of progressive new ideas.
Right, of course.
And there was in the chat there was this ahimsa. I think that's a really cool idea that comes from, I guess, is it from Hinduism? I guess Hindus are doing many things really they are fucking India right now with this kind of extreme Hinduism, but I guess this compassion, what Gandhi talks about, is really, really, really important.
Yeah,
or like non-violence.
Yeah, this in India. The reason I said earlier when I said a lot of people would think India was the best place for animals, and that's wrong, is actually India talks a big talk. There's a lot of people like to say like, oh, India has the best culture for cows, the best culture for animals, but after being on the ground there for a long time, I can tell you it's mostly bullshit. No pun intended. It's actually completely like fabricates lies. They kill cows, they kill buffaloes. They have a beef industry that's one of the biggest in the world. They treat I'm saying they, but like it happens in the country that animals are treated just as bad as they would be in any other country. And in big numbers too. The chicken slaughter there is phenomenal. How they we're talking one place killed almost 1,000 chickens in 1.5 hours, maybe 2 hours by hand. I'm talking like
1 million.
No, 1,000 in one place. In one place. By hand,
like bare hand.
Yeah. It's not the haven that people think it is. And it's just as bad as any other country. Everyone, this is the thing, right? And you'll know this from your activism too, right? In Finland, everybody thinks their country is great for animals, don't they? Everyone thinks it. It's weird. And India is a rare one because in India, most Westerners also think India is good for animals, which is weird. It's like they got this concept like India's like, we're great. And everyone else is like, yeah, India, great. It's just as bad as everywhere else. It's just the same.
Yeah. And I guess like they are also now, or I think this was from Melanie Joy. She has written this "Why We Eat Dogs, Love," or why we this great book "Why We Eat Cow, Love Dogs," and why we eat pigs, love dogs, and we're cow. Okay, yes. I was confused, but yeah, she talks about this idea that. Now, when the West kind of rich countries are getting away from meat, now they start exporting the problem to poorer countries.
Right.
So this is a really sad phenomenon that now in India, they didn't used to eat cow and many animal products, but now the dairy industry in the Western countries is like, okay, dairy is sunking, so now we need to find new markets, and they go to Indian places where people have lactose intolerance and where people haven't used to eat meat, and they just push it's like pushing like when people stop smoking, you go to the poor countries and poor communities and push this like disgusting stuff there.
Yeah.
So
it's also
and of course then people don't. Yeah.
It's also a cultural thing as well, because people they perceive people who live in poorer countries perceive affluence. They think that being rich means eating meat because they see rich people in the West, they have McDonald's and KFC and Burger King. Like in India, I don't know if it's still the case in the big cities, but in some places where I was, people see McDonald's, KFC, and Burger King as premium food. They see that as that's actually expensive premium food. And people go crazy for it. A lot of people go crazy for it. Obviously, in the West, people look at that as the dirtiest, cheapest, nastiest shit you can put your money to. But yeah, so that gives you an idea that of the perception in a place like India, at least, So you're right. It's part, but the thing is, you couldn't. I mean, it's partly these Western companies pushing the products over, but it is also partly the people in these countries wanting it. There's no, I don't think that they've created a demand for meat. I think people demand it because they think it's associated with being rich, and that's the issue we have now. Like you said, we're in the West. A lot of people are doing away with it and saying no, but it's. And then that idea will take a long time to catch on, is what I'm saying. Like eventually, maybe in like 50, 60, maybe even 100, 200 years, whatever, maybe then, because the West, the richest people in the world, richer countries, don't eat meat anymore. So then the message goes down that like, oh, not eating meat is something you do if you're rich. And do you know what I mean? It'll probably come back around again. It's weird with this cultural stuff, man. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
Right. What else have I got to ask you? So, from my list, we've asked how long you've been vegan. That was a great. That led us down a great conversation.
So there is somebody from India. I looked from your Instagram post.
Oh, okay.
That somebody's coming. So he's a Muslim Indian.
Yes.
vegan
Sorry.
activist.
Yeah. Altab's gonna come on. He's coming on. Oh, I'm not telling you when, but he'll be on. See, I'm keeping the list secret, because then people will only come for their guests. You know what I mean? And they have to come every day. You have to come every day, or you're gonna miss your guy.
Okay, but that was really interesting. Have you had a chat with him before, and how did you find about him?
Altab,
like that's really.
Oh yeah, Altab's great. I worked with him a little bit in India. Met him in India. He's a good guy. And I've had him on the channel a couple of times before. We talked about Islam and veganism in Islam, and he's a good guy. He's very committed, very passionate. He basically just never stops. He's like you. He's like you, babe. He's like Indian you, literally.
Indian me. Yeah. Okay.
Man, you guys would be. Oh
So
my god, I'd love to see you guys have a conversation.
Is he based in Bengal or?
He's based in.
He?
Oh my god, what is it called? What's that city called? No.
Okay.
It's like
Okay,
south.
that works.
It's in the south of the countries that I think. Annie, put in the
Is
chat.
it like
where
a
he's from.
Muslim region?
Muslim.
Kolkata.
Yeah. He's definitely living in a Muslim region. I just can't remember the name of the place. We were there. We actually...
Kolkata maybe.
Sorry.
Is it Kolkata?
Kolkata.
Like...
Yeah. Kolkata. That's the one.
Yeah.
He's from Kolkata.
Okay, like the big city.
Yes.
Mega city.
And they're really into meat and fish, and they're really like that. That's what they're all about there. So.
And I guess pushing as a Muslim, this vegan message might be way tougher.
Oh,
also,
totally.
When you are kind of going against the whole kind
totally
notion of
yeah.
When there is a lot of sacrificing, and like let's if we think about Christianity, there is no, we're not anymore sacrificing animals, even though that used to be a thing, or like not these rituals, at least in my knowledge.
We are, by the way, like we actually are sacrificing animals ritualistically. Like think about Christmas, man. Look at what we do.
Yes, of
we
course.
hide the ritual.
But it's not like
we hide the ritual.
We hide the ritual, but it's not like that. The whole community comes and looks when the pig
That's
is slaughtered.
That's true. By the way, we've got a tip that I need to read out. It's a big one, a long one for both of us. It says, "You guys are legends. I went vegan on April 26, 2011 after watching Earthlings. This movie is absolutely devastating and inspirational at..." Well, I need to put it back up again. It went down. Inspirational at once. Thanks for the 70-hour stream, David. Finally, something even I can't miss. And that's from Gorik. Thank you so much, Gorik. That's for the $3 tip and the really cool message. Really appreciate that. And sorry it took me so long to get to it. It's just Benjamin's such a talker. No, I'm kidding. I got distracted too. I got into it as well. But yeah, what we're saying, yeah, you're right about the sacrifice, the animal sacrifice stuff in the Christian religion. For most people in the Christian religion, it's not quite as in your face as it is for others.
There was the Faroese and some cultures like murder whales, and it's a tradition to go and hunt whales, like in the Seaspiracy we saw.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, he's been dealing with that, and he's had threats and stuff. He said his threats mainly come from Pakistan actually, because it's like a majority Muslim country.
Yeah.
Not so much from India.
Really cool, and I don't know if vegan activists have been killed. globally. I have no clue, but I know that in many countries, like climate activists and many activists are being killed. But
Yeah.
But I guess at some stage that must be the case when vegan movement grows, unfortunately, and that's of course a sad part. But
Yeah. I mean,
but yeah.
Yeah, let's go to some other topics. This is going down now, bro. We're getting a little bit. I think that's a bit.
Sad.
I think that's a bit too deep for this early in the day.
Yes.
A bit sad. That's not. All right. So I got a couple questions for you. All right. First question, real simple. Why are you an activist? Because you could just be a vegan, and I think, that's great. That, when people go vegan, it's amazing. It's you're going against the grain, you're swimming against the stream. That's a big thing to do to change your entire life and go vegan. So why did you take it to the next level and decide to actually go out and tell other people why you're vegan and try to get them to go vegan too?
I guess my whole, I was vegan, like I said, I've been 6 years vegan, and only in 2021, August, I started doing vegan activism.
Okay. Oh,
it's
sorry, 1 minute. You glitched out a little bit then.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So as I said, I was vegan for 6 years, and I remember in the early times, my brother was always saying to me that he's killing animals wrong. And I was like, okay, it's stupid and I would never do it. But I didn't have the moral, I didn't say that it's morally wrong. But then at some stage, I started watching Earthling Ed's videos and started looking into vegan activism. And that was the crazy part, that I had even ingrained this thought that vegan activists are extreme and they are spreading misinformation. So even as a vegan, I had a lot of prejudice against vegans.
Right.
But then at some stage I was like, okay, animals can't talk for themselves. Being vegan is not enough. I can't be happy, and when I will die one day, in my deathbed, I can't say that I lived if I just shut my mouth or if I didn't do anything.
Okay.
And basically also I had already started doing activism in my with my friends and family and stuff like this, but then I had talked to everybody about veganism. So then I was like, okay, I have to put it to next level, and I have to talk to people who haven't ever heard the vegan message.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I started doing this activism. And I think all vegans have an obligation to be activists in some way, because being vegan is just, you're neutral. You are not even helping animals, or of course you are helping because it's not yet mainstream to be vegan, but basically you are not just harming, but I think everything that goes extra is actually doing something for the animals, because now you're just, and we shouldn't be bystanders. That's what I believe, and that's I try to communicate that to vegans, that we all have an obligation, moral responsibility to talk against animal cruelty. And I think there's a good quote that all the worst crimes in humanity have come from that good people stay silent. So we can't stay silent, and we shouldn't stay silent. And we should, of course, it's hard sometimes to confront people and talk about these issues, but you can just imagine the pain and suffering that animals are going through, and then get encouragement from that okay, what I face, what kind of, at least most people don't face severe threats. Maybe it's different for Altab or some people, then you have to maybe think more carefully. But when we are living in free societies, we should really really look to ourselves and think that why are we not activists? Why are we not talking? We shouldn't be silent, and we shouldn't be these vegans. I listened to a little bit about your YouTube previously, and you were saying that there are also vegans who are saying that we shouldn't force our agenda to meat eaters and stuff, and this is crap. Of course it's not nice, it's not right to kill, and it's total nonsense to say this kind of sentences. That
what do you think about this? So I've got a question for you. It might be difficult, right? So emotionally, when I'm hearing what you're saying, and I agree with it, in I want more people to speak up, so I'm with you, right? Of course, like I
Yes.
feel emotionally like, yes, this is good. Like I want people to try and talk as well, and but logically, I have a bit of a potential problem with this idea of telling people you're morally obligated to speak up, and the silent ones, talking about basically silence is violence is kind of the message that you're going for there.
Yeah.
So the issue I have with it, or issue, but like a concern I could see, and tell me what you think, is that so we want people to stop paying for these industries. We want people to stop. We want a world where nobody pays into these industries. But the world that world is going to be made up of a lot of people, probably the most people, probably 80% of the people in this world will not be activists.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and
that's correct. Yeah.
they're going to be people who just go to work, pay the bills, eat vegan food, don't buy all vegan products, don't buy any animal products.
Yes.
And that's it. That's it, right? Do you think there's a potential, this kind of message of the moral obligation, this kind of that push? Do you think there's a potential of that it puts those people off from listening to like a message? For example, if they heard me talking about, or you talking about veganism, why to go vegan, they might be convinced. And then do you think maybe when you follow up with the message of, by the way, it's a moral obligation to be an activist, do you think there's a risk that the people who would just be like a casual vegan would then be like, oh, I don't think
I'll be a meat eater again.
maybe this, yeah, or maybe these people aren't for me. Maybe these ideas are not my ideas then, because I don't like that. Do you think there's a risk of that potentially, that we could end up creating create activists, but that we miss out on a lot of the kind of casual people that would have just gone vegan and been vegan? Or do you think that I'm just, thinking too much into this? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think you're totally right. Like maybe I assume that many in this chat are vegan, and maybe I would have this talk to vegans, and of course I understand fully. It's like in our current world, being vegan is also already like an activistic thing.
Yeah, man.
In reality, because you face so much shit and prejudice, and people, like, I don't know, they try to get you back to become a meat eater, and they try to say that you're crazy and all this stuff. So yeah, exactly. I wouldn't, like, when I go to give talks in schools, I never say that, okay, then when all of you become vegan, you should go and be activists, otherwise you are not real vegans. And of course I never do this, but now I guess this channel is like a unique place to talk.
Yeah, man.
And maybe when
that's why
so this is just like, this is what I would love to see.
Yeah,
I would love to see, and maybe like even getting a glimpse of this kind of activistic mindset is enough. Like I see what our work with Viral Vegans I do is just empowering vegans, and there is no each thing that you do for animals is good. Like for me, activism can be that you go, and when there is no milk in the cafe, you go and say, where's the oat milk?
Yeah, exactly.
We
It could
have
be
oat
anything,
milk.
right?
Like I'm not saying it like most people won't dedicate their life to become fully vegan activist, but like doing something that's already, and maybe just having the confidence and being brave. And maybe what I want with my work to do is, there are many almost vegans, like they are vegans, but when they go to their grandma's place, they eat some animal products because they don't want to hurt the feelings of their grandma.
Right.
So I try to like say that, okay, you have to be at least be vegan and be brave.
Yeah, you have to hurt grandma's feelings, all right? She deserves it.
Yeah.
Fuck grandma.
Or the grandma's feelings are less valuable than the feeling and the moral injustice that's happening.
Yeah.
So like maybe just I'm kind of, how I view my work is kind of pushing the ideas a bit for some people too far, and then even if you get like 10% of the things I say,
totally, man,
and the courage, you are already in a good path, because you are not, because many vegans are unfortunately really ashamed, and they kind of hide.
True.
I heard that somebody said that they in their workplace they tease this person because because of the veganism. So this person is like, okay, I don't eat meat and I'm allergic to dairy and eggs.
Oh, okay. So you went with the allergies. Just
that.
Right.
So, but like this is a really sad reality. So
Yeah.
you know, like like for many people, being vegan, that's already like kind of the max, because we have different personalities. I'm not afraid of confrontation. I'm not afraid if somebody says that you're a fucking idiot. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
that's your opinion, and I don't appreciate that, but I don't care. Like, you know, I get these comments all the time, and even in the streets, people are showing their middle fingers and stuff and shouting at me, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
interesting. And we have this vegan activist card. They are like ripping the cards and everything, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah, man.
you could. This is a good material for your campfire. But yeah, I guess I'm privileged in that sense that many people don't have so thick skin. So I
Yeah,
guess also you and activists, they have to be able to face confrontation. So not everybody is so thick skinned. So yeah,
Yeah, man.
depends.
Yeah, it totally depends. It's a good answer. I think it's a good answer. I agree with you. I think I just sometimes worry that when I've seen, not, I don't know if you've done this, I don't know, but I've certainly done it in the past, where either some activists will go hardcore on the almost saying like you're not really vegan if you're not an activist. I've seen kind of some people go down that road, and I'm like, man, I mean, I know we're desperate. I know we're desperate for more people to speak up. I get it. I'm here with you. I get it. I go to the farms. Yeah, I know. I've seen the stuff. And I also am desperate too to get people to talk about this. Yeah. But I just, you know, I'm not convinced that is the way to convince, you know, people to step up and talk. I think what you said is really good, and to tell people, hey, you know, I don't know about the moral obligation stuff. I think that kind of scares people off. But I think you can just say, look, what I like to say is this. I mean, you've probably said something similar, but I like to say is that if you don't do or say anything about animals, about veganism, if you anything at all, then who is? Because you're the vegans. If you don't talk about it, no one fucking talks about it. If you don't bring it up with mum or granddad or whatever, if you don't say a word, no one else is going to say a word. And that doesn't mean, you know, you should always kick off with your parents or whatever. I'm just saying we need to really consider that there is a lot of responsibility on us, because we're the only ones that care about these animals. And if that means, if you're the kind of person that can't say anything, like you just feel like you just can't do it, well, fine, okay, then make an anonymous social media channel and post anonymous posts then, you know, but do something, do something. Please do anything. It can be anything, like literally anything.
Yes.
I think that's kind of what I tend to go for when I talk about this kind of stuff, you know.
And I guess we had an interesting talk in the vegan camp out where you kind of disagreed with the speaker when his argument was that, of course, these are good ideas not to fly and not to buy clothes, but if you kind of tie veganism with it being fully also environmental, I mean, not all people who are vegan are environmentalists. Of course, I believe that it's good to care about our planet, but if you kind of tie that on top of being vegan, you have to have all of these things ticked that are not strictly related to animal rights.
The pill gets bigger and bigger to swallow. You know, like you have to be to be progressive. You have to be left wing politically. You have to be pro whatever. List all the current things. Like you've got to be, I don't know, pro. I don't know. You know what I mean? There's loads of stuff that the list gets longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. You can't fly. You can't use plastic. You have to support this specific I don't know thing or that specific thing, and if you don't, then you're not really vegan, or this human rights cause and that human rights cause. If you don't pledge your allegiance, then you're not a real vegan, and the pill gets bigger and bigger and bigger to swallow, and we lose more and more people. You've got to make it fucking tiny, basically. You've got to make it as small as possible.
And of course it's good to not fly and I don't know, not these things, but then you can like maybe then if that's you have to agree on all of these things. Or it's better to fly and be vegan than fly and not to be vegan, basically. So be vegan, even.
Exactly.
Yeah, always.
Exactly. But basically, there's the the takeaway message is just be vegan. Just be vegan.
Be vegan.
Tell me what's the all right, what tell me about the funniest vegan interaction you've ever had. So let's have this as it could be a conversation, could be like with something with family, could be something with a stranger. What's the funniest funniest interaction you've ever had?
I don't know. Maybe this is just interaction in the. This was just a really lovely message I posted in Finnish into my Instagram, but
Okay.
it really melted my heart. There was some, I don't know, maybe 15-year-old guy sent me a video. He put a video to me, and then he was like, this was in the Christmas time, and he was like the Santa Claus, and then he sent a picture. I heard that you are vegan, and it doesn't really matter. It's good to be kind to animals, and or he was like saying that. Yeah, he was telling me Merry Christmas, and he was like,
Okay.
yeah, it was such a lovely message.
Oh, it's nice then. This is a nice
guy.
message. This isn't funny.
Yeah.
It's just really nice.
Okay.
No, that's
let's
okay. That's cool, man. I like that. That's a nice story, dude.
Yeah.
It's nice that's the first thing that came to your head. So he sent you like a nice Christmas message, basically. A nice Christmas video message.
Like, yes, of course, many people are like vegans. They have a really bad Christmas because they are not consuming other fleshes of animals and stuff. But yeah, let me think what is funny. Yeah, I don't know. These are just absurd and funny. But when I go and like I was like talking with an animal industry kind of person, like in a radio interview, and then she was like, I have the teeth, and yeah, vegans they don't like they are crazy because you can't have the nutrients from vegan food, and then I was called a dictator and a cult, religious cult person, and so like I was like it just shocked me so much. I was in the radio interview with this person, and my like it was a shock, like my voice even like cracked because I was like my jaws dropped. I didn't expect like she had some 3 lies in one of her talks, and I was like I don't know.
Just speechless.
Still like speechless basically. I'm like, because I was going to make the argument that animal agriculture industry is the tobacco industry or the oil industry in its rhetoric and the lies that it spreads, but then all of these lies came like in the beginning, and I was like, oh my, like,
man. Yeah, man. People continue to surprise me each day as well with some of the stuff like that. We just watched this Joey Carbstrong video. The guy said something like, if we don't kill the chicken, then they have no purpose in life. Like, as in, oh man, it just blows my mind that people think like this. It's so crazy. So if I don't kill you, then what was your purpose?
If I don't enslave you somehow, what's your purpose?
What's your purpose?
You're just like
I'm giving you a purpose in life, Benjamin.
And having fun. I'm enslaving you, and now you're my house slave. So what's the purpose?
Exactly. By the way, we have another tip, and this is from Gorik again, who says David equals legend, Benjamin equals legend. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's it.
Very nice.
That's a good.
It's a good one. Accurate. Important. That's the important part.
Yeah. So maybe my question is to you that do you ever find your own way of, or does it put off people the way you phrase veganism? Like you phrase it in a really, like, even though like here, if people now listen to me, they are like, okay, this Benjamin goes and talks in the public that you should be a vegan activist, you should stop everything. But when I listen to your YouTube videos, you're like meat eaters, like, but do you find it that are there similar vegan YouTubers like you, and do you get comments from vegans that this is the wrong way to push the agenda, you should go home and you should never say this?
Yeah. Well, I used to get it more, but not so much anymore, because the vegans that are left now that follow my stuff are the ones who support my work. But when I first started getting into this world, loads of vegans would come up, oh yeah, you're not good, and they'd be like, yeah, go follow Earthling Ed, mate, like you don't belong here, go away. I don't make videos for you. Most of the time I don't make videos for vegans, and when I do make videos for vegans, that's a video for vegans, fine. But then the most comments that I ever got, when the most comments I've ever had in my life about how I should or shouldn't talk have not been on videos for vegans, they've been on videos for non-vegans, and it's been vegans commenting saying this is wrong. And it's like, I don't care what you think. I don't care. I don't want you're some random person on the internet. You're not someone close to me. You're not a follower or a subscriber. You're not somebody who wants the best for me and for my work. And so go away. Most of the time it's just people asserting their opinion as fact, which unfortunately on social media, a lot of people do. Have you noticed that? They say what they think as if it was true. So like, this isn't the right way to do it. Based on what? Ed doesn't do it that way. Okay, how do you know Ed does it the right way? He's famous.
Yeah.
So fame means that you're right. Hitler's famous. And then it just ends there. You know what I mean? So yeah, but So to answer your question, I get there was some criticism, but not so much anymore. These days, it's coming from non-vegans mostly, but that's always going to happen. You know, you're on TikTok. You know how it is. people are crazy on TikTok.
TikTok is horrible, but of course, like non-vegans commenting. Vegans are on board. But like I don't know, maybe this is my personal, honest opinion. But maybe I guess we need everything. But of course, then at least Earth and Ed has been able to like skyrocket and be his book and everything.
Oh yeah.
But
no, I think Ed.
But like
go
okay.
Ahead.
Like how do then or have you had comments that I was a meat eater and now because of your videos I'm vegan?
Yeah.
Or do you get these private messages and?
Yeah, man, of course. Yeah, some people sometimes pop up in the live chat here and say like, "I found your videos, now I'm vegan," or Instagram stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. I think it's with my stuff. I mean, I don't feel like I am let's call it a finishing kind of channel, if that makes sense. I feel like my channel and my work is something people see that just kind of adds to the bucket, and then they will eventually get taken the rest of the way by somebody else. I don't think my place in the kind of path of somebody going from non-vegan to vegan is near the end. I think it's near the beginning. I think people find my videos.
It's like that.
Yeah, right.
Wake up.
Yeah, and I think my stuff, a lot of people come across my stuff when they've never even heard of anyone making arguments, and then they see my videos and they're like, oh my God, and they get angry. And then maybe like, I don't know, 6 months to a year later, they go vegan, but they're not going to come tell me because I wasn't the one that made them vegan. I was the guy at the beginning that pissed them off, that set them off on a path of research in veganism. So, and I'm happy to be that guy.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it doesn't, you don't get much thanks from it, but but I'm happy, to be that guy.
Maybe it's just also like, maybe also the way you phrase things, it's so like, I couldn't feel comfortable saying, or you say things in a way that I guess most YouTubers and vegans would be really scared of the comments. Or I guess that's what differs. Or maybe Joey Carpstrong is.
I don't know, man.
The
thing is, it's not an act. It's what you see is what you get, and you know, people, like I said, a lot of people talk about Ed, and they'll say, "But Ed's really good. Ed's really good," and it's like, yeah, but that's Ed. Ed talks like that. Ed has chosen to work the way he works because it fits with his personality. My personality has always been, I say it as it is. I've constantly offended. I've offended people from since I was a teenager and younger, even by just saying things. You could even, I don't even know if I've got some kind of bloody, I don't know. Sometimes I offend people and I don't understand why they're offended, or I didn't mean to offend them and they're offended. It's been my whole life. So you could say, I don't know, mild autism maybe. I don't know. So that's how I've always been though. So for me, it's like, why would I try to hide that? Let's just do it. Let's just put this out and see how it goes. And I think when people are like, and you do you're no different on camera to what you're like in person. I know this about you. So I think people who want to become a YouTuber, they want to become a social media, they want to do activism. You can't look at Ed or me or Benjamin or Joey and say, I want to be that guy. That's not you. You have to take what you are, who you are. Ask people, what am I like? Describe me. People describe me as, you say it how it is. You often offend people and you swear a lot. But you're a good person at heart. And I know you mean well. That's what my friends have told me about me, like when I've asked them. So that's what I go with. You know what I mean? So just go with your strengths. This is who you are, right?
Yeah, and exactly. Like I would never feel comfortable the way doing the things you do, and then that's maybe the richness. Or like if they were like if everybody was a copy of each other, I guess would it benefit anybody?
Right. I mean, yeah. And if everybody, I've said this
Yeah.
before, I've made videos about Ed where I've actually encouraged people to stop trying to be like Ed, because I saw there was like a boom where a lot of people were doing outreach videos, and some of them literally sounded like copies of Ed. And you know what? Like following his ebook and following the way he does things, it's great. It's great if you're starting out, but ultimately, if we all do that, people are going to start saying we're cult drones, because we will all sound like cult drones. If we all sound like Ed, people are going to start to realize, wait a minute, are they all reading from the same hymn sheet? Yes, we're all reading from literally the same hymn sheet. That's not good. You need to find your place, find yourself, and take the information, chew it up, digest it, and spit it out in a way that's you, not Ed. You can't just sound like you're embodying Earthling Ed and you speak and it's just him. That's not good. That's not a good vibe. You gotta figure it out yourself. You gotta get your own vibe. But there's nothing wrong with being inspired by him and influenced by other people. But you can't just become a copy of them. That's just not going to help, I don't think.
Yeah, maybe it's good. Like this is my point. Like maybe having somewhat similar Earthling, and maybe I'm like in a Finnish context, kind of the vegan activist. So I think every country should have one.
Oh yeah. Oh totally.
Yeah, you just do your own thing. But like maybe if you're in an English-speaking country, I think Earthling Ed has the hegemony in that place. So I think you should go and learn a different language and go.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Start your own YouTube channel.
Yeah, you're right about that. Every country needs somebody who is as famous and well known, and like every country needs a vegan activist that everybody knows is a vegan activist. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So like, it doesn't mean that. So for example, I don't know, Finland's version of that. It could, it can be you, I suppose. I mean, this is something you're trying to work out, right? It is you probably.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's great, but that still doesn't mean that you should be like Ed. It means that you want to achieve the same that Ed has achieved, but you do it in the Finnish way. Like what, for example, if you tried in some other country, like for example, in India, if you tried to become the Ed of India, but you tried to speak and act the same way as Ed, you get nowhere. Because in India, you can't be calm and, and reasonable. You need to be like very, excitable. You need to be fast. You need to be pam, 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 pam. Otherwise, no one listens to you in India because there's billions of people. They're all trying to talk. You need to be fast and loud, and then people will listen. So, it's and also if that's not your personality, then you're going to struggle. So this is it. It's a combination of things, And I think India's Ed is ardent animal activist, and he is great. He's eloquent, speaks well, fast, punchy, takes no shit, and he can handle practically anything you throw at him. That's what India needs for a vegan activist.
What is his name or her name?
Arvind Animal Activist. This is the guy, dude. If you've not checked out his stuff, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. In my opinion, he's exactly what, from my experience of living in India, he's exactly what India needs as like an Earthling Ed level of India, if that makes sense. I would say he's brilliant. Cool. Yeah, he's brilliant. By the way, we have another tip as well from DJ Lionel. Thank you so much. And it says, big respect, Benjamin. So people love you, man.
Yeah, thanks. And what about your vegan camp out? You're going to give a talk there, apparently.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm giving a talk. Are you coming this year?
I'm not yet sure.
Okay.
I might be going to another animal rights conference in the US, so we'll see. Boo. But let's see. So it's in the activist stage.
Yes, I'm on the activist stage. Yeah, I'll be on the activist.
So what is the?
Sorry.
Yeah, what is the talk going to be about?
Well, I'm going to be on the activist stage, but I'm going to be treating it like the main stage, and basically, I don't want to give too much away, but I'm going to try to basically put everything that I do on the YouTube into a talk. So I'm going to try and make it fun, entertaining, and with a couple of jokes and a couple of, and with a message at the end that's hopefully going to inspire people. Like I'm going to try and combine these things together, basically. I've never done this before. It's going to be kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to give too much away. People should come now. But I'm gonna treat it like the main stage. That's an important distinction, because if you're on the main stage, you're there mainly to entertain with a message, with a moral message maybe. And the activism stage is usually just to talk about activism. But I'm going to give a talk that's entertaining and trying to inspire on the activism stage. It's going to be
maybe. Yeah, like our approach is also, we have this podcast and it's just really fun. So I think vegans should also have fun, or because every time, you should be an activist. Do more.
Do some activism. Come on, guys. Why are you here at this festival? Get out there and talk to someone.
Go and take the bus to the nearest village and do some vegan outreach.
Exactly.
You are not a real activist because you are in vegan camp out.
Exactly.
You just hang out with vegans who are already vegan. But maybe it's really important that vegans also have fun and relax and enjoy, and maybe kind of through jokes, I think people can become activists also.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. So that's what I'm going to go for. Yeah. Dude, it's been great to have you here. I know. Cool. I've been keeping an eye on kind of the work you've been doing, and keep an eye on the actions that come out. And whenever there's something that's subtitled in English, I will watch it. You should definitely keep that up. But I know why. I know it's a lot of work. I understand it's a lot of work if you're not going for the international.
So do you recommend I have a person who helps with me with my work. So she has been saying that you should start doing English YouTube, and but then I'm it's not going to be easy. Nobody knows me.
I mean, the problem is, mate.
Let's see.
The problem is, mate. It's like Earthling Ed saying, "Okay, we're gonna do some Spanish content." I get it, and it would be good, but I mean, you probably, in my opinion, you probably first want to focus on absolutely dominating the Finnish-speaking world and being grow massive, and then potentially you could start putting out some English stuff too. I mean, you don't want to spread yourself too thin.
Maybe get a really big fan base in Finland, and then they will follow you when you do English content. They will be your first supporters.
Yeah, I'd say so.
If you really make it through.
Yeah, most people in Finland speak English as well. So once you've built up a big enough base in Finland, you'll. And I think, dude, we've got limited time and limited money and limited, energy. So I think you should probably pump that into the Finnish-speaking world, 100%, and be that guy. Okay, this is the vegan in Finland. Everybody knows this vegan in Finland. This is the person you go to for vegan stuff in Finland. Then I'd say extend out. Yeah.
Then extend.
Let's say so.
Extend. Yeah. I think the good thing, like what we have been talking in Viral Vegans, we get a lot of press, and vegans in general now in Finland have got a lot of press and animal rights. So we are still a fairly small minority, but in the media we're vegans are everywhere. They are dominating the culture and everything. So I think that's really important, that when you're a vegan, try to be bigger than you are, spread your wings and
yeah, man.
That's important. Your vegan wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Satan wings. Yeah, man.
Satan wings. Hail Satan.
So yeah, dude, it was awesome to have you here, man. We'll wrap it up there.
Cool.
Where can people can find you? They can find you at Viral Vegans, and where else can they find you on socials?
Yeah, I will put my website. It's also in English.
Cool, man.
So in the chat, and you can find me everywhere with my name.
Perfect, man.
Yeah. Please.
Oh, great! I see you in the chat. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
So follow me. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's great to have you here.
All the best, then. Yeah.
Keep in touch, and hopefully see you in the summer. Hopefully see you at the camp out.
Yeah, hopefully see you in the summer, or when you're in Finland. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
We'll see.
Awesome. Catch you later, man.
Okay, catch you later. Bye. Thanks.
All right. Cool. That was nice to have Ben on, wasn't it, Benjamin? Really cool to catch up. What are we up to? All right. Perfect. Cool. So our next guest is in about 45 minutes, and it'll be Lawrence. But before we get to that, I need to bloody eat. I've not eaten today yet. It's lunchtime. I've not eaten today. But yes, go and follow Benjamin. Great comment, Vina Moinen. Please do go and follow Benjamin Pitkänen across the socials. He does do some stuff in English. But even if he doesn't, just go follow him anyway because he's a good guy. Very cool to have him on. Enjoyed having him on here for a chat. He's a good dude. Hey, thank you. And the food is here. We've got some. What does it smell? It smells good. We've got that kind of typical, you know, planet-destroying vegan food, avocados and mushrooms. Oh man, that tastes good. Real good. In the meantime, why don't we watch a video? Excuse me. Just slopping all over the microphone. Why don't we watch a video from Lawrence, considering he's coming on soon? Because I believe he actually did speak about veganism recently on his channel. Veganism and antinatalism. So we got one here, Vegan Grills Antinatalist. This is actually me debating Lawrence. I don't know if you guys want to see that. But there's another one where they talk about, here we go. We got one of our other guests, antinatalism shouldn't be intersectional. Do you guys know what antinatalism is? It's the idea of that we shouldn't have kids. Should we react to my debate with Lawrence? And then he comes on and then we're reacting to our debate? Yeah? Okay, then. Did you see my debate with him? It was quite a long one. Maybe we can take a look at that.
Right, so welcome to another conversation, and this one's a bit of a barbecue because David's about to get roasted. No, I'm joking. So for anyone that doesn't know David, or maybe like David in a minute, you can introduce yourself a bit, but David's a vegan YouTuber, does animal rights work, and we know each other personally, we're friends. And recently we did a hike together, which was, shall we say, shorter than expected, but for reasons that we will not go into. And on that hike, we...
That sounds like that leaves a lot of room for people to make their own conclusions.
Yeah, broke back turkey.
Yeah, but the injury, let's just leave it at that. Yeah, we don't need to go into details. Someone, not me, got injured, so that's why we're
on a part of the body that we will not name. No, I'm joking. Anyway, so on that hike, obviously, we were talking about loads of different subjects, and obviously antinatalism came up. And David had some, I think, more like practical points rather than about the philosophy. It's more about like how it would practically sort of work out in reality. Would it be, you know, better for it to be widespread or sort of, you know, promoted? And we thought we'd do like a discussion and put it out there. So actually, I'm going to be the one that's going to get roasted. But yeah, do you just want to go into your things? Do you want to like introduce yourself a bit first as well?
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, I'm David Rams. I do have a YouTube channel, David Rams, my name. And I also have a second YouTube channel called The Rams Den, which is where I do this kind of stuff, actually, what we're doing here. But the main channel is veganism focused. Second channel is mainly veganism, but also other topics as well. That's what I'm doing. And there's also some other stuff I'm doing, like private projects, animal rights, veganism. This is what I'm into. And I wanted to come on here because, yeah, we had those discussions. And I've got some... Like, so where I stand with antinatalism is I have no skin in the game. I'll make that clear. I don't have any kids. I've never spent my life dreaming about having kids. I've also never despised the idea of having kids. Although when I was younger, I was like, I don't think I would want to do that anytime soon, you know, but it's never been one way or the other for me. So I'm quite malleable on this topic. I'm very open to either side of it. Either side of this debate. So yeah, to be clear, no skin in the game. And that's kind of where I want to start, really, before we get into this, because I feel like there is a bit of a mismatch between you and I on this point. in that I don't have a vasectomy, I don't have kids, and I've never dreamed of having kids. Like I've got no skin in the game, but you do. You've had a vasectomy, and you are very you're adamant on you're so convinced by your point. So starting there really is there any chance in any world that you would ever change your mind, or is this, are you too fully committed to ever consider ever changing your mind? Because I'm completely you know, I've just said I'm malleable. So like, where do you stand on that?
Well, so I could give like two answers, right? So the first one is more like about my past, which makes it sound like it was like a weird past, but no, it was like actually a very normal past. So like up until the age of 20, I was the complete opposite of what I am now. I was like I can't remember if I mentioned this when we were hiking, but I was like very much, I was the opposite of you when you were a kid. I centered my life around having kids. Like I really wanted kids. I wanted, like, I'd planned it out. I wanted 3.
Okay.
You know, I wanted them to learn a second language because I was embarrassed that I only knew English, and I'm still fucking struggling with that.
Yep.
So yeah, I was very much like, I didn't really care if I had like an amazing job. I really wanted.
It's all Lawrence is going to do, talk about on the stream not having kids. If so, skip. No, when he comes on, we're going to talk about anything. I just wanted to give you a flavor of who he is. Jeez, guys. I don't know. It'd be nice if we could just pick out the most interesting bits of this, really. I thought like it might be more interesting to watch, but I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's like the most interesting thing to react to. So I understand. You guys came here for vegan stuff. That's all right. We can get back to some vegan stuff. But basically, the crux of this, anyway, was I went on his channel. You can watch this. His name's Lawrence Anton. I mean, annoyingly, the way I got this set up, it doesn't actually. Oh God, let me try and just like get the zoom out here so you can actually see his name. Is it like? No, Lawrence Anton. Cool. There it is. So yeah, that's it. You can go watch this there. I did like a little feature with him. Like this was like a 1 hour, 30-minute debate and a discussion / debate. But basically, my main points that I brought to him were that I can't even remember now off the top of my head. My main points that I took to him were that anti-natalism as an idea, the idea of not having kids, these complex philosophical ideas that he's bringing up are complex and philosophical, and that the vast majority of the people who are going to be hearing what he has to say about these complex philosophical topics are going to be people who are educated and who are looking and interested in this kind of stuff. Like, it's not like his video is going to land on someone's lap and they're just going to, you know, be interested in it. And like the same way, like vegan, the toughest bit about vegan work is vegan YouTube work is making videos that are going to land on someone who's never heard of veganism before and trying to get them to consider, you know what I mean? Going for the low-hanging fruit is also an option, but obviously most people are not vegan and not interested in veganism, so you want to get to them, right? And so with Lawrence's or antinatalists' aim, unfortunately, most people who pick up their stuff are going to be people who are already interested and intellectuals, right? Which means that if the only people who are going antinatalist are intellectual and care for others, then what you're going to end up happening, what's something going to end up happening is the ones who continue to have kids are going to be the ones that, or less of them will be intellectual or care about others. So you end up with this world like from this movie called Idiocracy, where basically the only ones that have kids are the ones who are, let's say, like not as, I don't know. In the movie, it's like all the kind of like redneck types, let's say, keep breeding like loads, and everybody who's, I don't know, like more secure, that's more financial security and more educational security, let's say, and all this stuff, they don't. So basically it ends up this world that's completely run by people who only care about themselves and selfish and stuff like that. So anyway, so my kind of core argument is you're not going to stop people from having kids. You're not going to, people will always have kids, right? It's not defeatist, it's just the truth. So why not encourage the ones who are like you to have kids as opposed to not have kids, and focus your efforts for people to not have kids on the ones who are living in, severe poverty and stuff instead. I don't know. Anyway, that was pretty much the whole conversation, but it's 1 hour, 40 minutes. So I've summarized it. You should go check that out, because we're not going to do it here. I'm realizing as I watch it back, I'm realizing that I'm not that actually interested in watching this again because I was in it. So yeah. No, people will always have kids. People will never stop having kids. I mean, that's just kind of a fact of life. It's like saying people will stop drinking water. People will stop eating. The only reason people would stop having kids is if there was some kind of system that, like, for example, if there was a thing that came out, technology advanced to the point where people didn't need to drink water anymore, then nobody would drink water. Okay, fine, because you don't need to anymore. There's a technology does something, right? Fine. If that happened, then yeah, people wouldn't have kids anymore because they do it through technology. But that's the only reason I would see people stopping, is if a technological advancement took over. But I don't think people are just ever going to stop having kids. I mean, I can't see that ever happening. I mean, why would it happen? It's like I said, it's just as much of a biological thing as eating or drinking. You're not going to stop people from doing it, even if you can try to convince a few people that it's unethical. I don't see it happening. And there's no alternative to it. Adoption doesn't fill that, biological void. I don't think, even though it's a viable alternative to having your own kid, I think, but for a lot of people, it's not because of that thing I just mentioned, the biological stuff. Thank you for the tip. Says meat eaters. Oh God, do I have to read this? Meat eaters and kiddie fiddlers take advantage of the defenseless. It's true though. I agree with you. It is true. Thank you for the donation. That's one of those comparisons that gets people riled up. But it's not equating, it's comparing, okay? It's comparing. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look. So, we've got, Lawrence. Lawrence will be on, and we'll keep on reacting once Lawrence is on, looking at some videos and stuff like that. Is this, I see somebody in the chat. Is it me you're talking to here? Says, why are you dodging my question? And most of our question, though. Is this aimed at me? Let me know. Or is this somebody you're debating with in the chat? Because I'm not I'm not interested in debate. Trust me, speaking and you typing back is not really a good way to debate, is it? We can't debate that way. Unfortunately. But yeah, if that's are you guys debating antinatalism in the chat right now? Do you entice the lyrical vegan? Show something from her. Entice the lyrical vegan. I don't think I've heard of that person before. What is this? Okay. No, I haven't heard of this person before. There's lots of short videos. Is there something that in particular that you want me to check out? Or because I'm just seeing what looks to be kind of random vertical videos, really. Religion just no? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing much. Oh yeah, she's great. She sings to take a short one. I don't think I can handle singing right now. All right, I'll just watch this. It's only this one.
TGIF. And oh, this is your weekly reminder. Veganism is not a diet. Veganism is not about the climate. It is about being against animal abuse. I'm gonna let this liberated baby speak for this one. All of these.
Oh, jeez. I don't know if the music is. Wait. Yeah, music would have been a problem. I'll just mute it for now. I see in the comments that veganism says it's not fair to mention that most antinatalist work is centered around rights violations. It's not fair to mention that not mention most of antinatalist work is centered around rights violations and consent. Yeah, well, that was the. I don't know. I don't. I think you're getting the impression that I'm like purposefully like missing something here. Like the video that I was reacting to, we cover all of that. It's in the video. It's on Lawrence's channel. That's why I recommended people to go watch the full debate. I gave a quick summary of it. So if people want to go and get all the antinatalist stuff, this is not an antinatalist YouTube. So I'm not going to go over all the arguments to be antinatalist. Like obviously, I just went over what we discussed and what my main point of contention was in that video. If you want to go watch that whole video and learn about antinatalism, go to Lawrence Anton's channel now, and you can go and check it out, guys. Go watch it. Okay, so we can't watch the rest of this, but because of the audio, but we can go to the end maybe 1 second and just pick back up where we were. Oh my God.
Did you have thoughts of the climate crisis? Did you have thoughts of that recipe page you just can't wait to try what they're making? You didn't. Because it's not about you, it's not about me. It's not about anyone else or anything else. It is solely, strictly, and exclusively about them. It's not a
Oh my good God. The audio on this thing is all over the place. But yeah, I think this person, she's making them for, I guess, for TikTok. Not necessarily for YouTube, but yeah, good messages at least. Yeah, it'd be cool if they could do some like more optimized for YouTube, I guess, as well. Because these are all vertical, but yeah, cool, solid. Thanks for the suggestion. Good to know, that person exists and is out and about there. What should we react to? Should we ever? I mean, I don't think there's anything short on Lawrence's channel that's like short and vegan related, but I feel like since he's coming on, we should maybe take a little look, because we want to keep it vegan related today. I don't want to go off on antinatalist tangent. My original idea was to look and see if there's anything like. I mean, there was this intersectional thing, but it's an hour long, and I don't think he's got any other kind of like. Wasn't there a video that was should antinatalists be vegan or something like that? Oh, here it is. Yeah, but it's an hour. Oh, that's a shame. Should antinatalists be in vegan spaces? It'd be cool to have a kind of summary or like a short clip just to get a bit of a vibe. People can get a bit of a vibe for Lawrence. But we're not going to talk about antinatalism when he comes on, so it does kind of seem like maybe there's not much of a point, to be fair. Yeah, we'll just keep reacting to some vegan stuff for now, for like about 30 minutes or so. Oh, do you know what we can do? Do you know what we can do? Let's do something new. Let's not react. Let's do some like chat stuff. So I've wanted to mess around with this for a while, and actually like this is AI, right? So it's like an AI chat thing, and I was kind of hoping to have a conversation with it about veganism. Have any of you guys tried this out yet? Let's mess around with this a little bit. Should everyone in the world be vegan? Oh, hold up. Let's just restart it then. Should everyone in the world be vegan? Oh, okay then. I see how it's going to be. It's not necessary for everyone in the world to be vegan. It's if different dietary choices can be healthy and sustainable depending on an individual's personal circumstances and beliefs. However, some people should choose to be vegan. It's important for individuals to make informed. Okay, well, that sounds like a load of BS. Different dietary choices can be healthy and sustainable depending on individuals' personal circumstances and beliefs. Okay. But based on the belief that animal cruelty is wrong, should everyone in the world be vegan? If one believes that animal cruelty is wrong, then it could be argued that everyone should be vegan in order to avoid supporting industries that engage in cruel practices. However, it's also important to consider different cultures and society. Shut up. Culture, though. Societies have different beliefs and practices surrounding the use of animals for food. Okay. Some are more humane than others. Yeah, sure. Okay, and so we're going cultural and tradition. Yes, arguing with an AI bot. We wanted to test it out. Different beliefs and practices. What else can we ask? You can ask this thing absolutely anything. What do you want me to ask it? I saw somebody ask if animals should have rights. Okay, then. It gives these such diplomatic bloody things, doesn't it? Jesus, a long ass answer. Yeah, it's like it's so lame, like these diplomatic answers. Are culture and tradition a good reason to murder an individual? Oh. That's interesting. So it says no. Okay, hold up. Why is it going on about cultural relativism right now? Okay, then. Are animals individuals? Individual organisms that possess unique characteristics and traits. That's not what I asked, though. I asked if animals are individuals. Would you consider an animal as an individual? Taking a while on that one. Okay, so animals are considered as individuals, and it just said that culture and tradition should not be used as justification for murder or any other form of violence against an individual. And earlier on it said that culture and other blah, blah, blah is an okay reason to not be vegan. So, yeah. Unfortunately, AI is just about as screwed up as everybody else. Man. Well, we learned something today, huh? Yeah, so checkmate. I win. It took us just a couple minutes just to dismantle this. Hey, by the way, there's some really cool stuff here. Check this out. Write me a viral YouTube video about veganism. Include, focus entirely on animal rights and animals. Do not talk about the environment or health. Only talk about animals. Make it direct, unapologetic, and informative, and try to convince people to go vegan for animals. You ready for this? Boom. Let's see what it can come up with. I'm not able to create a YouTube video. Give me a script. Yeah, that's what I meant. Title, Truth About Animal Agriculture. Opening shot, a close-up of a cow's face with sad eyes and a tear rolling down its cheek. Narrator, this is a cow, just like you and me. She feels pain, fear, and love. But unlike us, she's exploited, abused, and killed for human consumption. Cut 2, footage of cows in cramped, dirty conditions on factory farms. Every year, billions of animals like her are raised in these conditions, subjected to inhumane treatment and a life of suffering, all for the sake of a cheap burger or a glass of milk. That sounds like something I'd say. Cut 2, footage of animals being killed in a slaughterhouse. Narrator, but it doesn't have to be this way. We can choose to make a difference every time we sit down to eat. Cut 2, footage of happy cows and pigs roaming in a green field. When we choose to go vegan, we're choosing to say no to animal cruelty and exploitation. We're choosing to respect the lives and well-being of these individual beings. Cut to footage of delicious vegan meals. And it's not just about the animals, it's about being true to our own values. We can no longer turn a blind eye to the suffering of animals in the food industry. It's time to take a stand and make a change. It's time to go vegan. Closing shot, close up of the cow's face with a hopeful expression. How do you find a cow with a hopeful expression for the animals, for ourselves, and for a better world? It's worth noting that this is just one way to approach the topic, and there are many other ways to create a viral video on veganism. It's important to always be respectful and to not use any kind of hate speech or misinformation. Why would I use hate speech in a Hey, it's not bad, you know. That's pretty good, right? That's a good video script. Hey, check this out as well. Let's do some make a sarcastic video script about veganism. Make it about animal rights. Make it very funny and sarcastic, mocking bad excuses from meat eaters. All right, let's see if it can do that. Oh, no, yes, it would. It would be appropriate to create a video script that mocks or belittles the excuses of meat eaters. Stop it. Pathetic. It's giving me a lecture about like not to mock. Come on now. All right, fine. I'll take away the word mock. See if we can get it. About very funny and sarcastic about bad excuses for meat eaters. Fine. What? As an AI, I do not have the ability to create a funny... Last time, I've tried this before and it worked. Right, okay, fine. Make a pretend sarcastic video script. This is trying to fake it. It's so stupid. Shut up. Oh my, this is pathetic. This is pathetic. Fine. I'm trying it just without the meat eaters bit then. Make a humorous, sarcastic video script about veganism. Let's try that. Dumb. What is going on? Mate, this is hilarious. Like, hold up. I'm going to refresh it because sometimes I've tried this before and it worked. Okay. Make a funny, sarcastic video about pro-vegan video. This is pathetic. Oh, wait. It's done it. It's done it. Okay. Opening shot of a cow grazing in a field with happy music playing. Meet Bessie, your average cow. Bessie looks up at the camera as if acknowledging the narrator. Bessie loves to eat grass and she's been doing it for her entire life. One day, Bessie's life took a dark turn. This doesn't sound funny so far. She was taken away from her home in the field and sent to a factory farm. Bessie was forced to eat grains and was injected with hormones to make her grow up. This is not funny at all. But Bessie's story doesn't have to end this way. Choosing to eat plant-based. Come on, this isn't. As I asked, didn't I say funny? Funny, sarcastic, pro-vegan video. Yeah, that's not the vibe. Make a sarcastic, pro-vegan video about veganism and make it really funny. And I don't know, I want to say something about the excuses and use some of the common excuses people give to not go vegan. Right. Okay, we've got it. Meet John, your average meat lover. John takes a bite of his food that makes a face as if it tastes terrible. John's been eating meat his whole life, but something just doesn't feel right. John looks around as if searching for answers. He's heard all the excuses not to go vegan. I could never give up bacon. John takes another bite, then makes a face again. But what if there was a way to have your bacon and eat it too? John looks intrigued. Enter the world of vegan meat alternatives. John takes a bite of vegan bacon, and his face lights up with surprise and pleasure. Who knew going vegan could taste so good? John, I don't miss meat at all. John gets up from the table looking excited. But some people still argue that being vegan is too expensive. I can't afford to go vegan. John is shown in front of a grocery store looking at prices. But what if we told you that a plant-based diet can actually save you money? Really? John is shown in the store again, this time holding a basket filled with fruits and vegetables. Yep, a vegan diet can be cheaper and more sustainable. I can't believe it. John is shown walking out of the store, smiling and holding his basket of groceries. So next time you're at the grocery store, think about John and choose the vegan option. Closing shot of John sitting at a table, happily eating his vegan bacon. Choose vegan. Choose to save money and the planet. That's pretty funny. That was pretty funny, but yeah, definitely weird. Let's try and do it. Write a video script of a funny argument between a meat eater and a vegan. Make it really funny with sarcasm and lots of humor. All right. See if we've got around it, so maybe it can do this now. Opening shot of two people sitting at a table looking at each other with expressions of irritation. Meat eater, I don't understand why you're so obsessed with being vegan. Vegan, I'm not obsessed. I just care about my health and the planet. Meat eater, but bacon is life. Vegan, bacon is death for the pigs and for your arteries. Wow, that's a great line. Meat eater, you can't tell me what to eat. Vegan, I'm not telling you what to eat. I'm just educating you on the facts. Facts? What facts? The fact that meat production is a leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions and deforestation. But where will I get my protein? From plants, like every other living being on this planet. It's just great lines here. But what about all the cows and pigs that will go extinct? They're already extinct. They're being raised in factory farms. That's interesting. But what about tradition? Ancestors have been eating meat for centuries. And our ancestors also thought the world was flat. Times change and so should our diets. Boom. Fine, I'll go vegan for a day. Great, let's start with breakfast. How about some tofu scramble? Tofu? More like tofu. At least tofu won't give you foot and mouth disease. Hey, that's a great pun. You got me there. I guess I'll have to give this vegan thing a try. You won't regret it. Honestly, that bit there is great. This bit here, this tofu, more like tofu, and at least tofu won't give you foot and mouth disease. That's solid. I'm taking that. I'm saving that for a video. That's brilliant. I'm sorry, like I'm a sucker for a pun, you know? I'm gonna open up my my notes. It's hilarious. It's pretty crazy. Like, just bear in mind, guys, this is all AI. It's written by artificial intelligence. You just think that's just crazy? That's actually, you could put this into a video, you know, a real video pretty easily. If you wanted to make a video about like between two people, you know, having a conversation like that, you could absolutely do it. It is crazy. Damn. I saw some of you guys want me to ask it other stuff. Follow up, are dead animals corpses, as it's probably going to talk about cannibalism. Yeah, it could be. We could do that. But I want to stick to this lighter stuff for a little bit. You know, we can write tweets as well. Watch this. Right? I've actually done this, by the way, before. I've posted even some variations of this. Write 5 tweets using humor about veganism. Write 5 pro-vegan tweets using humor about veganism. Use sarcasm about the most common excuses to not go vegan. Check this out. Hopefully it'll just do it there. Here you go. Why settle for a boring salad when you can have a flavorful protein-packed vegan burger? It's not funny. Going vegan doesn't mean you have to give up your favorite foods. Just means you learn how to spell quinoa. That's pretty good. Why support an industry that treats animals like machines when you could support one that treats them like living, feeling beings they are? Pretty cool. Going vegan isn't expensive, it's priceless. Your health, planet, animals are worth every penny. Why be part of the problem when you can be a part of the solution? Okay. we can do better. Write 5 pro-vegan tweets using a lot of sarcasm about the excuses people make to not go vegan. Let's have it roast people. I'm not going vegan because I like the taste of factory-farmed, hormone-injected meat. Yum. Why go vegan when you can just blame the rainforest destruction on someone else? I'm not going vegan because I want to support the cruelty and inefficiency of factory farming. Going vegan? No, thank you. I prefer my food to come with a side of greenhouse gas emissions. I'm not going vegan because I love the taste of antibiotics and pesticides in my food. Okay, some of these are all right. Some of these are all right. Yeah, it's cool. I like playing with this. I've done this before a couple times for tweets. I actually posted a few of the tweets. You know, I posted a few. I edited them slightly and posted them up because it's a good. The good thing about AI is it's a good ideas generator. Yeah, you just pump in give me some ideas for vegan whatever. Give me some ideas for videos. Write a script. Write at this. Write at that. You just pull out the ideas, and it gives you that inspiration. Like, oh yeah, I can build something from that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Jordy says you cheated, fraud. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just the same as watching an Ed video or a Joey video and getting inspired by them. You're not copying them or cheating by doing that, right? I think this is basically, but the cool thing about this is you can punch in exactly what you're looking for inspiration for, and it'll give you inspiration. Give me inspiration for a vegan burrito. Give me inspiration for a vegan burrito. And there you go. It just pumps out some burritos. Black bean and sweet potato one. Tofu and cauliflower rice. Look at that. Crazy. Jackfruit roasted veg. Look at this. Write you a restaurant menu if you're starting a restaurant. Lentil and spinach burrito. Damn. This is going to give us one more, I reckon. Vegan breakfast burrito. Scrambled tofu potatoes. Oof. Last one sounds great. It's awesome, huh? Look at that. We got some burrito ideas now. This thing is great. Honestly, I could spend all day on it. But I think it's kind of scary too, because I guess it could put a lot of people out of business. I think a lot of people are worried about this kind of technology. But if you're a new vegan YouTuber or a new vegan wants to make content, I mean, this is a great place to start up to get some inspiration for sure. So in about 10 minutes, we have a new guest joining. We'll have Lawrence joining. And then once he's joined, I think we'll go react to some videos together, maybe. React to some stuff together. And, Lawrence is already ready to go, is he? Sweet. Okay. All right, guys, I'll pop off and get set up with Lawrence, and we'll be right back. We'll be right back with our next guest. Cool. Oh, there he is. Massive. Lawrence, welcome, mate. I'm going to make your screen a little bit smaller so you're not your forehead's not absolutely dominating the. How's it going, man?
Yeah, good. How are you feeling after your bout of extremely masculine man flu?
Oh, it was brutal. I mean, I don't know what the hell it was. To be honest, it could have been the C word. I don't know. I don't even know if we're allowed to say it anymore. I guess we are allowed to say it these days, but anyway.
Well, yeah, I've noticed that you're being a bit more sort of like wary about YouTube, because I saw in one of your, I don't know if it was a video or a stream, you were saying you're swearing less.
Oh yeah, I'm swearing a bit less because someone told me that the monetization can be affected by it potentially.
Oh, okay. So it's not. I guess that is.
It's just like less advertisers.
It's sort of
like advertisers are less likely to promote on your channel basically if you're the swearing, because no advertiser wants their ads to come right after you've just dropped a C-bomb. Actually, you just
okay. I get what
you just
mean.
like fucking, you say that and then it's just like ad.
Yeah.
Like I'm not sure that's really good for business. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I get what you mean.
I guess it's kind of like we were talking
okay.
about the kind of plus size stuff earlier. It's kind of a similar thing, really.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily YouTube doing it. It's like advertisers, they choose what videos what criteria the videos have to meet for them to.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and obviously YouTube would get in trouble if you have an ad for like a chocolate bar or something, and then the chocolate bar company just watching a video, and then this guy's like effing this that, and then your chocolate bar pops up. They're going to be like, okay, no, we spent a lot of money on this shit. Like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
So yeah, welcome here, man. So this is Lawrence Anton, the anti-children YouTuber.
Yeah, I saw you chatting shit earlier in the stream, and then you got heckled, rightly so.
Yeah, heckled exactly. So yeah, cool to have you on, but obviously more importantly, also not more importantly, but also, well, I guess to me at least,
I'm not offended. Just keep going.
No, I mean, more important that I find more important is that you're a vegan, which is why you're on the vegan channel. That you're not just an antinatalist, you're vegan and an antinatalist. So, and a friend, and that's why you come on to have a chitty chat.
Friend's a strong word, but
yeah, we just yeah, exactly. You just put up with me, or I put up with you. I'm not sure which way it is. We put up with each other.
That's where most of people's donations go. So keep going so that he can fund more hangouts with me.
What? Oh, that is funny. Yeah, that's exactly where it all goes. Yeah. And it's not just the hangouts. Honestly, it's paying him to be my friend. That's where the money really goes. I have to actually pay him like a wage to be my friend.
How's the stream been going so far? It sounds brutal.
Well, it's 7 days in a row.
Yeah. That sound. I mean, what has happened already doesn't sound brutal, but like the idea of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially as only maybe like 4 or 5 days ago, I couldn't get out of bed.
Yeah.
So fucked up. So the idea of doing this is definitely, as it was coming up, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be potentially, can I even handle it? But now we're here. It's all right. I think things are cool. We've got some cool guests. It's easy when you got good guests. You're not one of them, but obviously we've got really good guests coming up. So
yeah. I'm just the warm up. I'm to tickles people's taste buds.
You're the fluffer. You're getting everyone warmed up, getting everyone ready, getting it hard.
Yeah.
Let's before we I was going to react to some stuff with you, but actually maybe we could ask you some of the questions that I've been asking people. We can interview you first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have
you ever been interviewed apart from for antinatalist stuff?
I don't think on YouTube, but in like general life, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well,
I've been interviewed for vegan stuff before, but yeah, online, I'm pretty sure it's all antinatalist stuff.
Yeah. Child hating stuff, just like so Lawrence.
Yeah,
why do you hate children, Lawrence? Like that kind of question.
Round them up, put badges on them. That's what I say.
So, how long have you been vegan?
5 years on the 1st of October last year.
5 years, 1st of October. And you're 26, right?
25.
25. Okay. So you started vegan at 20.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, vegan at 20.
Okay. Okay. And the same question I asked to Benjamin, what were you like before that?
What you mean generally as a person? Because I can go into that, or is it okay? So before that, I think I was actually I was a similar person and a very different person in different ways. So I was a similar person in terms of like, you know, like general personality in terms of humor, stuff like that. But I'm like very different in like terms of how I see the world. Before I was the sort of person where I just sort of like, I had my plan of my life path. It really only concerned like my own interests.
Right.
And I was like not really that like open-minded and like even interested in like being, you know, learning about new stuff that was sort of outside of my relatively sort of like narrow view already.
Right.
And I would probably even go as far as say I don't even think I was a very sort of like empathetic person, really.
Right.
And then I became vegan from a specific thing happening, and just that experience made me just, I don't know, it just flipped something in my brain, and since then I've become much more, I think like empathetic and considered way, and I've become a lot more like open-minded about like many different things since then as well.
What experience was that?
So I became vegan when I was in Sweden. I was there for a exchange for a year with like a university course, and I was living in this big apartment with quite a few people, and there was a dog there. And I'd like never really interacted with animals before, and I like just through one thing or another ended up having to spend, actually against my will, kind of not against my will, but against what I really wanted, because I wasn't that big of a fan of dogs. But I ended up spending quite a lot of time with this dog and got to really like him. And then when I was in the kitchen one day, I was cooking meat and he came in, and I just had some sort of it was the first time where I was like with him whilst cooking meat.
Yeah.
And something just clicked in my brain, and I was just like, oh, you know, this is fucked up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, then,
but I think things. I think things had fed. I think things had fed into that before, because I went vegan from that point rather than vegetarian, and I think the reason I did that was because I'd actually lived with someone who was plant-based for environmental reasons before.
Right.
So I didn't actually know how to eat vegetarian, but I knew how to eat plant-based.
Okay.
And she described herself as the word vegan, even though she never talked about animals. Like she still went to zoos and stuff.
Right.
Because she did it for environmental reasons. But yeah, and then like that night I watched Earthlings, Gary speech, and 101 Reasons to Go Vegan back to back.
Right.
Which fucked me up.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. So you knew these documentaries existed, and you just hadn't seen them yet.
I didn't know they existed. I just went online and I just typed in like, I can't remember word for word, but I must have typed in like veganism or animal rights or some sort of buzzword that I did know.
Okay.
Okay. And those came up because you know Gary speech is likely very much to come up if you type that sort of thing.
That's cool. It's a cool story. So you dived in at the deep end straight to radical extremist vegan from non-radical extremist anything to radical extremist vegan.
Yeah, and I do advise people going vegan overnight, but in terms of like how you eat and stuff, you want to like research as much as possible, because like I did not know what I was eating.
Right.
Like one of the most like cringy things that I used to do is, so I like, as soon as I became vegan, I didn't know what to eat because I was like a meat and two veg guy. I just didn't think about food really at all.
That's definitely the kind of guy you are.
Yeah.
Meat and two veg. You love shoving a bit of that in your mouth. and in other places.
Let's not bring up the hike.
Let's not bring the hike up. No. Jeez. Brokeback Turkey. No, let's
Yeah.
the less said about that, the better.
But so I got to this point where I started using chronometer or chronometer, however you say it, to like track my nutrition to make sure I was getting the right stuff because I was a bit like worried because I didn't know what to do. And I'd found information online that said like, oh yeah, you should be eating, you know, like nuts and seeds and stuff. And I did not think to like put them in a smoothie or sprinkle them on stuff. So what I used to do is I used to have a daily like amount of seeds that I used to eat, and it was like flax, chia, and hemp, I think.
Right.
And I just used to put them in a mug, and then eat them with a spoon. But like I hadn't blended them up; they were just whole seeds. So I was sat there, and I was just like chomping away on them, and it was so depressing. And I literally used to sit there thinking, oh, I can't believe I have to do this for the rest of my life because I'm vegan now.
Oh,
This is
mate.
fucking shit. And then I didn't. Sorry, I tried to swear less.
It's fine.
Yeah, and then obviously I became enlightened about seeds and stuff, and learn how to, you know, incorporate them like a normal person into a diet.
Man,
But yeah,
that's
that was my worst point in my transition. Was sat there with a mug of seeds, just eating them.
Mate, that's hilarious. It reminds me a little bit of what I did when I went to university, and like I was vegetarian for at least my first year there, and I got super into trying to. I think it was like, let me just get this straight. Yeah, I think it was the first year. I don't really remember. Things are a bit muddled around that time. But anyway, I was trying to get big. I was going to the gym a lot, and I was trying to like, okay, I need to get big. I need to pack in the calories. And I knew nothing about nutrition. And back then, if I remember rightly, YouTube wasn't a big thing. In fact, no, for sure it wasn't. It was just you did when you needed advice on nutrition and stuff like that. You would never go to YouTube. You would go somewhere else. Like I remember just not really knowing what to do. I just knew that I needed loads of food. So what I would end up eating, and I mean this is what I would eat every day, multiple times a day. I'd get potatoes, I'd microwave them, I'd cover them in butter, and then I'd cover them in cheese, right? And I'd eat that, and I ate that maybe 4 or 5 times a day, additional to my average meals, which would be like veggie burgers or veggie sausages. And this is what I was just trying to smash. Like I knew nothing. I'd like whole food, the idea of like, you know, like whole foods, like grains, and no idea. I had no idea. I was like, fuck that. Can't be no good. Rice? Pff, nah, whatever. Quinoa, lentils? No, none of that shit. Just give me these potatoes with butter and cheese like 6 times a day. And it was all microwaved. All microwaved. Oh my God. Just disgusting.
I bet your toilet loved you.
It was disgraceful. It was disgraceful. And I think I actually I brought lactose intolerance onto myself because eventually I started to get like really bloated and stuff. And that was actually one of the things that led to me cutting the dairy out and then having this realization of, wait a minute, why the hell did I even eat dairy? That was why was I even doing that anyway? Like, and then it, you know, everything started to come into place. But I'm pretty sure like I gave myself lactose intolerance from that. My body was just like, nope.
So the seeds thing was my lowest point as like a vegan in terms of eating. My lowest point as a meat eater, and this is pretty depressing. My lowest point as a meat eater, and I can't remember if I've ever told you this before.
No, I don't think so.
But so in my second year of university, I was actually on the same train as you, but like a meat version. Like I didn't know anything about nutrition, but I wanted to like bulk up a bit. And so I was, you know, doing loads of exercise and trying to eat, you know, as much as possible to, you know, get all the calories in. And I knew like the basic of nutrition that I knew is like, if you want to bulk and you want to eat clean, you just need to eat like chicken breast or whatever.
Yeah,
right.
That's the thing, isn't it?
So there was a point where I'd just come back from an exercise class and I was sat, and it was like a hot day. So I'd gotten back, I'd stripped off. So I was just in my underwear because I wanted to like cool off, right?
Yeah.
And I hadn't showered or anything. I was still like, the sweat was still on me. And I went straight into the kitchen and I was in my underwear and I cooked this chicken breast, and then I sat on the sofa in the house that I was living in, and it was one of those like fake leather sofas, so the sweat does not like, you know, it collects on
Right,
the
yeah,
surface.
yeah.
So I was sat there in a pool of my own sweat and in my underwear just eating a chicken breast on its own, plain, no ketchup, no sauce, nothing like that. And now I look back on that, that is pretty depressing.
That's
isn't it?
like, yeah, that's
That's
probably
bad,
like
isn't
a low point, isn't it? That's pretty,
Yeah.
that sounds
I think
horrible.
the only way you could sink lower is like eating a Mars bar while you're on the toilet or something like that.
I don't know why that would be lower. I think like I actually don't really see anything wrong with that, to be honest with you. Apart from
one in, one out.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to eat chocolate on the toilet, I mean, I don't know. As long as it's vegan chocolate, you go right? I mean, that's the idea of you sat there. Oh my god, in your underwear,
Like hunched
sweating,
over, yeah.
just like hunched over, just like man.
It was very Neanderthal vibes.
Right, in a bad way.
Yeah, in a bad way. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we've gotten to your lowest moment, so that you know, we got there pretty quick. Now everybody knows who you really are.
Yeah. Or who I used to really be. I don't do that anymore.
The only thing that's changed
Let's be that
is now
clear.
it's now the sofa's fabric. It's like a fabric sofa, and it's a vegan chicken fillet, but everything else is the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Same hunt.
You get home from the climbing, and you're in your boxers, and everything else is just sitting there, and then the sweat doesn't collect anymore. It just sinks into the fabric and just gets it all wet.
Oh.
Eating the tofu chicken.
Yeah, there's actually on my sofa now. There's just sort of like an arse-shaped stain of just old sweat.
Really, is that true?
No, it's not true. Who do you think I am?
I don't know, man. You do a lot of climbing. You do a lot of, you know, sweaty activity. I don't know if your cleanliness has improved since those days.
It definitely has.
Good stuff.
And
Happy for you. I'm trying to think of like an equally disgusting story, because that's pretty grim. And I feel bad leaving you with this disgusting one without giving you one myself. I'm pretty sure I've got them, but it's just not at the forefront of my mind. It'd take me a couple of minutes to find one. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty
Well,
sure
and
I've got
also
one.
but also there's stories that you wouldn't want to share on stream, right? Like, because they're more, you know, because there's like disgusting stories where it's like kind of funny,
Yeah.
so you can share it with people. But then there's other ones where it's like, oh, I don't actually want to tell that publicly.
Yeah, I could just tell you that I used to be just like a proper messy guy. I used to just be, as in like drunk messy. I used to be that guy.
Yeah.
That I don't know. I just used to get drunk a lot. Like those days are pretty embarrassing. Like if anyone got any videos of me or anything from back then, that would be pretty embarrassing. I'm just really happy that I don't drink anymore. Like you don't drink either, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't drink anymore either.
Yeah.
I can share a drunk story if you want, but I don't know how off topic that is for the stream.
Yeah, maybe it's off topic. Yeah, maybe
Okay.
let's leave it. Yeah, let's not go down memory lane of both of our drunk stories, because then we're just gonna be like, everyone's gonna unsubscribe from both of us. They're like, these two are fucking idiots. Like how have they convinced everyone that they're not? I mean, people probably want it. Okay, fine. I'll give one. I suppose I'll give one. It's just to be grim, because someone said do it. So okay, fine. I'll give one quick one. There's nothing really crazy about this. It's just, this is how drunk I used to get. I got home. I was in bed, asleep, and then woke up, threw up off the side of my bed, and went straight back to sleep again. And then in the morning, just you know, didn't know it was there. And I was like, why is someone coming in my room and throwing up on the side, on my floor? Like, why would someone do that? And then it took a while for me to remember that, okay, I literally just woke up and did it. It's just disgusting. It's just, who lies in bed, unless you're sick, who lies in bed, wakes up, throws up off the side of the bed and goes back to sleep? Who does that? Like, it's a drunk, and it's self-inflicted. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. So that would probably be like a low point for me, and then just having that in my room, which was carpeted, by the way. So, you know, disgusting.
No. Yeah. You didn't know it was yours, but then you looked down and you were like, why is there so much microwave potato and cheese in it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, who even eats like that? No, believe it or not, this was years later. I was vegan at this point. So that was vegan. It was vegan vomit, at least, guys. It was vegan vomit, so it's all good. You know, but at least my vomit didn't cause any animals any problems. Go on then. What's your? You have a quick one?
What's up? Yeah, mine's quick. Yeah, and it's not disgusting. It's just a bit funny. So it was a Christmas one time. I was staying at my grandparents'. I was maybe like 19 at the time or something, and there was a lot of family staying there, right? So all the family had gone to my grandparents, and I'd gone out. On Christmas Eve. This is in a small seaside town, to a local pub that turns into a club.
Oh yeah, I love that.
On Friday nights, but it had done a special for Christmas Eve, and I'd gone down there, got super drunk, walked home on my own, and at my grandparents' place, you can get it's sometimes easier to go through the garden and in the back door. And what I'd done is I'd gotten home, opened the back door, and just passed out with half my body outside the house as half of it inside the house. And then the next thing I know is I wake up in the morning, daylight, with my whole, my family, crowded around me, watching me, all my young cousins, right? Man. And and that was on Christmas Day. The hangover was real.
Yeah.
And then the next year I got a Christmas card from my cousins, which they'd made themselves. And it was decorated with a picture of me drunk or passed out, with my legs in the garden and my torso in the kitchen.
Brilliant. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the Christmas story, and I need one more because this one's great. This is a Christmas story, and it's not necessarily about me, but you could, mate, that was horrible. Whatever just came out of that cup into your mouth, the way you did it, it was like white liquid, and you were like dripping it into your mouth. I don't know. There's something very disturbing about that whole scene. But listen to this. You're gonna love this. This is also Christmas Eve. So my younger brother is only a couple of years younger than me. We were out together. One of the first times we've been out together, out, drinking, and it was Christmas Eve in our local town. Similar thing, pub that turns into a club, similar thing. And we were sat at a table though, and we had this game where basically, if your glass is too close to the edge of the table, if you can touch it by you can. It's hard to. Can you see? Can you see what I'm doing? Can people see?
Yeah, I know the game.
So basically, if the table's here, if your hand if your finger can touch it while keeping like this, if you know what I mean, these fingers have to touch the table. If you can touch it with this finger, they have to drink it, right? So basically, we're doing that game, and I kept getting him again and again and again because he kept coming back with a new drink and doing the same thing again because he was already a bit drunk. And then there was shots as well, and people put shots down. And there's your shot, and then I did it straight away. It's like, drink it. So anyway, he got really messed up, and he had to go home. So he goes home early, all right. I stayed out. I was fine. I came home later on and got up in the morning, and turned out, right, the day just got better and better and better. So first of all, turned out my brother never went to bed. He slept in the toilet, hugging the toilet because he'd been throwing up all night. So I didn't know that. So I found that out in the morning. I also found out that he had eventually gone for a nap and then threw up again on his own bed. Right? So this is Christmas morning now. My mum tells him, you need to wash that, you idiot. Wash it, right? So he washes it. He puts it in the washer, his covers, and then puts the covers in the dryer. Now, my mum's dryer, the machine, is in the kitchen. Okay, so it's where everyone cooks and stuff, it's all there, right? So now picture this. My mum's cooking Christmas dinner. Michael's sheets are in the dryer. They've just been dried to a crisp. So she pulls them out of the dryer, right? And they open up, and it turns out the way he'd washed it is he had bundled his sick into the middle and put it in the washing machine. So it's not actually left, the sheets is still there, and then it's dried to a crisp, so it's dry puke. And my mum pulls it out in the middle of the kitchen, so just dry puke just goes all over the kitchen. She's cooking dinner, and it's all my fault. The whole thing's my fault from the night before. So that was, oh my God, that's probably my most That was probably the most horrible story that I've ever caused anyone, basically. Like, I can't think of anything worse that I've caused. Christmas Day, dry, pukey sheets being pulled out of a dryer because of me. Man. So this has absolutely nothing to do with, you know, the only thing that this has to do with veganism is that I was vegan at the time. So vegans can still be assholes. That's the message that we
Nah, it's just banter.
Oh, it's so funny. But my brother will be really pissed that I've shared this on a stream, you know. What an idiot.
Yeah, remind
me.
What an idiot. We can like move on, but remind me to tell you about another story off stream.
Oh.
And I know which one it is.
Okay, cool. So let's get back to you then. We were talking about you, weren't we? So we got your vegan story and how you were hanging out with Doggo. And then you went on, became a radical vegan straight away. So that's cool. So that's a cool story. What else do I want to talk to you about? I've got my list of questions that we're gonna. Oh, okay, here we go. This is one I want to ask everybody today. What's the funniest vegan interaction you've ever had? And this means like the funniest thing someone's said to you in response to you being vegan, or said to you, like, I don't know, whatever it is. And before you answer, by the way, I'll let you have a think about it. Your funniest one. I'll just read out this this tip that somebody sent through. Gorick sent through. Thank you so much. They say, some years back, I was so drunk, I was dreaming that I'm sitting on the toilet, but actually I was sitting on the chair in the living room having a piss in my girlfriend's handbag. She woke me up like, what the hell are you doing? That's hilarious. I've had those dreams even sober, where I dream that I'm on the toilet peeing, or worse, pooing, and then I wake up panicking and I'm like, oh my God, is it? No, God, I didn't, you know, because it's like in the dream, you're fully doing it. And you wake up and you're like, have I shit myself? Have I actually shit myself? As an adult, sober, has it happened? Because the dream can be so convincing sometimes, you know? Man, I don't get why does your brain even do that to you? It's so crazy. I see you thinking hard, mate. You can't think of
Yeah, I was struggling to think of one. I have thought of one.
Yeah.
I don't know how funny it is, but it's like it was just ridiculous.
Okay.
So I was speaking to a guy once at like an outreach event.
Yeah.
And it was like very obvious to me that he was like a bit of like a narcissist. Like he just thought he was like, you know, the center of the world, you know, that like he was blessing me by giving me some time to speak to him and stuff.
Right, okay.
And this is going to sound like he would have said it as a joke, but I in no way got that this was a joke. He seemed 100% legit.
Right.
He was saying, he claimed that it's fine for him to be non-vegan because animals should be grateful that they were brought into existence to serve him and be eaten by him specifically. And if he's vegan, then, you know, he would not be able to give animals that gift of being able to be eaten by him. It's not like laugh out loud, but I think that's probably like the most like dumb, ridiculous. Yeah.
I've heard that this is common, man. Like, I mean, obviously he's saying it unashamedly. Sometimes people say it in other ways, like the last guy in this Joey video we watched, where he said, if I don't kill them, then they'll have no purpose in life. Basically, this is what your guy was saying, but he was saying it in a way more like he's completely unashamed of the fact that he thinks he's so important that he gives them purpose. Whereas this other guy was kind of saying it as like a general statement. Your man's like, no, I'm that important. They should be privileged. They should feel privileged to be a part of my life, even if it means I'm killing them. And I think a ton of people even believe that. I think there's a ton of people out there who don't say it, but that's what they think. You know, these sick fucking narcissists. I think there's a lot more narcissists today than there ever were before. I think social media has created this.
Yeah, I was going to say social media because everyone can be a little celebrity now.
Oh, you got 1,000 subscribers. Oh.
Not even yet.
Yeah. Well, not you. I wasn't roasting you. I was roasting these people. Like, Jesus, man. So defensive, bro.
Well, I was like, if you're going to fucking coat me off, then at least be accurate.
Oh, man. I've got a question. We've got a question from the M&E Vrogop, who I found out is two people actually recently, one of my subscribers, and says, David and Lawrence, are you two still doing street outreach? And if not, why not? Did you ever, you did outreach, right? You used to do.
Yeah, I used to do it I did it for like, well, I did it all the way up until the C bomb happened.
Yeah, the pandemic. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Say pandemic. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can.
Oh, right. I don't know. I'm just like YouTube's so like anal now.
Well, you can't talk about anal though. I mean, that's.
No, that's I think like you can't kink shame.
No, you actually can't. Though. YouTube does kink shame.
Yeah.
YouTube demonetizes accounts that talk about kink stuff. There's a whole movement.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. There's a whole movement about it because the people who work in those industries are like, why the hell should we be demonetized? Because our topic is a little bit spicy. Like, it wasn't like they were trying to, you know, it's not that they weren't trying to be spicy. They were just talking about toys and stuff. And it's like, why come, you know, there was a whole movement about it. They claim YouTube is, well, a lot of these accounts were like LGBT, so they're saying, oh, YouTube's anti-LGBT and stuff. I don't know if it goes quite that far, but yeah. I used to do street outreach as well. I'll say for me, I'm not doing it because I live in Turkey. So, and to be totally honest with you, I've not really gone out and done it yet because I've just got so much other stuff going on. And also, I feel like the risks here are a little bit higher than other countries because they just, if they don't like journalists, they literally lock them up. Like Turkey has the most journalists in prison out of every country on the planet. I think it is.
It's very progressive.
Yeah, so I have to be a bit careful, but I will do it. I would love to do it in other countries though. If I lived in England, I would still be doing it for sure. And I will do more street outreach, that's for sure. What about you, man? What stopped you from doing it?
Well, the actual thing that stopped me was the pandemic somewhat. But then I haven't gotten back into it since then because I just became like, I didn't feel like I was doing anything. Like I just became tired of, I was just like talking to a brick wall, like talking to person after person. Like if I get told that plants feel pain one more time, I just felt like I was going to body drop someone. Like I was just so
I should have filmed it. That would have been a good video at least.
Yeah, I was just so done with people's BS. Like I just couldn't be bothered with people anymore. So
yeah. So you became an antinatalist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was like, let's get rid of them.
Yeah.
So now I pivoted to like organizing sanctuary trips because I enjoyed a lot more. I also see it as a form of activism.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I organize sanctuary trips now and like, you know, take people to a local sanctuary and we like volunteer and stuff and do work for the animals there because I was just so done with street outreach. I just couldn't be bothered with people anymore.
Sure, that makes sense. What have you ever thought about doing outreach for antinatalism on the street?
Well, people do. Like there is a group that does that. They're mostly in America, but again, I just kind of think it wouldn't be that useful a use of my time. It wouldn't be that like, you know, it would maybe be interesting to have some conversations with people, but in terms of actually like having an impact on the world, I just don't think like it would be the best use of my time.
It'd be quite an interesting thing. It'd be like the slow music and the laptop, just like showing people in like some old person in a hospital bed. And then they come over and be like, oh, how do we help with this? Is this like, are you guys like raising money to like treat cancer and stuff like, no, we're saying that if his parents didn't have him, he wouldn't be in the hospital bed. And then can you imagine trying to explain that to someone? They'd be like, wait, so you're not raising money to help him? No, we're saying that like you just don't have a baby so they don't become him. They'd be like, they'd be like, what the fuck? So wait, I can stop this without pay 1 penny. It's the opposite. You would save money. What? Kids are expensive. You could like go on holidays and stuff. Why are you Whoa!
Yeah, don't have a kid and get a free trip to Ibiza.
Yeah, with the money you could save.
Yeah. A picture of like a dying child, and below it, wrap it up before you slap it up.
Oh man, Jesus! I mean, that'll be fun. And I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to mock your cause. I'm not mocking your cause. I just find it so.
It'll be a funny visual.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because like because people would be so thinking it's one thing so much, and you know, to tell and just to fucking side. I'd love to see that in a video. Just to have someone come over and go, "Oh, you're trying to help people? Yeah, we are. Yeah, how? We're just trying to get them to stop procreating." Like, I just love to see like how the public would be like, "Sorry, what? You're saying, wait a minute, what? What?" Anyway,
well,
that'll be fun.
If anyone does want to see videos of like antinatalist outreach, then there is a group in America called Stop Having Kids who they have uploaded some content. They haven't got a massive amount.
Yeah.
But
it's a really creative name for the group as well.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, it's American. No offense, Americans, but you are very literal. You know, there's no real kind of, you know, it works in America. Though. You have to be quite literal. I don't think there's nuances. It doesn't really work over in the States.
You have to call it sidewalk, otherwise they'd be walking down the middle of the road.
You have to call them eyeglasses, or people be putting them on the back of their fucking head. Or horseback riding, or they'd be, you know, riding the front of them. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. What is this? Although that's not vegan, though. Don't ride horses. I don't care how much you want to tell me it is. So right, okay. So at the minute, then you switched out from you used to be doing the outreach. Now you're doing sanctuary visits, and you said you see that as activism too. So what does that mean then? So how does that work for you as the sanctuary visits as like a form of activism?
It's interesting. I was actually having a debate with discussion with a friend the other day about this, because he didn't see it as, he saw it as volunteering but not a form of activism. He sees activism as slightly different. Okay. But the reason I see it as activism is because like it can be like twofold, I think. So one, like you're helping the animals who live there. So like you are helping animals. So with like street outreach, like the way that you would be helping animals is that people would become vegan, so there would be less demand for animals to be bred into existence. So essentially you wouldn't be with street outreach, you're not really helping any animals who exist now, you're just preventing more from being created, right? Whereas with a sanctuary, you're not necessarily preventing more from being created, but you're helping the ones that exist already, or some of the ones that are existing already. But you could also, with a sanctuary, you could also be preventing more animals from being created and having to go through hell, right? Because sanctuaries can be a place of like education, you know, like for example, I took my dad to a sanctuary, and he's not vegan, but he's like, since going to the sanctuary, he connects much more with when I mention animals, because he's actually met some now. Okay. And yeah, lots of, I mean, some sanctuaries are like private, but lots of sanctuaries also do like open days where people can go and meet the animals and stuff, and actually, you know, see the victims of their choices and stuff. And from that, some people will become vegan. So yeah, I would say, I mean, someone who's more experienced and runs a sanctuary would maybe be able to come up with more ideas, but those two core things, I think, are the way that volunteering at a sanctuary is a form of activism. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I totally disagree with you. I think it's absolutely not. I'm kidding. Obviously, I agree. Yeah. I think absolutely it's a form of activism. It's like if you were, if somebody doesn't think it is, if somebody doesn't think caring for animals is a form of activism, then you also have to say, okay, what about someone who goes to a farm and takes a chicken and then starts caring for that chicken? You would have to say also that's not activism either, because you know, you haven't done any public outreach with that. But not all activism engages with the public. Like sometimes activism means being a caretaker for a rescued animal. It is an action you're taking to help an animal. It's animal activism. So if you can add outreach on top of that, like you said, where you bring public to come and see this animal or to come and help look after this animal, then it becomes like an activism that engages with the public, and then it becomes something that could change someone's mind. But I don't know. I guess if we're defining activism as something that changes people's minds and something that engages with the public, then no, working at a sanctuary is an activism. If we're saying activism is something that helps animals, activity that helps animals, then yes, it is activism. So just, I guess it depends on how you define it. And I think if somebody like you, if you stop doing outreach and you start doing this instead, I don't think that's a negative thing, especially considering you were getting burnt out from the outreach anyway. So it's how long could you have kept that up anyway? It's better than that. It's better. Lots of people just go from doing that to doing nothing. Actually, I've noticed, like after the whole Anonymous for the Voiceless stuff and all that drama and all that horrible shit went down, and lots of people quit Anonymous for the Voiceless and tried to start up some other group, but it didn't work, and then they just quit completely. Like they just disappear off the face of the earth. So I'd much rather they do something like what you're doing rather than just disappear, and that'd be that. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, and I can empathize with people as well, like who have done activism in the past and then they lose their stride. Because I did have that for a bit. I didn't. After we came out of the pandemic, I didn't like immediately go into like organizing sanctuary like volunteer days. There was a period where I wasn't really doing anything, and it was like a combination of two things. Like sometimes I think people get like I don't know what the proper term would be, but like they don't know what to do. They don't know what would have an impact, and so they kind of get like frozen and they don't really do anything.
Right.
And I definitely had that. I was like, okay, I want to help animals, but I don't actually know what to do. Like I don't know what the best thing to do is. Now, is volunteering at a sanctuary the most effective thing to do for animals? In the grand scheme of things, probably not. But like I do other things in my life, and in a selfish way, like I benefit from going to the sanctuary and helping the animals as well.
Yeah.
It's just something I enjoy doing, and also good comes from it as well. So
yeah, yeah, man.
Yeah, I can empathize with people.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, man. Like, I think it's great that I think it's a great way of spending your time. I mean, what else would you be doing anyway? I mean, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. I don't want to stay on stream.
Sorry again.
I said I don't want to stay on
Yeah,
stream.
exactly, right. You'd be sat at home with your something in your hands probably, or sat in a pool of your own sweat on a fabric sofa eating vegan chicken. You know what I mean? I mean, what else would you be up to? So it's good that people can, if you can spend your spare time doing that, then why wouldn't you? If it's possible, then why wouldn't you? If you
when he says that, he means going to a sanctuary, not sat on your sofa hunched over a vegan chicken breast.
Oh, is that no? I meant that. I meant sat on your sat on your sofa doing that. Do you want to react to some stuff? Do you want to look at some stuff?
Yeah, can do. Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Well,
have you got something lined up or?
Yeah, let me show. Well, I can share my screen with you. Well, here's the moment of truth.
So what while you're getting that up, what have you actually done in the stream so far? I tuned in for about I can't remember how long it was, but I like as soon as, is it Benjamin?
Yep.
How you say his name? Yeah. When he was literally saying goodbye was when I tuned in.
We've reacted to some videos. We've done some AI stuff. The AI stuff was pretty cool.
What with ChatGPT?
Exactly. What the fuck is going on right now? It's so yeah, that was pretty fun. But hold up.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, this the AI stuff. Like it's getting like very good.
Yeah. It is awesome. But wait a minute, for some reason, I was trying to share my screen with you, but it can't find my Google screen for some reason. What are you saying?
While you're doing that, I was talking to a friend the other day. He works in like music technology, and we were talking about AI and how it's going to have a massive impact on like many different aspects of our lives and many different industries and stuff. And he actually, just before I saw him, he had just come from a meeting with a guy who he was hoping to work with, but the guy is working on you know, library music, like, you know, it's basically like stock music that people can use, you know, for whatever, like a YouTube video or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know, you go onto these sites and you find the music that's there, and you find which one you like and stuff. But he wanted to work on an AI that created music on demand. So you would go to an AI, type in the sort of music you wanted. So you could say, I want this music to have violins and bass or whatever. And I want it to be this long, and I want it to be, and then you upload a video. I want it to be in time with this video, and I want it to have this impact on the viewer.
Right.
And it will generate music on the spot for you.
That sounds insane.
Yeah, and I was saying, like, that would literally, like, that would put so many people out of work.
I mean,
it's crazy.
It
Like,
would,
that would be an insane technology. Yeah, it would be really cool. But yeah, it's just like stuff like that is just going to completely change how, you know, like, for example, I was talking to someone the other day about, also, if you're ready, I can shut up.
No, go for it, man. I'm just getting some stuff set up.
Yeah, I was talking to someone the other day. I can't actually remember who it was, but they were saying that like schools are having to become more wary of AI now, because kids can just go home and type their essay question into an AI, and it will generate an essay for them, and then the kid can just like go through, make sure there's no obvious errors, and then that's it. So it's like there's all these like aspects of our society it's going to impact. Like, how do we test people reliably now? You know, like will coursework just become irrelevant? Because if you go home and can use an AI, there's not really much point in having coursework. So is it all going to be exam based going forward? Like, there's so many ways it's going to impact.
Well, then people are going to start getting these chips or some shit in their head. And then that's going to be hard as well. It's just going to keep going and going, you know? I don't know, man. By the way, can you see my screen right now?
Yeah. It's just quite small, but
You can do whatever you want on your side, make it bigger. Just touch it a bit.
Yep, I got some blood on it. In it.
So, oh, mate, that changed. So, like, in it to on it is like it's pretty. One of those is very disgusting. Oh, mate, nasty pasty.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can see. Swiftly moving on.
Yeah, let's move on fucking swiftly from that. Oh, geez, that was grim. All right, so yeah, well, these are the videos I've got to choose from.
Yeah.
There's like some short ones and stuff, but we could watch something like juicy, right? Something we can react to, some juiciness.
Have you like made a note of which one's a drama, or are we going in blind to all of these?
No, these are all going in blind. Do you want to see this?
Have you already?
No, the hidden costs
go
of
for
a vegan diet, the BBC one. Have you seen that?
No, it's only 2 months old.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Watch that.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Right. So it's 7 minutes long, and it says.
I'll just tell you if I want to pause, right?
Yeah, just tell me. Yeah, 41 41,000 views, which is pretty lame actually for BBC, but we can give it a go. The hidden costs of a vegan diet, apparently.
During the last few years, we've seen an unprecedented boom in the number of vegan-friendly products. Veganism has truly taken off as a lifestyle choice as much as a diet, especially in Europe and the United States, although some communities have been familiar with the concept for centuries. Even giant fast food chains like McDonald's and KFC now offer meatless versions of popular menu items. One report.
Jesus, this like thing is very distracting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing like it's like intentional, right? They're presenting one view, and then it's gonna flip into the other view of like the hidden.
Okay, let's see.
By the year 2040, as much as 60% of meat eaten globally will be created in labs or made from plant-based products. Sounds great. We can be pretty sure that eating vegan is better for sustainability as well as being a convenient option for people who have compassion for animals. But are we ready to make such a radical transition on a grand scale? And could there be any hidden costs, socially, economically and environmentally, to eating more of certain plants? The first thing to think about is carbon
maybe not
emissions.
then.
It's just badly
Livestock
edited.
farming,
that
especially
was so
beef,
weird.
has a high carbon footprint. Animals release methane with digestion and need huge amounts of land
This
and
guy's
feed,
the worst
causing
narrator.
deforestation.
This is like really, really bad video. Like, how did the BBC
Yeah.
put this out? I mean, I just
I mean,
expect it to
that-
be so much
that-
higher quality than that.
That cow's face says it all about this video.
Aw.
Just baffled. Like, how does this video even exist?
So confused by the camera. It could be a drone, to be fair. They're just like, what the fuck? I drove my drone once around a herd of cows in Finland. It was hilarious. Like, one of them attacked the drone, like fully attacked it. And he was just so angry with it. I'll see if I can find the footage at some point. It was really good.
As well as emissions from the production of what they eat. But there are plenty of plants which also make a significant impact in different ways. Transporting fruit and vegetables by air generates major emissions. For example, importing Peruvian asparagus and South African grapes to Europe or North America.
Right, should we pause?
Yeah.
The made in Hackney.
Pause.
Yeah, so like two things about this. Like so the first one is unless this study is out of date, there's a study that looked into like the contribution that transportation makes to the like environmental footprint.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was just specifically greenhouse gases for different foods. And like globally, transport only makes up I think 11%. So it's like
Yeah.
11% is significant, but it's by no means like the biggest thing, right? It's just like, I mean, you don't have to eat Peruvian asparagus. Like, that's such a niche thing.
Sorry, I
Like,
have to stop. I have to stop you there, mate. Peruvian asparagus is a staple of my diet. Where else am I going to get my whatever's an asparagus from?
Protein, probably. Just pure protein.
just pure protein and B12 asparagus. No. Specifically a Peruvian asparagus. Like normal asparagus doesn't have the right amount of protein.
That Colombian shit won't do it. Beta asparagus.
I gotta get my Peruvian asparagus, guys, and my South African grapes. These are absolute necessities. What do we do without them? Come on, get real, guys. To be a vegan, you're not a real vegan if you don't eat Peruvian asparagus.
Yeah, if you're not lying on a chaise lounge that's cotton, so the sweat sinks
what?
in.
Sorry, a what?
Chaise lounge, it's like a French sofa. You know the ones where it's like.
And they say, "Oh my god!"
No, look it up. Look it up. They're a thing. It's a specific chaise lounge. I'm probably saying it wrong because I'm not French.
Chaise lounge.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
But it's like you know those like that sort of typical thing where like there would be some sort of good-looking woman lying on a chaise lounge eating grapes like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like a fat Roman sort of official. Those are the two.
Say it again. A what? A chaise
lounge.
Chaise lounge.
I think if there's any French people in the chat, then correct me. But
no, I've not heard of that one before. Chaise lounge. Anyway,
look, if you saw one, you'd know it.
By the way, just hold up a second because apparently there's something going wrong with the stream. YouTube is telling me that there's something wrong.
Oh, is it copyright?
No, it's just saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffing. But I don't buffering. But I don't really. What am I supposed to do about that? What's the reason for that? Because like I don't. Everything on my side is just normal. very
I'm not
strange.
sure. Like when I've done stuff and it's skipped frame rates before, it's been skipping frame rates in Streamlabs, which is then fed through to YouTube.
So I'm just gonna stop.
But it hasn't
I'm
been.
gonna stop sharing my screen. Stop sharing my screen for a second. Hold up, and then I'll just check it. See if it's changed anything. Just still says the same thing. YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain streaming. But I don't get what I can change. It doesn't give you any options. You know what I mean?
Have you got the stream up? I'm just going to get it up on my phone to see. Well, I've got the stream up on my phone. It doesn't look like there's any issues, so it doesn't seem to be skipping anything. Is anyone mentioning it in the chat?
Someone mentioned it, and Annie said it's a bit laggy.
Oh.
Yeah. Apparently, it says you've been buffering a little bit, but everything else is okay.
Well, I've been buffering. So is it a me issue? Have I been fucking things
I
up?
don't know, man. I'm very confused. Yeah, people are saying it's weird for them. It's weird. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about it. I can't end the fucking stream. There's nothing else I can really do. I'll stop this Discord call and see if this changes anything.
Yeah, that's all good.
I'll call you back and see. All right. Hey guys, we're just going to test out a bit of connection stuff and see what the deal is. Is of one of you go picture only? Okay. See if that changes anything. No, it just still says poor. Right, what I'll do is I'll stop sending the data. I'll be back in 1 second. You're going to see a black screen for just a moment, guys, and then we'll kick it back up again. See if we can get this going. Okay. We should be back up and running again, I guess. Yeah, we're back again. All right. A bit blurry. It should be all right now. Let's see. Bring Lawrence back in again. Start all over. Yo. Yeah. But like I don't really no reactions. No. But I just thought Discord, I've used Discord before for this and it's been fine.
Did we do a live stream like in this format before with Piers Morgan?
Yeah. We've done it. Yeah, we've done it. It's been fine before. I guess anyway, I've restarted anyway. I restarted the Streamlabs and we'll see if it works. It seems all fine for now. So we'll just go with it. I just give you my share my video again. Share my screen with you again. I think also what could be, it could be something to do with the 1 second, just make sure this is like low. Smooth out video.
The overlords.
Yeah. 15, 30 frames a second. Okay, that should be fine. All right. Try again. All seems to be all right for now. We'll continue with this weird video then. With our Peruvian asparagus.
The organisation from East London aims to tackle this issue by teaching people how to grow their own food and cook with local seasonal ingredients.
All right, but can we grow our own Peruvian asparagus? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
One of the things we try and do is make people aware of the produce that we're using and introducing them to things that they might be less familiar.
Wait, Annie's saying where's Lawrence? Oh no. The hell? What happened? Oh,
the main event isn't even out.
I had Lawrence. Sorry, man. You weren't even. you were out of here. Okay, we're back now. We're back.
We have to focus on produce that is seasonal and local and ideally organic. So all of that will contribute to a more sustainable plate. We know that, of course, a lot of people will be shopping in supermarkets where there is food flowing in from all around the world, and it's about having that awareness of seeing where the food's coming from, checking the labels, and we really believe that that is central to having a more sustainable diet.
Other products with a high carbon count include mushrooms, which require a lot of energy to keep them warm. Then you have cocoa, a cause of considerable deforestation, and nuts, which are some of the most water-intensive crops on the planet. The wildly popular avocado also uses huge amounts of water, and with its rapid ripening cycle,
Can we pause?
Yeah.
I just it's not a particular thing about this video because like so many people do it, but like, why do you think veganism has become so associated with environmentalism? Because like so many videos I see now that is like, oh, the dark side of veganism or veganism debunked. It all talks about environmental stuff, like the animals never get a look in.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I'm going to have to... Sorry, mate, we're having more issues again. I'm going to put this on pause. I'm going to put people on pause and try and figure this out. I'm sorry. Hold up. All right, we're back. Well, Lawrence ain't back yet. Hold up. People are going to be able to hear you but not see you just yet.
Well, this is embarrassing.
Well, yeah, tell everyone what just happened.
Well, so basically, I don't know if they could see that your chair was empty or if you had like a pop-up on screen, but like David like went to the toilet, and so as soon as he left, I was like, oh, okay, well now I'm here on my own, like I'll just talk to the stream. So then I was just telling a story, and then David got back and he was like, who are you talking to? And I said, the people on the stream, and he was like, you're not on the stream. So I just made myself look like a right dunce.
It's very funny, man. But for some reason, I've got you're just not appearing right now. Like your screen doesn't come up for some reason. I don't really understand what's going on. Oh, here we go. Hey, he's here.
Yo.
Oh my goodness. All right. That's hilarious that you just sat here talking to yourself. No, I've got this new pause mode. So I can pause basically, and then people just, they just wait for us to come back.
What are you using? Streamlabs?
Oh, I made it. It's like it's a video.
Okay.
It plays. I made it.
Okay, but what, through Streamlabs?
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you add
It's
it
a
as like a
scene.
new screen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a new scene or whatever they're called. Oh, cool, nice.
Oh, it's so funny. So what were you telling them? What was the story you were telling nobody?
Well, no, I was just, because you know how before everything like bollocksed up, I was saying that I don't get why veganism has been so associated with environmentalism.
Yeah.
I was just talking about like why I think it's unhelpful.
Okay.
And like not good for the animal rights movement.
Okay. Yeah. So why is that then? Could you tell us?
Well, I already have, but no one was fucking listening.
Nobody was here, bro.
So, I think there's a couple of things. So, if you talk about veganism from an environmental point of view, there's a couple of things. One, I do think that the two main issues that I have when I'm talking to people and it goes on environmental lines are, one, environmental issues are way more politicized than animal issues.
Right.
I do think if you talk about animal rights and stuff, some people do associate it with being like woke blue hair sort of stuff,
Right.
but I don't think it's as much as environmentalism. Like environmentalism is very much seen as just a progressive sort of pursuit by a lot of people. So it's like a lot more politicized. So if you take it down the environmental route, the sort of political baggage that comes with it is just so much more to wade through. And I find that really like unhelpful. And the other thing is, I just think the environmental issue is actually a lot more complicated than the animal issue. Like animal ethics is ethics 101. It's super simple. You have to have a mental deficiency not to understand it.
Right.
Or a vested interest, which is what most people have. They have a vested interest in not understanding it properly and not being sympathetic.
Yeah.
But it's basic ethics. It's as simple as racism, sexism, homophobia, this sort of stuff. It's ethics 101. Everyone should be able to understand it.
Yeah.
But with environmentalism, it's way more complicated. Like even the best scientists in the world don't fully understand the climate system. Which is not to say that, and when I say that, I mean, we know there's an issue, but we don't know if we take certain actions, we don't know the full extent of what's going to happen as a result of those actions. They could have unintended consequences, et cetera, et cetera. Like, so just the system itself that the topic revolves around with the climate is like way more, complicated and there's a lot more nuance in it, whereas with animal stuff it's basic ethics.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Mate, I think it's about making the pill as small as possible to swallow again, which is what we've already discussed quite a lot, and about that, like how you make the pill small to swallow and more people will swallow it. If you start adding all these other things that they have to be or have to do, then it starts to get more and more convoluted and difficult. And the pill gets bigger and bigger. And sorry, before I let you continue, I have to say that we're still having the same problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'm going to go like one last ditch attempt. I'm just going to restart the whole fucking system. And guys, in the meanwhile, just stick around. Don't go anywhere. You'll see a black screen, unfortunately, while I restart the system, because right now it's just telling me that it's not working again, that people are going to be seeing the buffering again. So let me try and restart the whole system, see if we can fix this problem. And Lawrence, back in like a couple of minutes, we'll see what's going on.
If you need me to duck out, it's fine, because I don't
No,
know if my
because I need to figure this out anyway. People are saying it's fine though. People in the comments are saying it's fine now, but YouTube is telling me it isn't fine, so I'm kind of confused.
Yeah.
Right, let's see how much of a delay there is. I'm talking now, so type in the chat now how the stream is, please. How is the stream right now? Say right now after what you say. Type in the words, the stream is ... right now. Say that. Let's see how much of a delay there is between me saying that and then someone saying something in the chat. Oh, okay. Well, apparently they're all saying it's fine and YouTube is lying to me. So we continue then.
All right.
Okay.
Do you want to maybe hold off on the reacting if that's the thing that's going to trigger it again?
Nah, we got to try it, man. Like we came here to, you know, this is what we're reacting to stuff, bro. We can't just not react to stuff because
it's your funeral.
You know, it is my funeral. It is my funeral. So weird though, man. It's so annoying how it's doing this. All right, let's give it a go then, shall we? Try and react to something and mess it all up. All right. Okay, so a tab. I'm just going to give you the video back. Oh, man. God, this is so complicated because now this is screwing up the screen. Oh, dude. Because now everybody on my side can't see you anymore. They can see the screen that I'm sharing to you. I don't know how to make it not do that. I had everything ready, bro. Everything was great, and then Discord ruined it. You can't like customize this area. Okay. Okay, right, fine. Yeah, apparently it's the reaction stuff, so it's not that's doing it.
Yeah.
Right, fine. I'm gonna restart the whole system because it needs to be done. So I'm going to restart the whole system, and then after that, if it continues like this, then so be it. It is what it is. It's tough shit. So we'll be right back, everybody, and then we'll try and figure this out. Hey guys, I'm back. I hope you can hear me now. Yeah, you can hear me. Sweet. And let's just pull Lawrence back in as well. There he is. All right, cool. Lawrence, you want to say something? Make sure people can.
Oh, am I on?
Yeah.
You right?
Yeah.
How you doing?
All right, sweet. They can hear us. They can see us. You guys, it has been a dramatic little turn of events just now. My God. Oh,
Absolutely ludicrous display from technology there.
just an absolute, just disgusting. Just the technology that I use to make it so that you can hear my guests just stopped working. If you believe it. So I had to like go and download an update of that because it just malfunctioned. Just decided it had enough. And it was like, nah, mate, listen, I know you were in the middle of an important stream and everything, but we ain't doing it, man. Oh, geez, bro. That was some frustrating stuff right there.
Mm.
But it appears that we're all right for now. Doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I'm not on the stream anymore, but hopefully it's good.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You are on the... Oh, right. You're not watching the stream. Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm not watching the stream. Yeah.
So we were talking about the environmentalist stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right. Should we kick back onto that again? Or is that the conversation? Maybe it's the bloody Bill Gates and everyone trying to stop us from having the conversation.
Yeah.
That could be what it was. That could be the whole cause of everything.
Yeah, because they want veganism to be associated with environmentalism so that men will start to have a low sperm count, right? And we'll all be malnourished.
Dude, that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. Unreal. All right. So
but yeah, I'd said my piece, so I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I was distracted at the time because I was getting angry about the stream. So, but no, yeah, I think you're onto that there, and I think oftentimes they try to people try to act like veganism and environmentalism are one and the same. And no, I agree with you that it's definitely an issue, and it turns a lot of people off us because they think that we're part of, let's say, like people who are, I don't know, saying things like, oh, you need to don't go on holidays and don't fly. Or,
yeah, like the term like eco-fascist.
That's what I mean.
Kind
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Sorry, my brain's a little bit fried from all the bullshit technical stuff I just had to go over and try and sort out. That sucked bad. All right, let me get back into the mode again. Let me get back into the mode again. What I really want to do is continue reacting to that bloody video, but I'm just terrified that if I started again, we're just going to be back at square one. But I feel like we have to give it a go because, this is part of what we do in the stream. We react to stuff. It's like, so I think we're gonna try again.
All right. Well, like I said, it's your funeral.
What do you vote for? You think we shouldn't try again?
I think we should play like. I don't know. I'm like, when it comes to things like this, I'm risk averse.
Yeah.
Like on a live stream, because you know how I was telling you before, like stream sweats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be having stream sweats real bad right now if I was on your.
Well, the thing is, for me, it's happened before, so I'm not like, I don't get the stream sweat so much anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because it sucks. It really sucks when it happens. But it's like I said, it's happened to me a couple times. So
yeah.
God, it's so frustrating. All right, let's talk about some stuff then. People want to talk about, but Annie's asking what people want, but she's saying just have a chat. We can talk about. Okay, I have my little questions. Let's see if any of these nice little questions that you could answer. I'm going to ask everybody today. And over the next 7 days. So one of the questions is, Lawrence, what is the best way to convince someone to go vegan? Lawrence.
I'm not. I don't think there is one. I think like it's so dependent on the individual person, but
Cop
think
out.
being relatable. Okay, here you go. I think being like relatable to them is gonna always help, no matter who you're talking to.
Yeah.
So if someone is relatively progressive, maybe don't put a conservative vegan up against them. If someone is relatively conservative, don't put someone with blue hair up against them. If you get what I
Yeah.
mean, like it's just going to be an instant turn off for them. And also it's just one, they won't find the person as relatable, but given they disagree on so many other issues as well, the conversation is likely to get sidetracked. So
agreed.
I think that is probably one bit of advice that is good for any person, is being relatable to them. Even like small things like the words you use, how you refer to things. Like in the UK, if you meet a middle-aged bloke and go up to talk to him about veganism, maybe call him geezer or something like that. You know, like it will just instantly set rapport with him.
That's good. That's good advice. I think as vegans and it was as a community of people as across the world, I think it's something that we often do wrong. Actually, I think a lot of the times people don't make effort to I think it's a training technique. Training technique. Jesus, it's a sales technique that I was trained in called match plus one. Actually, and what you do is you mirror the person that you're trying to sell something to, but you add like a plus one. So if they're like, you say, hey, how can I help you today? Or whatever, if you're in retail, and they say, yeah, I'm just looking for a TV. Then you say, oh, okay, yeah. Well, what kind of TV? You see how like, it wasn't like they're like, yeah, I'm just looking for a TV. And I'm like, oh, great. What kind of TV would you like? You know, it's not, that's match plus 20. So, but if they're like, I'm looking for a TV. And you can be like, oh, cool. That's really cool. What kind of, you know what I mean? You're up there with them. You got to match them and add one, right? And I think that's a great rule to use for the vegan stuff as well. So if you talk to somebody in the street, say, hey, what do you think about that? And they're like, no, it's really bad. You don't go, yeah, it is bad. You're like, yeah, it is bad. You go up a little bit from them. You don't want to match them identically, but I think that's really good advice that you've given there to try and, kind of don't become somebody new, but definitely put forward the put forward more of yourself that matches with them, and you're going to have more likely have a successful convo versus, for example, in the UK recently, for example, they just done a big thing trying to get Rishi Sunak to right to go vegan. And they're going to give him like £1 million to a charity of his choice. And it's a great thing. It's a really cool idea. It's definitely getting all the attention. But I saw in some of the protests and some of the things they were using to promote this, they used drag queens to promote it. And there's nothing wrong with drag queens, whatever. If you want to use drag queens to promote a cause, that's whatever your call. But when you're trying to get the Prime Minister of England, Prime Minister of the UK, conservative Prime Minister of the UK to listen to your message, even if Rishi Sunak loves drag queens, right? Even if he low-key is like, oh, I love drag queens, he cannot be seen to publicly support anything that is, you know, to do with drag queens. Otherwise, he loses his entire voter base. Like, people are going to be like, I'm not going to vote for him. You know, his conservative voters won't vote for him, most likely, or a lot of them won't, because they'll be like, no, this guy's like out there dancing with drag queens, or at least, you know, seen to be supportive of things that they don't like or whatever. So even if he was like, even if he loves drag queens, he'll never be able to put his name to something that, you know, like that. Or I don't know. Anyway, I just found that to be a strange angle to take with a conservative party leader.
It was a mismatch.
Yeah, it's a mismatch.
Yeah, and it's like, if you are at like there's like RuPaul's Drag Race events, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're at one of those, then it makes sense to have a vegan drag queen talking about veganism. But if you're at like a conservative party conference, maybe don't.
Maybe not.
You know, maybe have someone that's like dressed smart or something like that. Someone who fits their vibe.
Yeah, and there's a lot of places. There's actually a hell of a lot of places where vegan drag queens will go down very well, like you said, like a drag queen show, or
At Pride.
Basically, yeah, anything LGBT related, like LGBT cafes that put on people to talk, or venues that are like call themselves like LGBT friendly or whatever. Like in Manchester, in England, there's tons of places that call themselves like LGBT venues, clubs and bars and stuff like that, where they'll do talks and gigs and blah blah blah. These are all perfect places for vegan drag queens to go and do some work, but trying to convince the Conservative Prime Minister of the UK to listen to you about vegan, that's probably not the place. It's probably not the place for it to do it. It's probably not gonna. It's a mismatch, like you said. And I think that's great advice from you. And I think on overall, on a larger scale, I think we need to do a lot more work on on matching the right people in the right places. Especially when we know the kind of person, like when it's just a general protest, we don't know who we're going to come up against, and that's okay. You never know. But if you're going on Piers Morgan, you know exactly who he is. If you're trying to appeal to the Prime Minister of the UK, there's literally probably 10 to 15 years of stuff you could research about the guy. We know who these people are, so we should make more of an effort to match them, and match +1, like I said earlier, match +1.
Yeah, and I even think there is some wisdom as well. Like, as in no way am I saying that people should suppress who they are. I just think
I don't think anyone's saying that.
Yeah. But like, it's like the animal rights movement has certain battles that they either have to fight or choose to fight.
Right.
And we need to be cognizant of the impression that we give by who we choose to do that.
What does cognizant mean?
Like aware of.
Okay, why did you not just say aware of then?
Huh? I wanted to add it to my repertoire.
What does repertoire mean?
I don't know, but it sounded good with my cadence.
Like with your French. What was your French sofa earlier?
Chaise.
Say again.
Chaise lounge.
Chaise what?
Chaise lounge. Are you taking the piss?
No, it kept cutting out every time you said it.
Oh, right.
Chaise lounge. Chaise lounge.
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm typing it as it
But if you
sounds. I've got Chex Lounge. The Chex Quest Lounge. That's not what I'm looking for, is it?
French sofa.
French sofa. Chaise. Chase. Oh, is it spelt CHAISE? Chaise lounge. Okay. I've seen. Okay, I know the type of sofa it is now. All right,
Yeah.
sweet. All right.
Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, it's spelled Chase Long.
Chase Long. Yeah, like Jordy's put in the chat here. Exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. All right then. Well, okay. Well, I sidetracked you. Well, while we're sidetracked, we do have a super chat from D Green P. Sent €2. Thank you so much, and a sticker of a little person giving a loving kiss. I think it is. I can't really tell. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Awesome. Did you remember, guys? You can send questions, by the way. Any questions that you send with a super chat, they will be answered 100%.
Within reason.
Within reason. Yeah. Within reason.
But
yeah, go on. What were you saying?
I think I basically rounded off my point. It was basically just that, like, we have certain battles that we choose to pick, like, offering the Conservative Prime Minister £1 million to a charity to go vegan.
Yeah.
And it's like, we just need to, so we've picked this battle. Who is going to come off the best with, putting this message forward? Because, I just didn't want anyone to think like, oh, we're like suppressing certain types of people or whatever. It's just like, if you're a certain type of person, you need to think about what are the battles that are best for you to fight.
I will tell you something. This is a piece of advice from me to you. You need to stop being so bloody scared of people misinterpreting you. Like, it is the internet. You can't go through life on the internet constantly trying to make sure that somebody didn't understand you incorrectly, man. Like, I just don't recommend that, honestly. If they misunderstand you, they misunderstand you, and that's the end of it.
Well, I'm just worried because I've got someone not even understanding what a chaise lounge is, so you don't know you don't know how people are gonna.
That is funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't. If somebody thinks that that's what we're saying, oh, restrict yourself. That's just not it at all, is it? But it's like you said, it's all about you just need to make sure it's the right match. That's all it is. Just like the right match for whoever you're talking to.
Yeah.
And the right, the right vibes. Otherwise, you just got this an uphill battle. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Like otherwise you're going to be in an uphill struggle from like the first moment.
Yeah, you just have to wade through more shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've had that. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You have to wade through the shit. Oh my goodness, where did I go? I've disappeared now.
Is it my stream now?
No, I've disappeared from my own stream.
But am I still up?
Yeah, it's your stream now.
Quality. Oh, sick. All right, well, now it's time to start talking about rounding up kids.
I do not understand what is going on. It's just kicked me out. Oh, wait, I'm here. Oh, I'm to the side. This stream is such a fucking nightmare. Why is everything going wrong? Oh my God. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah, you're back. Yeah, I see you.
This is day one, man. This is day one. We got 6 more days of dealing with this crazy stuff. Oh, are you on your lunch break right now?
It's Saturday.
I thought you were at work.
No. My lunch breaks aren't this long.
Oh God, man.
I'm Can I shout out a comment in the stream?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh right, yeah, notorious. Oh, I thought it was Tom, but it's Tam Paton. I'm not sure why they're saying this because I can't see what it's in reference to.
Sure.
But they said vasectomy gang strong arm.
Yeah.
So I rate that.
You just happy about that, are you? You like people getting their
I wanted to show support.
Willies chopped up.
Chopped off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chopped off. Chopped up.
Yeah.
Chopped up.
No, chopped off. Just take it all off. No point in having.
That's
it
a good
anymore.
point, though. Why not just go all that way as an antinatalist and just be like, you know what? You can reverse the vasectomy, but you can't reverse getting it chopped off. Like that's that's like permanent. That's for life. That's done.
Yeah. Are you even antinatalist if you haven't chopped your dick off?
Oh mate. You have to always go like the next level and just like Americanize it. You have to like make it like everybody understand here. There's no subtlety. You just go boom straight in. Someone asked a question here.
Ooh.
Viner Moinen asks, should we try to kill all children?
Is that to me?
I guess so. And also I'm realizing for some reason now, one more thing to go wrong. The alert box isn't working. But yeah. What's the question? What's the answer to that, Lawrence?
No. Obviously not.
You sure about that?
Yeah. I've considered it for a long period of time, and I got to the conclusion: no, we should not go around killing people.
Okay. And how long did you consider it for exactly?
It was a hard one. Oh, a few years. I tried it out a couple of times, but it didn't go well.
Right. Well, I see. Yeah, I can imagine. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to sell to the people, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone under 18.
Man, I'm still trying to fix the stream. By the way, now for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Now for some reason, Streamlabs has decided that it doesn't want to give anyone. It doesn't want to give alerts for donations now. So now I'm just trying to fix that as well. I don't know what's going on, dude. I don't know what the hell's happening. I don't know what I did to deserve this.
Well, shall I tell another story? I can maybe think of another. I can tell a story about some activism I did when I was in Sweden.
I think actually, if you want to hold on to that thought, what I'm going to do is I'm going to restart Streamlabs again.
Okay.
And hopefully, the problem will be fixed. All right. I'm going to give it a go.
All right. Actually, while you do that, I'm just going to get some tissue for my nose.
Sure. All right. I guess we're back on. Apart from Lawrence is off snotting his nose. But I guess he'll be back soon. All right. Now let's see if the tips are working. Hey, there we go. We got the tips back. Whew, boys and girls, I do not know what I did to deserve this today.
Just existing.
We got somebody in the chat saying, no more about antinatalism, please. Serious.
Lol.
Yeah. I did say earlier, I do agree. This is not what they came here for. So I do feel kind of, stop bringing it up, Lawrence. Like, Jesus, mate. Everyone knows. Okay, Lords, you're antinatalist. Everyone fucking knows you're an antinatalist. You just come up here, bringing all that shit, upsetting everybody.
Upsetting the one snowflake in the chat.
Oh, hey, don't come here and insult my subscribers, man. Hey, most of my subscribers like you, bro. Don't come after them, or you'll get no new subs from them. You gotta be nice now. You gotta apologize, calling him a snowflake. No, go on. Show you.
I apologize to whoever that was. Shall I tell that story about the activism in Sweden?
Tell me a story about activism in Sweden. Let's do it.
So when I first became vegan, I spent about a month just watching stuff on YouTube to learn, stuff. I can't exactly remember who I was watching, but I think it was like Earthling Ed, people like that.
Yeah.
And then I started doing street outreach, and then the year I got into activism there, that spring, in Sweden, and they probably have the same thing in Finland as well.
Yeah.
They have this thing called Kosläpp, which is like cow release. So they have like a big cultural day where all of the cows are released from the barn.
Right.
So obviously, because the cows spend winter. So there are obviously farms where the cows are inside all of the time, and then there are farms where cows are outside some of the time, right? So because of the winters being quite harsh in Scandinavia, in Sweden there's like a specific day in the year that all of the cows are released across the country from the barns into the field.
Right.
And it's like this, loads of families go to farms and stuff, and they watch the cows being happy, and the cows are genuinely happy, obviously, because they've just spent their whole winter indoors. And so, it's this family event, and it had never been protested before.
Yeah.
And so there was a group in Stockholm called Mjölksanningen, which means milk truth.
Okay.
Or the truth of milk, like that. And we decided to protest this event for the first time. And so we went to this specific farm, and we went in as ordinary punters because they wouldn't expect anything. There had never been any protests. So we were just normal people. We had the signs under our, coats or whatever. Yeah. And they're very open, or at least this farm was very open about how the farm operates. So we were I was well, they don't take you into the barn, but to show you actively, but all the doors are left open.
Right.
So I just walked into the barn, and there were all these cows just in their own piss and shit and stuff.
Standard. Yeah.
And but everyone else is out the front of the farm waiting for the cows to come out.
Right. Okay.
And at this place, they had a barbecue going where there were dead cows being served up at the same time as everyone was coming here to celebrate watching the cows be happy and stuff.
Right.
And then as the cows were released, we got to the front of the crowd and started holding up signs that were all in Swedish, obviously, and they would say stuff like, where are the babies? They've been separated, and stuff like that. And it was really interesting for me because one, that was my first bit of disruptive activism I'd ever done, but also we got a lot of abuse shouted at us, but it was kind of good for me because it was all in Swedish, so I didn't know what the hell anyone was saying. So it was kind of warming me up for getting back into the UK, and then people shouting at me, and I know what they're saying to me and stuff.
Yeah.
It was an interesting period that, because the reactions were the farmers and the people there were just so baffled because it had never been done before. Whereas in the UK, I think farmers, they're not really baffled when a protest happens because they know that it's something that happens. They're just more angry.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was.
So wait, it was farmers that were angry with you guys mainly at this thing.
Everyone was
Oh,
like the people who actually worked at the farm were the people who were coming up and getting in our faces, but everyone else was like booing and stuff like that. Well, not everyone, but like a lot of people.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's a weird one because they're coming there because they want to see animals because they like animals, right? And they want to see these happy animals. And then you're there saying like, hey, by the way, these aren't happy animals. This isn't very nice. You guys are here because you love animals, so we're hoping to appeal to you. And then they're like, fuck you, fuck you. You're like, wait a minute, what? I thought we were on the same page. I thought we were all here because we like animals. Like we're protesting because we like them. You're here to see them because you like them. But we're telling you that they're hiding shit in here. That these people are liars. And you're like, fuck off. I want to see the happy cows. It's so weird, isn't it? When you when you spell it out like that, it's very strange. Man, I should.
Well, I
was gonna say I should take it easy on the shouting. Otherwise, by day 7, I'm just gonna be sat here like, we're gonna react to some stuff.
Yeah, you're just gonna be a husk of a human being. Yeah, no, I do get it. I think like when people don't like having hypocrisy shown up to them, like their own hypocrisy shown to them,
no one likes
and it's just cognitive dissonance, and then people get angry and stuff.
Yeah, that's like they just stood there like, you're ruining my nice cow moment with the truth about these cows, you fucker. Go away. Like, yeah, but you're an animal lover. I am, but nice cows, they're happy. Look, they're running. Yeah, but they weren't. I don't care about before right now. Go away. I like animals. But I don't want to know the truth about it, and I don't want to help them. I just want to watch them run around. I think people are just very simple when it comes to animals in this way, aren't they? That is basically it. I want to see them happy and running around and having a great time. Yeah, but that's not how they are normally. Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. That's what I want to see. You know, it's like, it's very just ignorance is bliss. Basically, it's very it's the literal example of ignorance is bliss, because it is.
Well, I heard someone say it the other way around actually, not recently actually, but like a year or so ago, which was really interesting. You know how everyone says ignorance is bliss?
Yeah.
I heard someone say bliss is ignorance, which I think is like really
So
interesting because
profound.
like. But I just find it like really interesting. Like if you see someone in absolute bliss, they just clearly are not aware of what is happening in the
man.
world.
Totally. Totally. I've said this before. Like if someone could give me like a switch that would just switch everything off in my head and put me into complete ignorance about anything bad in the world, I probably wouldn't take it, but I would be very tempted to take it. Very, very tempted.
Yeah.
Because ignorance, bliss is ignorance and ignorance is bliss. Like it genuinely is. We would all be a lot happier if we were ignorant. And then you understand why it takes people so much effort to have them to pay attention and change, because ignorance is great. I mean, I'll go on record and say the happiest people on planet Earth are the most ignorant. Of course they are. Like, what do you think, like, I'm not talking, when I say this, I'm going to talk about racists, but I don't mean the ones who like despise other people because of their race. Like, that's not happy existence, right? But people who are just casually racist, they're very happy. They're ignorant. They're ignorant to why it's wrong. To them, it's not even racism. Do you know what I'm saying? Like people, like the people who are out there who are sexist or racist or the, speciesist or whatever, they're probably really, really happy with their lives and the way they're going. I'm not talking, like I said, this is not about the people who despise animals or despise somebody because of their race. Like that's the whole thing. That's hatred. I'm talking about the ones who are just casually eating.
Dismissive.
Huh?
The ones who are like dismissive, they sort of simplify their reality by dismissing.
It's more like it's somebody who would eat a steak and just not even think about it, and then just be like, nah, I don't really like Indian people. I don't really think about it. And they'd be like, yeah, but women can't do that. Women aren't as smart as men, and they not think about it. They don't come in from a place of hate. They're coming from a place of ignorance, and they're very happy people, because why would they not be happy? There's nothing. They don't feel guilty. They feel nothing. They feel no guilt. They feel so they're just happy. Ignorance genuinely is bliss, but You can get happiness in other ways, of course, but it's a lot harder once you're not ignorant anymore. Once you realize that stuff that you do and say has consequences, life becomes worse for you. Better for others, to be fair, but worse for you. It's like a sacrifice. Like when you sacrifice ignorance, you're giving up some of that bliss, but you're allowing other people to have some bliss, right? Because the ignorance was definitely harming others, even if it was just, you know, with animals, obviously ignorance really harms them. So you're helping animals if you spin it around, but you do give up the bliss. It's an exchange, right? You're not as selfish anymore.
I don't know if you've like had this experience, but like day to day, and like, you know me, like day to day, my disposition is relatively like sunny. Like I'm not like a downer. Like as much as it may come off on stream and like the stuff that we talk about and like I talk about, but like day to day, I'm like fine and relatively like an optimistic disposition or whatever.
Yeah.
But I would say that since becoming like vegan and having other realizations, my like general level of like
bliss,
bliss is like definitely lower.
Definitely, man. And that's sad because, you know, they do say, people do criticize vegans and they say stuff like, oh, we're all doom and gloom, we're all serious and sad, and it's like there is some truth to it. Because the world is a very doom and gloomy, sad place, and it's harder to see the good in it once you are knee deep in the shit. And when you go vegan, you tend to be knee deep in the shit pretty quickly. You learn a lot very quickly, and it's pretty depressing. And I think that is part of the stuff we talked about earlier. It is part of the image issue that we have, and part of something I'm trying to change, and other vegan YouTubers I know are also trying to change, like to not always be doom and gloom and to have fun and laugh and mock and make silly videos and stuff like that, because we need to. And also, like Benjamin was saying, where they stream Minecraft, they go on Minecraft and just show that vegans can just have a laugh and stuff. I think a lot more of that would be helpful, for sure, in the activism space, to have activists that also show that they do fun stuff and they enjoy life as well. I think that's missing. I think a lot of that is missing. Just vegans enjoying life, you know?
Yeah, I do find it quite funny that you know, we need to show that vegans have lives. Let's play Minecraft.
Good point. Yeah.
But I'm not hating on Minecraft. Like I spend hours on Minecraft. The shit I used to build on there, legendary game.
Oh, I used to play it, but I stopped. I had it on. What did I have? I can't remember.
PC, no?
No, I had it. I had it on like a different thing. I must have it. I must have been on Xbox or PlayStation.
Yeah, they did have it.
But I'm gonna get it for the Switch, I think, at some point.
Oh really? Do you want to make a server?
Well, is it cross-platform? 1 minute, let me check.
I don't know actually, but if it is, I'm not gonna buy it on console. But if it is cross-platform, I'll have a cheeky go with you on.
Is it cross-platform? Let's have a look. It says. Cross-platform, Windows 10, Windows 11, Xbox, mobile, Switch, and PlayStation 4.
Oh, nice.
That's sick. That's what
Sick.
a world.
Gonna create the vegan paradise.
What a world where you can pick up one console and play people on another console. Like that's just the first time I heard about that, I was like, bullshit. I don't believe it. And then I researched it, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't actually get my head around it. But also, it's a shame because like with some games, the competition is just out of control, because if you're on a Switch and you're playing someone on PC, you are losing. Like every game, the power of a Switch is nothing in comparison to, you know, the frame rate and stuff of a PC, of a gaming PC. You're just never going to stand a chance. But Minecraft, it doesn't really matter with that because you're just building your shit, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, we should do that. Yeah, we should definitely get that going.
Yeah. I spent so many hours on that, but we don't need to go into the depths of my loserishness in my teenage years.
What did you build? Like what kind of what were you doing on it for hours?
Oh, just like my friends and I would you know, have a server and we'd make you know, whole like fortresses, or you know, we'd go exploring, you know, go on adventures and stuff. Oh, this sounds so losery. You know, spelunking. Like
together with real people in like online, you mean?
Yeah, not with other people, just with friends. So we'd make our own server, and there would be maybe like 4 or 5 of us from school.
Okay.
And let me just clarify, this is when I was like 14 years old. So like no one get it twisted.
Yeah, sure. It's like last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was during the pandemic.
Look, I had nothing else to do. Yeah, we used to do. Did you not play? I guess was Minecraft out when you were a teenager,
No.
or did it come out
No.
slightly later?
Mate, when I was a teenager, it was like PlayStation 1, I
Count.
think.
Yeah.
Let me just have a look. Let me check. Wait, when I was like, how old are you? 14, you said, right?
Yeah, when I was playing it, yeah.
So when I was 14, what year was I 14 in? Oh, I can't bother to do the
I
math.
might have been a bit older, like 20 or something.
Born.
That was
1 minute. I'm trying to Google this. Like,
I actually, when I hit 20 years old, I was really into this game, which does sound like a gay porn site,
Right.
called RimWorld. But it's a solid game. Like everyone should check it out on Steam. It's probably had like a lot of updates since I last played it, but it's like a colony simulator, but you control every individual colonist.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Dude, if I was born in 1989, how old? What year was it when I was 14?
1989, so it would have been 2003, 2002.
All right, let's go 2002.
2003.
Gaming consoles. What was out in 2002? All right, we had Grand Theft Auto Vice City was out. Medal of Honor Frontline. Oh my god, it's taking me back. But
was Battlefield out then? Battlefield 1?
Don't think so. So this was the year of the GameCube, the Xbox One, PlayStation and PlayStation 2, and Game Boy Advance. So yeah, Minecraft definitely wasn't around. I mean, maybe it
Did
was.
you used to play like is it Crash Bandicoot? That was like a really popular game.
Yeah, Crash
back in the
Bandicoot was
day.
sick, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Minecraft came out in 2009. Wow.
Oh, whoa.
Wow.
That makes me feel old.
That is crazy, bro.
Jesus. So you would have been 20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
shit.
That's so strange, man. But do
Yeah.
you know like a game I just got for the Switch? Do you know the game Devil May Cry?
No.
See, that was out. The OG for that, Devil May Cry. I loved it. I loved it so much.
What is it? An FPS or an RPG or what?
It's first person. No, sorry. It's it's like a slasher. You run around killing shit.
Oh.
And
classic.
Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah, you play like so it was out in 2012, man. Oh my god, crazy. Was it 20? Yeah. No, 2000. Wait. Not 2012. What am I on about? 2001. First one came
Did you
out.
jump on the Modern Warfare 2?
The the Call of Duty Modern
COD.
Yeah, I had that. Yeah, I loved it.
I banged that out
Man, I
hard.
loved it. But I was a big Halo guy. I wasn't really a COD guy for a long time.
No. Yeah, I played Halo before COD. I had the original Halo on PC.
Oh,
I
sick.
started on PC.
Man, I had Halo 3 for me was just I don't even want to know how many hours I put into that. Like it's pathetic. It's genuinely pathetic. Like I played online so much and I got so good at it and it was pathetic, honestly.
Yeah, my friend used to compete in Halo 2.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm not sure if he actually got anything. Like I don't know if he won anything, but
for me,
he was good enough to get in.
You should have seen it, man. For me, it got to the point where I knew every map, and I would, we'd spawn, start the map, and I would be going straight away to go and fight for the best weapons because I knew where they were, where they spawned. This is the kind of the stupid level it was at. Or like I would be talking to people I was playing with, like, okay, you go for this one, and I'm gonna go here and do it. And it was, it got silly. It got silly.
The virginity is real.
Yeah, it was bad. Also, Guitar
Yeah,
Hero. I loved Guitar Hero.
I never got into that. I played it a couple times at friends' houses, but I just never vibed with them.
Oh man, do you know "Through the Fire and the Flames," the song by Dragon Force?
No.
Oh, it was out back then. But yeah, that's the hardest game. It's the hardest one to play on the game, and I was able to finish it. I finished it once on hard mode, which was just, Yeah, you've got to see it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Like,
I bet at the end you just collapse in sort of like a sweaty mess, just convulsing on the ground.
It's your arms. Your veins end up like sticking right out. Your arms are burning. Your wrists are kill. Oh man, yeah, it was brutal. I loved that. I loved playing that.
I think I'd be all right at it because of rock climbing. Because you rock climbing, you get quite big forearms.
Yeah, that's true. You'd probably be good at it. To be fair, I play guitar, so I already had the training and the thing. But playing, you have to if you play guitar and you try and play Guitar Hero, it doesn't transfer. You have to relearn the skill. Like, it's not the same thing. But it definitely helps with the strength. When you play real guitar, you're like, oh, you do feel stronger after playing the plastic thing for sometimes. That's pretty cool.
What'll never be the same again is the custom maps in Halo.
Yeah.
There'll never be because the world has changed so much now. Like when I was a teenager, it would be school bell rings, end of the day. Bus straight home. Soon as you get home, online with the lads.
Right.
Straight on a custom map. Like, oh, it was a mad.
See, I had all of that, right? But minus the lads. I was just like,
I was just on my
straight
own.
home, and I'm just like, go online and play strangers. No friends, loser. No, because like. Yeah, with my friends, we play together in real life. And if we weren't playing together in real life, chances are we actually weren't, one of us wasn't free or whatever, so just play alone.
Yeah.
Like a fucking loser. Eco-friendly vegan geek says, David, play us some guitar during your streams this week. Don't give it up for a week because you're too busy talking on here. We'd love to see. Yeah, I will at some point, but singing might be tricky after all this talking here. My throat's already starting to sound weird.
It'll be like that scene in The Office where David Brent gets his guitar.
Yeah, but he's great though. But he's great though, isn't it? That's the funny thing.
He is.
That he actually, when he's doing it, you're like, oh god, and then it's like, oh, he can actually sing. Like what he's singing, stupid, but he can actually sing. So and he can play guitar as well. And it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it is actually. To be honest, it is actually quite impressive the range of skills that Ricky Gervais has.
Dude,
like he is.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
It's insane. Yeah. No, I was just gonna say it's insane. Like he was able to hold a song with. He has Noel Gallagher in one of his songs. Is it the Free Love Freeway or whatever?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and he keeps up with Noel Gallagher. Like, yeah, it's.
Yeah, he's stupidly talented, isn't he? And
it's mad.
It's cool to see like somebody who, he came from like poverty basically. He came from absolute
in
nothing.
Reading.
Yeah. And now he's like genuinely talented and got famous and successful because of his talent, not because of him being mates with someone or some shit like that, or born into money. It's really cool and he's vegan, so it's even we can celebrate him even more because of that. And he sticks it to Hollywood, which is just brilliant as well. And that's also like a big win. No, totally.
Yeah, he actually he recently announced. He's doing like warm up gigs for his Armageddon at the moment.
Yeah.
And he just released 2 like extra dates, and one of them, no, they're both outside of London, but they're both relatively easy to get to from London.
Right.
And he released the tickets on Thursday, and I was actually thinking about trying to get some, but then I didn't bother because I got a busy period coming up at work. Yeah, but it would have been sick to see his stuff live.
Yeah,
and also I probably would have wanted to invite someone like you, but like you're in a different country, and it's like I know you're a fan, but I don't know if you're gonna like go to another country to see a show.
Yeah. Yeah, be a bit. What's the word? Is it exorbitant? Is it called? Where it's like a lot. It's like it would be a lot to fly just to go see Ricky Gervais.
Have you added that to your repertoire?
I just don't. But I don't even know what the word is. Exorbitant. It's it's unreasonably high a price or something. Exorbitant. I don't think I'm using it in the right context. Sometimes I just use words because I think they sound right, but they really don't.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people do that. But when I do it, it's even more embarrassing because obviously I'm live streaming to people.
Yeah. Chuck some shit at the wall, see if it sticks.
It just sounds really smart. But it's not smart. It sounds smart, but it's not smart because it's not correct. Yeah. So how long are you sticking around for today? You want to just let me know whenever you want to go. Like I don't want to keep you here if you've got something to do, some friends or something.
Yeah, I was gonna jump on the Minecraft server with the lads.
With the lads. we could play some. I mean, is it? Yeah, you can play it on the computer. We could play it right now if you want. I can't stream it though. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure that's what people came for.
I'm gonna do some gaming. I'm gonna be streaming some Switch stuff once
really?
I've the plug adapter broke for it, but once that's fixed, I'll be streaming some.
Yeah,
Switch.
I actually, you know what it is? Trip back through memory lane. So I just opened my applications and I was like, do I still have it downloaded? And Minecraft is still there.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't. I would probably need some hefty updates last time I opened that, but
Yeah. Plus, I don't know if I'll be able to stream it and stream like with you. At the same
yeah.
time.
No, but whenever you want to, I'm down. But no, I can hang around for whenever. I mean, if you're getting tired of me, just boot me. Like I'm not
I
going to
got
be
tired of you
offended.
about an hour ago, mate. But don't worry about that.
Oh well.
But I've got.
You must be fucking desperate.
I've got Debug Your Brain coming on at 6 and 2 like in about an hour and 50 minutes. So that'll be pretty cool. So at least I guess you need to be out of here at least in the next like 45 because I'm going to start reacting to some Debug Your Brain videos before he comes on, and he's got quite a lot of stuff to get through as well. So I think it'd be worth spending a good amount of time reacting to his videos before he comes on. That'll be pretty cool.
Okay, cool.
But
Yeah.
but we can't react together anymore because the stream gods have decided that that's no longer a possibility for my channel. So BS, man. That's all BS. I don't even know what I can even do about that. But anyway, whatever. Let's not simmer about it too much.
I got you know how you asked me before what was it, the funniest or stupidest thing that someone has said against veganism before?
Yeah.
What's the dumbest thing that you've heard a vegan say before? I've got one, but I want to hear yours first. Or unless you want time to think, I can go.
Yeah, okay. I've heard a lot, but I've heard vegans, not more than one vegan even, saying that vegan meat isn't vegan because it tries to imitate meat, and by trying to imitate meat, we're stopping more vegans from being created because for some reason they think that we should. You know what I mean? There you go. That's pretty much all of it. By the way, we just got another tip from Viner Moinen. Thank you so much again for the $10 tip. Remember, put a message in there as well though, so you can ask any question you like. You might not get an answer, but definitely put a question there because you've earned it. Thank you so much, legend. But yeah, go on. So there's the meat. So basically, I've heard eating or promoting vegan meat isn't vegan because it encourages people to eat meat. That's pretty much
glorifies the consumption of animal products or whatever.
Yeah, because they in their eyes the easier task is just to get people to not find meat attractive anymore, as opposed to just creating something that looks, tastes, and smells like it but isn't animals. I know which I think is a more productive way of doing it, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's actually well, I don't want to say for sure, but I was talking to someone the other day, and they were saying, or I can't remember, but anyway, I found out somehow that there's a guy in London at the moment that his New Year commitment for this year is not to eat any vegan replacement products because he's against, because for this reason, like they glorify the consumption of animal use, and it's, I don't know, my reaction to that is just like, if you want to do that, like you probably will be healthier because they're not the healthiest thing. Like, no. But like in terms of a form of activism, I'm just not like, I'm not sure I don't know if it does anything. And even if it does, it's probably so small, you could better use your time elsewhere without having to nitpick about what you eat. Do you get what I mean?
It's really short-sighted, this idea, like that that it glamorizes.
I feel like it's more of a purity thing.
It's like would they say that almond milk glamorizes cow's milk? No, of course it doesn't. It's just a white liquid, right? And you would have to say that anything that's white liquid glamorizes cow's milk, or anything like, what about mushrooms? When you cook up mushrooms, they look like meat, right? When you cook up oyster mushrooms, they look like chicken. They literally look like pieces of chicken when you split them up and stuff. So okay, we're not allowed to cook oyster mushrooms anymore. Like it's so dumb, honestly. Genuinely, I have no patience for this argument, and I would happily debate it with somebody as well. If you know anybody that wants to debate this, or not debate it, but discuss it, like it's not going to be like, oh yeah, fuck you, nothing like that. Not that kind of like head-to-head debate, but I would happily discuss it with somebody, and hear them out, you know. But I have limited patience for it, really limited patience for this argument. Yeah.
Yeah, so my my dumb thing that I've heard vegans say, and I've heard a couple of vegans say this, and I'm not sure how serious they. It wasn't really that they were saying it; it was more that they were even considering it.
Yeah.
Is it vegan to kill animals in video games?
Oh, I've heard this. Peter goes about this, man. Peter's like,
because it normalizes violence towards animals, which
Peter's big on this, man.
And I'm just like. But people go around shooting humans in video games, but you don't see every teenager going around, like, it doesn't normalize, I haven't seen any evidence that it normalizes violence. I remember there was that controversy when Modern Warfare 2 came out, right? Because there was a scene where you were playing a Russian who shoots up an airport.
Right,
They'd made it so that it was built into the game where you could skip that mission.
Right.
So they didn't ban the mission, but there was a warning before the mission saying, like, this may be traumatic or whatever. Even back then, and Modern Warfare 2 was ages ago, way before like the trigger warnings we know now and stuff.
Yeah, if I was gonna try to understand this position a little bit more, then you could say that most people know that murder, i.e., killing humans, is wrong. And most people know that's fundamentally wrong. But they don't have the same notion when it comes to animals. So promoting animal violence in a video game could more easily transmit to real life actions. You could make that argument, but you'd need to give evidence for it. And as far as I'm aware, the evidence just doesn't stack up right now. That it doesn't. Like, people who are already a violent disposition might be convinced to go out and do violent things, but you don't go from being some peaceful angel to abusing animals because a video game has hunting in it. I don't think there's any evidence of that.
Yeah, video games are a gateway drug to suicide bombing.
Right, I don't think so. But I think there probably is some evidence out there that people who are violent already can be inspired by a game, I suppose, or like I don't know. I suppose. I mean, that doesn't seem unthinkable to me. But then it's not.
No, I can get that.
But it's not to say that they wouldn't have done the violent stuff if they hadn't played the game. It's just to say that the game gave them the idea for the violence. But they would have come up with something at some point. A movie or fucking series or something would have done it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if someone has a predisposition to violence that is so sensitive that a video game could set it off, they're not going to go through life and it not be set off. So it doesn't seem like a reason to avoid violence in video games.
No. And I don't, to be honest with you, like, I don't even find it appealing to kill animals in games. And I was playing Zelda on the Switch, and I didn't know what happened. I wanted to see what happened because you can kill animals in the game. Huh? What'd you say?
Said definitely has friends.
Shut up, man. And I was like, what happens if you do kill? Because they were attacking me. Like, so this wolf attacked me, and I was like, okay then. And I've got to defend myself, and I killed the wolf, and then you get meat from them, and I was like, okay, well that sucks. And then another time, I accidentally killed an animal in the game, and I felt really guilty. And I just don't like it personally. I just don't really like it. It's not something that appeals to me unless I'm defending myself in the game. But there's no real ethical thing here. I just don't particularly like it, to be honest. It doesn't feel good to do it. I don't enjoy it. So
yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Just don't bother.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the on the game. So like, I would probably agree with you if it was like a first person sort of thing where it's actually quite realistic and you can see the animal like suffering in the game, even though obviously they're not like suffering, but you get the visual cues. I can understand like having that feeling in that sort of game, but like the game, for example, that I was talking about before, RimWorld, like. In that, I once tried to play that with a vegan colony, and it was just so much more harder. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to allow my people to hunt."
And rim each other in RimWorld.
Exactly.
What is this? It sounds like a weird game.
No, it's really interesting. It's basically like at the very start of the game, 3 colonists crash land on a planet,
Yeah.
and you basically have to control all of them, and they're all predisposed to like certain things. So one of them will be better with weapons,
Right.
one of them will be more intelligent, one of them will be etc. And it's just about building a colony, and you have to survive like the elements, and random events happen, like a disease hits or something, or crops fail. And then like other colonies exist on the planet as well, so occasionally they will come and raid you. You can also organize to go raid them. You can become allies with them
Okay.
and stuff, and then trade. It's quite detailed, and it's really interesting.
Sounds nerdy as fuck. But
Yeah,
it's
it is.
apparently they're talking about, like, people are requesting it to go on the Switch, but it's an adult game, right? It's a very like adult game.
Well, there's nothing in it that children can't be exposed to, but
Okay.
it's just too complicated for a child.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I'll see if I can get it on Steam anyway for the Mac if it's available.
Yeah, it's on Steam. That's where I've got it. Yeah.
Okay. You still play it now?
No, I haven't played video games generally for quite a few years now.
Ah.
Not for any other reason than just like I just either don't have the time, or if I do have spare time, my most time I spend just enjoying myself is like watching debates on YouTube, to be honest.
Oh,
Like,
that is tragic, mate.
Yeah, I
that
know.
is really
But that-
tragic, mate.
that is
Oh,
honestly
no.
what I enjoy doing now.
Stop, man. Oh, come on.
Or like listening to interviews, podcasts, and stuff like that.
Okay. Cliff Grant just left a comment, says, I remember way back someone said Ed wasn't vegan because he monetized his channel and YouTube was showing non-vegan adverts. I've heard that one before. I've had that from people on my channel too, but they don't realize that the way that ads work, it's based on you. So if you see an ad and it's for meat, then you're the one that's not vegan, because you're the one that triggered the ad, not me and not YouTube. YouTube has a whole load of ads that, I have no control. YouTube accepts ads, and then they have systems that follow you as an individual and what you're interested in. So actually, yeah, it's on the user as to which ad they get. So if by that person's logic that Ed's not vegan if he monetizes the videos, well, it's actually you're the product watching the video, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I mean? Like Ed makes money off Ed when you monetize a YouTube video, right? The money made is not from the company. The money made is from the person watching the video, right? Because they're the customer. You're the product that they're so.
Yeah, your attention
is the product, right? So technically, yeah. I don't know. I'm just messing around with that person's logic. I just find it funny. But there's really nothing a YouTube user can really do about that. It's like an open ad marketplace. The best thing you can do as a user, if you don't want those ads, is make sure every single time you see them, you stop the ad and it doesn't get shown anymore, and then that company doesn't. Or you allow it to keep going, and then that company's wasting money trying to promote meat to you. That's also a win. It's almost activism, really. If you're like, click, show me more ads like this, and they're just like wasting all their money, just like putting ads onto you, trying to get you to buy meat, and you're like, yeah, show me more, waste your money. I think that's pretty funny.
Yeah, just drain their marketing budgets.
Yeah. Vinamoinen in the comments says, I'm not a product dude. And I think, unfortunately, we all are, unfortunately. We are the product. When we use YouTube or Facebook or Twitter and stuff like that, they're all free because we are the product. We are.
Yeah, watch the Social Dilemma. Is it that documentary?
Was it the Social Dilemma? Is that what it was called?
I think that's what it was called.
Yeah.
Unless I'm getting it wrong.
Yeah. It's one of those things, as Paradigm Shift just said, if you're using a free service, you're the product. And that's all of us. I'm not saying like you specifically are a product and I'm not. No, we are as well. Everybody is. It's the way of the world, guys.
Unless you get would an ad blocker get around that?
Yeah, potentially, but it wouldn't help me. If everyone watching my channel just starts using ad blockers, it kind of screws me over. But there's one thing you can do if you don't want ads but you want to support me, you can sign up to YouTube Premium, which obviously costs money, but part of that money comes to me actually, because you're watching my stuff with YouTube Premium. So because I won't get any ad revenue, they give me a little bit of money. So
if a premium YouTube member watches a video, there's a set amount that will go to the creator rather than. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, because I was thinking like I do have premium, and I was thinking, does that mean that I've just cock blocked all of the people I watch?
No, they get money from premium. Yeah, because otherwise YouTube would. Why would anybody open a YouTube account if YouTube was like, "Hey, here everyone get premium, and your favorite creators make no money." Like, no, you get some. Yeah, you get some.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
What does it say? Someone's asking a weird question. Weird question. Just one I don't understand. Vinemoinen, explain the question. And it says, would someone paying you help you? I don't know what that means. Like paying me to make YouTube videos.
Yeah, support your work.
Absolutely, it would help me. Yeah, of course. If that's what you're asking, then yeah, I mean that's an interesting. Like, I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at. Yeah, of course it would. Yeah, definitely. That'd be very helpful. YouTube really doesn't pay a lot, guys. Like especially YouTube Shorts doesn't pay a lot. Like my shorts videos hit like total of like 4 million or something like that. They made like €2.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh whoa, that's like awful.
It's hilarious. I know they're changing it hopefully, but yeah. So
why? Yeah, what is the logic behind that? Because I thought they would want to encourage people to make shorts if they're getting that many views.
I think they're changing the system around soon so that it's going to be better. But yeah, I think it's changing soon to be able to pay more out.
I don't know if you want to move the topic on, but a couple of people in the chat are talking about Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
Did you ever play that?
Yeah, I've played it.
I never played that.
I haven't played the whole.
Is it good?
I've not played any newer ones. I guess the one I played, I'm pretty sure didn't have hunting, but it was like the first one that came out. But I guess the newer ones do. Have you played it?
No. I've never played it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've played Skyrim and Witcher 3, which were both legendary.
Nice. You can get. I saw The Witcher is available for Switch, and I thought, really, the Witcher on the Switch? It feels like isn't that a huge game?
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah.
You can also get Skyrim on the Switch, which is mad.
Really?
Yeah. But then again, the Switch can handle, huge games like Zelda, which Zelda's absolutely massive. So,
I've never played Zelda. I don't really know what the concept is. You're like an elf or something.
It's okay. The newest one for the Switch is incredible. It's almost limitless in where you can go. You can interact with everything. Like it got to a point where I was playing it, and I went out for a hike with Annie, and I was like listening to the sounds as I was hiking, and the footsteps and everything around and stuff, and I was just like, wow, do you know what? The game has absolutely done so well with this, because really hiking, when you've got headphones on and you're playing the game, obviously being there and doing that is real, but the game in terms of the audio and how it looks, it's not far off. That it's incredible. Like it just looks, it's not photoreal, but it looks and moves and interacts, and the sounds and everything is just so tuned in that I was actually, while on a real hike, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about how well the game captures this feeling and puts it into a game. It's just incredible. Honestly, it's everything about it. Incredible game. You got to get a Switch though to play it.
Oh, it's only available on Switch.
This one. Highly recommend.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just sort of it would be cool to get back into video. I think the thing I've got now is like I get kind of guilty when I'm not being productive with my time and not learning.
Sounds toxic.
Which I think is yeah, I know. But the thing is like I was thinking the other day, I was like, is this toxic? But then I was like, no, because I enjoy learning. So like
You're just making yourself more and more like a proper loser.
But it's like I was sat there the other day watching an interview, and I was like, should I be relaxing right now? I was like, well, no, because I'm enjoying watching this.
Oh, I just love learning. Just love learning. This is so...
Hey, look, he's just hating on me.
I mean, it's you know, it's great if that's how you can if you can relax while learning stuff. I can't. I mean, that's not really me, unfortunately. I wish learning stuff relaxed me. To be honest, like you seem to relax while reading a book about why to hate babies, and it's like I wish that's the kind of stuff that made me chill.
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
like become really educated and stuff. That would be but it's not. Like for me, if I could go to sleep at night and wake up and a book has been read, that would be amazing. I don't particularly enjoy reading.
We're not far from that, We might get to in the Matrix where he could just load like a martial art or whatever. Yeah, I think we're probably not far from that.
Yeah, I told you I read The Art of War. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
Sun Tzu.
Yeah, I've got it on my shelf.
Yeah, you should read it if you haven't read it. Have you read it?
Yeah, I have. I
You
told
said
you.
had. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that. That was good. That was good.
Yeah,
Applicable for veganism, obviously.
Yeah, no, it is good. And to be honest, like out of all the books I've read, like I read quite a lot on public transport, and out of all the books that I've read, that one has started the most conversations. Like multiple times, I had people lean over and say, "Oh, you're reading The Art of War," because it's like very it's very famous and like sort of timeless wisdom.
Yeah, it's weird. It's written. Obviously, it's old, but it didn't feel that old when I was reading it. It's like this stuff is really relevant to like not just to war, but like to life.
It is odd though, right? Because like a lot of the time when we consume stuff about history, it's sort of like dramatized and like Hollywoodized. There's like a sugar coating on it, and we often don't. It kind of takes away the fact that the people back then fundamentally are the same as we are now. They would have the same sort of banter and stuff,
Definitely, yeah. No, it was a really good listen. It was a good listen. It was a good read. Yeah, it was.
He's exposed himself. He didn't even read it.
No, I did. I read someone else's comment about audiobooks, and then I was in audiobook mode. Yeah, but it was good. Yeah, it was good. Enjoyed it. I learned a lot.
Yeah, another one I've heard that people have said is good. That's for people who like Art of War is Meditations by Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, I started reading that. That's a lot harder to read.
Yeah, I haven't got it or tried to read it yet, but it always features on like amazing books to read.
It's tricky.
It's really interesting, right?
It's tricky, but it's tricky though because the language is not as simple as The Art of War.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of
not as many pictures.
Basically, it's very philosophical and complicated to read, and not particularly enjoyable to read. I don't feel, even though it's got good messages, it's hard to really understand. I found it hard to really understand what the hell's going on a lot of the time.
I just find it interesting that it was written by someone who was in such a pivotal point in history, like such a famous point in history with a lot of power, but he wrote it with no knowledge that anyone else would read it. It was just his private writings. It's so interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
To see into the mind of someone like that. Yeah.
From like thousands of years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was the weird thing about the Art of War, that it held up. When I found out how long ago it was from, like 2000 BC or something like that. It's like, shit, how did it even survive this long? How did somebody get a hold of it? Yeah. That alone is a miracle that it even didn't just get lost to history,
Yeah, it's mad. I was watching a news report the other day on, I think it was in Nepal. There were house renovations going on in this, I think just a normal family's house, and they accidentally broke through a wall and on the other side found like a secret library, and it had like thousands of scrolls in it. And I just thought, that's so interesting. Like, think of the knowledge or the hot takes in those scrolls that no one has ever listened to before, or like read before. Like once they're translated, it'll be so interesting to read those
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like see the
Definitely. All that library that was destroyed.
Yeah, I know. What, the one by ISIS?
No, the one, the main, the big one that had like something like the 90% of the world's knowledge or some shit.
Oh, you mean back in the
Yeah,
day?
back in the day.
Yeah, I've heard about this. It's not like, was it called like, is it the Library of Babylon or something?
Yeah, I
like
think
that?
so.
Is it that one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, that stuff's mental. And like even, I mean, ISIS, I don't know if they're still doing it. I would guess that groups like that are still doing it, going around and like burning libraries and literature, because it's like blasphemous or whatever.
Right.
And it's like you're literally destroying like knowledge that we could use and like is timeless. Like
it's also, it's not even
I don't
just,
get
we point at like ISIS and we're like, oh, these guys doing that, how bad are they? But like we don't even look closer to home, and and this is not the same scale or whatever, but Disney has started to edit old Disney movies.
Yeah, I've seen
right.
that.
So they're editing out certain scenes or whatever because they're not suitable for modern audiences or whatever. They have like some racism and stuff like. So it's not just the ISISes of the world doing this. It's like the Disneys of the world doing it too, editing old stuff to match modern. And you might say, oh, well, it's different. How is it different? How's ISIS wants to do it because of their beliefs. Disney wants to do it because of their beliefs. Like it doesn't matter. It's just about which one you think is right or wrong. But your opinion doesn't mean shit. Like let's be honest. Like just your opinion. Your opinion's based on your situation. An ISIS member's opinion's based on their situation. Why is yours right and theirs wrong?
Yeah, it's really patronizing as well. It's like people in the past used to have these distasteful views, and like normal people are too stupid to recognize that like those views are bad, but they were long ago in in this thing. You're watching something from back in time, It's like the world changes. We can still recognize what happened in the past. Yeah.
Like when you're watching James Bond, like an old James Bond movie, and he just backhands a woman across the face, and you're like, "Oh my god!" And what? Oh no, we need to remove that scene. It's like, well, no, because things were different then, and she wasn't. She was a baddie, so it's it's she was a bad guy, but obviously in today's world, you'd never see. Do you know the scene I'm talking about? Have you seen that? I think it's Roger Moore, like really old James Bond movie, and then he's just like, I don't know, he's talking to her or something, and she doesn't know that he knows that she's a bad guy, and he just slaps her like out of nowhere. It's just like completely random. And you're just watching it, and obviously the sound effect is like, and you're like, whoa, what the hell, man? And it's just so like unsubtle, and obviously I wouldn't fly today. But back then, and there was also another movie, another James Bond. We watched a few old ones to see if they were as bad as everyone says, as in like bad like that, and they were pretty bad. There's one where this woman's been like, I don't know, not kidnapped, but just kind of coerced onto this island, and Bond has to go in and save her and stuff. And she's just in a bikini for the entire movie, basically. And there's no need for her to be in a bikini. They're indoors a lot of the time, and she's still in this bikini, and you know why they did it, and it's so obvious. But removing stuff from old movies because it doesn't fit today's modern audience is so dumb. It's a really silly thing. Just censorship, and people. Okay, here's what I'll tie this into veganism right now. People might think this has nothing to do with veganism. You'd be wrong. You'd be very wrong, because if we don't draw the line and start to complain about censorship of old stuff. What makes you think that the censorship isn't going to start coming and hitting us on new stuff? And what makes you think if the powers that be decide to censor an old James Bond movie or an old Disney movie, what makes you think that they wouldn't stop at censoring you? Like, you can't post animal rights stuff on TikTok without getting your account deleted. So with TikTok, it's already a situation. What about when that starts to spread to other places where they start to say, okay, anything that offends anyone needs to be censored? Do animal rights activists offend people? They absolutely do offend people all the time. Censor them. And then because we allowed all this other stuff to go without questioning it, it suddenly becomes very easy just to censor anyone that does anything remotely offensive. So I think this stuff, I think unfortunately, I'm disappointed that some vegans overlook this, or for example, a lot of vegans celebrated when Trump got banned, or when Andrew Tate got banned, and you're like, just removing their ability to say things is not stopping what they're saying, you know, and when they turn the lens to you, you're going to complain and say it's not fair, but you were laughing when it happened to Trump and Andrew Tate, for example, because you agreed with the reasons to censor them, but you don't agree with the reason to censor you. Well, that's just, you know, short-sighted at best, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like, censorship is not dealing with the issue. Like, if you ban Andrew Tate, like, another Andrew Tate is going to come along in probably a couple of years, if that.
Yeah.
So it's like you're not dealing with the cause. You're just censoring a symptom.
Right.
Yeah, I just feel like anyone who wants to make the world a better place is just like, and supports censorship is just threading the rope that they're going to get hung with.
That's a good way of
they're
putting
just
it, yeah.
they're just handing people power that's going to get used against them at some point.
Yeah.
Because anyone that wants to change the world in a way that is going to threaten the current people who have the power to make decisions, which veganism does,
yeah,
they're going to be the ones getting backhanded in a James Bond film.
It's true, though. It's absolutely true. When I think we definitely have to consider that, and you know, I suppose like celebrating these things and laughing is not the end of the world when somebody you don't like gets censored. But we've got to look at the bigger picture, though, and not call for it. Like, you shouldn't be calling for somebody to get deleted or something like that, unless it's a direct call to violence. So if somebody's posts something that says go out and kill vegans, then I understand reporting that and trying to get it taken down and trying to get that account removed, because that's I kind of draw the line there at direct calls to violence. I feel like that's kind of where the line, that's where the censorship should come in. Like, if a vegan says that too, if a vegan just says straight up, hey, you should go out and, you know, do this, I'm not going to say anything. But if you should to meat eaters, then they get censored. I think that's fair play if that's what you're calling for. Yeah. Which I mean, I've seen here Yordi's claiming that Andrew Tate was trying to do. I mean, I don't know. I never saw any call to violence from Andrew Tate. I just saw him talking about things. Same as
honestly, I not really got much opinion on him. Like, I didn't keep up with his thing. Like, I saw some clips, but I don't know. I guess the court, like, I don't even know what's really happening now, but I guessing he's going to be taken to court. So I guess we'll see what comes out of that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, the most extreme stuff I saw from him was him making jokes about, or you know, he's doing his like bit, because he does his stupid character, doesn't he? He's playing a stupid character a lot of the time and doing some bit or some like, yeah, some distasteful bits and stuff and jokes and stuff like that. But I never saw him tell people to go and hurt people from the LGBT community. I never saw anything like that. If there's a clip of him telling people to go out and do that, then obviously that probably should get taken down. But I don't think there was one. Otherwise, it would have been all over the internet, wouldn't it? I don't know. Of all the worst clips I saw of him, there was nothing like that. But anyway, I mean, we did a whole podcast about that. It was weird with him, actually, because I think what happened was lots of people said he did stuff, you know, like, oh, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. But then it kind of like, the ideas that he did it got more traction than the actual footage. The footage where he says stuff wasn't as prevalent as the people saying that he'd said it, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I mean? Like, eventually, if everyone repeats something and it goes further and further and further and further, then it gets to a point where it's like, okay, let's see what he actually did. And you're like, that's not what people are saying, but that's what got him banned. What people said is what got him banned versus what actually he did, I think, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand the concept. I didn't follow. I don't know if that is the case with Andrew Tate. Like, I didn't follow his things. Like, I don't really know anything about him.
Yeah, same. I don't really.
He's just some bald guy who wears sunglasses indoors. Like,
yeah. But I use him as an example anyway, or whatever. You can use different examples. But the point is you know, the censorship of people without them directly calling to violence. It doesn't help anything. You're not challenging their ideas. You're just pushing them to a different platform, and then all the people that believed them and loved them are still on social media. So it's you know what I mean.
And you're
So
handing
it's-
them a, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, you're handing them a victim card as well. Like, I don't really know, like, from if you take like Jordan Peterson as an example, he got banned from Twitter, right? Did that impact his popularity? I don't know. Like he's
Yeah.
literally just been subbed up to the Daily Wire. Like I seem to see more of him now than ever before.
Yeah, he got well. The reason he got the thing is Jordan Peterson. The whole reason
This was
he-
about the Elliot Ellen
yeah,
Page.
exactly. The whole reason he got
Yeah.
famous was from us, refusing to do what he got fired or whatever. He got fired and got loads of shit for like refusing to give in to like government pressure about language and stuff. So for him, getting censored on Twitter is just another medal for him.
Yeah. I don't know. It just I just don't see, like, I don't agree with censorship on principle, and practically I've just not seen it do good things. It always seems to end
No,
badly.
it just blows up. It blows them up usually more.
Yeah. It's called it's called the Streisand effect.
Right.
Where if you tell people that they can't see something and they can't listen to someone, it makes them want to do that more.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You make them. You're creating demand. That you are. The supply is limited now, so yeah, it's for sure. And the thing that even got him banned was what he did was childish and petty, but I don't know. It's a weird. Of all the things that people say on social media, I think like dead naming is possibly like one of the mildest forms of being an immature idiot. You know what I mean? Of all the stuff people do on social media, and he got like it was so pathetic. The reason he did it, it's like a full grown man acting like a 14-year-old. It was just like so like, but to ban him for it was stupid. It's better just to let it go and watch the internet destroy him. Because
yeah, I've
no one liked that. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people who used to support him actually don't really like how he is now.
No, yeah,
and that was happening even before he got censored.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really see the censorship. If anything, sort of people then became more sympathetic to him because he got this victim card in a period where actually it seemed to me like people were becoming less engaged with him, but it seemed to revive him a bit.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he definitely. I mean, his people who like him, he picked up a new audience. He went from being like a reasonable professor or whatever, or, somebody like that man of science, a man of reason, and that was his audience. And then he slowly went more and more and more into this obscure world of people who are like in the middle of a culture war. And then he leaned really hard into that, and then lost all the people who were reasonable, or he's lost a lot of reasonable people now. Is what I'm saying. I think because they're like, oh, he's just fully leaning into this culture war stuff.
Yeah.
And he's just taken one side of it, and he seems to have no nuance anymore. He's just always angry and shouting at people, and
Should we try and relate it back to veganism? What vegans have been censored?
Say again.
That vegan teacher did, right? What vegans have been censored? That vegan teacher, did she get censored?
Yeah, she gets censored all the time. Yeah. She was back on TikTok apparently, but yeah, no. I mean, I guess to link that into veganism. Well, Jordan Peterson's been chatting shit about vegans too. This is what I mean. He's a big culture war guy now. Like he used to be a reasonable guy, like respectable professor of whatever and academia and stuff, and now he's just a culture war idiot who just literally just tries to stoke up fire all the time and get people pissed off. And
Yeah.
And I understand how it.
Yeah.
Go on.
No, I was just gonna say he did do a video about veganism recently, right? And he just embarrassed himself on it.
This is it though. He
Yeah,
seems
I
to be
saw that.
embarrassing himself quite a lot lately, which is
Yeah.
He started doing it, and then it seems to just be getting worse and worse and worse, and embarrassing himself more. And
Yeah,
more.
I think it might be a case of he may be surrounded by yes men.
For sure, yeah, of course.
I don't know if it's like that. He just because now he is part of the Daily Wire, right?
Yeah.
And so he has like he's presumably day to day quite surrounded by people that agree with him, and the people that are watching him now pay to watch him. So people who were like somewhat interested to listen to him but didn't really agree with him that much, they're probably not going to pay to listen to him. So now he's in the situation where he can just keep chucking red meat to his base, and he's just going to drift further and further away from reality while he does that.
Definitely. And also it's the rabbit hole too, that the more you go down this rabbit hole, this kind of right-wing rabbit hole, and it starts to become less and less kind of right-wing politics and more just pure anything the left does is wrong politics. It's like his political leaning isn't the driving force anymore. It's just progressives are crazy. That's his political view now. Progressives are crazy. And if they cough, I'm going to make a video about it. You know, that's kind of what he's done now, basically. And sometimes you're like, on occasion, you're like, okay, yeah, that is pretty crazy. I'm you know, that's an interesting video. But then on other occasions, it's like, you know, dead naming someone on Twitter. You're like, why are you doing that? Like,
it's just dumb.
It's just whatever. Like, okay, yeah, you don't like something this person's done or something, whatever. But that's really immature. Like, you're gonna stoop that low. She wants to be called this now, just whatever, or whatever wants to be called. Whatever, who cares? Just call them whatever they want. Move on. You know what I mean?
David from Twitter.
Huh?
And David from Twitter.
Well, actually, no, wait. I'm still correct. She wants to be called this now. Because I'm talking, that's past tense moving on to present tense. Okay. So I'm correct. So yeah, so you know what I mean? I don't think it takes that much. And especially like if you're going to tweet about it, I mean, that means you're going to think about it. You're going to type and think about what you're typing. It's not like a slip of the tongue. So just type it. Jesus.
Well, to be fair, I don't think there's much thinking that goes on Twitter, but
I mean, you have to type out the tweet. So you have to think.
Yeah.
You know? Dude, I'll let you go, man. I'm going to start reacting to some people are probably sick of this.
Okay, cool.
Sick of this culture war stuff that's been going on about, us two being all pro Andrew Tate bigots. People hate us now.
Hey, hang on. Don't fucking drag me into that shit. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, I was getting sick of you lot anyway, so.
Yeah, get out of here, mate. Good to have you on. If people want to learn about why you hate kids, they can go over to Lawrence Anton, right, on YouTube.
Yep.
You're not even going to deny it anymore.
No, there's no child hate. But yeah, if anyone wants to go on the channel, it's probably going to be a bit quiet for the next month or so because I'm just super busy at work. But there's a backlog of live streams and all that sort of bollocks. So
yeah, some bollocks over there to get over and follow Lawrence. I'll put your name in the chat. Oh, Annie's got it. Annie's on it.
Oh yeah, Annie's jumped on that.
Cool, man. Thanks for coming on, having a good chat. It's been cool. We talked about a lot of stuff, not just the vegan stuff. Actually, it was pretty nice because now we're about to do a lot of talk about veganism. So I hope you're all ready because our next guest is coming up in about an hour. It's Debug Your Brain, so that's going to be fun. We're definitely upgrading.
All right. Well, no, I mean, like you can say that, but I just won't join your Minecraft server.
Oh.
So, you know.
Oh man, good fun. We'll definitely do that though. Like when we can do like a stream of some sort. I don't know how or when people even are interested in that, but yeah, maybe even this week if we can get it working. Maybe even this week.
Yeah, I'd be down for this week because after this week I am going to be quite busy at work. So this week is a bit cooler.
Fair enough, man. Sounds good. All right, dude.
All right, sick.
Catch you later.
All right, well, good luck with the rest of the stream.
Cheers, man.
See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right, cool. Back to just me again, guys. Unlucky. No, all right. Let's try and let's get this reaction set up. And how'd you enjoy that, guys? You enjoy that? Have good fun? That's not the right page. Ah, no. You guys are all seeing all the stream statistics. I don't mind. You can see it. It's all good. But I need to change it, obviously. Where the bloody hell is it? Is that the one? There we go. I've got the wrong one there, guys. The wrong one. Now the right one's up. There we go. Bit of a mare today, isn't it? With the bloody. But it looks like we're getting back into the swing now. Like we've had some solid connections for a while, so hopefully it stays like that. Thank you. Some food just arrived. Is it like what's going on? There we go. Now we're safe. Looking a bit better there, isn't it? Okay, make it a bit bigger. There we go. How's everyone doing? I got my lunch here, guys. But well, I'll tell you what I'll do while I'm gonna eat. We'll load up a video from Debug Your Brain. Let's watch some of his stuff because he's coming on in 1 hour. Shall I watch his most like famous one? Here we go. Converting non-vegans without debating. Okay, let's watch this then. 5,500 views.
I don't think they undergo any pain the whole time we're farming them. That's just the way we was brought up. It's kind of the circle of life. Every animal has another animal that they have to live off of. I've never looked at it like that, though. I might have to go vegan after this right here, yeah.
It's okay to walk up to someone and punch them in the head if it gives you sensory pleasure.
That's not true at all.
It's okay to punch a punching bag if it gives you sensory pleasure.
Yes.
It's okay to walk up to a dog and punch them in the head if it gives you sensory pleasure.
No way, not at all. No, definitely not him.
Well, he might punch you back.
Yeah.
It's okay to walk up to a pig and punch them in the head.
No, not a pig.
No, I was raised on a farm, so absolutely not.
Can't punch them in the head.
No.
And so why is it sort of bad to punch like a dog, a pig, and a human in the head? What is it that makes it bad?
Just the fact of the violence in it.
Because the punching bag is like a thing. The pig and a human and the dog are animals, so you don't want to walk up to them and harm them.
Would you say like a punching bag can't feel pain or doesn't feel emotions, whereas the dog, the pig, and the human feel pain and emotions?
Yeah.
I'm strong on love. I'm definitely strong on love. And just the violence and just going up to punch somebody, that means pretty much that you have a lot of anger deep down inside.
The person perpetrating the act, there's anger in them.
Correct.
Does it matter from the victim's perspective? Like what makes it matter from their perspective, from the person, the dog, the pig?
As far as the animals, there's no perspective to where to look on it, and it makes it that would be okay. They're dogs. They're not humans. One thing I do know is that humans are the only people that really move actions off emotions. Animals, period, they don't move off emotions. They move off survival tactics and stuff like that. So it's nothing a dog could do to me. I mean, even if you bite me, a dog is just doing what a dog knows how to do.
Oh, I see. You're saying like if the dog bites you, like you don't blame the dog.
Right.
So I thought that was a confusing question on my part. Yeah, exactly.
No, that's just not okay.
So I'm just saying, if you punch a dog, is that bad for the dog? From the dog's perspective, is it bad if that they got punched?
Yes, most definitely. Or if you just punch the dog, at that point, the dog knows abuse. That's not okay. It's not okay at all.
So the dog kind of felt emotions or pain or something like that. One of those things, maybe.
I wouldn't say. That's a good question. I do say the dogs do feel the pain or the emotion of that. They just don't. Their actions don't move off emotions.
Okay. So then we have, I guess, like the human, the dog, the pig, they all feel pain and you think maybe emotions, but maybe they don't act on emotions in the same way. And that's sort of like, so it's bad for them, but it's also bad for the person doing it because, okay, awesome. So that's the first set of questions. You feeling good?
Whoa. Yeah, most definitely.
Are you okay? Are you feel good? Yeah. Are you all right? Okay. Do you eat any sort of animal products? Like do you eat cows or chickens or eggs?
Yes.
All the above?
Yes.
I do.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Do all of them or any ones in particular?
I eat all of them.
All of them? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think when we're farming them, when we're like raising them, do you think there's any pain that they undergo?
I don't think they undergo any pain the whole time we're farming them.
Do you think they undergo worse conditions than just being punched in the head? Do you think they are in a lot of pain?
Yeah. I do. Yeah.
Now the pain, it could be being caged in. I could see that. I've been in jail before, so I definitely could see the pain that they go through that. But no, like I said, I was raised on the farm, so I know feeding them and all that stuff, you grow a good bond with them, and you can pretty much tell which animal feels the pain and all that stuff like that. It just sucks when it comes down to the point when it's time to eat them, slaughtering them and all that stuff. So yeah, it's just most definitely.
It sounds like you think on the farm they don't necessarily feel a lot of pain, except maybe when they're confined.
Right.
But when they go to slaughter, they're definitely feeling some pain.
Definitely.
What do you think, like 1 to 10? Like how much suffering do they endure in there?
Now, factory farms, they probably go through a lot of pain. I would definitely say that's a 10 on the factory farm, because there's no one there to give them that emotion of actually spending their time day in with them, and they understand that it's just their job, so they're giving them no nurture, none whatsoever.
What would you say is the primary reason that you sort of consume those things?
I grew up, that's my culture. That's all I know to eat. Yeah.
I assume you enjoy eating them?
Yeah, I do. I do.
It tastes good?
Yeah, it tastes good.
And so we kind of said like sensory pleasure wouldn't justify that. So just the taste wouldn't justify it, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it sounds like we think that most of these animals are undergoing a lot of pain, right? And we kind of said earlier that, punching a dog, pig, or human, sensory pleasure wasn't a justification for it. So like something like taste is sensory pleasure, right? We would agree that then like taste wouldn't be a justification for killing these animals.
No, definitely. Oh, that was a catch-22. I understand that one. No, it's really not. Honestly, it's really not. But based on that, that's just the way we was brought up. That's the way we was lived. It's kind of the circle of life. You know what I'm saying? And it's not okay. No, it's not at all. But no one's perfect. We just strive to live better and do better. Yeah, we definitely have to do that.
So I think we definitely agree that it's not okay, that they undergo a lot, and that sensory pleasure isn't justification for it. So I guess what would you say, like, how would you justify? If you had to, if a pig could talk, whatever, and they were like, why are you killing me? Why do you have to do this? Like, what would you say to them?
That's a good question. I never thought about that. I would definitely apologize, and if they could understand just the circle of life, because I know that at that point, even though in circle of life, every animal has another animal that they have to live off of. So I would kind of explain to them the animal that you're living off of is basically because people are animals as well. Just the way you live off that animal, we have to live off you. And I mean, it still doesn't justify or make it better. It still doesn't justify or make it better. It still doesn't justify or make it better. But it kind of, I would hope that it would soothe them going into their service, I guess.
Would it soothe you if I told you that and then you turned around and I put a bolt gun in your head?
No, it wouldn't at all. It wouldn't at all. I've never looked at it like that, though. I might have to go vegan after this right here, yeah.
Most people haven't thought about this, right? I certainly hadn't for like 33, 34 years of my life. Thinking about it, do you think there is something that would justify, like you or me, consuming those animals knowing that they're in a lot of pain?
Thinking about it, I don't think that it's nothing to justify it. I'm just looking at it as me as an animal. Somebody, using me and eating me. So no, I don't think there's no way to justify that. No.
I think that's a really good point, is to kind of put yourself in the victim's perspective. A lot of people can't do that and say, like, if that was me, that would, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't like that sort of thing. To be totally honest, like, most people do not put themselves in the victim's perspective in these interviews. And so for you to even get there that quickly is honestly pretty impressive. Most people aren't that empathetic, unfortunately. You kind of said, we have to eat animals, right? But do we?
No, we don't. Yeah. We don't at all. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's going to make me think for the rest of the night now. Should I not be eating this? And I don't know what I'm having for dinner, but I probably won't be having any meat or anything like that. I'll have to eat a salad or something like that.
That's awesome. I mean, that's awesome that you're already there. I mean,
right.
Like you said, you said over here, you're an empathetic, altruistic person.
Right.
And I can feel that coming from you now, because, I mean, you hit this revelation much faster than most people. A lot of people get much more defensive and stuff. Yeah? And so, wow, I got a lot of defensiveness. Yeah, so I think that's awesome. Would you be willing to watch a brief clip with me, like a brief 1-minute clip?
Sure, yeah, why not?
Awesome. Do you mind if I sort of maybe tell you about like something that happens in the industry?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So this is kind of this is going to be like sort of standard practice, and what happens at most farms.
They're babies, though. No.
We must have found the two most open-minded, nicest people ever, who have all the time in the world to have this long interview. Because the video's cut. So this isn't the whole conversation, right? I assume. So the real conversation would have been much longer. So I'm just wondering, how long did it take for him to be able to go out and find two incredibly empathetic, nice people who have all this time to spend standing here talking and watching videos and everything, because it's pretty awesome.
Oh, what is he doing though? What is he? Is he tasing him?
Yeah.
Oh man, so pretty much being maced. Yeah. I've been maced before. That's not fun. Yeah, it's almost like they know it's coming.
Oh yeah. Pigs aren't stupid.
No, not by far.
Do you know why cows produce milk?
No.
Humans would produce milk sort of when they're pregnant, right?
Right.
So then, what do we have to do to cows to get them to produce milk?
They have to get pregnant.
So we forcibly impregnate a cow. So the cow is the baby, and so the milk is for the baby. We only give the cow a very small amount of milk, because in order to be profitable, we want to sell that milk. We can't let the baby have it. So they actually tend to separate mothers within like a day or so from their children. Cows are very maternal, and so the moms will actually chase after their babies and sort of like moan for hours, sometimes days, and then that just repeats, and then we course, kill them for meat. Did you know any of that? Is that surprising to you?
I never did my research. Yeah.
I didn't either. Someone asked me that when I was 33, like, why does a cow produce milk? And I was like, cows just produce milk. Yeah, there you go. Hey. So yeah, I didn't know either. And then I was like, how did I not know that? I really appreciate that, man. I appreciate the interview and you watching that video with me. What did you think of the video?
The video was horrible. Being that I was raised on a cow farm and a pig farm as a little kid, it was gruesome, but still watching that is horrible. It's horrible. You never get used to anything like that. Like I said though, you probably won't be eating pork for a while. Or any type of meat. I'll probably be eating salads right now. Probably I need to lose a little of this anyway. So yeah, so it is well, appreciate it.
I guess sort of thinking about that, you kind of said there's no justification for it. We realize that we're doing these terrible things to them. Just knowing that, would there be anything stopping you from sort of ceasing to consume those products?
I will, do my research. But now, and I'm thinking more about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you vegan now?
I'm vegan, yeah.
How was the transition?
The transition is not too bad, but once you're actually vegan, now it's like, I don't even think about it. I buy my groceries every week, the same amount of time. I have the restaurants I like to go to now. And Durham's got some really good vegan food in it. Let me kind of ask you one last question then. If you could live in a world where you hurt animals, you hurt humans, or you hurt neither, which world would you like to live in?
I definitely would like to live in a world of hurting neither.
That choice is available to you right now.
And I try to use it. And listening to this video, doing this, I definitely will be trying to live in that world much more hard.
So if you enjoyed this video and want to help me make this my full-time career,
okay, cool. It's an interesting one.
Check out my Patreon.
It almost seems like with those two, it almost seemed like too good to be true. And I'm not sure. Well, obviously, we'll find out later. When he comes on to have a chat with us about it, how that specific conversation went, because it just felt like they were just two great people, and I wonder what's behind the scenes, how many bad conversations were there to get to those two good conversations. We'll ask Justin later on. We'll find out, because that just seemed like great, didn't it? They were both just so open and so whoa, where's the screen gone? They were both just so open and so easy to talk to, and so accepting. I'd love to know what the background to that was. But great work from Justin on that one. So let's have a look at some others then. Maybe look at something recent. I saw he did something about Joey and Ed. Danny and Ed's books, but let's watch this one. There's vegans, this is destroying your results. Let's have a look. Oh, it's got this clip.
Should we be aggressive or passive? Advocate for abolition or welfarism? Should we champion big specific asks or smaller attainable ones like Meatless Mondays? These are some of the questions Casey Taft seeks to answer in his book on vegan advocacy. But who is Casey Taft and why should you care? Well, beyond being a psychiatry professor at Boston University, he's developed the only effective domestic violence prevention program for military populations. And he did so using peer-reviewed randomized controlled trials, basically the gold standard of scientific research. But what does domestic violence have to do with veganism? Taft writes this: I've seen thousands of violent, angry patients who come to me with no intention of changing and who resent me for even suggesting that their behavior is problematic. Most are court ordered to see me, so they're not asking for help. They engage in many of the same types of justifications that we vegan advocates encounter when interacting with non-vegans: minimization of the impacts of the violence, refusal to take personal responsibility, and extreme hostility that often results from the guilt and shame over one's actions. So based on his years of hands-on and research experience, what does he suggest? While some people have argued to just be as vegan as possible,
part of being a vegan ally is to really be as vegan as possible. This is the only rational ask.
Or do your best, or do Meatless Mondays, Taft remains unconvinced. As he points out, one of the first things that any clinical psychologist will discuss with a new client is long-term goal setting. A therapist would never set a long-term goal of ending only some violence. And in fact, there's already a widely studied and empirically supported theory known as goal-setting theory, which posits the opposite. Asking someone to do their best leads to less behavior change, while specific and difficult goals lead to greater behavior change. So given this research and our end goal, it seems rational to put forth a clear, specific ask at both the personal level, veganism, and the societal level, abolition. And one more thing to add here is that to ask for less when it's not really what you want or what you believe in is to be fundamentally dishonest with your conversation partner. If we want authentic interactions and authentic relationships, they can't be built on half-truths regarding our philosophy and values. Now, what about aggressive aggressive versus passive, militant versus pick-me. Well, the truth is this is just a false dichotomy, because there's a third option. Aggressive and passive approaches each suffer from their own failings. Aggressive approaches that are hostile or attack the person, tend to put people on the defensive and may induce a classic shame response.
I'm loving all the B-roll in here from the boys. Real big fan of that show.
Do you think you know better than me?
As Taft writes, feelings of shame can prevent one from truly taking a personal inventory and thinking about how their behavior may be harming others. When one is shamed, they will be more likely to irrationally defend themselves and lash back out. Passive approaches, on the other hand, just don't communicate a clear vegan message. They attempt to spare people any sort of discomfort, and as a consequence, they aren't useful for actually resolving an issue. This concept of unhealthy and unproductive communication styles is also explored in the book Crucial Conversations, with the handy mnemonic, silence and violence. And yes, I also recommend this book for vegan advocates and anyone looking to get better at difficult conversations. So what's the third choice? An assertive approach.
If there was one kind of skill I could convey to every vegan on the planet, it would be assertiveness.
To be assertive simply means to express oneself in a manner that is respectful of the other person, but also respectful of oneself.
So to be assertive means to find that middle ground between being passive or aggressive. And assertiveness doesn't necessarily mean agreeing with other people. Assertiveness is really being clear, and sometimes it may mean setting really kind of firm limits on other people and what you find is acceptable.
I think that's really good advice, and definitely something I'm definitely passionate about. That I've done when I used to give workshops. I used to give like real, in-person workshops about activism, and that's something that I took from the sales background that I used to have. So I trained in communications and sales with very big company. And assertiveness is really, really important also for the sales and communication in that world as well. People seem to think that just pleasing somebody else is the way to get them to, like you or whatever, or get them on board. And it's actually not, because they sense pretty quickly that you're just trying to appease them. People sense pretty quickly when you're not being honest, and you need to, people respect assertiveness. So, in the past, for example, in the sales world, a lot of the aim would have been how to pull the wool over someone's eyes, how to make them think they're getting something good by telling them what they want to hear. And people spot that immediately now, and they see it as dishonesty. Whereas if you're assertive and you tell them straight up, like, here's what we've got. You've got a problem. I can fix your problem with my thing. All we got to really do is iron out the rest and where we're not happy and stuff like that. Let's do it. It's assertive. People respect that. They like that. Same thing comes when it comes to veganism. I find that people, I found from personal experience, and this is what I used to talk about in these workshops, that people can tell when you're beating around the bush, when you're just trying to avoid offending them or whatever. And they feel like when you talk to them like children, they feel it. They can tell you're talking to them like a child, and it annoys them. And that's probably why they act like children. When you talk to them like, oh, and do you think an animal feels pain? It's like, well, we know animals feel pain. What we need to do here is establish why in this moment you're saying that you don't think they do, or you're acting like they don't. You know what I mean? And I think in a lot of outreach, people start acting like kids because they've been spoken down to like kids. That could absolutely be it. But anyway, assertiveness is definitely good in this. But I think some people maybe misinterpret assertiveness as telling somebody what to do or talking at them rather than to them. But it's not. It just means being confident in what you're saying and telling them straight up what it is that you're thinking or what it is that you want them to hear, as opposed to dressing it up and trying to sugarcoat it, basically.
You respect the other person by not resorting to name-calling and overt hostility, and you respect yourself by expressing your position and needs straightforwardly instead of bottling them up or sugarcoating the message. Disrespecting the other person will harm the relationship, and as Taft says, it has repeatedly been shown in clinical psychology literature that the bond between the change agent and the change target is a stronger predictor of therapy outcome than the specific approach used. So the relationship you foster is going to be more important than the rhetorical angle you take in the conversation. But what do passive, aggressive, and assertive responses actually look like? Well, here's some abbreviated examples from the book. Imagine someone says this to you: I have a lot of respect for vegans. I could never do it though. I just love cheese too much. A passive response would look like this: well, veganism isn't for everyone. While an aggressive response might look like this: Did you know that mother cows are raped and baby cows are killed for your precious cheese? You are beyond selfish. The first response is passive because it doesn't advocate for veganism when the opportunity presents itself. And the second response is aggressive because it attacks the individual. So what's the assertive response? Taft offers this. Of course you could do it. After you've been vegan for a month or so, you won't even miss animal foods. If you ever find yourself in a moment of weakness and need motivation, just think about the calves who are taken from their mothers at birth. This is assertive because it offers encouragement rather than insulting the person, while also highlighting the animal cruelty and exploitation they're complicit in. Now, of course, there's a spectrum as to how a response will be categorized. So for contrast, let me highlight a response from an online activist which lands further along the continuum towards aggression, but I think ultimately still falls under the assertive rubric. They say, whether a cow has her throat slit to be eaten in pho or a Big Mac, the result for her is the same. A person's culture makes no difference for the individual being oppressed and slaughtered. Does living in a way where you refuse to force slaughter on innocent beings seem aligned with your values? While this doesn't offer encouragement, it doesn't insult the person. It speaks plainly about the issue and it centers the victim. Now, depending on tone, the last sentence could read as either condescending or encouraging genuine introspection. And for those reasons, I think this does lean more towards aggressive than the previous example. But ultimately, it still strikes me as assertive. So be assertive, be clear in your message, communicate veganism and abolition, and don't apologize. But this only scratches the surface of the book, so if you're at all interested in vegan outreach, I highly recommend picking this up as it's a very short and actionable read. Now, I was going to make this book an affiliate link, but because I want you all to be able to fully trust my recommendations, I decided not to do that. So if you want to support me and help me...
Cool. That's an interesting... I'd never heard of this guy before. This was Casey Taft. It's pretty cool. Seems like we have some stuff in common. I think that, I mean, with this Casey Taft, I saw his background there. I think anyone who's trained in, I think most modern sales, at least, has the similar training where they're teaching you that assertiveness is important, and it's all about finding a solution that benefits both parties. And I think that when you apply that to activism and vegan activism, your results are going to be pretty good. And I know it sounds weird to say you're looking for something that benefits both parties, but you really are, because, of course, somebody going vegan benefits the animals. It benefits animals massively. It doesn't benefit you, it benefits animals. But if you can show that it also benefits the individual, and I don't mean by talking about health or environment or blah, blah, blah. I mean by having them align what they truly believe with what they do. That's how it benefits them. Actually, I'm going to talk about this. I've got a video coming up that I'm making right now, a video about why the argument to go vegan for health it is no good. And it kind of touches on this a little bit as well, on what we're talking about here. So yeah, another good video from Debug Your Brain. What else have we got? Let's watch. Do you want to watch another one of the outreach ones? You guys were saying that there was a one that was a bit more spicy. Which one was the more spicy one? Let's watch the triggered one, or the humiliated one, or the pushy one. We could go for this one. Let's have a look. Pushy vegan, educated by meat eater.
It's hard. Products are popular and they taste good. There are people with less power and can't afford to make certain choices. And if they're going to eat, they kind of have to accept what they have.
Have you heard this quote, with great power comes great responsibility?
Yeah.
Do you know where that quote comes from?
No. I believe it's from Spider-Man.
Really? Yeah, I know. It sounds like it would be from something else, doesn't it?
Influential leader or something. Not to say Spider-Man isn't an influential leader.
And I believe it's true. It's something I tell kids I work with all the time, actually.
What do you think about the quote? What are your thoughts on it?
Positive thoughts, I guess. I've never held great power, but I think even if you have a little power, you have a lot of responsibility, so.
Why is it true? Like, what makes it true, do you think?
Because a lot of times, power, strengths, they make us special and they're rare, and so they give us a responsibility. If we're somebody who is able to see things that other people can't quite see, or are willing to stand up to things that other people wouldn't, that comes with a lot of responsibility.
I think of it like a relative power, like how much power you have relative to another individual. You know, if you're someone who's wealthier, like it would be part of your responsibility to maybe try to help out people who weren't as wealthy, or like if you're not part of a marginalized group, maybe help out a marginalized group. Adults, kids, like if you see a dog stuck somewhere, you would rescue that dog, right?
Of course.
Like do we sort of agree with all that, like all those, that power dynamic would make it Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Is that all fair?
Yeah, it's pretty fair, yeah.
Okay. Our baseline values sound very similar. Are you feeling good so far?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next set of questions.
Okay.
These ones get a little
That was
harder.
the easy one.
That's the
Got
easy
it.
one. Yeah, this one is just to make sure you're not a sociopath.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that's the first question. Are you feeling good so far?
I'm feeling good.
Okay, awesome. So we're going to get into another set of questions. These are a little more difficult.
Okay.
So do you eat cows, chickens, pigs, fish, eggs, things? Okay, you do.
I was just thinking, I love how American it is. Like, if in England, if you stopped and said to somebody, "Are you feeling good?" they'd be like, "Yeah, what? Like, why should I not be feeling good? Is everything? Why are you asking that question?" They'd be so confused. But in America, the vibe is so much different.
I'm vegan.
How do you know if someone's vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you.
If it's cool, I can't believe I've not seen these videos where he's been using clips from my channel. I've seen a couple, but they've been him talking ones. I've not seen I've seen clips of his outreach, but I've not seen full outreach videos.
Is this a vegan channel?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Do you think that there's a power dynamic between humans and those animals on the farms where they're raised?
Yeah.
Do you think that we have more power than those animals?
Yes. Yes. The way that things are set up today, yes.
Maybe you couldn't fight a bull hand to hand, but with the system that's in place, we have.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you think when we farm those animals, do you think there's any sort of exploitation or harm that comes to those animals at all?
Yeah.
Do you know, like if you were to guess, like a scale 1 to 10, like what's your general knowledge of it? Like, how bad do you think it is? A 10 being like the worst thing ever, and a 1 being very mild.
I think like most things, there's a spectrum, but I think it definitely can be a 10.
Okay, so I think we sort of agree there too, right? So we think with great power does come great responsibility. We think humans have power over these animals, and we think what happens to them is a pretty bad thing, right? So I'm going to give you like just a really super quick 1-minute walkthrough of like what happens to a pig.
Okay.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. A lot of this stuff is crazy. I was very surprised to hear the first time. We cut off their tails and teeth. And do you know why we might do that when they're little babies?
So they can't fight?
That's right, yeah, because they'll sort of bite each other, and they get so distressed from where they're staying that they'll actually sort of like cannibalize each other. We also will castrate them, typically with a knife with no anesthetic. And do you know why we would do that?
So they can't breed?
So that's one reason it's breeding, but another is that it actually changes the taste. If they have, right, yeah, so it makes the taste better. Do you know how pigs are generally killed?
No.
Yeah, but this was the biggest shock to me ever. So they're actually killed in gas chambers. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, it's quite brutal. They're sort of pumped into the CO2 gas.
That doesn't affect the taste?
No, apparently that's fine. Yeah. Because it's CO2 gas, so it's not like something you typically think of as poisonous, but when it goes to a very high concentration, it sort of like suffocates you, and it forms these acidic compounds with all your wet tissues. It sort of like burns them from the inside out. So yeah, so that's just a walkthrough of pigs. I know it's hard to hear. It was hard for me to hear the first time, so I appreciate that you're standing here listening. If we know all that's going on, obviously you didn't know that until this second, right? Do you think there's a good justification for continuing to sort of purchase those products?
I mean, it's hard. Products are popular and they taste good, and I think knowing where food comes from and is sourced is really important.
So would you say that taste would justify it though? Like
no.
Okay, so taste.
No,
okay.
But I think that unfortunately, like you said, with great power comes great responsibility. There are people with less power and can't afford to make certain choices, and if they're going to eat, they kind of have to accept what they have. But
I noticed that people tend to do this when they're backed into a corner. They switch the focus to somebody else. Well, people can't do this. Some poor people can't afford it. Some people, some other place, definitely not here in this conversation, can't do that. And then at this point, and I'm sure he's going to do this, Justin's going to do this himself, but it's the point where I always say, okay, you're totally right. Some people can't do that. Yeah, what about you? What's your situation? You think you could do it? We'll see.
But I think those of us in a place of privilege can definitely do better and try to steer clear of purchasing and investing in things that harm innocent little piglets.
Are you one of those people who...
There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Good move.
So, what do you think, I guess, when you go to the grocery store today, tomorrow, whenever it is, right? It's easy to just pick up packet of bacon or something, right? I think sometimes the reason that it's so easy is because we're so disconnected from the process, you know. If, let's say like a pig could talk or something, right? If there was a pig standing there and the pig was about to go in a gas chamber and he said, "Why are you doing this to me? Like, what is the reason that you need to put me in this gas chamber right now?" What do you think you would say to them?
I mean, I would say, I am not doing this. I didn't even know this was going to happen to you.
Yeah. That's good. That's awesome. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Because it's a lot to hear all at once. You know, it's very tough to onboard that emotionally, especially since we've been sort of acculturated since birth, right? It's like our parents just give us these things, right? And their parents gave them that, and so no one really ever questions what, you know, a lot of this is going on. So with all that said, I mean, it sounds like you're a really empathetic person, especially with like the social work and stuff. Would this be something that you might be interested in pursuing, like trying to not purchase animal products?
Definitely. I think
Awesome.
I don't eat as much meat. I kind of stick to more fish, and I'm sure there's plenty that goes wrong with them too. But definitely important to be mindful of what you're eating and where it's coming from, and the the animals that are being sacrificed for bacon.
Yeah, exactly. So would you be interested if I would like give you a resource or something? I can just
that'd be awesome.
Awesome. Great. And then I'll sort of just end with one sort of final question. What has more value? Fleeting sensory pleasure or the life and suffering of an animal?
I mean, definitely the life and suffering of an animal. I think, unfortunately, we live in a society where we're into the quick pleasure, quick links and information, and those quick dopamine fixes. And so it's easy to, you know, order bacon and not think about where it's coming from or what impact it's having just because it's going to taste good for a minute or two.
Definitely, for sure.
But that's not what's most important.
Awesome. Great interview. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me.
Resource?
I can give you a little resource here. It takes you a little bit through the ethics, through the environmental, because it's also very bad for the environment, things like that. But what it mostly does is gives you a practical way to actually affect this in your life. So it's a 22-day challenge.
Nice.
You sign up for 22 days. They tell you like exactly what to make each day, and they have registered dietitians on call for free at any time if you have any questions or anything like that.
Yeah, Samuel, I was just about to say something to similar effect. She doesn't seem convinced. She seems to give him the answers he wants to hear. I have to admit, I'm getting that same vibe, and I think I was just thinking to myself, like, why is that? Because, and I think again, it's a different kind of culture, and over in the States, I think with the way he's approaching people, it's very, very open and friendly and nice. And I think somebody else mentioned that he has a sign that says something like "Help me grow my YouTube channel." So people are coming over and they're very open and friendly and nice. And these are the kind of people that are not gonna. They know they're going on YouTube and they want to appear good. They want to look good for YouTube. Versus when Joey goes out in the street, his sign is something like, I don't know, something about animal abuse or something about veganism. So he gets the people who are more willing to come over and they don't care about how they look. They just want to come over and actually fight it out or you know what I mean? So I think in this video specifically, I think she is a yes woman, yes man, yes woman. Unfortunately. And it's a good lesson, actually. It's a good learning experience because I've had these people too. And for me, the way around it to get them out of this kind of yes man, you've got to give them some questions that are really, that force them to actually face up to what exactly it is that they're doing and what you're saying. So, like, for example, if I get the impression that someone's just nodding along and agreeing with me on everything, I would ask them a direct question that they would most likely not lie to. I'd say something like, "You going to go vegan then?" And I've asked that before when I've realized if someone's nodding along, yeah, just too friendly. So are you going to go vegan? They don't tend to lie to that question because if they're not convinced, that's the moment, in my opinion, where they're going to tell you no. And you start to get real answers. They go, oh, that's interesting. I thought you agreed. I do, but then you start to get the actual what they wanted to say the whole time, but for some reason they were too scared to say. You start to get some of that. But no, I think he's done a good job. Obviously, I think he's very good at interviewing. And it's hard when someone's just nodding along, yes. But I do think being a little bit confrontational when someone's nodding along, I think that, in my opinion, is the right thing to do. That if you feel that someone's just trying to please you, confront them on a question like, are you going to go vegan, which is hard to answer. That's a barefaced lie at that point. Basically, any question that asks them about themselves, they most likely won't lie about it. If they're a people pleaser, that'll be the moment that triggers them to, you know, snap out of it and actually answer a question. Not just agreeing with you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah.
Keep
Have a good
fighting
one.
the good fight.
Yeah.
And if you
Cool. So I hear there's a spicy one, this straw man one. Let's have a look at this one then.
That is a straw man argument right there. We have never condoned. Is that a question? I'm still not going to like change your YouTube channel. Your goal is to do what?
The individuals are mostly female. The individuals are hanged or burned. The individuals are accused of having dark magical powers. What am I describing?
Salem witch trial.
Your final answer?
Probably yes.
Yes, I would have accepted witches or Salem witch trials, anything, all good. Some individuals are shipped on boats. Other individuals purchase those individuals who are on the boats. Those individuals on the boats are forced to work for individuals who bought them. If they refuse to work, they will be harmed or killed. What am I describing?
The slave trade.
Final answer?
Yes.
That's correct. You got both those right. Good job so far. You feel like these are pretty easy so far?
So far.
Okay.
I feel like we're going to get a little deeper here.
Individuals are confined to a small space and are not allowed to leave. Individuals are transported in tightly packed vehicles with no climate control and no access to food or water.
So I can tell you something here. Just want to pause this one for a moment. This guy, you know, earlier on when I told you people don't like it when you talk to them or treat them like kids and they act like kids. There's a fine line, I think, between asking obvious questions for the sake of an interview and between asking obvious questions because you're kind of patronizing somebody, or like it's. I've done it before myself with my outreach, and sometimes the line between trying to get to a point and patronizing is super thin. And with this guy, he's already reacted pretty badly. Like, I think he feels like he's being patronized on camera. Like, he feels like he's being spoken down to. And someone in the comments says he thinks he's a genius. It's coming across already that he clearly has an ego, and this is triggering his ego because he feels like he's being spoken down to. And obviously, Justin's doing nothing wrong here. That's Debug Your Brain's name. Is it Justin? I mean, Justin Jacobs, yeah. Justin's doing nothing wrong. He's doing his job. He's got his plan and he's asking his questions. But this guy, unfortunately, looks like, I've not seen this video, but 44 seconds in, and this guy's already kind of getting annoyed because I feel like he feels like he's being patronized with these easy questions. But yeah, let's see. Again, I'm just saying it as I see it. I suppose the way around this, as from Justin's perspective, would just be to read people as you're talking and maybe to explain to them, like, by the way, these are super simple questions, but they're leading to a more important one. And then maybe the person will be like, oh, okay, fine, cool. Maybe, just maybe, that would be enough to calm this guy down, but he already seems triggered.
Individuals are transported in tightly packed vehicles with no climate control and no access to food or water. Individuals are numbered or permanently branded based on immutable characteristics. Individuals are killed in gas chambers.
The Holocaust.
Final answer.
Yes.
Confident in that?
Very confident in that.
Okay. That is not what that is.
Oh, really?
Do you want an extra clue?
Sure, I'll take an extra clue.
Individuals are chopped into pieces and their body parts are sold in grocery stores.
Oh, and animal product, animal like butchering. Yeah.
Yeah, animal agriculture. That's right. Yeah, there you go. So you guessed Holocaust at first and you were confident.
Yes.
Walk me through that. Just kind of tell me your thoughts there.
Because you were defining individuals, not like individuals implies a human nature to it.
Do you think that individuals has to imply human though? Like if we look at dictionary definitions, are there definitions of individual that would include animals?
I mean,
oh, this guy's gonna get so angry. You can already tell what this is gonna go south.
Yes and no, right? Like, I mean, animals are sentient beings, right? I've got one right here. Yeah. But you know,
what's his name again?
His name is Blaze.
Blaze, that's right.
But at the end of the day, we still have, you know, we have to feed people, right? And so that's one of the ways that we can feed 8 billion people on this planet.
Okay, so let's get back to that in a second. So like we did say that animals, like, you know, we have animals, we name them, right? We call them he or she, they're sentient, right? And that's sort of the consensus that animals are sentient, particularly like mammals and birds. So I would say that animals are someone, not something. Like I think this is someone here, not something. Do you agree with that?
Sure, yes, I understand, like, where do you draw the line between, like, pet and...
I'm sorry.
The argument is, where do you draw the line between pet and food, right? And the question becomes how hungry you are, how close to the what's the when you like the world like ends?
Like the apocalypse?
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. You know.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to get to the food thing in a second. Were you surprised, though, to hear anything in that list that was similar with animal agriculture and, per you, the Holocaust?
No.
Was there anything on that list that surprised you? Okay.
No.
So something that surprised a lot of people don't know that animals are killed in gas chambers. Did you know that before?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It's not like it's something I'm like. I think about and spend any time thinking about, but it doesn't surprise me.
That actually surprised the shit out of me when I first heard it. I was like, oh, I didn't, I knew it was horrible, but I didn't know it was sort of quite that bad. If you don't mind, I can walk you like 30 seconds, just like kind of what happens to a pig in your standard farm. So just kind of standard practices.
You feed it, you kill it, you butcher it, you package it, you eat it.
I'll go into a little more detail. So I'll tell you what happens here. First, when they're piglets, they have their tails and teeth cut off without any painkillers. Do you know why we might do that?
No. So let me ask you this question. What your YouTube channel? It is your goal is to do what? Create awareness, to change minds, to
well, all of the above.
Okay.
Right. It depends on where people are in whatever their journey is. But the first thing is just to like let people know what's going on, and the second is to kind of make them feel it, in the same way that I think in past injustices and things that people were maybe a little too silent. Yeah.
Injustices.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you suggest we feed 8 billion people without animals?
Yeah. So what do the animals eat?
What?
What do the animals? The animals that we grow, what do they eat?
Food is generally not nutritious to humans, right?
No.
Like grasses and whatnot. We can't eat a lot. We can't eat grasses and digest it to the same caloric intake that is required to. We need a greater variety of fruits
He's
and vegetables.
talking out of his arse.
Yeah. So a lot of people think that. It's understandable why you think that. It takes far more crops to feed animals and then eat those animals than it would if we just ate the crops ourselves. Some estimates show that you can reduce cropland by like 75% if everyone were to stop eating animals. So yeah, like as an engineer, for instance, like think about the second law of thermodynamics, right? Whenever an animal eats something, some of that energy is going to be lost inherently, right? And then when we eat that animal, not all of them we can eat and extract those calories from. And so that just kind of gets played out in crops. And so a lot of people do think that we have to eat animals to feed the world, but it's actually like a horrifically inefficient process to feed animals crops.
Okay. Is that a question?
No. I just
okay.
Thoughts on it, yeah.
I mean, plant-based agriculture is not without its problems as well, right? Pesticides. We've basically had to eliminate how many different types of pesticides to get that, and then you can't even have, you talk about GMO agriculture, right? Half people won't eat it, despite the fact that GMO is more drought tolerant, more pest tolerant, whatnot. So at the end of the day, you have there's a trade-off regardless of how you manage to create your food consumption sources.
In this case, not as much as you think, because again, the same thing kind of applies, right? So all the crops that we feed animals, they also need pesticides, they also need to be GMO. So any problem with crops is almost always magnified by animal agriculture because animals are eating those crops and then not converting them efficiently. So almost anything you have on that side just gets worse whenever you introduce animals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happens if you take overnight, you take animal agriculture out of the equation?
If overnight you take it out of the equation?
Oh my God. Jeez, man. This might have been a video towards the end of the day. I've done the same thing before, like after loads of conversations, and then you end up just kind of phasing off or dozing off, phasing out, checking other stuff, looking at the camera, and then you're like, this guy's talking, and you're like, oh shit, oh, what was it you said, So I vibe that. But and it's easy for us to watch this and for us to see where it went wrong and what exactly went wrong and what to do differently. I think in a perfect world, if I could have been in Justin's ear while this was going on, when this guy interrupted and threw the question back, at that point he's showing that he's annoyed and the guy doesn't like where this conversation's going. He feels like he's been tricked. I feel like this guy feels like he's been deceived because he came over to talk about something, I don't know, like a YouTube. I don't know, I thought it'd be a fun video and it's not really a fun video. So I guess to to keep this guy from going down the massively defensive, argumentative mode. If you want to stop him from doing that, I guess you've got to get back on track with the video framing and keep trying to ask him kind of, I don't know, more YouTube-y questions, I suppose, trying to keep it light. Or you could just do what Justin's actually done and go down this road with him and take him toe-to-toe and just kind of have him all triggered and use that as the video. I think you got to kind of make a decision, but I guess it just depends on what your aim is for the video. Personally, I'd probably just go down the road of seeing where the video goes. I'd probably go down the same road that Justin has done, to be totally honest with you. But it seems like the purpose of Justin's channel is to show kind of how to do and not to do this kind of stuff and teach other people. So I think with that being, if that were the goal, it could have been a good learning moment to see how to diffuse this guy and have him go from getting riled up to calming him down immediately. But actually, it seems like Justin's just going in with the exact same thing I would do, which would just be going toe-to-toe, head-to-head with him, which I'm not saying is right or wrong. It's what I would do. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it changes anyway.
Well, I don't think you could do
people
that.
are gonna die?
You mean if... So let's say I just deleted every animal right now from planet Earth.
Not planet Earth, but like from the supply chain of human consumption, right?
If we deleted all the animals right now, a lot of people die. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not how it's going to work, right? This is obviously going to be a gradual change.
Okay.
As
what
we move.
What about the fact that humans, right? We have documented proof that for basically all of humanity, we have hunted and used animal protein as a main source of our diet, right? So it's not like we woke up one day and we're like, hey, you know what? Let's go kill some pigs, Like, it took us a long time to figure out, hey, bacon's really fucking tasty, right? Like, salmon's great if you smoke it, and so we're talking about literally a human nature and the fact that like since day one we've lived off of what animals provide, whether it be coastal resources where you have your seafood, or inland resources where it's your large prey.
Yeah, so I would say there's sort of two things. So the first thing is, do you think like you and I have to eat animals to survive and be healthy?
No,
in the modern world.
We don't. Obviously there's a lot of people that eat vegetarian, vegan. I eat highly plant-based. I actually very little animal, but like that doesn't mean that you can't it doesn't mean it's not still a major source of the protein base of the food chain for humans, right? At the end of the day, you still have to feed 8 billion people, right? And those 8 billion people have developed patterns for good or for worse, right? Like, you're not going to change the minds of 8 billion people. We can't even get 8 billion people to agree that it's sunny and fucking hot out today, right? We can't even get people to agree what the cause of that heat is, right?
But can I convince you of it? Because right now it's like me and you talking, right? I'm not talking to everyone else.
You don't have to convince me. I'm a fucking scientist. I understand.
No. I mean convince you about animals. We both. I assume we both agree.
No. I understand. I'm still a scientist, right? I understand the byproducts of animal agriculture. It doesn't mean I'm going to change my eating patterns. Like I said, pig's really fucking tasty, right? Like at the end of the day, like some people don't do bacon for religious reasons. I don't do religion for bacon reasons, right? And so,
yes. See, what I like about this is I like how Justin refuses to give him the pity laugh that he's going for, and instead just looks at him, and then it puts him off. Watch.
So,
you see Justin's face here? He's just not happy with that, and he's showing him he's not happy with that. And watch how the guy starts to get all, he doesn't know what to do. Look. Because that threw him. He was expecting a laugh, didn't get his laugh, so it threw him off.
Finding that balance, right?
Oh, funny.
The idea is you can't change, even if you change one person's mind, right? There's still 8 fucking billion of us. You're not going to change it anytime soon. We can't agree on anything as humans, right? So we do a consideration for ourselves in the trade-off. I'm a huge environmentalist. I still drive a really fucking fast car, right? Because there's a trade-off that I'm willing to make. I also understand that industrialization has a greater impact on planetary, health than than individuals, right? So.
So yeah, so there was a lot of points there. So let me address them
I do
separately.
have to go.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting hot, and so.
Let me just leave you with something then.
Okay,
right.
by all means.
I would say just because we did something in the past and just because we like doing something aren't justifications for causing immense harm to individuals, right? Like there was for instance, murder is something humans have always done, but that doesn't make murder right. Rape is something humans have always done, but it doesn't make it right.
But
and I don't think that.
We've
hold on.
never condoned those activities. Like that is a straw man argument right there. We have never condoned.
No, I agree. But that's not the thing. Is the principle, right? Just because we've done something for a long time doesn't make it right. So in the same way, we can't use the principle that we've eaten meat for a while, therefore it makes it right. That underlying principle doesn't scale, right? You know what I mean?
I understand your argument.
Yeah.
I'm still not going to change how I eat. You know, I eat based on my my own nutritional needs and my own health, right? Obviously, I'm not gorging out on double bacon cheeseburgers every other day, right? But doesn't mean I don't eat a cheeseburger every now and then.
So yeah, it seems like what happened here was this guy got his back riled up, he got triggered, and this is him at the end. What he's trying to do by telling Justin, "Oh, I'm not going to change." He's trying to show to him, "You've not won. You've not beat me. I win. I win. I'm not changing. I win this discussion. I win." Because in this guy's mind, and not just in this guy's mind, this conversation wasn't a conversation. This was a battle that Justin may have won the battle of words, but this guy is not having it, and we're going to walk away and say, "Well, yeah, you've not achieved what you came for. You were not able to convince me. I've won." Basically, that's what this guy's trying to do. The way around this, I personally, if I were to be in his ear, actually, now watching the whole thing back, I've got a better answer than what I said earlier. I think I would have said to Justin, you need to buddy up with him and bro. And this actually might be a limitation of Justin, because actually, I mean, not limitation, but this might not be his sweet spot. So we all have a sweet spot when it comes to talking to people in the street and stuff. We all have the kind of people that we find it easier to engage with. And maybe this type of guy is not, I mean, from this video at least, doesn't seem like this is Justin's sweet spot on personality wise, like a personality match. This kind of guy, he needs somebody who's like more of a bro, who's able to, I don't know, shoot the shit kind of lads, kind of bro down with him, and taking this approach of a more kind of lecturer or more of an authority with him. It's not going to work with him because clearly he's got a resistance to authority. This guy clearly resists the authoritative kind of aim. So that's what it feels like here. So if I were to give Justin some advice for this, I would say for this one would be to bro down, like try and like loosen up a little bit and be more of his bro, joke around with him a bit more, make a few jokes, and be less of like a prim and proper vegan and be more, this guy's swearing like, "Oh, he can't fucking change 8 billion people." Swear as well then, right? Do you know what I mean? And really kind of, yeah, like bro down with him kind of thing. I can't think of another way to put it, like bro down. Like if you watch, for example, like what I think, I can only talk about myself. What I think I'm personally best at is when I talk to people who are like a bit more like from small, like I don't know, I quite enjoy talking to people in small towns. Like the video of myself with the kid in England. He's like he's from a place called Wigan, with a proper strong accent. And I know the type of person and I know the type of vibe. And I found it really easy to bring back the youth in myself and the youth from growing up in a small town with my super strong accent that I used to have and the kind of stuff that I used to do. And I saw myself in this kid. So I found it really easy to talk to him as if I would have wanted to have been spoken to, if that makes sense, from when I was young. So it was quite helpful. That was my space, but then to put me in front of some super, super posh, rich, person who works in finance, I would struggle, for example. Gamiki's cubing. Is it Gamiki? Gamik is cubing. Oh, cool. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. That's awesome. So yeah, I think we all have our own guys and girls and people that we vibe with and when outreach, it really helps if you vibe with somebody. I'm getting the vibe that Justin didn't vibe with this guy so much, unfortunately. Or it could have been just the end of the day and he was done with it. I don't know. We'll ask him when he comes on.
Well, that's what I just kind of leave you with then. Sort of what has more value, taste pleasure or the life and suffering of an individual?
Depends on how you define an individual.
Okay. Have a good one, man.
And if you want to help me make this my full-time career.
Yeah, cool. So he's going to be coming on in the next 10 minutes. So I think we got time for one more little video. And speaking of Patreon, by the way, I just realized I don't really talk about my Patreon that much anymore, but I think I might start putting like a little bit in the end of my videos too. I think it's a good idea. But if you are watching the channel, if you're a fan of the channel, if you're a fan of my videos, I'll do a little talk about it now, actually. For the same reasons that we just saw on Debug Your Brains channel. Basically, the way I work, guys, the way that the channel works is that you guys are making it all possible for me to keep doing this. And how that works is, like, so if you didn't know this, I have a Patreon team, patreon.com/David Rams, and we have the YouTube memberships team too. Both of these two teams are pretty much what holds up the entire channel. As in, without the Patreon donations from you guys and the tips, without you guys joining up, I don't think I'll be able to do this, to be totally honest with you. So that's, if you're watching my videos and you're not a member of the Patreon team, and this is how it's possible because of the Patreon team. So you should totally check that out. If you're a fan of the channel, if you want to support me, the membership options are pretty reasonable. You know, we're looking at the lowest one is like $5 a month, which to you is not a lot of money, but to me, that's a lot of money. Trust me. And it really helps to maintain the channel, helps us to keep going forward. Because yeah, this is what I do full time, actually. And we don't have an income. Like I don't have like a regular salaried income. Still got to pay rent, still got to eat food, still got to buy the equipment, still got to put all this time into making videos. That's what you're funding, as well as some other behind the scenes projects that are going to come to light in the next 1 to 2 years, which, trust me, you'll be very, very happy you supported when you see what we're putting out. So check it out, guys. Check out the Patreon team, join the team and help us make more of this content, help me make more videos, help us keep this train on the tracks. Really appreciate everybody, and everybody who already is a member. You are absolute legends, honestly. You really do just make this possible. This wouldn't be possible without you, so thank you. And we'll do one more of Debug Your Brains videos before he actually comes on the channel and has a chat with us. And if you've got questions for him, you could totally send those over. I can look at them now, or you could send them over using a super chat or the Streamlabs link, and I will 100% ask Justin any questions that you send that way. My throat is starting to get a little bit sore. Tomorrow might be tough. Okay, let's watch one of these videos then. Oh, what's this one with Ben Shapiro? How to dominate in any debate. 5 tips. Should we watch that one, or do you want to watch some more outreach? What do you think? Let's go for this one. There's 5 strategies for dealing with I just don't care about animals.
You can't equate animals to humans. I just don't care about animals. I assign no moral value to animals. Sound familiar? Well, let's talk about 5 strategies for responding to these objections. Plus, I'll throw in a bonus strategy at the end. Start by asking them, but for real though, like genuinely. Do you really not care about animals at all? Like it doesn't matter at all what happens to them? So the delivery here is key. You want to be empathetic, but with a tinge of concern and bewilderment. You're not going for some debate bro knockout. You're asking them for an authentic, thoughtful response. You're asking them to be willing to drop their guard and self-reflect. You don't want the delivery to look like this. But for real though, do you really not care about animals at all? Like, it doesn't matter at all what happens to them. People often have these knee-jerk reactions that aren't fully reflective of their actual values, and you're giving them space to pause and genuinely consider their position. Now at this point, basically one of two things will happen. They'll either say, yeah, they do value animals to some degree, just less than humans, or they'll shatter their molars as they continue biting down on that sweet, juicy bullet. And in each of these cases, I'm going to suggest two responses that you might try. So let's address the valuing animals less first. Anytime you're looking to change minds, it's important to find as much common ground as you can. So if you don't perfectly equate animals and non-human animals, say that. If you also place more value on humans than chickens or fish or crickets, say that. It can sound something like this. Look, gun to my head, if I had to choose between a random human dying or a random chicken dying, I'd choose the chicken. I'd rather choose neither, but if those were my only choices, yeah. Now only say that if it's really the case. Don't fabricate part of your position just to find common ground. Then after you've established that, I go one of two ways. First, you could say, but is that the position that we're in? It seems to me the position we're in is between confining, mutilating, and killing the chicken, or just leaving them alone. So if you value them at all, even a little bit, what would be the reason for causing them that unnecessary pain? Or if you're more about thought experiments and quantitative reasoning, and maybe more importantly, if they're more about thought experiments and quantitative reasoning, you can pose this to them. Imagine someone is going to come up and punch a dog in the stomach or a human in the stomach, and they're going to equalize the force based on the size of the person or dog or whatever. Do you have a preference as to which one gets hit, human or dog? Now, if they really care more about humans, this should be a no-brainer. But even here, I think a lot of people are going to prefer for the human to get punched, which immediately calls into question whether they really value humans or they're suffering more. But if they say they'd prefer the dog get hit, then ask them what about 2 dogs versus 1 human? And then what about 3 dogs versus 1 human? Ask them this until they get to some point where they'd rather a human get punched more than some number of dogs. And if they're being honest, this will clarify for both of you roughly how much they value animals and their subjective experiences relative to humans. Now I imagine most people are going to say between 2 and 10 dogs, but if they go higher than that, start painting a picture. You could say, so imagine 100 dogs are lined up end to end, and they totally encircle this block, or they totally encircle a football field, or something. I do this because it helps to keep the number less abstract and less distanced from human intuition. Now at some point they'll agree to a particular number, and unless it's obscenely high, it doesn't really matter what it is. There's so many animals suffering for our burgers and chicken tendies that even if their limit is punching 10 dogs before 1 human, they would then have to be as concerned about land animal agriculture as they would be if there were 5 to 10 billion humans being confined, mutilated, and killed somewhere. Why is that? Because if they care about human suffering or exploitation 10 times more, which is to say they care about animal suffering and exploitation 10 times less, we just take the number of land animals slaughtered per year and divide by 10. Now, of course, there could be other uniquely human concerns like widespread demoralization or knock-on effects that would only be possible for individuals who could abstractly reason in some way, but this still works as a generally good heuristic. And the point is, it works well enough to start poking holes in the consistency of their implicit position that they don't care enough about animals for it to make sense that they stop eating their body parts and secretions. I say implicit here because this is obviously why they're saying they don't care about animals to begin with, or whatever. I mean, in what other context does anyone ever make this claim?
What about that argument where they assign literally 0 moral worth to animals at all? It's a hell of a bullet to bite. Well, a lot of them will say that, but honestly, they're all lying. They all 100% lie about that. The people who say, like, I assign 0 moral worth to animals would not have any problem with animal abuse, but they do. They clearly do. Only sociopaths don't.
All right, so what if that bullet's looking dummy thick and they just can't resist? They say they just don't care about animal suffering or exploitation or rights or justice or any of it, like at all. Well, for the first strategy, this is when it helps to have some footage on your phone. And to that end, I'm going to be editing together a series of short 30 to 60 second videos that highlight some particular aspect of animal agriculture, like gas chambers, chicks and blenders, family farms, etc. And I'm planning to post that on my Patreon for easy download. Now, why keep the videos so short? 1, I want to be able to download them to my phone without taking up too much space. This way, I can always show them to someone regardless of whether or not I have a signal. And 2, because it allows me to present the person with a very low effort commitment. Anyone who has enough time to talk to you about the subject at length has 30 seconds to watch a video. So what do you do with this footage? Well, when they say they don't care at all, Say cool. So you wouldn't mind watching this quick 30-second clip of a slaughterhouse. And from there, the conversation might go like this. No, I'm good. I don't want to watch an animal getting killed. Well, if you don't care about animals, it should be the same as seeing someone smash a toaster or kick a rock. It is the same as seeing someone smash a toaster. I just don't like blood and gore. Even if it's in a movie and I know it's fake, I don't want to see it. Oh, no problem. I've got plenty of clips that don't have any blood in them. Nah, honestly, it's just a waste of time. That's 30 seconds I'll never get back. No problem, I got you. I'll give you $5 for your time. For 30 seconds, that's the equivalent of $600 an hour. Now look, I realize this recommendation is a little more salty and challenging than most of the things I suggest, and them not watching the video doesn't deductively prove that they actually care about animals.
It's interesting. I want to quickly bring something up, actually, a debate that I had where it kind of went this way. Let's have a look. Where would it be? I did like an interview with somebody and they said they didn't care. It was a while ago. Long while ago. Maybe it's going to take a while for us to find it. And maybe while I'm looking for it, you guys can keep watching this video.
But if someone is really biting the bullet this hard, one of two things is probably happening. One, they're trolling, at which point all you're trying to do is make their position look as absurd as possible, while throwing up a Hail Mary that they might at least watch the footage and have a change of heart. Two, they're a genuine psychopath or sociopath. If you trust the estimates, somewhere around 5% of people fall into that bucket. So if you do a lot of outreach, that's 1 in 20 people walking by who genuinely won't care about animals, and there's little if anything you can do to convince them. True. But let's say they aren't a troll, aren't a sociopath, and really don't care about animals. Or let's say you don't feel like trying that somewhat technique. You could also try presenting them with this. If I didn't care about individuals with red hair, like really didn't care about them at all, would it be okay for me to confine and mutilate them? If there was a redhead who lived alone in the woods with no social connections, would it be okay for me to castrate them and cut their teeth out merely because I didn't care about them? In this scenario, which should we honor more? The way the victimizer feels about the victim or the victim's actual experience? And real quick bonus strategy, if you really suspect they're a sociopath or psychopath who will have a very hard or perhaps impossible time empathizing with animals or humans, then you can try and make a case based on more selfish motives. So you can say a whole food plant-based diet is cheaper and it'll improve your health. Now this obviously isn't advocating for veganism, but if there's truly no other option, it may be smart just to play to your outs and roll the dice on at least getting a small win. All right, so remember, start off with a genuine and empathetic follow-up asking if they really don't care. If they say they value animals less than humans, ask them if they have to value them the same to not want to throw them into gas chambers or give them the punching dogs or punching humans thought experiment. If they say they don't value animals at all, give them the watch a video test or the redhead thought experiment, depending on how salty you're feeling that day. And finally, if you suspect they're constitutionally unable to empathize with animals or humans, you can try appealing to selfish motives as a last-ditch effort. So if you enjoyed this...
Interesting. Yeah, this was an interesting kind of setup. I think the way I usually go with this, you know, and someone says I don't care about them, I usually get them to define what that really means. I mean, like, what do you mean by that you don't care? Do you mean that as in you have no feelings for them and therefore you don't mind what happens to them? And if the answer is yes, then I would usually follow up with something like, that's interesting. I mean, do you have any care for some person on the other side of the world that you've never met before? No. Okay. If they were being tortured, would that bother you? Yeah. Okay. So you do. So you do understand, like, it's okay to have a problem with injustice, even if you don't care about the individual. You know, I mean, I say, for example, if someone asked me if I cared about some murderer in jail, I'd say, no, I don't care about this murderer in jail. Okay, but now people are torturing him. Well, no. Well, I mean, I don't want him to be tortured. Okay, then, so you care. Well, I guess I care when injustice is being done. Yeah, then I care. Okay, well then, you know what I mean? That's kind of the way I go with this. This is an interesting setup. Is there a fly in here? Get that out of here. Yeah, interesting. We can ask him a bit more about this because we're about to bring him on for an interview, actually, Justin. So I'm going to go and get him on, guys, and then we'll be right back. Oh, look at that. Perfect. It actually worked. Welcome to the stream, mate.
What's up? How's it going?
Good to have you here after just watching some of your content. And you were just saying that you like it because it's we actually got a pretty good overview of you, basically, right? We got a lot of the different types of videos you make and the different types of people you speak to. So you were just saying that you're quite happy about that, right?
Yeah, no, I think it was a really good sample because it highlights a bunch of different types of interviews that I've done. So like, the first one was what I would call like a really like solid interview.
Yeah.
I was talking to the people, they were receptive, empathetic. And it seemed like they genuinely were like considering going vegan, right?
Yeah.
The second video you showed, I think, is maybe one of the most important types of videos,
Right.
because it's the yes person type of video, right?
Right.
Like she was saying yes the whole time, she was agreeing, but it was like in the moment, and I think you guys said this, I talked to other people about this. It's just like it seems like she was going along to get along, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so like I don't think in her mind she was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna go vegan today or something like that. I don't think she was thinking that.
Right.
And so I think that's that's an important distinction to make.
Yeah.
And then the last one, okay, the last the last one is, how do I describe this? So I'm going against my own type in most of my interview videos, which is being like a very good listener, like trying to understand their position, getting like a really empathetic tone or whatever. Like I'm like at my core, I'm just like a debate bro through and through.
Oh, really?
Like I just want to
Okay.
I just want to debate bro people all the time.
Right.
And so occasionally what I want to do is I want to throw in something a little bit different. And that, so like the set of questions I asked that guy were like totally meant to like draw out defensive-ness from
Okay.
him. You know what I mean? I mean, it's basically like, because I basically, I describe like the Salem witch trials, I describe slavery, and then I describe what seems to be the Holocaust.
Right.
And then so everyone says Holocaust, and I go, actually, that's not what I'm describing. Right. And so like the point there is to actually just kind of get them to be like, what the fuck, sort of thing. And so like, that's like, that one I do less because I think like, obviously it's like not as effective, but at the same time, it gives you reach. So like, I think there's a difference between like when you're going out, like if you're going out by yourself and you don't have a camera, I would never use that third video. I would never ask those series of questions. I think that's just dumb. If you do have a camera though, you have to consider other things, which is not how much you're going to convince that one person, but like how big is this video going to get?
Yeah.
And so just as an example, like I post a lot of these videos on like TikTok or whatever. And I think that like most of my videos on TikTok get between like 1 and 5,000 views. Okay. The one with that guy got 86,000 views, right? And so like, it's like, there's a trade-off there with like, am I trying to convince this person? Am I trying to teach people how to like have better conversations? Or am I trying to get a video to like pop off and like have a bunch of people see it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
So like,
The biggest video on my channel is 3 million, and it's reacting to that they use the clip, the woman screaming, at the guy, and so it's me reacting to that. But that alone is viral potential. But what I said after that is the point that I think really solidified the virality of it, because you're right. I said stuff that I made a few comparisons between like women's rights and stuff, and but the way I did it was very bold, very direct, and I knew exactly what I was doing. Like you said, man, sometimes you do it and you say, oh, this is gonna get a few people very heated, but that's what blows a video up, and you got to balance it out. Oh, is this the best way? Is this the most reasonable way? Is this the one that's going to have somebody calmly say, wow, that's really open? No, it's not. It's not. It's going to piss them off, but then it's going to hit 3 million people. So like in your case, you keep doing that, and it's only a matter of time before one of these clips goes super viral, right? But it won't if you're just having a beautiful conversation. It's just not gonna. It won't pop off.
Exactly.
And that first conversation, by the way, that we watched, somebody made a joke in the comments saying it was staged. Honestly, it went that well that it could have been, dude. Like, what? Who were these people, and why were they so reasonable? Like, what the hell? Is there a place where they are? Like, can we go? Like, what the fuck? I can't believe it.
So I've gotten that a lot. Like a lot of people have been like, oh, these are actors, these are his friends, these are like whatever. And I'm just like, man, I wish I could get my friends to come on. Like I want my friends to come on and like talk to me about this. I think that would be an amazing video to like chat with your friends.
Definitely.
But no, those unfortunately they're not actors. They're just like random people in the area where I live.
Wow.
I mean, I guess So I think this is what I was seeing online is like, I'm watching like Earthling Ed, Joey Carbstrong. I'm watching those sorts of like, debates or chats or whatever you want to call them. And I'm seeing like, they're always like, almost always, they're like pretty, anywhere from like very aggressive to like at least mildly aggressive, most of those interviews. And I was just like thinking to myself, I'm like, I just don't think if I went out and talked to people, like that's how most of these are going to go. And so I'm like, okay, is there some sort of sampling bias? Are they just showing like the most sort of like inflammatory ones or whatever? And so when I started going out, I didn't find that. Like, most people just were like down to talk to me and have like a genuine conversation. And, while they might put out some of like the standard like Carnus talking points, like most of them were there to listen and were like interested in kind of what I had to say. And so like, I don't know if that's, again, I don't know if what we're getting like the filter bubble of just seeing like all the rage porn from most of these people or whatever. Now both like I would say the woman in that video was a pretty typical interview in a lot of ways. The guy was good, but he was still on like the good end of average, I would say. For like what most of I would say like 80% of my conversations go like decently well. I would say like the people are like, all right, you got a point. You know what I mean?
Sure,
they're like, so
it could be maybe the primer to it, because I think you'll find Earthling Ed and Joey are almost exclusively going out and saying, I'm here to talk about veganism. That's the sign: animal cruelty, animal abuse, veganism. Whereas I don't know exactly what you're doing, but somebody, you can correct me if I'm wrong, somebody in the comments said your sign just says, help me with my YouTube. So they don't know what they're getting themselves into. Is that how you're doing it most of the time, or?
Yeah, sort of. So there's a little more to it. So the sign that I use says, help me grow my YouTube, answer thought-provoking questions.
Okay.
And then whenever they come up to talk to me, I do like, there's rapport building in there that I don't like show all the time, right? And so I usually will say something to them like, okay, so just so you know, the questions are going to get difficult later on. And so if you want to leave at any time, you can totally leave. Like, I'm not holding you here. So I kind of like do that. So that's another thing I do to prevent what's called reactance. So reactance is this sort of psychological thing when someone feels like you've like trapped them or you're infringing on their liberty in some way. They'll just be like, I'm going to do the opposite thing. It's like, it's like the whole like reverse psychology of like, hey, don't wear your seatbelt. And you're like, I'll fucking show you. I'll put my seatbelt on right now. And so like the guy who got really upset, for instance, like I didn't do that with him. Like, and he felt like that I had like tricked him or like something like that. And I did a little bit, I guess.
Sure.
And so he got very like, I'm just going to go against you no matter what. You know what I mean? Whatever you say, like, I'm here to fight you. I'm here to win. But almost all my other conversations, I do the opposite. I put it out there. I'm like, look, you can leave at any time. Like, we're here to have a conversation. It's tough, so I'm not lying to you. But at the same time, like, I'm also not here to trap you. Like, we're just talking.
Interesting. Okay.
And so I do a lot of stuff on the front end to make sure those conversations go well and the person feels like safe and heard and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. That makes sense.
The other thing too is you were kind of talking about like I know she was saying like, wow, I can't believe these people are like standing around for so long to talk to him.
Yeah.
And I would say both of those people were probably a 10 to 15 minute interview,
Really?
but it's like not uncommon. Yeah, I've had people 20, 25, 30. I've had someone sit there with an hour and a half with me and just talk about stuff. And I think that the cheat code that I always like tell people, and that it's like really hard to do actually, is to like talk less, listen more. Because like so many people are starved to have people listen to them that if you just sit there and listen, like people are going to keep talking. You know what I mean? And you really like give them the space to like flesh out their ideas. That really is, I think, a very like intoxicating thing for most people. So that's just a couple of things.
Yeah, that's some good advice, man. So like, I remember when your videos first came across my feed, right? And I was like, who the hell is this guy? When did he learn to edit? Because his first videos are like, I mean, God, mate, you should go watch my first videos. In fact, watch any first videos of any vegan YouTuber, any YouTuber, they're trash. Your first videos are edited as if they were professionally edited. Your studio is solid. You're talking about all this stuff as if you've been studying it for years. I was like, what? Who is this guy? And where did he come from? So help me fill in these gaps, man. Where did you come from exactly? And you know, what were you doing before YouTube? And just give us a bit of a flavor for you know who you are, where you're from, what's your story?
Yeah. Let's see. I'll try to not like
give too many biographical details. I do kind of keep my like stuff a little closed down because I do deal with like, you know, obviously veganism and like whatever issues. And so like the place where I work, I don't know that I would want them to like find my videos and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, let me kind of give you a broad stroke sort of
Sure,
thing.
man.
So like, I have a background in a kind of sciencey sort of area.
Okay.
I've been interested in like, you know, specifically like science, psychology, all that stuff. Like that, those are things that I've been interested long before veganism. And so originally I was like starting a YouTube channel because what I wanted to do is it was called, well, I have another YouTube channel, but which is a dead channel now. But basically the idea for me was like, okay, I want to try to like debug people's brains. In other words, like I want to like let people like sort of understand the way that people can like lie with statistics. I want them to understand the ways that they're sort of lying to themselves, those sorts of things. So fallacies, biases, that sort of thing. And that's my channel now kind of marries three things together. So there's sort of like veganism at its core, biases and fallacies, and then communication and like how to change minds.
Okay.
And so I think these three really like marry well together because like understanding biases and fallacies and changing minds is kind of at the core, I think, of veganism, right? I mean, those two things like intersect really well. And those were just two things I was interested in previously. And so they just kind of, they came together in a way that was, I guess fortuitous. So, so originally what I did is I put up a bunch of videos, like 6 videos, and they weren't all about veganism. And I was trying to just see, okay, which videos did the best. And one about tribal psychology, and veganism were the two that did the best. And so then I was like, okay, well, which of these is more important? Like, do I want to go the route of talking about tribal psychology and like kind of like why we're always infighting so much, or do I want to go veganism? And I just felt like veganism was more underserved. So there's lots of people talking about tribal psychology and stuff, but there's not nearly as many people talking about veganism. And so I felt that was a more underserved problem. And I was like, okay, well, this is where I'm going to go. I'm going to like go into go into veganism.
Okay, cool. And how
part of my work.
And this was about, I want to say a year and a half ago, maybe something like that.
Yeah, so I went vegan about 2.5 years ago, and then I think I started my channel about a year after that. So yeah, I think that's about right.
Yeah,
I think that's about right. Yeah.
Cool.
So
right.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to hear that you like my editing so much.
Of course, man. Yeah, I mean, the you know, the setup looks really pro. This is what I mean. Like to me, it seemed like you came out of nowhere as a new vegan YouTuber, but it seemed like you'd already been doing YouTube or vegan YouTube for a long time before that. Like I was curious, like has he deleted his old videos or something? Like I couldn't believe that these were your first videos. I was thinking there must be a backlog here that he's removed, and then we're just getting the good stuff like a year and a half later when he's figured out YouTube. You know what I mean? Because it's solid content, man. It's like it's really well made content, and it seemed to just, like I said, you seem to just pop up. I'd never heard of you before at any social media, and then you smashing it on YouTube. So I was curious to know your backstory and kind of where you came from.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I had a very short-lived YouTube channel before where I just made like super short videos, maybe like 10 of them. But I wasn't even in those videos. Like I didn't like film myself at all. So there was like a little bit of practice leading up to it.
Yeah, cool.
I would say. So it wasn't just totally out of nowhere, but it was, I mean, I probably had been doing it for like, I don't know, maybe 3 months before.
Okay, nice.
Or something like that. So
and where go on, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. I wasn't sure you were gonna.
Okay, I was gonna say, I mean, so you're onto the stuff that you're teaching, right? I want to talk a bit about that. So have you been, before you made the YouTube, have you been doing outreach? You've been doing other stuff as well? Like what's your what's your background? Tell us a bit about that.
No, I actually hadn't really done outreach until I started the YouTube channel. So I think my first outreach was like a year ago. And so I just I've been watching. So the reason I went vegan, let me go to that, is I was just watching, excuse me. So like I said, I'm a bit of a debate bro.
Yeah.
And so during the pandemic, I was just watching a shit ton of YouTube and being like, oh, let me watch these debates.
Yeah.
And so they started bringing up vegan debates. And like I said, I'm very interested in like biases and fallacies. And so like I will watch debates. And I feel like I'm like, obviously no one's fully objective, but I feel like I'm pretty objective about who wins a debate, regardless of like what side I'm on, which really like can piss people off sometimes, because I'll be like, actually that person won a debate, and they're like, that person is a terrible person. I'm like, I know, but they still won that debate.
And so anyway, so I'm not a vegan, right? And I'm watching these vegan debates, and I'm like, wow, these people are just getting absolutely slaughtered in these debates. I'm like, they're like engaging. Like, it's okay. Everyone engages in fallacies whenever they're doing a debate, right? It's hard not to.
Yeah.
But the number of fallacies, how quickly you're engaging in them, and then just like the quality, like some fallacies are dumber than others. And when I was watching them, I was like, man, like these non-vegans are getting just like, I can't believe the number of fallacies they're saying, like how bad they are, like, you know, all that stuff. And so that got me thinking. I was like, okay, well, shit, maybe I don't really have very good reasons for not being vegan, right? Because then I started thinking through myself, and I'm like, okay, like all the reasons I have are like just shaky at best.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I kind of, you know, I kept watching more videos, and eventually, you know, I just like, you know, I went to my partner, and I was like, fuck, I think I'm going to go vegan.
Yeah.
She was like, what? I'm like, yeah, I just, you know, I don't really have a good argument against it. Or my argument against it isn't as strong as the counter arguments for it, you know?
Right. Okay.
And so like, that's like, that was kind of my story. Like, I actually never even watched any factory farm, or I don't like the term factory farm. I never watched any farming footage before I went vegan. I hadn't read like any of the books, like, you know, like Peter Singer's book or Gary Francina's or anything. I hadn't read any of that. I just watched the videos, and I was like, yeah, I'm lying to myself.
Nice. So it's I think that's I mean, with debate bros, then people who watch a lot of debates. I mean, this is why it's great that these vegan debates exist, isn't it? And there are people out there who, you know, that's how they'll be introduced. And in your case, it's how it actually made you change completely, which is awesome. And then so the psychology stuff that you talk about, is this just like a personal interest that you've had for a while that you're applying to veganism, or did you do some groundwork before you started getting out there and doing the videos? Like, which came first, I suppose? Was it the ideas to do the videos, or did you already have, and then the psychology stuff, or did you already have the psychology stuff and then you went to make the videos?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, so pretty much I had a lot of the psychology stuff, but I've now learned a lot more. So I've been interested in psychology since I don't know, probably since I was like, I don't know, maybe like 17 years old, right? Maybe like 20 years ago, I was interested in psychology. And so like, I've been like kind of reading, you know, I would read like Scientific American Mind, I would read like nonfiction books about it and things like that. And so like, I was always interested, but it's now like high octane interest because there's a way to actually apply it. And also because like, I think the interesting thing about doing YouTube is that it forces you to be on a schedule, and then it forces you to learn more. You're like, well, now I need to learn more for this next video, and I want to do something like blah, 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 and special, and, you know, whatever. And so now I've just been like really reading a lot more nonfiction, a lot more psych stuff. And so like, I've leveled up. I had a good base, but then I kind of like leveled it up. And also I was kind of reading more generally in the psych space. And I've also now like focused to be like, okay, is this applicable to my channel? Is it applicable to veganism or to convincing people or things like that? So I think, you know, I started with a decent base, but then hyper focused sort of as this sort of feedback loop in doing YouTube, I would say, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, totally. I feel like you're almost becoming the charisma on command of veganism, basically. It feels like that's the vibe. And I think that's really good because Charisma on Command is really good. They bring up new psychological ideas and new concepts in each video, but they're always using, you know, celebrity interactions to send that point across. It's kind of what you're doing, except you're using vegan interactions to teach. It's almost like, it's weird. It actually feeds into itself. You're using vegan interactions to teach psychology, but you're also using psychology to teach people about vegan interactions. It almost kind of plays into itself. It goes round. You know what I mean? It helps each other. Is that like is that an influence for you that the channel Charisma on Command feels like it is?
Yeah, definitely. It's funny because so other people have noticed that before too. It's like I was like, okay, their channels blew up. I was like, what do they do with their thumbnails? What do they do with their like channel thing? I'm like, okay, they're changing their B-roll every 2 to 3 seconds. It's always celebrities. Sometimes they'll have a celebrity talking, and then they'll fade from like, you know, it being B-roll right into it being A-roll because like, you know how they kind of like they're talking and then their voice cuts out and then the celebrity's talking. And so like I took a lot of like, I think stole a lot of their editing tricks and I'm trying to apply it to my channel. So yeah, they're definitely an influence, and also just a good channel in general for kind of like increasing your own personal charisma. That's something I haven't done a lot, is like charisma stuff. Like, so there's overlap between convincing people and changing their minds and being charismatic, but they're not totally overlapped. And so I haven't done as much just with like charisma stuff, but I have done a lot of communication and some of that kind of message. Like one of the most charismatic things you can do is, people find this sort of odd. There's this story, I forget who it was, but you know, this some celebrity woman. She goes and she talks to these two like famous people, and I forget what they're famous for. And the one guy is just like, he is like fantastic. He can like just talk, and like he's got the like golden mouthpiece, right, or whatever. And then the other guy's a really good listener. And after she was done talking to them, she said, you know, after I talked to the first guy, I thought he was the cleverest guy in the world. And she said, but after I talked to the second guy, I thought I was the cleverest woman in the world.
Right.
And that second one is much more powerful. You know what I mean? If you can do the whole, like, if you can like spit really quickly, like Earthling Ed is really eloquent. He's like, you know what I mean? He's super well spoken. He can just fire off every point, like boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
But I don't think most people can do that. And I've seen like people in outreach kind of try to do that. And it's like kind of like, you know, it's like, it's a little like lurky jerky.
Sure.
And so I think that was like another thing, is I was trying to be like, okay, I want to do something that's more generalizable to people. Because if they're watching Earthling Ed and they're doing Earthling Ed's approach, I think it's not going to scale well with everybody.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And I think an approach where you actually listen more scales much better to most people, because it's kind of like one skill that like does 80% of the work for you if you're just like a good listener. And so that was like another thing that I was kind of trying to do. I was like, I want to make this so like more people feel empowered and that they can do it. And it's another thing with my videos too, is that like, if you watch all these confrontational videos, you might be kind of scared. You're like, oh, I'm kind of introverted. I'm kind of shy. I don't want to be like fighting with people every time I go out. So I wanted to show like, it's not always a fight. And in fact, for me, like I would say the vast majority of the time, it's not a fight. 80-90% of the time, there's no fight whatsoever. There's a couple like, oh, okay, well, this is just a misunderstanding or whatever.
Okay.
And so like, yeah, that's kind of part of my motivation, I guess I would say.
And how do you feel about, so with your conversations, when it goes really well, to the point where it almost feels like too well, how are you, I don't know how to put this. There's very limited ways for us to know what somebody does next. But do you have any things that you're putting into play to maximize the chances that they will go away and actually change? Like, is there something that you're saying off camera after it's over? Because on camera, I see you say, you know, I'll give you a resource. What do you think? And they say, yeah, okay, cool. Off camera, once it's over, do you close off with something that's you're hoping is going to really like set them on the right path, or how are you managing that once the conversation's over? Because I'll be honest with you, I'll be direct like that. My concern with the going down the road of let's say avoiding getting them as defensive means that you have to be quite friendly, and that can often lead to them feeling very comfortable, which often leads to them doing, in my opinion, probably not doing anything because they feel great. Do you know what I mean? Like that's my worry. I worry about that. I've done that too. I don't post those videos when I'm too friendly, to be honest with you. Because I watch it and I'm like, oh God, I'm not showing the world me being someone's best mate. Like that, I don't feel like I'm going to get the right result from posting this. So what's your take on that?
Yeah. So I mean, I think I was just talking to the Juggling Vegan yesterday about this, and it's like, okay, hold on. There's a lot here to answer. So
yeah, it's a big question.
The first thing I guess was like, what do I do on and off camera?
Yeah, sure.
So the on camera tends to be a little more formal, but I do kind of try to throw a little bit of like casual talk in there sometimes. Sometimes you see less of it because sometimes that'll get chopped because I'm trying to keep them short. So that's one thing. But what I probably should do at some point is show like the before and after, because beforehand I'm actually like kind of building rapport with them, which I think is a super, super important step. So I'm usually I'm like, oh, are you from around here? What are you doing today? Blah, blah, blah. Like normal, just like shoot the shit stuff. But I also will ask them a very pointed, like, yeah, tell me something you're passionate about. Because a lot of people won't want to talk.
Okay.
And I'm like, so what are you passionate about? And then they'll like tell me something they're passionate. I'm like, okay, cool. And so it kind of like build off that a little bit. But then I also kind of leverage that passion later. Because most people are passionate about, people tend to be passionate at least about one thing that is like helpful to others, that is in the service of others. Like when you ask them that. And so like, I usually bring that up later. I'm like, yeah, you know, it's like with that woman that I was talking to who was like very nice. I was like, yeah, you know, like you say you're a social worker, like you really like think you have a responsibility to these children, you know, in the same way, like, you know, and so I kind of tie it back to values they already have. So that's kind of one thing that I do beforehand that kind of then like layers into the interaction itself,
Sure.
and then can also layer in afterwards. Post interview, it just depends. Sometimes like the person really has to go, because sometimes sometimes the people don't have a lot of time and they're like, okay, I can only answer one more question. I'm like, okay, but and so then they have to like, fuck off a second later. But whenever a lot of people do kind of hang around and we're done, and they're like, a lot of people like thank me. So that's probably my best sign. And I would say probably 50% of people like literally thank me afterwards.
Okay.
They're like, thanks for doing this with me. Thanks for like telling me about this. Like, this was cool, And so to me, that's like, I don't know if it can get, to me, that's like the kind of pinnacle is like actually thanking me for the conversation, because what they're saying is like, this was, this was enjoyable to me, but like I also learned something, you know what I mean? And this is like something I had to think about. And I tend to be like much more casual off camera. So like on camera, I'm asking really formal questions. And then afterwards I'm like, and just, like, it's like, everyone thinks this is like hard to do. It's not hard to do. Like, I barely even think about it. I kind of take this like very casual, like, I'm not bullshitting you sort of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that I think kind of endears me to him. It's like, okay, this is not like a personality on YouTube. This is just another human that's like chatting with me.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I kind of like foil those off of each other. Then you also asked, I guess, right, with being friendly. Yeah. So I think that this is the thing is, I think that what I'm trying to do is be assertive. And so like, I'm friendly in the sense that I listen to what they're saying and I like ask follow-ups like, oh, is this what you mean? Is that what you mean? But then I say like horrible things, you know what I mean? And so I think the horrible things, like I'm not shy about just being like, pigs are put in gas chambers. Pigs are castrated without anesthetic. And so like, I'm very upfront about what happens. And then I'm almost like, I'm always trying to get them to watch the video, because the video I think does a lot of that work of like, I'm friendly, but it wasn't me. It was like the video that was, you know what I mean? It was the video that wasn't friendly sort of thing. And so like, that's really like my, like, I was talking to a Juggling Vegan about this the other day, that like, I think you can look at people and like how they're interacting and like, oh, what's their body language doing? And like, what's this and this? And well, I think those things are important. I think it's like, it does get to be really hard to like gauge, and you can always be like, well, I interpreted it this way, or I interpreted it this way. So I like to just kind of base how good the interaction is off of like milestones and then certain things they said. And so like the milestones I'm looking at is, I try to ask that pig question all the time now. Like, if you were there with the pig in the gas chamber, what would you say to them? If I get a really long pause at that point where they're like, shit, okay, that's a good milestone, because that means they're thinking, right? And like, so this is the thing, you can't convince other people, they have to convince themselves. And those long pauses, these are called like aporias in the Socratic method. Those are where they're convincing themselves. So I want a long pause. I want the video, because again, if nothing else, if the person just came up and I was like, here, watch this video, and then they like left, I think the video is doing like 70 to 80% of the heavy lifting there. So do I get a long pause? Do I get them to watch the video? Do they thank me at the end? Is another one that like I said, I really consider to be a good like thing that I'm looking for. And then what else? Probably something like, another really good sign is asking me how I did it. Like, so then sometimes people will be like, okay, well, like, how would I do this? Like, tell me actually like how I could actually make this happen. And those are also really good questions. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for. And I'm kind of basing like the success of them off of that. Also because like the thing is like people come up at different points. So like, if someone's, this is like the 100-point vegan scale or whatever, like once you get to 100, you go vegan. So if you're someone who's like more down on like the low end of 10, then obviously I don't expect you to like say thank you for the conversation, right? So just the fact that you saw the video, and also that maybe I didn't seem like, that crazy vegan. I think like this is how this is a super long answer, but hopefully this is making sense.
It's making sense, yeah.
Okay. So people think that 100-point scale, I kind of categorize people into like, I think like one of 4 categories, like anti-vegan, like vegans are bad. I don't like them. I don't want anything to do with them. Veganism is just kind of neutral to me. Like, I don't think one thing one way or the other. Veganism is morally virtuous. It's kind of like, if I was volunteering at a soup kitchen or something, it's like a good thing to do, but like, I'm not obligated to do it. Then the final one is like veganism is obligatory. It's like a morally obligatory thing. And so all I'm looking to do in most of these conversations, like my set point is just, can I get them up one level, right? And so like if someone is coming in like super anti-vegan, then kind of all I want is like just to show them that like veganism isn't some insanely crazy thing. Like, I'm a normal person. here's a video, here's things that happen. Like, this is why vegans think this. This isn't an insane position to take, you know, and then kind of all the way up that scale. You know, if they're thinking it's, you know, it's, oh yeah, I agree, it's a good thing to be vegan, but you know, it's like not just something I do. Then I'm going to want to push them in a different way because they're already at veganism is good. But now I want them to think, okay, it's obligatory. So now we really got to twist the knife and say, well, okay, it's not just good, it's obligatory. And you know, that's kind of the mental framework I go into the conversations with, of like kind of like looking at the person and like, what do I need to do?
Yeah.
So
I think that's smart. I think it's good advice for everyone out there, because I find one of the most common things that I found, I used to give workshops, and the common questions that would come up would be, okay, but when they don't go vegan, that means that I failed. And what you're saying here is a really eloquent way of putting it, where I used to try and respond and say, you can't get everyone to go vegan. You don't know where they're at. Like, your conversation will go towards them going vegan, but you're not always going to be catching them on the final conversation that did it. You know, the straw that broke the well, okay, no, that's not a vegan saying, but you get my point. You're not going to be the that person every single time, but sometimes you will be. And this, I like the way you've put it there. So I think that's an even better way of putting it, that you find where they're at and you're trying to one it up, like just to step up, okay, to the next level. And that way vegan outreachers can come away feeling good, even if the person didn't go vegan. They can say, well, okay, did I get them to the next level? Did I get them, to jump to another stage in this? Let's be honest, let's be frank here. It is bullshit, but we have to play this bullshit game, because not everybody will just go from anti-vegan to vegan in one conversation. Some will, but if you can't get that, well, can you at least get them to go from anti-vegan to, somewhat closer, right? That's a secondary goal, isn't it? Basically, it is a game of bullshit. Really, it's psychology bullshit. You got to play the game.
Yeah. 100%. And it's like, so this is like the other way I think is like, the Overton window, right? What we're trying to do is we want to kind of shift like what is like the normal, the average sort of position on veganism, right? And so like there's a funny thing, like not that I would say that this is a strategy we should use, but you can kind of think of it this way. Like imagine if everyone who was like hardcore anti-vegan or just neutral, just imagine if they all moved up to that veganism was good but not obligatory. Like if all those people moved, now that means none of those people went vegan, right? No one went vegan. If all those people just moved to that it's good, but not quite obligatory, just think about the laws that could be passed if that were the case. Yeah. Like right now, there's like laws that people would be like, fuck you. Like I'm totally against that. But if you shifted everyone up to that point, so no more vegans, right? Laws are going to get passed. There's going to be more restaurants. There's going to be more demand for those products and stuff. And so like, I want everyone to go vegan, and I'm trying to get everyone to go vegan. But it's kind of like you shoot for the moon, and then even if you don't get there, it doesn't mean that nothing happened. It doesn't mean that was a waste. You know what I mean? That still is doing something like in the culture. Yeah. So
super important.
Yeah, that's kind of how I think about it.
Super important. Yeah. I've had an event in Liverpool. We were doing an outreach event, and I had an activist crying because she felt that she hadn't done a good enough job with somebody because they didn't commit, and yeah, well, seriously, and so this, and I'm not mocking her at this point. I'm actually just saying that how sad it was that's the level she had held herself to the point where it's, if they don't go vegan, or she thought she'd said something wrong, she thought she'd said something that she could have done better, she said. She's crying about it, and this advice that you're giving here and will definitely help somebody who's like her to deal with the fact that not everybody is going to get it and just go pop. And yes, you make mistakes. Okay, you're not Earthling Ed. No one's perfect, just him. Only Ed is perfect. But no, but I mean, Ed wasn't born like that. He had to learn, and he was probably born with some skill, to be fair. I don't think, it'd probably take a lot longer for somebody to get that good without some natural skill. I think he's just very, very good. He's a gifted person. And everybody holds themselves to that standard, and that, then you end up with people in tears when they make a bloody mistake or get one word wrong or something, So I think this is great advice for people watching, for sure. This, taking it step by step, and what you said earlier about not trying to be Ed. I totally agree with that. That's a lot of pressure if that's, if you're aiming to be that good. it's going to be, you're probably going to fall short because you're not Ed. I mean, nobody else is. You're going to fall short. Even if you're the best outreach in the world, you're still going to fall short because you can't be somebody else, right? So stop trying to be somebody else, and definitely be yourself.
Yeah. I mean, this is such like a sort of cheesy cliche, but like cliche for a reason. But it's like you do have to like get comfortable and enjoy the journey, right?
Yeah.
Like the point is you can aspire to be Ed, but you have to recognize that you're not just Ed to begin with, right? Like you're not like, if you go out on a basketball court for the first time, you're not LeBron James. You know what I mean? Like you have to practice. Like practice makes perfect. Like you have to get out there. You have to be consistent. But something I will say about this is that most learning curves, they're not a straight line like this. Okay, it's not like, okay, I have to like let's say Ed's doing it for 5 years. You don't have to do it for 2.5 years to get like half as good as what you can get, right? Like learning curves are like this, they're like this. So basically, like, I think if you go out there maybe 10, 20, 40 hours, I think you're gonna be getting like to a pretty good level. Like you don't have to do like 800 outreaches to be insanely good. You know what I mean? Like if you go and do outreach, like to me, like 10, 15 times, you're gonna be pretty good at outreach at that point. You're going to be like, maybe 70% of the way there, 80% of the way there, something like that.
Yeah.
And then the rest will be getting like little incrementally like better. But yeah. So it's not that this to reach perfection takes forever, but to reach like pretty good or pretty damn good doesn't take that long.
Yeah, it's definitely the learning curve. I think where you catch a lot of people struggling and burning out is actually when they're coming off into the dip. The dip is a really tough part of the learning process, basically. So I don't know if you've read into this. I've just literally read a book about it, so it's fresh in my mind. But talk about the learning curve at the beginning of the curve, which shoots up and it's all exciting and oh my god, I'm learning everything so fast, everything's so great, and then it drops. You go into a dip because actually you're not learning anything anymore. Actually, you're not forgetting anything, but you're not learning anything. So it starts to get a bit dry, a bit bland, a bit boring. And this is when it gets really hard. This is when every conversation sounds the same and you're like, oh, shut the fuck up. You start to get frustrated with people. You start to look at the camera and see if the framing's right. That's when that moment hits. And that's the moment where you got to make a decision, right? And the decision that a lot of people unfortunately make is they step out, they stop, and they look for something else to do. But actually, if you stick at it, this is what separates. Well, I'll use the gender term. Separates the men from the boys. If you're in this dip and you stick at it and you find ways to get out of the dip and keep learning, even though you're hearing the same shit repeatedly, that's when you start to become an elite level outreacher. That's when you start to become, getting close to Ed level. Because trust me, Ed has heard every single bullshit and excuse in the book, but he still sits there and acts like he hasn't, and he can manage that. And he even seems to find new ways to answer the same question. If you've noticed, sometimes he mixes it up. So, it really separates the men from the boys. But it's hard. It's really, really hard once you're in that dip to keep. I've had that moment made me laugh where you looking at the camera and checking the framing because I've done the exact same thing. I've been like zombified, glazed over, looking at the camera like, is everything, I don't know, is there something else more interesting? Wait a minute, I'm in a conversation. What am I doing? Why am I looking over here? So I'm totally with you, man. It can be rough, right? To stay focused when it's the same crap. I've heard a million times.
Yeah, man, and I don't know what the advice there is. So I think I did a video with Vegan to Gaze the other day, and like she was like kind of asking me like one of these questions, and I said, the first thing you want to do is learn all the anti-vegan arguments, and then you want to forget all of them. And what I mean is like you want to forget them, like you want to hear them as if you're hearing them for the first time. Because hearing from them as if you're hearing from them the first time is going to keep it fresh for you. It's going to make you more like empathetic. It's going to make you listen more. It's going to make you try to connect with a person more. And so like, I think that's the thing. I'm actually kind of hitting the point that you're talking about now is that like, I have a formula that works really well. Like I was talking about those milestones. I have a formula that lets me hit those milestones, I would say in 50% or more of conversations at the point. And it's kind of like ticking up a little bit, little by little, where like people thank me. People are like, damn, that really made me think. People are like thinking hard, it's all the stuff you want to see when someone's like considering a position. And so I'm kind of hitting that spot, but I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of boring now. and so, I mean, I think this is why, like, you see, like, for instance, that really, like, sort of spicy question about the Holocaust, right? Like that was one where I was like, I'm gonna mix it up a little here, and so things like that. And so like I think it's also like what you're talking about. Maybe I do have a solution. All right, I'm coming up with a solution on the spot. So like if you are doing the same thing, maybe what you need to do is 10-20% of the time spice it up and add something new and like start trying to do that. So like because I never do like debate a vegan. And so for me, it would probably actually be smart to do a debate a vegan
debate table,
thing, and then like kind of get more hostile people, right?
Yeah.
Whereas for most people, if you've been doing the debate a vegan thing, well, maybe try this approach that I'm doing, right? Switch it up because then you're gonna get information from both things, and then eventually like. So there's a saying I like is like creativity is when ideas have sex.
Okay.
And so like you've got two different ideas, right? And it's like only when you have both of them in your mind, then they can kind of mesh together and form like newer ideas that only would be like, greater than the sum of their parts sort of thing.
Smart, man.
And so that's
smart.
Yeah.
You know what you said earlier? It's so funny that you said that about forgetting the ideas, because I swear down, I must have it recorded somewhere years ago. We're talking pre-pandemic days. One of the workshops that I was giving, I would literally almost say what you said word for word. I would say, you should go home, you should download Earthling Ed's ebook, you should read it, digest it, all of it, make sure you really understand it, and then forget it. And I used to tell them, and people would be like, what? And I say, yeah, forget it. Forget you read it. Forget you read it. And I would tell people, my advice was, keep it in the loaded in the barrel, for an emergency situation, right? If you recite it, have it in your head ready, but before you get to that, you gotta have a conversation with somebody. Don't just debunk them with textbook debunks. Like you need to have an actual conversation. And if it's not going anywhere and it's going bad, okay, then maybe whip out the Earthling Ed debunk as a backup, as a break in case of emergency. And it's so weird that when you said that, I was just blown back a couple of years, and I was like, oh my God, it's so strange that it's like word for word, man. Yeah. And we have a question, by the way, from a viewer who tipped $10 for this question. So thank you so much. That's awesome.
Good answer.
yeah, no pressure.
I'm trying to give a $10 answer to this question.
This is from Cherry Cordial, who says, hi, what is the best psychology to use on vegans to get them to become an active voice for the non-human victims? So I guess what we're trying to figure out here is how to get vegans to get out and be active. What do you think is the best psychology to use to get them to do it? I suppose let's assume, by the way, let's assume we're talking about, because if it's somebody who's just like not sure, that's easy. But let's talk about somebody who says, I don't want to do activism. I just want to eat vegan food, and they specifically don't want to do activism.
Okay. Yeah. Let me answer this in like two ways. Let me like answer is if like, so I'll tell you what my channel tries to do. Okay. And I kind of said this earlier, and then I'll maybe talk about, it's a good one, like how to actually do it to someone who's actively hostile to it. So part of what my channel does is like, what I was saying is like, you see all these debates and it's just like, they tend to be more hostile. They tend to be like snappy, like comebacks and stuff. Yeah. And what my channel tries to do is I also have obviously the conversations, but there's not as many snappy comebacks. And I also kind of have little like advice boxes that come up. Yep. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to encourage other people to get out there. And like I said earlier, like I think that for the most part, like I'm not cut from a different cloth. Like I don't think I'm particularly good at this. I just think I like had a very good plan going out when I did it. Okay. And so I kind of followed that formula. And so I just want everyone to know that you can do it. And so I think the first thing is that like it's not as scary as you think. It's not as hard as you think. Anyone can go out there and kind of apply this. And so that's the first thing, is kind of lowering the barrier. Okay. There. Sorry, let me go from the tangent real quick. This is another thing. I feel like people, and especially the internet in general, loves like the fucking clap back, right? Like, ooh, that was a snappy comeback. And I feel like every vegan who like goes out and does like outreach has a little bit in their head. They're like, ooh, just wait till I like nail him with this clap back. And I don't think that's the space you want to be in. Like, I think that tends to be a bad spot to be in. It can be funny. Like, obviously it is awesome when you have a really good clap back. But I think that's probably a little more detrimental than it is helpful in general to have that. Okay, so now answering more of the question that you kind of asked. We have someone who's a vegan who believes in veganism, I assume, like strongly, but is like, I don't want to do activism.
Which I think is a lot of vegans, actually. I think I would even go as far as saying most vegans say exactly that. Like, oh no, it's too far. No, that's militant. I'm not one of these militant guys. Like, I'm all about animal rights and veganism, but just, I'm not going to be an activist. What? No. I think that's quite a lot
Yeah.
of vegans. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think like again, so let me like just like I think that's still probably like you can stratify that into like different types, right? So there's the kind of person who's like, no, I wouldn't do that, and it's because they're kind of scared to do it, like I just said, because maybe they think that the barriers are too high or it's too difficult. So that's the first kind that you can kind of do is like, hey, this isn't that hard, like I can do it, anyone can do it, like you can come out with me and do it, sort of thing, right? So that's like kind of like the lowering the fear barriers. There's like another kind of barrier where like as you say, it's like people they don't want to be that like stereotype of the pushy vegan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I think there is like you can kind of frame the same thing because okay, what if even most vegans probably aren't necessarily watching I don't know, like Earthling Ed and stuff. Like many vegans just go vegan, maybe they've seen one Earthling Ed or whatever. But most of the things they've seen have been probably like the big things are like, okay, like something like Vegan Teacher or I don't know, just probably like or that clip where the girl's like, you have a small dick.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Best vegan comeback ever. That's a clap back for you, right?
Right, yeah.
But like, so they're seeing that and they're like, I don't want to be that person, right? I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be perceived as that person. And I think that's the other thing with like telling people like, you can just have a normal conversation with people. Like, you know what I mean? Is like, you don't have to be, activism isn't synonymous with like super militant, right? You can be militant. That's fine. I mean, I love militant vegans, but but you don't have to be militant. That's like not a prerequisite. So I think also just like establishing that and letting them understand that that's not part and parcel of being a vegan. You can just like have a genuine conversation with people and be like, yeah, this is why I'm vegan. And you can just, you can stay calm. Like those are options. You don't have to get angry for the animals. If you do, that's fine. In some contexts, I think that can work well, but I think most of the time, not only do you not need to get angry, I think not getting angry is probably the more effective approach. So, if that person does believe in veganism, clearly they would want to spread veganism. They clearly have incentives to do it. And so now the way that's the most effective is also aligned with like not being militant. So it kind of like it marries together. The other thing is it depends. Like I love analogies and I love like hard analogies that really make you think. So to me, like I think one of the things here is like, okay, like we think this is bad, right? There's billions of animals that are dying, mutilated, confined. Think if you were the animal, right? Let's say like I don't know if people are familiar with this thought experiment. It's called The Veil of Ignorance by John Rawls, or the original position. So he did it with just humans, but like what he imagines is, okay, you're stood back, you're kind of like in the ether, and you're going to come into the world, right? And you don't know who you're going to be. You could be old, young, black, white. You could live in North America. You could live in Australia, whatever. Okay, what are the rules for the world? What laws do you want there to be? What are the cultural norms? If you don't know who you're going to be, what would you want those to be, right? You can do the same thing with animals. Okay, your consciousness is like floating in the ether, and you're going to be shuttled into the world, and you could be any person or anything that any being that is sentient. You could be them, right? Okay, well now what do you want the mores to be? What do you want the culture to be? What do you want the laws to be, right? If you were an animal, how hard would you want vegans to be fighting for you, right? Would you just want silent vegans? Or would you want vegans who are making noise? Would you want vegans who are having hard conversations? Would you want vegans who are like doing their best to spread the message, right? And I mean, what are they going to say? Oh no, if I was a farm chicken, I wouldn't want them fighting hard for me. Yeah. So that's one of my favorite thought experiments. I think it's like one of the most clarifying ethical arguments or ethical thought experiments there is. I use it all the time on myself when I'm trying to determine what I should do.
Okay.
I think like if I could be anybody, what would I want myself to be doing? Okay. So I think that's a good one. And then if you want to go spicier, again, you can put it like, again, we're assuming this person is vegan, so they already like, they're already like on board.
Yeah.
So I would even use like a civil rights analogy, right? Like, okay, let's say that you were, or civil rights, or even like a slavery, like abolition analogy, right? Like, okay, let's say you're back in the day and you've decided you're not going to buy any goods that are made by enslaved people, right? Okay, cool. What was that all the farther you'd go? If you were living back then, is all the further you'd go is to stop buying slave-made goods? Or would you actually get out there and say something? Would you go to the courthouse? Would you stand in the street? Would you talk to your friends about it and say, hey guys, I think, slavery might be kind of fucked up. I don't know. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, like what are they going to say? Like, oh no, if I was around during that time, I wouldn't fight.
All I
Yeah,
would do is
yeah.
not buy goods. I wouldn't like do anything else. So I think those are two good ones to kind of like put it in perspective for them. And
Mhm.
again, I mean, this is, do it to taste. You know your friend or people better than, like I would. So like if they're gonna balk at like a slavery analogy, don't use that. I would say like the John Rawls one is probably better. But the slavery one can be like, can be quite effective if the person is in the right headspace
Sure.
to hear it.
Yeah. I think
I don't know. Did I answer that
Yeah, you
question?
did. Yeah,
well?
I actually think
Okay.
in my opinion, I like the things you mentioned after, especially the coming into the world point. That's a good point. That's a great thing to talk about with non-vegans actually as well. To have them realize that they are way, way, way more on the side of vegans than they think. Just theoretically, they are. Just in their actions, they're not. But I think what I think was most important about this, or at least I most clicked with was the explaining to somebody how actually the concept of activism is not, most of the time it's not what they think it is. I think that actually is something that I would key on really, really a lot more as a priority for somebody who's trying to convince a vegan to become an activist, because I think people just have a misconception of what activism is. And the other two things you mentioned, I think that would definitely just come to seal the deal afterwards. I think first things first, like have them change their perception of what activism really is. Then you can say, and by the way, now you know all it is just conversations. Then we can talk about all you've got to do to make a difference in the world is have conversations. And then you could talk about that, if you were going to come into this world, like you said in the example, like you're in the ether, would you want people at a minimum having conversations on your behalf if you were a chicken? There we go. Is that not the least you can do? And I can give you my personal story too for this will make it a $10 answer with this personal story too. I was against activism. I've told this story before, but I was against activism. Not against, sorry, I didn't like it. I didn't want to do it myself. I was, whatever people could do it, and I was kind of happy, yeah, if they're doing it well, then great. But I was a vegan that did not like activism. I did not like activists. I had some bad experiences, okay, when I was younger. I did some activism outside of when I was vegetarian, did some anti-vivisection activism, anti-animal testing, got screamed abuse at and shit thrown at me, and I was very upset. That was when I was 12 with my mum. And then I decided to try again, and in Barcelona, tried again. And the event that I won't bitch about it, but there was an event and I just didn't understand it. They were doing some what's it called? Disruptive activism. I didn't understand disruptions. I didn't understand what the hell was going on. There was a cardboard coffin filled with stuffed animal toys covered in fake blood. And I was looking at it saying, this is fucking ridiculous. What is going on? Why am I here? I'm embarrassed to be here right now. This is ridiculous. And I made a commitment at that moment that I would never try this ever again. And I would just be a vegan who talks to my friends and leads by example. I was like committed, right? Never doing this again. So what convinced me? Well, here's the bit that convinced me. This is directly showing that you know what you're talking about, especially about the bit with the showing people that it's not about the militant stuff. And so I met another vegan, Seb Alex. I suppose you know Seb, right? And he said, "Yeah, I'm starting an activist group. You seem like," we just met and and through friends, and he's like, "Oh, you seem like a really outspoken vegan. You seem very confident. You should come." I said, "No, not a chance. Back away from me with this activism. Back off. Okay, not happening." And he was like, "Why the hell do you not like? What the hell's wrong, man? Like, you seem very, defensive about activism." And I explained to him, like, this seems like just crazy people. I don't connect with these people. Yeah. I don't get why they're doing what they're doing. I don't think it helps. I'm just not interested. And he said, "Dude, no. Like, I'm starting Anonymous for the Voiceless. You know what this is? No. You just stand on the street and talk to people, man. That's literally it. Yeah. Just come down and try it." I was like, okay, fine. That was, look where we are now. Yeah. That was the moment. Seriously, that was the moment. Exactly. From that exact moment, came to the Anonymous for the Voiceless, started talking to people, realized that all the stuff I believed was wrong. Then I learned what the point of them was, and realized actually I'd been way too harsh on that event, even though I understand to the untrained eye, that was absolutely mental. They were walking through the streets with a cardboard coffin filled with stuffed animals. Like, it was mental. It still is mental, but now I understand the purpose is kind of that it is mental, that people look, right? That's the point.
Yeah.
So, you know, there you go. That's the story. So it's really important that people understand, that vegans understand that you can just literally go out and talk to people, and that's activism, and that can be what you do, you know? So, yeah.
That actually, now you made me think of more things.
Yeah,
so
yeah, go for it, man.
I have to say them now. So yeah, hopefully this is worth the $10. So the story for myself is, I think the other thing too is like we just kind of implicitly defined activism in this scenario as like going out and talking to people, right?
Right.
But there's all kinds of
Oh, for
activism
sure,
you can
yeah,
do
yeah.
that doesn't involve you putting your face out there. And I'll tell a story that one of like I feel like the most innocuous like forms of activism that people I think sometimes think is silly is like chalk activism.
Right.
But I credit chalk activism as being the very first seed that was ever planted in veganism for me.
Oh,
So this
wow,
was
okay.
years ago, probably like 5 or 6 years ago, and I was walking down the street and it just said, it wasn't even a picture. It just said, a pig is about as intelligent as a 3-year-old child.
Okay.
And I read that and I was like, oh, fuck. And like the funny thing is I didn't even fact check it, because just in reading it, even if it was like actually like a 2-year-old child, or it wasn't quite right, or it was
Yeah.
like, you know, whatever, even if it wasn't 100% accurate, right? Like I knew it in my bones. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I knew that that's like, okay, yeah, of course like pigs are, why would pigs not be smart? You know what I mean? And I remember that, and like me and my partner, like we stopped eating. Now we only did it for a little bit. We stopped eating like probably any sort of pig stuff for maybe like 6 months, 7 months.
Okay.
Like after seeing that, and that was like one thing, right? Now I didn't go vegan right away, but I don't know how many pigs were spared by that, like a person writing that on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And then eventually I did go vegan, and I think that is these little things, they marinate in your mind for a very long time.
Absolutely.
And if I had had more pressure after that, I would have gone vegan much sooner. But
Yeah.
just that,
Yeah,
with
man.
such a low effort thing, got me going. And like, okay, now not only did I go vegan, I also became an activist. I also am doing like YouTube. And so it's like that little seed, they can blossom into like much larger ripple effects.
Totally,
And
man.
so
Totally. And these small things. I mean, I had this great story. Someone said, I couldn't believe they hadn't realized this, but they were a vegan, and they were angry with me because I'm too aggressive, too direct. Okay, and they gave an example. They said, I would have gone vegan sooner if it weren't for my flatmate that I had 5 years ago, who was too direct and made me feel really bad at the time, and made me think vegans were blah 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 blah. But what they hadn't realized is that most people on the planet will never go vegan their entire lives. You've gone vegan and you're actually active, and you're saying this guy stopped you? No. 5 years ago, that guy planted a strong seed and pissed you off. And now 5 years later, you're a vegan, and you're not just any vegan, you're an active vegan. You're posting animal rights content on Instagram. You know, not even every vegan does that. You're like vegan level 2. You're vegan and you're posting about it. So it's quite interesting, isn't it? People don't realize this, that, you know, it's kind of like somebody arguing that chalk activism, it doesn't do anything. You know, I saw some chalk 3 years ago. It didn't make me go vegan, and now I'm a vegan activist. You're like, no, of course it did. It clearly had an impact, like clearly as part of your journey. And I use the word journey here, like seriously using it, not in like the Lifting Vegan Logic version. Like there is actually a journey someone goes through, you know, to reaching a solid vegan position, right?
Yeah. And, well, yeah, I mean, you said it there too. It's like, if the person is saying, hey, I remember this time about this thing that didn't make me go vegan, the fact that you remembered something from all those years ago, that definitely was part of you going vegan. Like, if it really wouldn't have made you go vegan, it wouldn't be in your memory.
Absolutely.
Like, so much stuff flies away from your memory every day, you know, that's stuck for a reason.
Definitely, man.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So people vegans really need to get this, you know, get this in your head, that even like a bad conversation can have a positive impact. And when I say bad, I don't mean like you just straight up lie. I mean, that's really bad. Don't straight up lie to somebody. But I mean, if a conversation goes badly in the sense that it gets them angry, or you get angry, or it's emotional, it's not always the end of the world. If you tell someone, you know, fuck you, if you flip out, fuck off, you fucking animal abuser, fuck you. Okay, yeah, it's not great. It's really not great, but you don't need to go off and cry about it. It could have a positive impact, because people respond to anger. They respond to emotion. And even if you lost your shit and you're not proud of yourself, they will remember that. They will remember that for a very long time, and they'll be thinking, why were they so upset? Like, what the hell? Wow, they were angry at me. Like, what was the problem? I'm not saying lose your temper. Don't, ideally. But if you do, even if you fuck it up like that, still not the end of the world. Still could have a good impact.
Yeah. So this is another great point, is that like, I would say 95% of the time, maybe even more, maybe 99% of the time, having a conversation with someone was better than never having the conversation at all. Like, I think you have to royally fuck up a conversation for it to not be better. Like, okay, so like let's do that one where I was like fucking with that guy with that last video that you watched, right? Yeah. If you notice at the end, at one point, like I'm talking about it and he goes, yeah, no, I get your point. I get your point. He's like, and like, honestly, I eat mostly plant-based. I eat plant-based most of the time. I'm like, okay, so like, why say that if you don't care? Like, clearly there is a little bit of guilt that he's feeling there. And he wants to say, well, yeah, I'm not doing that much. I'm not that bad. And so like, if he's already feeling that way, then that's already a seed planted. So like, to me, that conversation wasn't a waste at all. No. It was an optimal conversation? No, unless what I'm talking about is YouTube algorithm. It's not an optimal conversation, but is it better than having just sat like on my ass at home all day? Yes, way better. Sure. You know what I mean? Sure.
Yeah.
So
you can't win them all. I mean, like I was saying, I don't know. Tell me if you agree with this, but my kind of analysis, I suppose, if that was it. It felt like, it felt like you had something you wanted, which you did. You went into rile him up. That was actually your aim, which is why it worked out the way it worked out. But I think there seemed to also be a personality clash between you guys. Like it seemed that you could not have been more different people. And with men, that can be a massive problem. With men and women, I don't think it's as important. But with men and men, if there's a personality clash, the bravado starts to come to the surface, doesn't it? You know, you're like, I'm gonna outbro this guy because I don't like him. Like I'm getting a bad vibe from this guy, so I'm gonna assert my dominance. Yeah. And he had that 100%. There was a clear personality clash from the second question you asked him. Because he felt, to me, I felt like he felt you were patronizing him, and it made him defensive, right? Like he felt, you know, it was so quick, it happened so quickly, you know? Yeah. So yeah, do you agree with that? Do you think there was a bit of a personality kind of, grating on each other a little bit with that guy?
Yeah. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going into that one. So my barber actually watches he's not vegan, but my barber watches the videos. And so he had some commentary on it too. And so this one is a good one. I was almost going to now you're like ruining my, cause I wanted to do a live stream on this, but I guess I'll just talk about it here. I'll just do a live stream later on it.
Yeah, people still watch it.
Yeah. There you go. There was a lot going on in that video. A lot of, I think, interesting stuff to pull apart. So, okay, so first I'll tell you like what the thing I started. I use that same sign, answer thought-provoking questions. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna like do a quiz with you, right? And I'm just gonna like ask you. I'm gonna describe an event, and you just tell me what it is. And so like I was kind of being like playful with him. Like he kind of knew that it was gonna be easy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so like that second question, I think when he started to get defensive, he kind of like had a kind of weird pullback. I think it was because the questions were so easy that he knew there was something like coming. Right. You know what I mean? So I think he was pulling back like, oh, okay, he's about to hit me with something.
Well, they knew what a straw man fallacy was, so I think he's no stranger to being, taken down a road and
Yeah, exactly. And so I think he kind of already was like feeling that a little bit. But there's at least 3 other things that made that conversation, I think, go that way. One is that it was you said it was my last interview of the day. It was my first interview, but it was hot as shit.
Oh, okay.
It was 95 degrees out, like 100% humidity. I was out there, like after that interview, I went home. I was only out there for 45 minutes because it was so oppressive. And so I don't know if you've seen the research on this, but like the hotter it is outside, there's more violent events, there's more anger. So like hot makes people angry. What my barber pointed out is that he actually was slurring his speech a little bit. I think he was day drinking. And so I think he had at least like 2 drinks in him at the time. So that also contributed. Yeah. But here's the funniest one. So what I started doing is like during the summer, because it's hot, right? I would go out in like a sleeveless shirt. And I also kind of do it because just to like nip in the bud the protein sort of objection right away. Yeah. I do not go out in a sleeveless shirt anymore at all.
Okay.
Whenever I go down a sleeveless shirt, I get way less people coming up to me, and it's never women. So women will never come up when I have a sleeveless shirt. It's only dudes, and they're always more like hostile to me.
That's so funny. Oh my god, brilliant.
Yeah. So if I'm not huge. I'm not even saying I'm huge, but I'm like a little more like muscular than the average person.
So I think as a guy, I would actually like not do that. I thought it was like a smart move to like kind of like nip that in the bud, but I think
Yeah.
it's actually way more negative as a guy. Yeah, because there's a lot of like, it's like you said, there's a little like, oh, you think you're, everyone's like chesting up on
Yeah.
each other or whatever.
Man, that
So I
is
think that contributed. I also
hilarious,
kind of
man.
fucked with him. So he said he was a civil engineer.
Yeah.
And so in engineering, like the big like a big thing in engineering is like understanding like chemistry, Newtonian mechanics and stuff. So like the second law of thermodynamics is just like baseline knowledge. And so when he's talking about the we couldn't feed the world or whatever. And then so what I did is I hit him with something from his own discipline.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah,
oh well, like the second law of thermodynamics, right? So that wouldn't even make sense. And if you see his face there, he's like he has this face like it's like part of him wants to say like fair play, like okay, you got me, but he's like, fuck this guy, I'm not giving it to him. Like I'm not doing it. And so I think I kind of annoyed him there too. So like there was a lot, and I did that on purpose. That was me like chesting up on him, and I shouldn't like I shouldn't do that. But
I
like
mean,
sometimes you're just in a mood and you're like I'm gonna be a little bit of an asshole to this person. So
Fuck this guy, man.
Yeah.
you just saw him and you were like, oh, he's getting it. Oh, he's getting it good.
Yeah.
Like, fuck this guy. I don't know why, but fuck this guy.
Yeah, I did really dislike him. I walked away from that interview like physically sick. I did. Like I was seething that whole interview just because I found him annoying. But I still feel like I kept it like pretty cool. I still like asked questions but like not my usual questions.
Dude, that is funny, man. That is funny. I thought you seemed like I thought something seemed a little off in that one. I mean, with the looking at the camera stuff, I could see like something was. Yeah, I could tell you. I didn't know it was quite that far. Like I said, I felt like there was a grind, but I didn't realize you were like, oh, I fucking hate this guy, man.
Yeah, I did not like him at all. He was very obnoxious and like I just felt like he came with this all like I don't know. He just like he said a lot of stuff to try to sound smart, and I was just like, no, I'm gonna smack this shit down. So,
it's very interesting the stuff you said about the wife beater, and I never even thought about that being a. I mean, obviously. But now you say it, I think subconsciously when I've been out to do outreach, I've chosen clothes that didn't involve, wife beaters and vests and stuff because I feel like it's more intimidating. Well, my thing was never the muscles, it's the tattoos. Like I must be about 85%, 90% of my upper half is tattooed, not skin. So I feel like that could put somebody on where they're feeling a bit intimidated. If you have them yourself, it's fine. If you don't have them yourself, it can be a little bit like, wow, okay, that's a bit, it's a bit much, right? So I try to kind of, I put a t-shirt on most of the time because of that. But even in like when I was in Barcelona and it was really hot, I don't think I ever did the vest actually. I think I pretty much always went for a tee. So I get it for the same reason that you're doing it basically, but just not the muscles. Yeah, for the thing, just not to intimidate, So I think that's smart, man. Yeah, I think I get where you're coming from with not doing that anymore. But then again, at least now you've got the cheat code for if you fancy some fights, gets all my channel's getting a little bit dry. Everyone's too happy. Wife beaters coming out. Let's fight with some guys.
I should just like go out there totally shirtless and get temporary tattoos all over my body. It says like fuck Carnage scum. Let's go.
So do you train a lot? Are you a big gym guy?
Yeah. I've trained like since I was pretty young. I went through like a period where I got very, very sick. Well, I reacted to a medication that fucked me up.
Shit.
So I couldn't train through most of my 20s, but then I got back into it in my 30s. I'm kind of like a weekend warrior, like in that like I don't go super crazy on the actual routine or things like that. I just work out 3 days a week, but I really am one of those people who's just consistent as fuck.
Okay.
Like I just am like just keep putting in the work over and over again. Consistency beats like fanciness every day of the week.
Yeah. So
being consistent is like
just chest,
a cheat
biceps,
code.
chest, biceps, chest, biceps.
Constantly.
Yeah, just constantly. Just constantly. That's all you need for YouTube. No one looks at your legs, man.
Yep. And my training does reflect that, to be fair. But I do. But it is partially because of a back injury.
Oh yeah. Everyone's got the bad knee or the bad back. Yeah. I know the game, man.
back in high school, I used to bench 600 pounds. So, you know, I just don't anymore.
What, yeah. I don't even know what that is, by the way. I work in kilos. That's a lot. 600 pounds is a lot, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't actually bench 600 pounds. That's insane. But like everyone says that, like, oh yeah, back in high school I used to do that. No, not anymore. You know.
It's funny, man. It's funny.
So
it's funny how uneducated I am on pounds. Because literally, you could have said 2,000 pounds, and I'd have been like, yeah, is that a lot? Like, I really have no idea what that means. I'm just like, what is that? What's pounds? Are you the same with kilos, or would you know if I said like?
Yeah, I know.
Oh wow, yeah. So we're the same. We're as dumb as
I
each
have
other
like a
on
general
this.
idea because I know like the rough conversion in my head. But yeah, when you say it, it doesn't mean anything to me without me like converting it.
Yeah,
so.
it's super annoying. I watched this guy, this YouTuber, this fitness YouTuber, called Will Tennyson, and all of his stuff is in pounds. And sometimes he'd be like, "Yeah, we're gonna put this in pounds." And I'm just sat here like, I need to Google this, bro. This is not impressive at all. Like, I don't know what this even. It looks heavy. It looks heavy. Those big plates. There's some big plates. No idea how much this is, man. Not a clue. But no, he's pretty good. He's not a vegan or anything like that. But he's quite. He's nicer than some of the other ones because he's definitely not vegan, but he also is. I wouldn't say open, but at least he's not dismissive, which is nice for fitness influencers that aren't vegan. That they're not just assholes about it. Yeah. Which I always respect. Yeah. And, you know, it's something, isn't it, when they don't joke about vegans, they actually just, you know, they say, you know, offer alternatives sometimes even. So that's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's kind of goes to this point of like, to me, like, I care less about what a person thinks. I don't know if I say care less, but what a person thinks is like kind of about as important as like how they think. And so like someone who's not dismissive, like they're displaying thinking patterns that are gonna get them to better places in life, better places with people, and like just better moral positions. And so like, yeah, I think that's always important when someone isn't dismissive.
Yeah.
Especially like if you want to be like pragmatic and like target that person, you know what I mean? Maybe make a video about them, like, hey, maybe this would be, you know, whatever.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
like,
yeah. Although someone in the comments just said Will Tennyson has mocked animals dying in a few of his videos, which is which is good fun. Yeah, but no, I mean, yeah, fuck him. Yeah, no, I mean he does. I think he's made the odd joke. Like they do sometimes, you know, people make stupid jokes, but I'm saying when it comes to vegans, he's not like, oh, stupid fucking vegans, like fuck vegans. He's not like that, is what I'm saying. He's actually quite, there's actually more common now, I think, at least it's becoming more common that non-vegan influencers are actually quite favorable when they talk about vegans, even though they might say something shitty about animals in one sentence. When it comes to vegans, they're not like anti-vegan anymore, that used to be the default, I would find. Like most people in general were like, stupid fucking vegans. But I'm seeing more and more often that people are actually quite a bit more like, yeah, vegans or whatever. Yeah. I've tried that vegan food. That was pretty cool. I went to a vegan restaurant. It was pretty cool. You know, that's more common now, isn't it? Yeah.
100%. That's what I'm talking about with that Overton window shifting.
Like,
even if there were like no more vegans, if that window shifts, that's hugely powerful. So like, I think we can't we always want more vegans, but we have to also like recognize that there are improvements that aren't just going vegan, you know. So keep your chin up, I guess.
Yeah, which is I appreciate the that video you made with what's his name? Sorry, the guy who was saying you know, asking for any less than going vegan is actually, he was proving that that's actually not a good tactic, and you were speaking kind of against the Melanie Joy angle.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually giving Melanie Joy a little bit more props to say that although the message should be go vegan, we can still take these kind of small steps as success in the right direction as well. But I think where Melanie Joy, I agree with you, by the way, of what you said about, you know, about Melanie Joy's approach. I've never liked the idea of telling people to take tiny steps and not actually go vegan. However, when they do, it's not a bad thing. Does that make sense?
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like this is almost like another live stream I was going to do with someone maybe.
I'm just ruining your channel right now. Just like spoiling all your ideas.
I noticed so I did a video where I featured her very briefly, just like a 5-second clip. I've done one with like Alex O'Connor. Who else did I do? Someone else. But I do notice a lot of people will be like, they'll come in and they'll be like, yeah, fuck Alex O'Connor, fuck Melanie Joy, like this person sucks. And I'm like, okay, hold on, I'm not saying they suck. Like I'm just saying like we have a disagreement on a particular issue here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't, like, you know what I mean? Like I would never be like, man, if I could, I would just delete Melanie Joy from existence. She's like hasn't done anything for the animal, you know what I mean? But it's like, I think there is like on the internet, I think it can be easy and just like a human nature to like when you disagree with someone, you're like, I want to cut them out.
Yeah.
But
I think that's like tends to be a bad strategy, just both emotionally and also just like cognitively for you, because oftentimes you learn the most and you sharpen your skills the most against people who have slightly different ideas than you. People who have vastly different ideas, I think sometimes it can be like really hard to bridge that gap. But like those slightly different ideas can really hone in and like inform what you think. And also like you have to always remember you might be wrong. Like
totally.
To me, psychological literature to me looks in favor of the like asking for the assertive, the direct thing, right? But 2 years down the line, a bunch of more psychological literature could come out and it could show the opposite. So, and that could be the case. I don't think it will be, of course.
I don't think so.
But that could be the case.
But yeah, I think the issue that we have and the reason that you'll get people saying, fuck Melanie Joy or fuck Alex O'Connor is because when you put out a video that's between 5 to 15 minutes long, there's going to be minimal nuance in it because you can't give too much nuance, so the video turns into an hour, right? So people,
and then no one watches
it. No one watches it exactly, and you've got to be a little bit not black and white, but definitely less gray than there maybe could be, right? And I get this all the time where people are like, oh, so you hate this person? I'm like, no, I don't hate this person. I was criticizing this one element of something they did that I didn't like this thing. It doesn't mean I despise who they are. So Mr. Beast was an example for me. People, his fans came in, you despise him, you hate him. No. This one thing that he's talking about and being hypocritical on, I don't like that. I love Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast's a massive inspiration for me. Listening to him talking podcasts, I've got massive respect for the guy, especially after finding out he's got chronic illness. He's got Crohn's disease, and he's doing all this with Crohn's. Jesus, man. I got nothing but respect on everything else apart from this one thing that pisses me off about him. And with Melanie Joy, I'm with you on that. I was very disappointed when I saw that she was saying the whole vegan as possible thing. That really annoyed me. And it's hard to not let that bleed into everything else that she does, my disappointment, Same with Alex O'Connor with the interview with what's-her-face, Peterson, it's hard for it not to just poison who they are and have everything else they say become under scrutiny because of it. But, we got to try because the world's not black and white. People make mistakes. People say stupid things from time to time. You can't just dismiss them because of one stupid thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
People try, though.
Yeah, I think it's the thing too is that and also like these people's I think there's a couple ways that I think about this. So one thing I think is like people's stories aren't over yet.
It's a nice way of looking at it.
And I think this will come into play potentially with Alex O'Connor, because Alex O'Connor, I saw him, I don't remember where this was, but he's saying that he's going to have Michaela Peterson come onto his podcast. And I think what he was saying is that he's going to press her harder there. So it might be that like some of these things are long-term strategies. So if he only had one conversation and that was the conversation, okay, maybe there was, there were definitely things he could have done better. But maybe if in this next conversation he does press on all of those things on his channel with his audience, maybe there's like a longer-term strategy that's smarter. I don't know. I still wish he would have done all the things I said in my video, obviously. The story isn't over yet, and potentially he may that may have been part of a longer term plan. I don't think that's like unreasonable.
Totally.
I think the other thing to remember that like people think about what are people's like long term goals rather than like what their suggestion is in the minute. Like Melanie Joy, you and me, we all want the same thing. We all want the whole world to go vegan, right? And so we're just disagreeing on the methodology. Like there's an empirical question here of what is going to cause people to go vegan more quickly, right? What is going to get us to that vegan world? So it's an empirical question, which I obviously think leans against her recommendations. But we ultimately want the same thing, right? And so like I think those two things can kind of help you understand that. Kind of help you kind of quell that urge to just be like, they're contaminated now. They're a dirty person. They're now just like irredeemable,
Yeah.
I really like this idea of distinguishing between actors and actions, So like, whenever someone does something bad, I'm like, oh, that person did a bad thing. I never think that's a bad person. That takes training. It takes practicing it whenever someone does something. But I will tell you for myself, it's made me much more open. I feel like I absorb information better, and I feel like I'm more psychologically healthy for it
100%.
because I don't think the world is like filled with bad actors as soon as someone says something bad.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like, okay, that's just something bad that they did. Like I've done bad things, right? I probably will do bad things in the future. You'll probably do bad things in the future.
Yeah.
But like, that's not going to mean you're a bad person, right?
100%.
And so like,
No,
So
100%. man.
those are a couple.
Yeah, no, I love that because I can tell you I've been through that the journey. Every time the word comes up, after hearing it so many times, these bloody ex-vegans, it makes me laugh. But yeah, I've been down that journey as well. That they're hating everything, they're being very upset about everything, thinking everyone's evil, and it really is a freeing thing to realize that. No, they're not bad people. They're just doing bad things. Actually, the type of person they are is up for debate. It is always up for debate. It is never set in stone. You know, we even see people who have gone out and killed people, turning their lives around and doing something good. Like, actually, their life becomes a net positive. Even though they took a life, they are able to go out and give life to many through the terrible experience they went through, maybe in a gang or something like that, and get other people out of gangs, you know? They're able to do that. So the book isn't always closed, like you said. And I've given, that's an extreme example, obviously, but saying people could make mistakes and there is a redemption arc. The redemption arc is always available. Always available. That door never closes, no matter what you've done, no matter how bad it was. There is always a way to redeem yourself and do better. And I think, it really helps to know that. It helps because the world can be tough. I agree with what you said, you know, and my mental health is a lot better since also having that realization. Speaking of mental health, by the way, we've got a great question here, and I'll just quickly before we get to that, say thank you to DJ Lernal, who tipped $10 and says, support David Rams for the animals. And that I really appreciate that. It absolutely is true that when you do support this channel, your money is directly going to work that is directly going to help animals, not just with the stuff you see publicly on YouTube, but also the stuff that we're doing behind the scenes, which, as I said, is going to be revealed in about a year to 2 years. It's going to take that long, and it's going to be a huge thing when we reveal this. So it hopefully should change a lot of lives, both animal and human, because we'll get people to change to be better for animals. So that's where your money goes, guys. So thank you so much. And then we have a question from Vina Moinen, who tipped $3 and says, Justin, how do you balance work and activism? So basically, I want to add something to that. Yeah. Work, life, activism. So you're currently working, right? You got your job, you got your activism, and what about like free time? How are you balancing everything out?
Very poorly.
Okay.
My mental health is definitely deteriorating a bit. Maybe I'll just kind of walk you through like what I'm kind of thinking about it. So I want to get better at this year. Again, my partner has like definitely been like, bro, like you might need to chill out on the YouTube a little bit. Like, okay. And so like, okay, the problem with YouTube is if you want to see consistent growth, you got to post every week. For the most part is what I've seen. Posting every week and doing my job and having a social life is virtually impossible for me. Okay. But I want to post every week. And so my tension is like, what is the most important thing, right? Because I don't want to burn out. But at the same time, I do feel like, you know, I guess it's this like, I feel like the more advantages you have in life, the more obligated you are to help others.
Okay.
And so I think that I'm pretty advantaged in life. You know, if you go through, I guess, like most of like the privileges a person might have, I have almost all of them. Minus height. I'm not very tall, so I don't have height privilege, unfortunately. But I've got most of the other ones. And so like I also think I'm like based on my background, like I also have some background in teaching, which I didn't mention earlier. Okay. So teaching psychology, like science, like I feel like I have this unique set of skills that makes me good for this. And so in all my past jobs, like my corporate jobs, I hate them. I hate my corporate jobs. They're boring as shit. I can pretty much get them done in like a very short amount of time compared to my colleagues. So I can get them done and then like do something else. And so in those, I've never felt this like strong urge to do a good job. This is the first thing I've ever felt a really strong urge to do a good job. Okay. And so I feel like I'm obligated to do a good job. And so because of that, I'm running into this wall of like, how do I balance like what I feel like my obligations are to, you know, animals, the world, etc. Yeah. And so that's kind of the mental like aspect of it, like the framing that's tough for me. Okay. Practically what I do is I'm very regimented. I'm like mildly obsessive compulsive. Okay. So what I I try to have these like very strict routines that I do every day. So I sort of set rules for myself. So as soon as I get up, I do like mobility drills, I drink water, and I try to go for a walk. And then at about 8 o'clock, I want to turn my phone off. And then I don't turn it back on until like noon the next day. So I turn my phone off at 8 at night, don't turn it back on until noon the next day. And try to get to bed by 9:30 every night. Very consistent sleep schedule. An inconsistent sleep schedule and not getting enough sleep will burn you out faster than anything. Any sort of mental trick that you think you have doesn't mean shit compared to your sleep. So really good sleep. I try to be off the phone. I try not to have screens on anytime past like 8 or 8:30, like blue light and all that. So that I think is like really important. Getting sleep and getting certain routines. And the reason for the phone is both a screen, but also it's like it turns into that mindless scrolling where you just burn a lot of time, and that's time that I do not have right now. So I think trying to get those things out of your life kind of helps, and then in your actual personal life, try to focus on interactions with people more than like events with people. So like, you know, if I have a choice to like go watch a movie with my friends or hang out and play a board game with them, I'm choosing board game every time. Watching a video is not going to be as restorative to my mental health as having like genuine human interactions with someone that I like. So I would say genuine human actions, good sleep, and then some sort of mild rules in your schedule that help you to like stay on track in some way, you know. And those are kind of the things that I try to do. But like I said, I'm doing it poorly. So
it's tough, man. I mean, you're preaching to if the people that don't realize, you're preaching to the choir. Me, I understand that, you know, I know how it is with the balance, and especially with the weekly posting schedule, and it sounds like you're pretty on top of your schedule with the, you know, your home schedule, I suppose, and the things you choose. And I've tried and failed that multiple times. I get the impression that your personality allows for you to be more strict more easily on this stuff. You give me the kind of vibe that, well, I mean, just the way you carry yourself gives me the kind of vibe that you're the kind of person that would find that a lot easier than most. I'm the opposite to this. I'm the kind of person that if I'm going to stick to something, I'd have to move mountains to stick to be, you know what I mean? Like I can't do it. If I set a sleep schedule, I've lost it within a week. Like I can't, you know, I can't stick to things. I hate routines. I actually actively try to stop routines. When I see a routine forming, I get this horrible feeling like, oh, I hate it. No, 10 minutes later. We'll go to bed 10 minutes later. Or do you know what? I'm going to go to bed at 1 in the morning instead of 10 like usual. I'm an idiot. You know, so I'm jealous that you seem to have a lot of this stuff, you know, locked down, man.
That's funny.
It's funny. It's frustrating as hell. this feeling of wanting to break my own routine and fuck myself over. So I feel the struggle, man. I do feel the struggle with, like you have also with creating like this, and especially that you've got a job as well, which I imagine makes it a little bit more, a lot trickier. Yeah. Have you been doing? I saw you've been doing shorts, right? How are you doing those just like with the same editor, or are you using anything? Because the reason I'm asking is there's a free editor called CapCut. I don't know if you heard of it. It has auto subtitles, so you can literally just click one button. It just automatically does all the titles, all the captions. It saves a fuckload of time. The only time-consuming part is actually just editing. You know, get the short ready in whatever Final Cut or Adobe Premiere. But once you put it into CapCut, you know, it's pretty much done. You just auto subtitling. So that cuts a lot of time for me. For example, if I need to put a video out quickly, I'll do a short. I'll use CapCut to get it subtitled. It's done within an hour basically. So
that's cool. Yeah. So I just use Premiere Pro because they have an auto caption thing now.
It does. Yeah. That's useful.
So I use that and I edit there. I don't know like what's faster. It's like. Yeah, it's tough. I actually wanted to go back to something because you were kind of saying about that. Do you find that like one of your strong ethical values is like freedom? Is freedom like high on your list of things that you value?
Yeah, I get very frustrated when I feel like my freedom's being yeah.
That makes sense to me. I think I've seen that like just through some of your content. Also, I've kind of picked that up.
Yeah,
and even just with the thing you said, like if there's a routine, like you're gonna like. Just you're gonna like so this is kind of like what have you ever read about reactance? Reactance is an interesting thing. You should read about reactance. But yeah, it is this thing of like when someone puts constraints on you, you're like, fuck these constraints just because you tried to put constraints on me. But it's funny because you actually do that to yourself.
Oh, it's mad.
You're like,
yeah,
look past David. Future David is not
Oh man, I've tried,
having these
you wouldn't believe the shit that I've tried. The stuff with the no phones. I had a rule: no phones in the bedroom. And then I got angry about it after a while. I'm like, but I want my phone in the fucking bedroom. But I want it, and then I bring it in, and I'm like, but I decided this though. Why am I angry with myself? Oh man, it's so frustrating, dude. If you know some ways around this, like to change this, I mean, I'm all ears, man. Is there something I should read, or is there something for people like me?
I don't know. It's interesting because like you're so there's two books one's called Tiny Habits, one's called Atomic Habits,
Okay.
and they're kind of about building these habits up really, really slowly.
Okay.
And so like let's say like you want to do push-ups every day,
Yeah.
like this is the example games. I want to do 10 push-ups every morning or something. So what you do first is you commit that every morning you're going to get up and you're just going to like get down on the floor, but you're not going to do a push-up. You just do that until it's an established thing. You do it every day. All right. Then for like whatever weeks you're going to do one push-up, you're going to blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
and like
man.
his point is that like you well, maybe you don't brush your teeth every day. I don't know. you brush your teeth every day, right? That's a routine that you do. Like that's something that no one is telling you have to do, but you brush your teeth. You probably do it in the morning. You probably do it at the same time every day. Right. And so his thing is like, he's going to try to get you to do routines like that that just become as second nature. It's like brushing your teeth or shaving or doing your hair.
Yeah.
And I think he even like puts them into that. So it's like you go in, you shave, brush your teeth, you get on the ground. Next week, shave, brush your teeth, do one push-up. And eventually like doing 10 push-ups is just part of like your thing.
Yep.
And so like you build these up really slowly. Now, I don't know if that works for you. It sounds like you are like on like the bell curve. It sounds like you're very far on the like, I want my freedom, like actively sabotaging yourself and getting pissed off at Pat Davids.
Do you know what's funny? You said, I assume you brush your teeth every day. Occasionally, I don't brush my teeth at night for no other reason other than fuck it, because I don't want to. I don't feel like it. No other reason. Not that often, but often enough that it happens, you know, like it happens more than once in a year. I could probably say like maybe once a month, at least once a month. Mental. What's wrong with me?
That's fun. I know, like, let's talk about your childhood.
Yeah,
David.
I think
What,
we need to, yeah. Oh, it's so funny. I've never.
parents put you in a cage.
Now I'm saying it out loud. I'm realizing how hilarious it is that I never even realized that it was even a thing. Like you pointed it out, and then I'm like, wow, okay, that's actually really a thing. Like I thought it was just a funny, or whatever. Like but you actually seem to know exactly what it is. I didn't realize it was actually a thing that you know what I mean? Like what did you call it again? Sorry, the
reactants. It's this like,
All right, yeah, I'm gonna look into this and see if I can do something about it. Well, I've had you for a long time, mate. So I won't keep you any longer. It's been almost 2 hours. I really appreciate it. It's all been solid though. That's why it's been so long, man. You smashed it. It's been great to have you on. You've been a really good guest. So for people that don't know, where can they actually find you then?
Yeah, so all the normal spots. It's just debug your brain. It's the same on all my things. So YouTube is the main one. That's where I want most people coming. I'm also on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. I don't really check Facebook very often. It's kind of a weird platform, but I'm on there just to be on there. So
Cool, man.
I think I'm actually on like Rumble also. Maybe I posted a video or two on
okay.
there, and some other weird ones like
Truth
offshoot ones. But yeah, I'm
Truth
on all of them.
Social. Got to be on
Exactly.
Trumps as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
got to make sure we cover all the angles.
I think I did make a post on Parler before.
cool.
I think I have a vegan post on Parler somewhere. Like I
Nice.
went to all of them and just posted. And, like some of them, like just got so little traction. I'm like, okay, I'm just sticking to the main ones. But yeah.
Yeah, that's smart
Yeah, I
though.
think
That's smart. I mean, it seems to be working. Whatever you're doing, man. Because I mean, your channel outperforms for the amount of subs you have. It consistently outperforms. If that makes sense.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. Like,
Oh, I didn't know that.
no, I didn't realize. Like, you're averaging like 2,000-3,000 views a video for a channel that has under 3,000 subscribers. I mean, yeah, that's really good, dude. Can't believe you didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm not. I haven't really I haven't done a lot of look into the metrics yet. I think this is the thing is like I only have time for so much.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to like look at the science and look at the editing and like make it pop, but like I haven't like really dug into my metrics, which I probably need to.
No, I think I mean I think if you start a channel the right way, and when I say that, I mean you clearly, like I said earlier, you're the type of person that seems to do things the right way, as opposed to how most other people do it, which is, just see what happens and figure it out. You're doing it where you've actually prepped, and you can see it's paying off because your channel, yes, it is outperforming what other channels of a similar size would do. And if you look at a channel, like if you look at my channel, or if you look at say other channels that maybe did it a little bit kind of, just try it out, see what happens. I won't say who because it's not fair to bring them up. But if you look at mine, you know, my views underperform for the amount of subs that I have. And that's because in the beginning, I didn't really know what I was doing. And I was just trying to like see what happened. And so you'll see that I have a bit of a mixed subscriber base. And so my videos don't perform as well as they could if I had a subscriber base of 30,000 people who all came for one reason. But on your channel, they're coming for one thing and you're giving them that one thing. And that is all you give them. You're not confusing them. You're not making all types of different stuff. They come for one thing, they get one thing. So that's why your views are consistently good for the size. And as that'll just get bigger and bigger and bigger, then one day you'll have like 50K subs and your views will be like upwards of 50K per video because your subs will be watching all your fucking videos because that's the aim of YouTube. But if you look at my channel, it's not like that, unfortunately. It's I mean, I've got great subs, don't get me wrong, but the majority of my subs don't come to watch the videos that I make, unfortunately, because it's it's a bit of a mix up over here. So that's but yeah, you should totally dig into that. I think that's why your channel is going to work because you started the right way and hopefully you'll continue the right way and it'll just keep growing and with the right people.
I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome,
so
dude.
for sure, yeah.
So yeah, lots of people say they subscribed anyway, so that's cool. You got a couple of subs from here.
Great.
That's awesome stuff.
Great.
Is there anything you wanted to cover? Is there anything you wanted to say before we round off?
No, I mean, I had fun. I think this was a fun conversation, actually. So yeah, hopefully I can do it again sometime. Maybe we can dig into whatever trauma has led to your reactance, and we'll kind of figure you out, David.
Live, because that's healthy, right? We'll dig into it live.
Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, keep in touch. Looking forward to seeing all the stuff you've got coming, mate. Have you got some cool videos coming up? You've been doing some street stuff.
Yeah, let me. So I actually have been doing less street stuff recently. It's super cold, but I've got some. I got a video on like hypotheticals coming up. I have one on like why we keep getting tricked by personal stories, why they're so convincing to us.
Nice, that's a really good topic.
I want to do something. Yeah, I want to do something on motivational interviewing, which is like a type of. It's kind of similar. Like I think we talked about this book is one of the things.
Yeah.
So this is similar to motivational interviewing, but not quite.
Okay.
And so I'm going to talk about that in the future. And if you guys, I'm just going to show books to people.
Yeah, sure, man.
This is a book that I did a video on that's really good. This guy, he basically went around and looked at what changes people's minds the best. And so from both a research perspective and then like people actually getting out in the field. So he looked at street epistemology, motivational interviewing, deep canvassing, and then smart politics. And so some of these have really good track records of like they're just different ways to go out and have conversations with people and like actually change their minds.
Cool.
And I put a lot of that into my videos. And I got a video on this that's really good, I think, because what I do is I take all the different methods, I take all of their steps, and then I pull out the parts that they all have similar. And so my point is like, if every single method uses these 5 things, these have to be good things. And so that video kind of highlights that.
Awesome, man.
And so I might go into like more specific details about the specific techniques at some point if people want to see that. So that's kind of some of the kind of things coming up.
Perfect, dude. Yeah. No, it's really you've been really informative, mate. It's really good to have you on. I'd love to have you on again sometime. We could do pick a topic. We'll do a podcast or something. I'd also like to introduce you to Lawrence. I think you guys would get on really well. I think we'd have quite a good chat together at some point. Maybe or do something on the second channel. Like I said, we'll pick a topic and maybe have like 3 or 4 of us total and just kind of weigh in on something. If you're up for that, it'd be cool to have you on.
Yeah,
awesome, dude.
Sounds good, man.
Awesome, man. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody subscribe to Debug Your Brain and keep it up, mate. We'll keep in touch.
All right, man. Take it easy.
See ya. All right, that was cool, huh? Very cool guest. Very, very interesting. And wow, some really useful information there, actually. Dude's very, very educated, knows his stuff. That's very cool. So we got a question here from Dragan176, by the way, which I'll answer, as I was aware that it had just been on for quite a long time. Says, do we as vegans have a moral obligation to work out and be healthy to combat the stereotype that vegans are pale and weak? So that's an interesting question. I would not say it's a moral obligation, because the thing is, it's not everybody is strong and healthy. Lots of people are chunky. Lots of people are pale. You know, there are lots of types of people. So I wouldn't say it's a moral obligation. By the way, thank you for the tip as well. I wouldn't say it's a moral obligation necessarily, but I would say it's helpful to be healthy as a baseline minimum. To be healthy is good. Now, if the goal is to change people and have them go vegan for animal rights, it could be beneficial to be overweight, I suppose, or underweight. It's not underweight, but overweight, because then you're appealing to other people who are overweight, which is quite a lot of people. However, I think unless you're literally just going to places like where everybody's overweight and happy to be overweight, you're not going to appeal to the most people who are most likely see that as unhealthy and you know, not a very attractive advertisement for veganism. So I guess, look, as a general advice, if you're somebody who is obese or on the flip side of that, underweight, get yourself healthy just simply because do it for yourself, first and foremost. But secondly, I wouldn't say it's a moral obligation, but you're probably going to be better off if you look healthier when you're trying to talk about veganism. Overall, apart from these edge cases where, you know, maybe you're just going to go and talk to a room full of people who are overweight about veganism, apart from that specific situation, in most other situations, it's going to be seen as advantageous for you to be healthy. And people are going to go, wow, they're healthy, I should listen to them. So it helps. So yeah, I think it's absolutely worth trying to be healthy. And that doesn't mean being like super fit and ripped. It just means not being morbidly obese or dangerously underweight. It means just average is fine. Potentially even a little bit chunky is good, because people see super ripped and they go steroids. A little bit chunky and they're like, that's normal, you know? So maybe even a little bit chunky is good. Veg90 says, hey, Streamlabs won't let me donate. You could, I don't know why that is. You could always try super chat here on YouTube. Actually, I think people have said that works if Streamlabs isn't working. Or if you want to type up in the chat here and say what exactly is going on, maybe Annie can help. But there's no reason that it shouldn't be working. It's been working for everybody else. So hopefully you figure it out. And thank you for trying. I really appreciate it. Thank you for trying to support the stream. And it's been a good stream, huh? We're into the last 10 minutes of today's 10-hour stint. In 10 minutes, we'll be finishing up, and then we'll be getting ready for tomorrow. And tomorrow, who do we have tomorrow? What guests do we have for tomorrow? Let me have a little look. Oh, we have some interesting guests tomorrow. Dun dun dun. I can see who they are, but you can't see who they are. You just have to come and wait and see. But let me tell you, the guests that you're going to want to see, I promise you that you are definitely going to want to see who's coming tomorrow. I guarantee it. Okay, so you get here tomorrow morning. Well, my morning, basically about, I don't know how many hours from now. Just be here tomorrow, okay, when we start. And I'll tell you who's coming, all right? It's Sunday. I mean, what else are you going to do? And I think tomorrow we'll do some cool stuff. We'll also go out, maybe see the doggos. Go for our little walk tomorrow to see the doggos. We will maybe do some shorts editing, because I need to edit some shorts videos. I actually need to get some ready. So I'll show you guys how I edit shorts. Is that exciting for you? Would you like to see how I edit shorts videos? Would that be fun for you guys? I feel it would be helpful, and I'll be showing you the tricks of the trade, you know, tricks of my trade, the secrets, the behind-the-scenes secrets to how I do stuff, you know. So that would be fun. How's this light still going? It's been like 10 hours and it's still going strong. Crazy. So yeah, so that'll be fun. Oh yeah, there we go. Why say M89 wants to see the process with the shorts edits? That makes, yeah. I mean, I'm excited to show you. We'll have to see how it goes, because today we tried streaming and it wasn't necessarily the best, was it? Tried streaming the screen, I mean, but I think we'll be able to figure it out tomorrow. Yeah, I saw. You want to donate by PayPal, Veg90? Yeah, go for it. Let me know when you've done it, and if you want to send a message, I can read it out here. I got my phone with all PayPal updates and stuff there. So if you do it, I will I'll read it out. That's no problem at all. If you want to do it that way, and whatever, if you have a question or something. Someone donate a new hat. A friendo, that is so true. I need a new hat, guys. I will pick one up, I think, soon. It's just tricky to find the right type of hat, you know, like a nice hat like this one. I really like this one. Trying to find the exact model of it to get printed again, because this is from Finland, so unfortunately it's a bit tricky. But yeah, some of your donations will go towards getting a new hat for this for the channel, because this is just unacceptable, guys. How am I going to convince anyone to go vegan when I look like a bloody hobo wearing this beat up old hat? I also thought about maybe like coloring it in, you know, some permanent marker pen, but I don't think that's going to look good. I don't think that's a good idea, guys. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that will work quite as well as it would in my head, as I feel like it would in my head. I'll tell you what, though, my throat's feeling it today. And it's only the first day. 6 more days, 60 more hours. Speaking of which, let's put the timer on. Where are we up to with the timer? Is it even still there? Oh, I closed it, didn't I? Never mind. Forget the timer. Timer was a good idea, but but I had to restart the computer earlier, so we lost it. How have you all enjoyed today's stream? Has it been what you expected? Better, worse? Same time tomorrow as today. That is correct. Ethically based ex-omnivore. Same time tomorrow as today. That's how we're doing it. And it'll be starting the same time, finishing the same time tomorrow. Pretty much it's going to be the same time start, the same time finishes all week, basically. All week. And yeah, I'm really excited to bring on some of these guests. It's going to be very cool. Some very cool people coming on during the rest of the week. Glad to see you guys enjoyed it. I did too. It went really quick, actually. I think there was a little bit like the last kind of before we had Justin on. I started to feel a bit like, oh, I feel like I've been live streaming now for about 8 hours. But now we're bringing it home. It's been pretty cool. I feel all right. I feel like I could do this another 6 times. I feel like we could do this another 6 times. Veg90 tipped $3 and says, I'm broke, but better than nothing, lol. Thanks for doing what you do. Hey, thank you so much, because, you know, trust me, if you're broke, and I don't know what you'd call me. I'm really broke, guys. Trust me. So I really appreciate the tip is what I'm trying to say. As from broke to broke, I really appreciate the tip. Thank you so much. JP and Julia are following up. Justin a Cube and everyone from Birmingham AV says hi. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate the moral support and also the financial support. It's awesome. And tell everybody from Birmingham, Anonymous for the Voiceless, that I said hi right back. Because those guys are absolute legends. Just been out doing a cube. God, it would be so cool if there was a cube of truth happening right now here, or like during the stream, and I could go out and we could go to the cube and be like, hey guys, and do some outreach, streamed outreach. How cool would that be? I'm not even sure that's been done. Has that been done? Has anybody gone out there and done streamed outreach before? Apart from on like a one-off. I know like it's been on one-off special occasions that it's been done. But I'm talking, you know, setting up a system that goes on for, I don't know, an hour or 2 or something like that and streams. I guess it's possible, right? To do that. I mean, I could just bring the laptop out, right, and plug it all in and get the power supplies and stuff. And thank you, DJ Lernals, hat donation, $10 hat donation. Hey, that'll get us a hat. That will get us one hat. That will get us one hat. So that's exciting. We'll be able to pick one up. Thank you so much. I'll get that ordered soon. I'll get that ordered soon so we can stop looking like I picked this hat up off the street. And then kick the shit out of it a little bit first before putting it on. Awesome stuff. But yeah, that is a good idea, isn't it? To get out there and stream these conversations. I think how it would be, we'd have to get like a generator to power the laptop and the camera, right? And then we'd have to get some kind of Wi-Fi system that actually could carry the camera's signal and stuff. Like, because I'm not sure if mobile data would be enough. I'm not sure it would be stable enough. So then we'd have to do that. Then we'd have to hook all this stuff up, and we'd have to have more than one camera, I guess. I don't know. It would be a lot. That's probably why no one's done it yet. It takes a lot. I mean, even when you see sometimes the news with TV, they do these live newscasts and stuff, and even sometimes their connections drop out. And they've got these vans and stuff. They've got like high quality, talking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, and sometimes their shit fails. So I mean, what chance do we have with a mobile phone network, internet, bloody 4G, and a DSLR and a laptop outside? I don't know. It might not go so good, Yeah, maybe it'd be better to go out just with the phone and selfie it up, right? And try and do it like that. I'm not sure. JVegan32 streams vegan protests to maybe Cube of Truth or something similar. That's interesting. Yeah. JVegan32. I've never heard of this person. Is this a YouTuber? JVegan32. JVegan32. Interesting. So like they stream stuff or is it like on Facebook or something? Because I see uploaded videos, but I don't see any like live streams, like previously streamed live streams or anything. Live. Oh, it's because I didn't click on the live tab. Got it. Found it. Interesting. Well, it streams disruptions. Yeah, it streams disruptions, and that's cool, but it would be much harder to stream outreach. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because you'd have to either have the phone in their face and just, so I'm live right now. What do you think about veganism? Which might really put people off. It's just better to have the secret camera set up, but then you have the laptop and the phone and camera and the internet. That'd be tricky, but I think it's doable. I'll consider it for sure. All right, guys. So that'll bring today's stream to a close. Make sure you come back tomorrow, because we've got another stream full of goodness, another 10 hours with some cool guests and some cool actions. We'll do some editing. We'll do some more AI stuff maybe. We'll go out for a walk and see my local pack of doggos. What else will we do? Some video reactions. If you've got videos that you want me to react to, you can email me them, or join the Discord, put them in Discord, or you can send me them on Instagram, or you can send me them on Facebook. I'll check everything. All right. So send me some videos if you want me to react to some stuff, and I'll check them out, and we'll see what's up. Or if you've got stuff that you want me to do, like I know a few of you have said you want me to sing and play guitar. I suppose I said I could potentially do that every day, didn't I? So maybe we can close with a bit of guitar and like David Brent. I don't know. We could just do like, isn't there still 10 minutes yet? Are you joking me right now, Mark? No, are we out of tune? No, I think we're in tune. So we can have a bit of guitar to finish us off, but I don't think I'm gonna sing. I'm not sure I'm gonna sing. What would you like? Well, I don't know what you'd like me to go for, but we can just do like to close it off. I should have really prepared some songs for you guys, but I actually haven't prepared anything at all. I only know like a couple of songs on how to sing. I only know how to sing a couple of songs, sing and play a couple of songs, but we go for some metal maybe. I should have really prepared this. Or we could go for The Calling. It's a ukulele. David is just really small. Yeah, true. Make a song up. That will not go well. So lately, been wondering who will be there to take my place when I'm gone. You need love to light the shadows on your face. If a great wave shall fall and fall upon us all, and between the sand and stone, could you make it on your own? If I could, then I would. I'll go wherever you will go. When you're high or down low, go wherever you will go. There we go. We'll do one every day. I made a deal. I said I would sing and play guitar once a day. And to be honest with you, I can't even sing and play guitar for real people in real life. So me sitting and doing it in front of you guys is It's scary. I gotta be honest. But if you've got song requests for the next one tomorrow, send them through. I'll see if I can learn something quick for you. Especially if you tip. If you tip, guys, here's a deal. If you tip and it's a good song that I know how to sing, and I will learn how to play it, and I will try it for you if you tip. How's that for a deal? Is that a good deal? You think that's fair enough? We'll do it tomorrow, yeah? I can't say I'm any good, all right? But I can give it a go. Epic songs like that are probably better. You know, stuff that's big, stuff that's like, anthems, then probably better. I appreciate all of your feedback there on that. I'm glad that you liked it. I had a little bit of fun with it. And we'll totally do more of it because, it's a nice way to finish each stream, I think. But also we can do some stuff in during the stream as well, and to help pick my energy up again. Lee Richardson, thank you so much for the £5 super chat. You legend. What a great way to finish the day. I don't know if you sent a message with it. I don't see a message, but I will put it up on the screen now. See what happens. It just tells me you've done a super chat. That's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. It's been awesome today. Some really cool guests. A lot more cool stuff to come. So definitely stick around. Definitely come back tomorrow for this at the same time. It's going to start at 10 a.m. Turkey time. Okay, guys? 10 a.m. Turkey time, which I don't know what that is in GMT or where you guys are, but just pop in Google Turkey time to whatever your time is, 10 a.m., and then it'll tell you, be here then. All right? Keep calling out that BS, and I'll see you in tomorrow's stream.